What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Issei got the leveling shield hero system. When Issei Hyoudou comes home to find his mother with a gun pointed to her head, he is forced to make a choice which nearly got them both killed. His life suddenly takes a drastic turn when he discovers he possessed supernatural powers. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 1. Issei could be seen walking down the street, dressed in his school uniform as he made his way to school. Entering, he greeted two other students his age. One, with a slim figure, wearing glasses with short-cut black hair, and the other being bald but well-built. These are my two buddies, Matsuda and Motohama. We've been friends ever since we entered school. The trio proceeded with their day. Up until the first break. We played together. The three made their way to the back of one of the school's club buildings. We fought together. Matsuda and Motohama made their way to the back of the building first, looking down at a hole that was in the oak that formed the structure of the entire building. The two proceeded to lean in and look through, and as sure as hell, when puberty showed up, the two looked through to see a few girls changing out of and into other cloths. We peeped together. Issei tried squeezing in between the two, trying to get a look himself, to no avail. Sometimes, though, because of their scuttling, the females inside were alerted to their presence, and soon came out to investigate. Matsuda and Motohama instantly sprinted, bumping into Issei and making him fall over. Issei dusted himself of and stood up, only to turn and be faced by a horde of kendo girls with their kendo sticks pointed at him. He began to chuckle nervously as he held the back of his head. Traitors. "Oh hey there, Murayama, Kates. How's it been?" he asked as he began to look for any exits, only to find none. Murayama gave of a dark smirk. "I think my day just got a whole lot better." Issei gulped at that as kendo sticks began to rain down on him and his screams flew to the heavens. Exiting the school gates, he waved at his two friends as he began to make his way back home. And that's basically my life in a nutshell. Pretty simple, pretty basic, just my kind of life. He made his way back home and entered the house, only to find a gun pointed to his head. His eyes widened and his heart rate spiked as he saw his mother in a similar position. Tears running down her face as he could clearly see the terror on her face. And then everything went to hell. The man moved his finger to his lips, motioning for Issei to remain quiet before closing the door behind him. Being pointed at the couch, Issei went and sat down next to his mother. "What do you guys want?" he asked as he dropped his backpack next to him. Another man emerged from the kitchen, dressed in a similar fashion as the two gun pointers, in a business suit, with a cup of tea in hand. He sat down in front of them and began to drink his tea. "We merely want you to make a call to your father and tell him to cancel his current business transaction. We believe he has something we want and we don't want him selling it to anyone. It's that simple," he stated as one of the other two men passed the telephone over to Issei, who passed it to his mother and nodded at her. As she dialed the number, Issei looked over the men who were looming over them. He gazed into their dull eyes and memories came back to him from the time he had participated in the police's self-defense training program for the youth. They had been taught how to assess their opponent or treat and whether or not to run or fight merely by looking at them. "And we definitely need to get out of here. They might try to kill us after Mom has finished talking to Dad," he thought as he turned to look at his mother. He could hear his father's panic on the other side of the line. Soon enough, she passed the phone over to the main man, who in turn nodded once he heard Mr. Hyoudu's voice. Placing the phone down, he turned to the mother and son as he placed the cup on the table and stood up. "Well then, I guess this is goodbye then," he stated as he and his men made their way to the door. Issei, on the other hand, remained tensed. He knew it couldn't be that easy, could it? He wondered as he continued to stare at the empty door for a full minute, maybe it cowl. His thoughts stopped dead in their tracks when something flew through the window, breaking it, and landing a few feet away from them. His eyes widened when he saw what it was, a grenade. His heart rate spiked to the max when he realized it was. Even more so when he realized they were in point-blank range. Dodging this would be impossible. Just as he turned to grab his mother and push her over the couch, time seemingly began to slow down as the surrounding area turned blue. World pause has been initiated. Commencing system startup. He read as the words suddenly appeared before him. What the hell? He couldn't help but ask. He looked around to see the entire area covered in a blue light. He turned to his mother to see her frozen in place, gazing at the grenade. He turned his attention back to the screen that had appeared before him. Loading, 60%. Loading, 70%. Loading, 80%. Loading, 90%. Loading, 100%. System load completed. Initiating sacred gear. And just like that, a blinding green light appeared from his right arm, blinding him in the process. He opened his eyes once the light faded and could only gawk at the shield that now rested upon his arm. A silver shield in a pentagon shape, with a green jewel in the center. He looked at it before shaking his head. "Okay, what the F*** is going on?" A screen appeared shortly after his outburst. Congratulations. You've awakened the Cardinal Shield, the hero's sacred gear. Do you wish to initiate player scan? Yes, no. He shrugged and pressed the Y, believing it to be yes. This is all good and all, but what the hell is a sacred gear? He thought. And as if reading his thoughts, another screen appeared, titled Help. Sacred gears, also known as holy cogs, are tools created by God, bearing mystical powers and abilities. These sacred treasures are bestowed upon humans to help them combat the supernatural forces on Earth, granting their wielders powers and abilities beyond their comprehension. There are many sacred gears, the total number of which is only known by their creator. Receiving one is rare, and more often than not, the wielder might go their entire lives without knowing they possess the power. There are many types of sacred gears, ranging from the basic, twice critical, to the more powerful, 13 Longinus class sacred gears. Sacred gears respond to the will of their wielders and will evolve or awaken new abilities accordingly, when there is a change in the wielder's will. In addition, when the wielder is faced with a life-threatening situation, the sacred treasure will release a great deal of power to aid the wielder, so long as the bearer possesses the will to continue on living or a conviction that does not fear death. Once a sacred gear bearer dies, the sacred treasure will be passed on to another. In addition, should a bearer's sacred treasure be removed, the bearer will die. He finished reading just as another screen appeared, making it known that the scan has been completed. He shook his head. So I have a sacred gear? This shield? He thought as he gazed down at the shield. Well, if it will help me protect my mom, then I'm okay with whatever the hell happens next. He gazed at the screen before him and his eyes widened. Scan completed. Uploading status. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Title, Breast Fiend. Level, A. Next level, 550 EXP. Class, Low Class Human. Stats. HP, 278, 278. MP, 260, 260. STR, 22. STA, 20. Dex, 20. Int, 26. WIS, 20. Attribute points, 0. Scan has located a second sacred gear. Do you wish to awaken it? Yes, no. Issei looked dumbfounded at this but nodded before hitting the icon. In another flash of green light, a maroon gauntlet with a green jewel at its center appeared on his left hand. Congratulations. You've awakened the boosted gear, twice critical form. Due to you awakening the boosted gear, you gain the boost ability. Issei didn't bother thinking anymore. He could tell that from the way the gear showcased its abilities, and from the E-Shield Hero icon floating above his head, that this was like some kind of video game. You are correct. +1 INT for making that deduction. The Cardinal Sacred Gears, of which there are 4, possess the ability to turn their bearer into a walking video game character, marking them as the 4 Cardinal Heroes. As the bearer of the Cardinal Shield, you bear the title of E-Shield Hero I. Warning, 5 minutes almost up. World pause will stop in 30 seconds. Issei instantly let the newly gained information pass to the back of his head as he looked at his shield. If this is like a game, then pull up the gamer guide and show me how to use this thing. And just like that, a new window appeared, titled Help, before swiftly scrolling to another section marked Gamer's Guide and giving Issei the needed information. He looked at the timer that had appeared in the corner of his vision, sneering when he saw there were 10 seconds left. He tried picking up the grenade, to no avail. Items affected by a world pause will remain stationary. Seeing the notification, Issei turned to his still frozen mother. Running to her, he stood before her, pulling his hands together with his shield held out before him. Boost! His red gauntlet roared before he felt power flowing through him. Just as everything resumed, the grenade exploded, destroying the surrounding area, setting the room on fire and generating a shock wave that hurled broken wood and stone fragments at the mother and son pair. A barrier appeared before Issei as his shield's gem began to glow. He felt strength leave him rapidly and gritted his teeth and continued to hold the barrier to protect his mother. Just as quickly as it appeared, the force of the explosion dissipated and Issei fell forward as the last of his power left him. Luckily, the sacred gears immediately deactivated, just in time to avoid his mother from seeing them. Her eyes widened as she lifted up her head to see her son falling on his face. Not even looking around at the devastation caused by the bomb, she ran to her son, who was losing consciousness from the loss of strength. Issei, was the last words he heard before succumbing to his fatigue. Opening his eyes to the light which came from his window, he gazed around to find himself in his bed. What the? How did I? Oh! He thought as the memories of the previous day struck him. How long was I out? He thought as he tried to get up, only to be knocked back down by a searing headache. He held his head, hoping to alleviate some of the pain. He rose an eyebrow when he felt the bandage wrapped around his head. He sighed. Of course I didn't get out of that unscathed. He got up slowly and went downstairs, heading straight for the kitchen as he believed his mother would be there. And he wasn't disappointed. He found his mother whipping up some breakfast, though what surprised him was the words floating above her head. Hana Hyoudou LV16. He somewhat gaped at that. What did I expect? She is older than me. His gaping mouth soon turned to a smile. Hey mom, he spoke. The mere sound of his voice made her froze in place before she turned to look at him. Issei's smile only got bigger when she ran at him and enveloped him in a hug. He proceeded to do the same. You can relax mom. I'm fine, he stated, though his mother did not let him go. You could have gotten really hurt, you could have died, she exclaimed as her eyes began to tear up once more. He continued smiling as he patted her on the head. But I'm not. And I'm still here. So how about we calm down and sit? Cause I got a massive headache right now, he stated. She nodded before letting go, wiping her tears as she did so. Go on. Sit, I'll have breakfast ready in a sec. She smiled and went back to what she was doing. He sat down at the table and looked back at her. How long was I out? He asked. A day. They said it was a miracle that you even got away with that wound on your head, much less the fact that you were untouched by the explosion itself. I had called the paramedics and firemen shortly after you passed out, though I wonder. She spoke as handed him a plate of bacon, eggs, sausages and bread. She sat down next to him as he began to eat. What happened? The one moment the bomb fell through the window, then you were in front of me and the bomb went off, she stated. He almost choked on his food at her question. Swallowing his food, he turned to her. The police self-defense program taught us how to identify people as threats, and whether or not they wished you harm. I looked them over while you were talking to Dad. I realized they wouldn't let us go that easily and remained on guard. That's how I was able to position myself the way I did when I saw the grenade. He spoke as he took another bite of his food. He felt his head, which was still aching. Guess I bashed my head when I fell down. His mother smiled at hearing his words. My little boy is so heroic. Remind me again how you have trouble getting a girlfriend? She teased. He shook his head at that. Blame puberty, was his response. She giggled before getting up, putting her apron on the kitchen table and heading for the door. Well, I have to go to the store. The police is patrolling our neighborhood, so we'll be fine for the time being. Go back to your room and rest. You've been booked off from school for an entire week, so get back to bed and get your rest in. I'll be back in a few minutes, she stated. He smiled. Stay safe, he stated as she closed the door. Making sure she was out of range, he turned to his right arm. With sacred gear on, he commanded, and in a flash of green light, his shield appeared. He smiled. Now, let's see exactly how much information you can give me. Access a gamer's guide, Ida. Feeling a presence appear behind her, a crimson-haired girl sighed as she turned to address the person. Did it go well? She asked as she looked at the young, white-haired girl who nodded at her. It did. He awakened the sacred gear. Though which one I am not sure. It is highly skilled at hiding his presence. If not for the flow of magic that surrounded him, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell. But was it really a good idea to have his house be blown up? The girl asked in a somewhat monotone voice. The redhead's eyes widened for a moment. They blew up his house? I told Akino to only have them threaten his life, not to blow up his house. I'll have a talk with her when she returns. You may leave, she stated before turning back to the window as the white-haired girl bowed. Yes, President Rias, she stated before leaving. Rias smiled as she looked at the setting sun. Even though it did not go as I expected, it still ended in my favor. Soon you'll be mine. Issei Hyoudou. Issei sat on his bed, looking at the screen before him in interest. Okay, the guide was simple enough, he spoke, though I'm still freaked out about it. First I have this shield, given to me by God to help fight of apocalyptic waves of attacks, which I am definitely not ready to do. Secondly, I have another sacred gear, and apparently it has a dragon sealed within it. Talk about freaky. Like seriously, why did he have to go and give me 2 sacred gears? He sighed as he looked at his hands. It said he rarely ever hands them out, and yet he gave me 2. One of which is only ever given to the person he trusts is capable of preventing the apocalypse. He turned his gaze upwards. I don't know what you see in me, but if you believe I am the one best suited to take on this responsibility, then I'll do the best I can. I guess, he stated. He turned his gaze back onto the screen. Now, if this is like a game, then that must mean that I'll have to level up somehow. Show a status. He called out and the screen changed. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Titles, Breast Fiend, Cardinal Shield Hero, Awakened Red Dragon Emperor. Level, 8 Next level, 550 EXP. Class, Low Class Human. Stats. HP, 275, 280. MP, 270, 270. STR, 22. STA, 20. Dex, 20. Int, 27. Wis, 20. Attribute points, 0. Special status. Breast Fiend. As a result of your overly perverse nature in public, you have obtained this status. This status grants you minus 25% reputation points with women aware of your status and minus 70% chance of you obtaining a lover. Status can be removed by ending perverse actions and behavior performed in public or at all. Issei sweat dropped at this. Is it really that bad? Cardinal Shield Hero? You bear the Cardinal Shield, and thus are considered the Shield Hero or Hero of the Shield. Grants you plus 10 reputation points with those who know of your identity, while also granting you the negative perk, a look down upon, as well as the perks, party, and a will to protect. Plus 10 HP and MP per level. Awakened Red Dragon Emperor. You have awakened the boosted gear, thus declaring you this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. While only in its first form, the gear allows you to double your power every 10 seconds. This status grants you a plus 5 to all physical stats and CHA each time you level up. Plus 100 additional skill points every level. Plus 20% additional EXP. Though this status reward will upgrade as you evolve and level up the sacred gear. Also grants you the Nemesis status, White Dragon Emperor. Up until this point, Issei didn't know how to react. He was a bit confused with the lack of perks from the shield but figured that he would develop more as he went along. And then there was the Ye looked down upon, I negative perk. The concept of which confused him to no end. But when he came to the boosted gear, his jaw fell to the floor, like, what the F? That's freaking OP. And the thing isn't even fully developed. Why would God entrust me with something so damn powerful? And then he came to the Nemesis part and couldn't help but sigh. Of course I'd have a Nemesis. With a power as great as this, it wouldn't make sense for there not to be a catch. He read further. Perks. A party. As the wielder of one of the cardinal sacred gears, you can gather allies and for a party which will help both in your quest to overcome the waves of catastrophe and will also boost your EXP gain. Asterisk EXP boost depends on how many people are in your party and their level. Asterisk in addition, should anyone agree to a permanent party contract you will gain an extra amount of EXP the equivalent of your permanent ally and they in turn will be blessed with your powers. A will to protect. As the bearer of the Cardinal Shield, you naturally gain an additional affinity for both support and defense magic. Asterisk in addition, should you use any magic spells or incantation of these categories, you'll have a 25% discount on the cost of mana on your reserves. Asterisk this affinity also strengthens the magic spells that fall under these categories. A Draconic Spirit. As the vessel of a dragon spirit, you naturally gain all of the dragon's spiritual traits. Asterisk you gain the Charisma stat. Asterisk you gain the Instinct perk. Asterisk you gain the ability Draconic Aura. Asterisk this perk will upgrade as you and the dragon spirit become more unified. Negative perks. A look down upon. You are underestimated, your strength unacknowledged, seen as weak for what you bear, and might even be scorned by some. This grants you a minus 10 reputation points to those who favor the other 3 cardinal heroes, as well as a 45% chance to be underestimated by those who know of your status. Yeah, he really didn't like that part. Nemesis. White Dragon Emperor. As the Red Dragon Emperor, you bear the White Dragon Emperor as your rival and nemesis. The White Dragon, also known as the Vanishing Dragon, is one of the 2 heavenly dragons, and the only dragon to match the Red One's power. He is also the prime opposite of Drake, the Red Dragon. Asterisk whereas Drake is the Dragon of Domination, Albion, the White Dragon is the Dragon of Supremacy. Asterisk whereas the Red Dragon doubles his power every 10 seconds, the White Dragon halves his enemy's power, adding that power to its reserves. Drake, huh? So that's his name. And this White Dragon doesn't seem like a pushover either. With that kind of ability he could gradually weaken his opponent while increasing his power. That's gonna be a problem. I can only double mine but and even then I'd still have to deal with my full-powered enemy. This sucks, he thought. He sighed, you know what, I don't care. Show me the map. He spoke and the screen changed, now showing a map of Kuo with green, yellow, red, and purple highlighted areas. The rest of it was gray. Okay, so am I to assume that the highlighted areas are supernatural bases? And that the color of the area determines if I am capable of going there? Kinda like a difficulty measure, he asked. A notice appeared confirming this. You are correct, +1 INT. The map will show you the whereabouts of all supernatural bases or dungeons within your vicinity and determine their difficulty level. In addition, once you've reached the base, the system will notify you of the kind of beings roaming there. Well, guess that means I'll have to go and kick some ass later on, he stated as he continued to look through the map, noting that there was only one place that was green, while the rest were either yellow or red, with one being purple. Kuo Academy. His eyes widened. My school is a base for supernatural entities, and from the looks of it, they are freaking overpowered. He thought as he began to think of who they could be, but nothing came up. Guess I'll just have to check them out with my observation skill. Walking down the street, he thought back to what he had learned. I hope it's not yokai or fallen. Or devils for that matter. I'd hate to run into any of those. Considering this is like a game, an RPG no less, there should be reasonably weak opponents for me to fight until I reach a higher level, he thought, and came to a stop beside a bridge. He looked down at the massive sewer pipe sticking out of it and sighed when it glowed blue. Well, guess this is it. Now what am I facing? He sighed when a title appeared above the sewer pipe. He walked up to the entrance, when a notification appeared. You have discovered the den of the night crawlers. Do you wish to enter dungeon? Yes, no. Asterisk warning, once entered the dungeon must be cleared in order to exit. He shrugged before hitting the yes icon. The gate was removed, and he entered the sewer. He grabbed his nose at the awful smell as it struck him head on. Damn it, this place stinks. The things living down here can't be good. He continued on down his path until he came upon a hideous sight. 3 rats, each with a crimson arrow floating above their heads with the titles, Rat Mutant LV6, floating above their heads. They were easily the size of dogs, black fur and glowing yellow eyes, and were currently eating at the carcass of a dead man. He wanted to hurl at the sight when a green glow enveloped him, calming him at once. Thank goodness for the calmed mind eye skill. I guess I found the source of the stench, Issei thought before summoning his shield. The light caused by him summoning his shield notified the rats to his presence. They started screeching before each one of them dashed at him, razor-sharp teeth gleaming in the dark sewer. Issei got into a stance, holding up his shield as the rats came at him. The first tried biting his head off but ended up slamming into the shield, and got shot into one of the other approaching rats by the shock wave the shield gave off. Issei smirked as he did the same to the other incoming rat, sending it to join its brethren. He held out his hand, pointing it at the rats. Barrier. He cried out, and 4 square-like barriers appeared around the 3 rodents. He closed his hand, making the barriers enclose on the rats and crush them in the process. He also noticed a red energy seep out of them and back into the ground. You defeated Rat Mutants X3. You gain 150 EXP. You gain 300 yen. He smiled and continued on. He stopped and looked at the dead man's corpse, quickly noticing the 8-star shuriken that was hanging around the man's neck like a necklace. Removing it and holding it up to his shield, the shuriken disappeared in a green light, signifying that a new shield was created. And Issei wasn't disappointed when he read its ability. Sighing, he took a lighter lying beside the corpse and set the remains on fire. I don't know if these things killed you, though that is a highly probable, but there is no need to leave you like this. Even if you are dead, rest in peace, he stated and continued on. He ran into a couple more rats, 20 to be exact. And these weren't as naive as the previous ones, as their attacks were more coordinated and more precise. One managed to bypass Issei's barrier and bite him in the leg. Finally, having had enough, Issei held up the shield and cried out, Cardinal Shock. His shield shone green as a massive shockwaves was sent at the rats, hitting them dead on and dealing a great deal of damage. Issei felt his fatigue grow, but kept on pushing. He ran at the closest rat and slammed its head into the ground, crushing its skull. Doing the same to 2 more before the others came too. He proceeded to make multiple more triangular barrier discs, turning them horizontal so that a point of each barrier was pointing at a rat. He pushed out his arm, making the barriers shoot at the rats, and struck full force. One of the barriers even decapitated one of the rats. Issei sighed as he looked at the carnage he caused. He was tired. Plain and simple. After 10 minutes of this dungeon and he was already tired, and that pissed him off. He looked at the screen that appeared before him. You defeated Rat Mutant X20. You gain 1000 EXP. You gain 2000 yen. Congratulations, you've leveled up. LV8, LV9. Asterisk, due to certain actions, the skill A Shield Prison I and A Aerial Strike Shield I has been created. He let out a sigh of relief at that. I needed some more skills. Not that I don't like the shield, but it's meant for defense and doesn't have too many offensive abilities whatsoever. It also doesn't help that I can't use any other weapon besides the shield and gauntlet, he stated as he got up and moved over to the deceased rats. He had actually tried bringing along some weapons, like a knife, only to have the shield shock them out of his hands. It really sucked for him to find out that he couldn't wield any weapon other than the shield. He walked up to the decapitated head and took it, placing it on his shield's core. It consumed the head, giving him a notification that a new shield was created. He sighed, I don't like the idea of creating a weapon from the head of a corpse, but hey, anything is better than this. He continued on, even activating his new shield as he went. New shield, Mutant Rat. Special skill, Hyperstate. A rat has extremely heightened awareness and senses. This is mostly due to its heart rate being so many times faster than that of a normal person's. This skill allows you to replicate this skill of theirs and enter into that hyperstate. Asterisk, this skill amplifies DEX plus 20% while granting you hyper reaction time. Asterisk, this skill drains the user's STA and can thus only be used for a selected period of time. Asterisk, current time limit, 5 minutes. And true to the statement, Issei felt his heart rate spike, as everything seemed to slow down. Even his breathing had heightened. He quickly deactivated the shield. While that would be extremely useful, I honestly don't need that kind of adrenaline flooding my system, he thought as he came to the end of the tunnel. Silently making his way to the exit, he gazed into a clearing filled with rotting corpses. But not human corpses. No, these were rat mutant corpses. And eating away at said corpses were even bigger rats. These were easily a full feet larger than the previous ones. And above their heads floated the titles, Demon Rat LV10. This worried Issei. He counted at least 5 of them. And each one of them was a level higher than him. I wonder what's the difference between them and… Before he could finish the thought, a notice popped up. Rat mutants are rats that have been enhanced by the saturated, demonic energy that they were exposed to. While they are demonically enhanced, they are still rats. Demon rats are rats that have absorbed a portion of demonic essence, a demon's life force, residue from stray demons becoming possessed. It has converted them into demonic beings. They are no longer rats. I just had to think. He turned his attention back to the demon rats as he got out his latest shield. Taking a deep breath, he dashed out at them. They noticed his presence and instantly began to screech as they too ran at him at a far higher speed than the previous rats. They were even faster than him. The one coming at him slammed into a big green shield. Aerial strike shield. Issei called out as it slammed into the rat, sending it flying into the wall and crushing it in the process. Ducking under a rat, he twisted around, grabbing at its tail and slamming it into the ground twice before throwing it at another rat. Turning to the 3 incoming rats, he held out his hand. Shield prison, he exclaimed, and the 3 rats were engulfed by a round green orb consisting of multiple green shields, held together by chains. Issei couldn't help but smirk. So cool. Now for the finale, he thought as he clenched his fist. Unexpectedly, multiple spikes extended from the inside of the shield prison and pierced the rats, killing them in an instant. Shock overtook him for less than a second, as he processed what had just happened. Epic. He turned to the 2 rats that had just gotten back up and proceeded to do the same to them. He took a moment to catch his breath, noting that his MP was at 50 while his HP was at 100. Notifications began to pop up one by one. You slayed Demon Rats X5. You gain 500 EXP. You gain 750 yen. He got up, wanting to check out his new status, when something caught his eye. The rats' bodies began to glow a reddish-black aura before the bodies turned to some kind of black liquid that swiftly moved towards one another, joining, combining and forming a something terrifying to the young boy. A black rat-like creature emerged, easily towering over Issei, though this monstrosity's form was also like that of a human's. It stood on its back legs which had grown longer, looking like a cross between human and rat legs. The same applied to its arms and upper body, its dark crimson eyes glaring at Issei. Overall, if not for the fear creeping up inside of him, he probably would have barfed, again. A green light engulfed him once more. Again, thank heaven for a calmed mind, he thought. He gazed at the creature's title floating above its head. Hellion Rat LV14. Pack Alpha. If Issei didn't think that the thing before him was intimidating because of its looks, then he damn sure did now. Even its health bar was 3 times as much as a demon rat's. It's 5 levels higher than me, he exclaimed in his mind. Though before he could think any further, the creature leaped at him, with speed far surpassing his own, and gave a ferocious strike. Issei barely managed to block, but the force behind the attack was still too great and sent Issei flying into the wall on the other end of the sewer. Coughing up blood, Issei looked at his opponent with worry as he gazed at his own health bar. Having it now stand on 40, what the hell? If that had actually landed, then I would have died. He realized, though snared as he got back up. Time to get serious. Boosted gear. Issei called out as he raised his right hand, soon having a green light envelope it as his red gauntlet appeared. Boost! The sacred gear called out and Issei could feel his strength and power double. Mutant shield. He cried out and a black shield appeared, having the head of a rat on its center with crystal yellow eyes and the sacred gear's jewel, now yellow, in its mouth. Issei felt his new ability activate as his breathing heightened and his veins began to pulse. Time itself felt as though it was slowing down. The rat demon leaped at Issei once more, but this time, Issei saw it coming and countered, ducking under the creature's claw and driving his shield-covered fist up its chin, hard. This time, sending it flying into the wall. Issei gave a quick glance at his hand and shook his head as a smirk came across his face. This power is really starting to make my day, though I might want to switch to my other shield. Using both the mutant shield and boosted gear to boost my performance will run my stamina dry before I can finish this. So come forth, Shuriken Shield. He cried out once more as the creature stood back on its feet and dashed at Issei. The rat shield was replaced by a large 8-starred shuriken with a green jewel in its center. Now, enhance. He began to channel magic into the shield, making it turn green as it grew bigger. It began to spin at high speeds, giving off the sound of metal cutting through air. He cocked back his hand before throwing it at the monstrosity approaching him. It saw the massive shuriken approaching and hastily jumped to the side, dodging it and continuing his pursuit to annihilate Issei. It opened its mouth and began to gather energy there, making a small black ball appear. This shocked Issei greatly. But that shock soon faded as he heard a familiar call, "Boost!" He felt his strength and speed be double again and smiled. Just in time. The creature had reached Issei and was about to launch his attack, when it suddenly found itself without legs, the shuriken having returned and cleanly sliced through the beast's legs. It fell to the ground before Issei. The magic it had gathered exploded, destroying a portion of the ground below, sending shockwaves along with sewage at Issei. The dust soon settled, revealing Issei encapsulated in his own shield prison. Canceling the skill, Issei went and stood above the rat with his shuriken shield in hand. It was already half dead, but not being one to waste time, he swiftly drove the shuriken through the creature's head, killing it in an instant. He fell to his knees. Releasing the effects of the boosted gear, he instantly felt all his energy leave him. Out of breath and almost out of HP, he looked at the screen that had appeared. "You have slain Hellion Rat, the Pack Alpha. You gain 300 EXP. You gain 500 yen. Congratulations, you have leveled up LV9 LV10. He smiled. It may not have been pleasant, but it was worth it. Time to go home. And just as he finished that sentence, a path of blue light appeared before him, leading around the corner. He smiled, knowing where it leads. He turned to the corpse of the Hellion and walked over to it. Holding his shield against it, the body soon disappeared with flash of green light. Once more, Issei smiled as he looked at the newly created shield in his status K. New shield, Demon Rat. Special ability, Accelerate. This skill will allow you to replicate the Hyper State I skill on a larger basis, accelerating the flow of mana instead of blood, producing 3 times the normal result. Asterisk, this skill amplifies users' DEX plus 60%. This skill uses mana to enact skill. Asterisk, if not possessing mana, the shield will use the bearer's STA as fuel to sustain the skill. Asterisk, current time limit, 30 seconds. Notice, as you have awakened a shield belonging to the demon category, you unlocked the skill A Lesser Demonic Immunity. A Lesser Demonic Immunity. This skill grants you lower level immunity towards demonic presences near you. Spells meant to control your mind or ensnare you will no longer have any effect on you. Asterisk, this skill, if developed high enough, will make you immune to demonic attacks and powers to the point where their strongest attack can do you no harm. Asterisk, skill levels up through constant exposure to demonic powers or presences. He sighed, knowing he could still use it despite the fact he wasn't a demon, and that he wouldn't be affected by the demonic energy since it would only increase his immunity towards the demons. He turned, about to start moving, when he turned back, having realized something. These things can't be left to rot. Who knows what kinds of diseases they would unleash if they did. But damn, I didn't bring something for this. How stupid of me. And neither can this place be left accessible to the public. Guess I'll just have to seal the place off. He spoke before lifting up his hands. But as soon as he did, a notification popped up. Would host like to purify this dungeon? Yes, no. This surprised Issei. Purification? Sweet. Yes. He cried out and he felt sudden pleasant energy pulsing from the shield throughout the dungeon, flooding the area and cleansing it of all demonic presences, subsequently making the rat corpses no longer a threat. He almost fell onto his knees due to the massive loss of energy but mustered the strength to keep standing and eventually, following the blue path out of the sewer and back home. Standing in the middle of the previously demonic sewer, Rias Gremory looked on at the damage done here and the multiple corpses that laid around the place. She had felt the pulses of magic earlier on today and had come to investigate, only to find a nearly destroyed sewer and multiple dead rats. Akino turned to her leader. These were probably mutants spawned by a stray. Though, we can't locate the remains of the stray even after locating its lair. I assume it was either destroyed completely or removed from the premises. But from the cleansed space and lack of demonic presence within this place, I think it's safe to assume it was someone quite knowledgeable in cleansing magic. It's not holy to be precise, so I don't believe it was a priest, she stated. Rias nodded. I assumed as much. Though what interests me is the one responsible. They weren't dealt with in the traditional supernatural manner, thus I assume it wasn't any of the supernaturals present in Kuo. Fallen could have dealt with all this in an instant and nothing would have remained. Yokai would have been just as lethal, meaning it had to have been human, she stated, pointing at the corpses as she spoke. Kiba, coming around the corner with Kaneko, nodded. Definitely human. That can be seen from the magic used here. It is very exotic. I don't know what kind of spells could have done this, though the fact that the bodies remained undisposed of might suggest a novice using a weapon of some kind, most likely a type grinding or rotating weapon from the cuts observed from some of the corpses. Maybe a newly awakened sacred gear user testing out their newly gained power, he stated. I can't make out much, but it's definitely a human scent. Must have cloaked themselves from detection magic, Kaneko commented. Rias nodded. There has only been 2 people in this town to show signs of possessing a sacred gear, and only one has shown signs of having awakened it. And considering that said person is currently incapacitated from having a concussion after taking the full force of an explosion, head on. She spoke as she turned to Akino, giving her the look while the person in question giggled. I doubt it was him. Medics say he'll be out for a week and probably have to attend therapy. She finished. Kiba wanted to speak up once more but was interrupted by his leader. There have been no exorcist, of any kind, spotted within town. So no, not them either. Ha, she sighed. Let's just go home for now. This has been dealt with. And since the person responsible was human, I don't there'll be a problem. We'll find whoever did this eventually. And I'll have a good time hearing them explain why he or she was hunting demons in my territory without my consent. She spoke. Hi, President. Her servants replied, and in a flash of crimson light, they disappeared. 4 days later. A boy no older than 17, dressed in a black leather suit, could be seen fighting a giant black ant with crimson-red eyes. He jumped, flying through the air as he dodged the strike of the mighty black ant, flinching when he saw it break the concrete on the ground. His shield shone green as it changed into an 8-starred shuriken. Its size tripled as he channeled magic into it, making it turn green. He twisted himself in mid-air, hurling the shuriken down at the giant ant. With a splash sound, the ant's head severed from its neck and it fell to the ground. Dead? The boy landed on his feet, turning to look at his kill. He smiled as a notification appeared. You have slain Hellion Ant, the Ant Queen. You gain 2000 EXP. You gain 10,000 yen. Congratulations. You have leveled up. LV14 LV15. You have raided the Ant Dungeon. You gain 2500 EXP, 250 skill points and 12,500 yen. He smirked as he walked back to the, now, dead queen. That was too easy. Like, the only reason you were probably even listed as a level 18 monster was probably because of your strength and power, as well as that hard-ass steel shell of yours. I swear, you were so slow even a child could have outrun you. But, meh, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. If this one was easy, then I guess I should be thankful. Lord knows the others weren't, he stated as his shield absorbed the giant ant, creating another shield for its bearer to use. Issei turned to the burning corpses of the other ants and could only give off a sly smile. This should be a pleasant surprise for the devils. Bastards, sure have tried catching me these past 5 days. He spoke as an aerial shield appeared before him. Getting on, he began to ride it out of the nest. Taking a long look at it from the sky once he exited the old abandoned mine, he snapped his fingers, making a barrier appear around the entrance. Not waiting a second longer, he rode his aerial shield out of there. As the mine was a good distance outside Kuo, he decided to take the long way around, deciding to enter the town from the west side rather than from the south. He smirked as he sat down on his flying object, looking down on the world from the sky. Man, am I glad Ha told me of all the stuff I've been doing wrong. Otherwise I would have been caught by now. He spoke as he looked down at his left hand, rubbing it a bit as he thought. I'll be seeing you again soon. Drake. Flashback, 5 days ago. Landing on his bed, Issei couldn't help but sigh in relief as he slowly drifted into the world of dreams. Unknown location. Issei was looking on at the world. Where he was, he did not know. Why he was there, he did not know. All he did know was that he was looking at the world. His world, come to an end. Why? He thought as he watched it all unfold. People being killed. Cities being destroyed. His world being torn apart by beings he did not know of. And that was the only thing he could come up with to say. Is it not obvious? What you are seeing is what will be the outcome should you fail to defend the realms against the waves of catastrophe that is yet to appear. A celestial voice, filled with power and authority, spoke. The entire world was consumed by fire, and before Issei knew it, a colossal being arose from the ground. A magnificent dragon bearing crimson scales, golden horns, and emerald green eyes that were filled with so much power that Issei couldn't help but to stare at them with awe. Red Dragon Emperor, were the only words to leave his mouth. Indeed. I am the Welsh dragon, the Red Dragon Emperor Drake. I am what lives in your left hand. And I have come to meet my new partner, with whom I'll be fighting alongside with from now on. He spoke. Issei rose a brow. Partner. Drake nodded in response. Indeed. Now enough of the introductions. It is time we addressed your most recent slip-ups and to make known onto you a few things. First off, he narrowed his eyes, making Issei go on edge. Be wary of the devils, partner, he stated. Issei nodded. Yeah, I know. Kuo is run by the devils. And one of these days I'll be running into one of them. It's inevitable. Though I'm not trusting them until they've earned my trust, he replied. Drake's eyes narrowed even further. You shouldn't trust them at all, he exclaimed, shocking Issei. I have sensed them following you. They know you bear a sacred gear and thus having keeping watch over you. This shocked Issei greatly. He was discovered even before he began to hide. Thankfully the shield radiates a protective and concealing aura. I used it to conceal your boosted gear, making it impossible to detect," he continued, making Issei sigh in relief. "At least I have that." Though Drake was not pleased by this. "What are you relieved about, partner? Even with the boosted gear, taking on these devils would be impossible. And even if you manage to defeat them, you'll only be signing your death certificate, as I suspect that the rulers of this territory are related to the Devil Kings Lucifer and Leviathan," he stated, making Issei's jaw drop to the floor. Who are they?" he asked, still struck by shock. "The girls at your school, named Rias Gremory and Sona Shurtorai, which I suspect to be Citri," he spoke. This shocked Issei even more. "Hold on, you're saying that 2 for the school's top 10 hottest girls are devils related to 2 of the most baddest devils in history?" he exclaimed. Drake nodded. "Indeed, though I should mention that the first 5 of your so-called hottest girls are all demons. Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, and that Kaneko girl. And there are many more," he finished. Issei fell to his knees. That's like every girl in school worth looking at. He began to shed fake tears until his sacred gear's skill kicked in and calmed his mind. He looked up at Drake with a questioning look. "So they are dangerously powerful. Got that. But from what I know about them, they are both overcaring girls. Hell, Rias is called the school big sister. She literally cried once when the school made the students watch a documentary about poverty. And that's only an example," he spoke. Drake shook his head. "Be wary, partner. More often than not, things tend to be not as they appear with devils. After all, they were the ones that blew up your house and nearly killed you," Drake stated. It took a second for Issei to process what he had just heard. But process he did. "You're kidding," he spoke in disbelief, his eyes the size of plates at this revelation. Drake nodded. "When you were assessing those men that had barged into your home and held you hostage, I sensed a strong demonic presence within them, meaning they were being controlled. The dullness and emptiness you saw in their eyes were a clear symptom of mind manipulation. It doesn't help that the demon that normally followed you stayed in the area until after you awakened your sacred gear, which they normally wouldn't do. That girl with the white hair, Kaneko?" Once again, shock overtook Issei as he sat down. Why would they do this?" he asked. "Devils, or high-ranking ones, can reincarnate other beings into demons through a special kind of possession and thus making them their servants. That is probably what they have in mind for you. And now that they know you have a sacred gear, you can bet that they will be coming after you. And not just them, the fallen as well. Last I heard, their leader Azazel had his angels on the lookout for sacred gear users. And Kuo has a whole bunch of fallen." Again, Issei was devastated at this news. "But enough of that. Let's move on to your recent development. You possess 2 sacred gears, one of which is a Longinus-class sacred gear and another a mythical type with the potential to rival a Longinus. This alone makes you a frightening individual, Issei Hyoudou," he spoke and grinned as he saw some of the light in Issei's eyes return. "Both sacred gears are still in their first forms. When reach higher levels, you should be able to access the sacred gear's other forms. I don't know about the shield, but you can access the boosted gear's second liberation when you reach level 15. I have already supplied you with 3 spells that will allow you to change the way others perceive your power level, meaning you'll be able to grow stronger while disguising your strength. The others will allow you to blend into your environment and cloak yourself in an invisible air. Also, combine them with the barrier spells you possess and apply it to the dungeons you intend to take on. It will hide your activities until you revoke the spell, thus keeping the supernatural from finding out that you're the one rampaging through Kuo. Now, I have told you everything you need to know as of now. Next time I shall tell you more. If you wish to ask me anything, now is the time. Our time is almost up," he finished. Issei nodded as he stood back up. "Well, I don't have much to say other than thank you. You've given me a lot to think about and some great advice. So thanks. I don't actually have something to ask of you, or say for that matter, currently. But I do hope to be a good partner," he stated as he gave the big red dragon a smile. Drake looked at the boy and smiled as well. "No need to hope. I know you'll be a great dragon emperor. Of that I have no doubt," he spoke. Issei nodded and noticed the flames around them begin to die down drastically. He turned to the dragon that had retained his regal posture. "One more thing before you go, partner. A quest," he stated, and a notice appeared before Issei, stating a quest from Drake. He sweat dropped as he read it. Quest: Protection of the Red Dragon. Fighting battles against monsters and beasts is hard, especially when you do not wear any kind of protection to help you. Your quest? Acquire a full set of battle armor. Yes, no. Asterisk note, failure to complete mission will result in death. Reward, 2000 EXP 10,000 yen. Instruction scroll. Issei sighed, pressing the Y as he did. He knew he'd need it eventually. Better to get it sooner rather than later. He looked at Drake and gave him a mock salute. "Will do, Red Dragon Emperor sir." He flashed a smirk as he vanished from the realm. Drake only chuckled in response. "You will achieve greatness. Of that, I am sure, the Dragon Emperor thought as his eyes began to shut, signaling his time in this realm has come to an end. Opening his eyes to the rising sun, Issei yawned as he got up, groaning as he looked at the multiple notifications that popped up. Aerial Strike Shield has leveled up, LV1 LV2. Shield Prison has leveled up, LV1 LV2. Barrier has leveled up, LV1 LV2. You have rated 1 for Rat Dungeons. You gain 500 EXP, 50 skill points and 2500 yen. You have slept in a bed. Health has been restored. Now he was curious, how come I didn't receive any of these yesterday while I was fighting or when I returned home? And as if hearing his unasked question, a notice appeared. System activates, don't disturb function, whenever bearer enters into battle, preventing notifications from hindering the bearer. Ah, that is actually pretty useful. Now, he thought as he read the notice, full status update. He commanded and his screen appeared. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Titles, Breast Fiend, Awakened Red Dragon Emperor, Cardinal Shield Hero. Level, 10 next level, 2700 EXP. Class, Low Class Human. Stats, HP, 370, 370. MP, 405, 405. STR, 32A+. STA, 30A+. Dex, 30A+. Int, 27A+. Wis, 20A+. Cha, 10A+. Attribute points, 10. Issei stared at it for a moment before putting 3 points into his INT and the rest into his WIS. He nodded in approval at his progress and was about to exit the status window when he realized something. Quickly going to see the map, he snared, just as I thought. He looked at the map, which had changed, now being fairly larger, even showing areas outside of Kuo. But that wasn't what displeased Issei. It was when the map changed, this time showing Kuo's sewer system and the multiple dungeons it held, 4 of which had a rat's head on it as a landmark, one of the 4 being crossed out. So there are 4. Can you show me the level requirement for each? He asked. The level requirements started appearing above their heads, the highest being 12. Once more, he sighed, that's pretty low. But considering that there seems to be countless more dungeons for me to raid, the lack of higher level requirements only means I can level up faster and easier than if I go for any other dungeon, he said as he got up and started going through his morning routine. Well, better get started, Mom. I'm going out for an early morning jog. Be back in an hour or 2, he stated as he exited the front door. The words of his mother, speaking in the background. End of flashback. Smiling at the memory, Issei couldn't help but chuckle. Those rats were a pain to eliminate. The first dungeon could have been considered a preview of the other dungeons he was yet to face. The second having been a pack of mutant rats led by a demon rat. But don't be fooled. These rats may have been mere mutants, but they were far more skilled than the ones he had faced in the first dungeon. Not to mention the diversity in the type of mutant rats was also interesting. There was the stealth rats, who specialized in speed and striking from the shadows. The bone crushers, who in turn, had strength far greater than that of even a demon rat and could send Issei flying with ease. The snipers who could shoot hair needles from their skin like a porcupine. And boy, did those hurt. Finally there was the demon rat, who possessed all the abilities of the mentioned mutants along with the fact that it could use magic, albeit in a lesser form than the Hellion he had fought. The third dungeon was filled with packs of mutants led by demon rats. Though unlike the second dungeon, these were very much organized. So much so that they had their own scouting squads and patrolling unites. It was very difficult for Issei to enter that dungeon, especially because there were so many of them. Not to mention the pack leaders were fighting more like sentient beings and less like animals. That worried Issei. The fourth dungeon was purely consistent of demon rats, with 3 Hellions as overseers of the packs. And like the mutants, these demons had their own types that specialized in similar areas as the mutants. Speed, strength, and magic. He had a great time adding those new features to his shield. Though the same applied to the Hellions. They were truly beasts when it was time to fight. Speed demons, superhuman strength, and some twisted shadow magic usage. Issei had to bring out the boosted gear in order to continue living, even having to use his new Shuriken Shadow Clone skill to help shred down their life force. His biggest problem having been the user of shadow magic. It continuously vanished into the shadows, then attacked from nowhere. Having to dodge a few hair needles emerging from your own shadows were troublesome, he had to admit. But that all came to an end when he took out his flashlight. Ironic for a shadow fighter to be defeated by a bit of light, I know. But the point was to expose his opponent, which he had done thanks to the light, and then eliminated soon thereafter. His reward, 3 new, unusable Hellion shields. That seriously irritated him as it was the first time he was too under-leveled to use a shield. Then he discovered the 4th dungeon had a 5th, hidden floor, which was a gigantic pain in the ass. Hellions left and right, completely swarming the place. He had to pull out the big guns and start using the fire spells he had gotten as a reward for eliminating one of the previous dungeons. He suspected Drake had something to do with that. He had tried to conceal his presence using the spell Drake gave him, but that only got him halfway through. Damn those mana-sensing hellions. That had been a total surprise, that they could sense mana, and it had cost him one hell of a beating. Thank goodness he had gotten his armor by then. It had taken him 2 days to get the armor Drake had requested. Leather armor crafted using the system's crafting table, the fur of the demon rats he had killed, and lastly, silk, which had been retrieved from a dungeon of spiders. How chilling that experience was. But ultimately, it only resulted in him getting a leather suit and not armor, which was why he came after the ant dungeon. Which reminded him. Craft table, he thought, and a window appeared before him, showcasing his crafting table. He went to his armor recipe, seeing that he already had the Hellion spider silk in the input box. He quickly entered both the Hellion rat skin and Hellion black ant shells. He sat back and watched as the system did its thing. A notification told him that his armor was ready and another appeared notifying him that he had achieved his goal. You have crafted a full set of armor. Armor crafted, shadow armor. Armor special skill, warlock, shock absorption. Armor special perk, stealth. Protection of the red dragon, quest completed. Reward, 2000 EXP, 10,000 yen, 1 instruction scroll. He smiled, quest completed, armor attained, and I get a whole bunch of EXP. What a day, he thought. He snared when he thought back to how he had achieved this level. Like seriously, who the hell is causing all of these monsters to surface? Aren't there supposed to be people getting rid of these things? Aren't the devils supposed to be in charge of this? He thought. Another notification popped up as he did. Devils can only track stray demons through their evil pieces used to reincarnate them. Beings that have absorbed the saturated, demonic energy, and became mutants or demons through constant exposure to demonic energy or absorbing residue, demonic essence, from eliminated stray demons, can only be tracked by natural sensory abilities in close range. Furthermore, territorial demons only know of strays in their territory when they receive a request to eliminate them from the Archduke. They rarely ever detect supernatural entities that are not fully supernatural. That's no excuse, he couldn't help it. Here there were multiple demons and mutants running around in and under his town, killing people and eating them to increase their power, and no one was doing anything about it. No one but him. He came to a stop at the west entrance of town, dispelling both the aerial shield and his suit, storing it in his inventory. Now dressed in his casual form, he made his way home. Going straight for the kitchen, he decided to make some breakfast for himself, and probably for Mom as well. She'll be up any minute now. As usual, he had gone out quite early. Sitting on the chair, with his stack of sandwiches, he proceeded to take a bite. Status, he stated, and the screen appeared. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Titles: Frowny Face Breast Fiend, Awakened Red Dragon Emperor, Cardinal Shield Hero. Level, 15. Next level, 12,000 EXP. Class, Low Class Human. Stats. HP, 663, 663. MP, 1250, 1250. STR, 57 A+. STA, 50 A+. Dex, 50 A+. Int, 50 A+. Wis, 46 A+. Cha, 35 A+. Attribute points, 5. He smiled, taking another bite from his sandwich as he looked at his progress. Put all 5 in my charisma. He spoke and his CHA instantly jumped to 40. He didn't really need to, as his charisma was of no use to him at this point in time. But he preferred for his stats to be in balance, to some extent. Having one skill to high and another to low will do me no good. This way they are all of value and can be used when needed. Skill menu, he spoke again. Another aspect of the gear which he had discovered was the skill menu. It astounded him that he actually got skill points each time he leveled up to improve on his skills. Sacred gear progression. Cardinal Shield, LV15. Boosted gear, First Liberation. LV15, LV Max. Evolve? He rose a brow at this. It can evolve my sacred gear when it reaches its max. He pressed on it, but another notice popped up. In order to evolve sacred gear, bearer must draw out the sacred treasure's hidden power by means of desire and will. Issei had no idea what that meant. Guess I'll just have to find out later. He turned his attention back to the rest of the screen. Skill points, 200. Spell list. A Cardinal Shock, LV3 next level, 480, 600 SP. A Barrier, LV4 next level, 400, 1200 SP. Aerial Shield, LV5 next level, 680, 2400 SP. A Shield Prison, LV5 next level, 1560, 2400 SP. A barrier seal, LV4 next level, 790, 1200 SP. A mana deception, LV7 next level, 1200, 9800 SP. A phantom zone, LV7 next level, 980, 9800 SP. A camouflage cloak, LV4 next level, 600, 1200 SP. A enhance, LV6 next level, 480, 4800 SP. A flame art, flamethrower, LV4 next level, 840, 1200 SP. A flame art, flame cloak, LV6 next level, 1872, 4800 SP. A shuriken shadow clone, LV3 next level, 270, 600 SP. A shadow walk, LV2 next level, 180, 200 SP. Put all the points in O shadow walk Ada. He spoke, and no sooner was it done, did the skill ascend in level, with Issei receiving new insight into the skill. Luckily he could also level up his skills through practice, otherwise the vast majority of his skills would never get to level up due to lack of skill points. Issei shook his head in amazement. 5 days since I awoke my sacred gears and I'm already 7 levels higher than I previously was. Again, totally overpowered. But damn if it wasn't awesome. 2 days left until I have to go to school. And I'll probably be a level higher by then. Wonder what my stalkers are up to now. Narrowing her eyes at the entrance of the abandoned mine. It's the same scenario as the previous ones. The efficiency, however, is much greater than the previous times. There is barely even a trace of the perpetrator. Whoever is doing this is improving rapidly. Akino spoke. Yes, that is what is worrying me. Though we still don't know who is doing this. These creatures couldn't have been here for long. At least not longer than a year. And yet we didn't even detect any of them. Yet this individual did. He must have incredible sensory capabilities to be able to detect them so easily. This marks the 6th nest of these creatures that has been raided by our mystery man. Rias spoke up as her queen disarmed the barrier and entered after her. Her knight and rook following after. This was really getting to her. Not the fact that a mysterious individual was slaughtering a whole bunch of creatures in her territory, but that she didn't even know these creatures existed within her territory, nor that they were being extinguished. Not that she was against it. She saw the multitude of human corpses that laid within these creatures' burrows. They had it coming. It appears to be another one-sided slaughter. Kiba spoke as he set his gaze upon the multiple dead ants that laid in their path. These things were probably killing humans like the previous ones did. It appears that our mystery man only goes after creatures that kill humans, Rias replied as she inspected the dead ants. That's an understatement, Kaneko commented, not exactly pleased to be in the presence of so many dead. Rias shrugged, probably. But again, that would mean either a sacred gear bearer or an exorcist, none of which has been spotted in the area. Akino, could you please send a sample of one of these creatures to Beelzebubs? She asked. Akino nodded, already did. Kaneko took this moment to reply to her master. Well, we do know of one sacred gear bearer that has awakened his sacred gear. And coincidentally, all these incidents all started happening the day after he did, she commented. Kiba nodded in agreement. Rias sighed, so be it. Kaneko, if you don't mind, can you continue keeping tabs on him? At least until he returns to school. Then we can determine if it is him or not. She spoke. Kaneko nodded in response. Summoning her power, Rias disposed of the corpses, erasing their presence completely. Come, there is no use spending any more time here. We still have our own stray to dispose of. She spoke, followed by a joined yes, President, from the rest. A teleportation circle appeared beneath their feet and the group soon after disappeared, their curiosity towards this mystery man growing still. Issei stood behind his house, both sacred gears out on display. Mom just drove off to the airport to pick up Dad. Gotta make this quick. Mana concealment, he thought, and an ethereal cloak enveloped him. Good, don't need the demon sensing me just yet. Boosted gear, boost, he called out and was soon mimicked by the gauntlet. He felt his strength and power double before he called out again. 3 boosts later, he noticed the gear come to a halt. Limit reached. Now, for step 2, he lifted up his left hand up to the sky. Hear me, boosted gear. Respond to my will and desires and grant me the power I seek. Boosted gear boost. He cried out and the gear instantly lit up, with the gem shining a bright green and the gauntlet glowing crimson. Boost. The voice of Drag cried out through the gear like never before. And with the resounding cry, the gauntlet changed. It now engulfed his entire hand, fingers and forearm with its crimson armored plates. The green gem, now larger and stretched over his entire back hand. 2 golden spikes sprouted from the back of the gauntlet. Issei smirked triumphantly as he saw the notifications begin to pop up. Boosted gear has leveled up. LV1 LV2. Boost I has leveled up. LV3 LV4. Boost I has leveled up. LV4 LV5. Status upgrade, a rising red dragon emperor. Skill unlocked, Explosion. The perk, Draconic Spirit, has upgraded, LV1 LV2. Now that's what I'm talking about. He immediately deactivated the gear and felt his power boost vanish along with it. Now, onto the next phase, he proceeded to take out the instruction scroll he had gotten as a reward and opened it. Ah, so it's basically instructions on how to enchant my gear. Nice. But wait, what's this? His eyes widened as he continued to read. He instantly summoned the boosted gear, taking off the shield from his right arm and placing it over the shield. Please let this work. Not a second later, after he began to channel mana through bought sacred gears, did a red and green light envelop his arm. And when it faded, Issei's eyes widened. On his left hand was a newly formed, crimson-red shield, with a big green gem in the center, surrounded by golden rune markings. From its sides, golden spikes emerged, protruding upwards. He turned the shield to gaze at his hand, which he saw looked more like that of a dragon's than an arm covered by a metal gauntlet. The same could be said for his shield. You have awakened the Crimson Dragon Shield. Perk unlocked, Dragon's Breath. Skill unlocked, Dragon Fire. Shield special ability, Shock Absorption, Fire Consumption. Shield perk, Fire Immunity. Now this, he could get behind. He brought forth the crafting table, and saw he had unlocked a new section, the enchanting table. He saw the empty slots, one of which he immediately filled with his shadow armor. A crimson whirlpool appeared below the craft table, which had the words, Dragon's Breath, below. Issei selected it and watched with amazement as his armor got sucked into the whirlpool. A timer of 20 minutes appeared over the whirlpool icon as soon as it did. Issei sighed and dismissed the armor. It would be done by the time his parents got back, he needed not worry. Now all that's left is school. Can't wait. He smirked and walked back into the house, awaiting the return of his parents. Issei smiled as he found himself surrounded by the familiar flames that made up his mindscape. He smirked at the dragon that had focused its gaze on him. Pleased, he asked, his smirk never leaving his face. Very. Though I must advise you improve your hand-to-hand combat skills. Not all supernatural entities are dumb enough to fall for your simple-minded moves. So improve your strategy as well. But otherwise you did well. Now, on to business, Draig commented. Issei snorted, always so serious. You need to learn to let up from time to time. Let me guess. Another round of criticism followed by a quest to improve that which you criticized, he stated flatly. Draig nodded. Perfection is achieved by eliminating every flaw notable. I have already told you what areas you need to improve in, though I will advise you to further improve your spell arsenal. Specifically supportive and offensive magic spells. And on that note, a notification appeared before Issei stating Draig's quest. Quest alert. Here lies the red dragon. Every dragon needs a lair. A place they may call their own. This can vary from dungeons, caves, mountains or castles. You quest? Get a lair of your own. Quest reward, 2000 EXP, 10,000 yen plus red dragon's blessing. Issei looked up at the dragon with a raised brow, stating his question. Draig nodded. It is customary. Plus you'll need a place to practice your spells and train. Your house isn't an ideal place for such a thing. He finished. Issei nodded. Anything else? He asked. Actually, yes. I have taken a closer look at how your sacred gears work individually. Boosted gears' only restriction is your strength in body, as well as your strength in will. Increasing your body's endurance will grant you more power, but strength of will and spirit will allow you to evolve the gear accordingly. Your shield on the other hand works differently. The boosted gear can be evolved or improved upon once you've reached a certain level. For instance, you were able to evolve the gear because your body's physical strength and stamina was past 50. With your desire for more power being the catalyst for the evolution. The shield on the other hand has no level requirement. Its potential is seemingly infinite as it has no restrictions. I believe that the only way for you to improve your shield and its functions is if your spirit and faith is strong enough, or if you believe that whatever it is you desire or require, the shield can do and provide. Or so I believe. Honestly, this is really intriguing. To have a sacred gear that can grant you infinite power, and another that can improve itself to meet your desires, truly makes you one of the most terrifying humans alive, partner. And that's putting it lightly, the dragon commented. Issei smirked as his chest seemingly filled with pride. Well, I try my best. But on to another matter. I remember looking through my status list once and took note of the fact that I had an ability called Draconic Aura. And yet I have not seen any stat showcasing it, nor do I know how to access or use it. Issei stated as he pulled up the list of abilities he owned, swiping until he reached his destination. Draconic Aura is an ability only dragons have. It tends to act like a third energy source. Beings exist out of three energies: physical, spiritual, and life energy. But life energy is so less that it can never be used as a weapon or a tool for battle. That's not true for us dragons though. We have so much life energy, or aura, that we can imbue our attacks with it, amplifying its power a couple-fold. It enhances our power, strength, and overall spell casting ability. If you imbue your mana with it, it'll make your spells 3 times more effective while amplifying your overall power tenfold. That is, if you use it correctly. Hell, we have so much life energy that we are essentially immortal. The only way to kill us is with either Dragon Slayers, which destroys our life energies directly, or sealing us away for eternity. Drake smirked as he looked at Issei's stunned expression. And you're only telling me about this now? Damn, I could have been coming up with new ways to utilize that if I had known I had it, Issei exclaimed. Drake shook his head. I didn't want you using it as of yet, as you cannot conceal your draconic aura. It's something similar to a scent. You cannot control your own scent unless you get something to conceal it with, which you don't have. Drake spoke. Issei nodded and was about to comment when he noticed the flames enclosing in on them. Turning up to the dragon, he sighed. For how long will we have to continue doing this dreamscape thing? He asked. Only until your mental stats surpass 60, or you reach level 18. Then you'll be strong enough to establish a mental link with. Until next time, partner. As soon as he finished speaking, Issei began to fade from his dream world, signaling that he was waking up. Drake's own eyes began to fell shut as the darkness enclosed on them both. And soon, both individuals were gone. Opening his eyes, Issei turned to gaze at the rising sun. Well, better make use of my time and get ready. He got up, went through his morning routine before departing for the kitchen where both his parents were waiting for him. He shook his head as he saw their statuses. Hana Hyoudou LV16. Status, Human. Title, Mother, Ms. Hyoudou. Job, Housewife. Ganto Hyoudou LV18. Status, Human. Title, Father, Mr. Hyoudou. Job, Salesman. Ah, morning Issei. Sleep well? His mother asked. He nodded. Like a rock, he replied. His father lifted his eyes above the newspaper to look at his son. Going out for another morning walk? He asked. Issei shook his head, sat down, and began to eat at the plate of bacon, eggs and toast that his mother had placed before him. Nah, thinking of working out a bit before going over some school stuff, he stated. His father nodded, turning his gaze back to the paper. You know honey, you don't have to push yourself so hard when it comes to training. The incident has been resolved and the culprits have been caught. You can rest? His mother tried to soothe her son. Sadly, Issei shook his head. This matter is far from over. The true culprits have yet to pay for what they did. He thought, Mom, those guys were just a wake-up call. One that I very much needed. Imagine walking down the street and some random guy tries to mug you. You have to be able to defend yourself. This time it happened in our home and there was nothing we could do to stop it. That I accept. But what if the next time something like that happens to me and my friends, or worse, my girlfriend? A man has to be able to protect his woman. Don't you think, Dad? He stated with a smirk. His dad nodded. Precisely. A man should always be able to. Wait, you have a girlfriend? His father exclaimed and even his mother was looking at him expectantly. Issei shook his head. It was just an example. But who knows, maybe that might be a reality one of these days. You never know. He smirked as he sipped at his coffee. His father chuckled and nodded. You better hope so. Though I doubt that any girl would be interested in an over-perverted teenage boy, his father teased. Issei's smirk only grew in reply. Oh, trust me Dad. I have a plan for that. That's at least one good thing that'll come from this whole incident. Of that I'm sure, he replied. Both his parents rose a brow at his words, but shrugged it off not too soon after. He got up and placed both the cup and plate in the kitchen sink before thanking his mother and making his way back to his room. Though, he took a moment to glance at the still destroyed lounge room, narrowing his eyes as he walked upstairs. Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to pay for that. Okay, so I've already checked out the perks and the other whatnot. Time for the status updates, he spoke as he pulled up the status window. It seems that the shield status stayed the same. I'll have to look into what Drake said about developing the system. But for now, here we go. A rising Red Dragon Emperor. You are this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, and are currently on a pursuit for power and glory which you are destined to attain. Though still newly awakened, you are steadily growing stronger and making your way in the world. This status grants you +10 to all physical stats and CHA per level, +200 additional skill points per level, +30% additional EXP, +25% increase to all draconic skills, perks, and abilities per level. Issei smirked. Now this I could get used to, but with that out of the way, I guess I should start training. He spoke and immediately got up and started doing his warm-up exercises. Taking a jog, Issei had reached the southern side of town. Normally, he wouldn't come here as there weren't all that much monsters to deal with, or so he thought. Help! Somebody, please, help! A kid came running up the hill and towards him. Issei turned his attention to the kid. Hey kid, what happened? He asked as he too ran towards the child. The child had short brown hair, brown eyes, and was wearing torn clothes. Fear was evident on the child's face as he ran into Issei's arms. Issei immediately took note of the child's bleeding back. Light claw marks evident on the boy's back. His eyes widened at the child's status as it appeared above his head. Sara Iwatani LV8. Status, Yokai. Title, Little One, Youngest Child. The boy pointed towards the playground beneath the hill. Sir, please help. Some dog-like monster attacked us in the playground and took my sister, the child exclaimed. Issei's eyes widened. Do you know which way it went? He asked. The boy pointed towards the river further downhill. It ran over there and disappeared under the bridge. The boy spoke, tears still making their way down his face. Issei nodded before crouching and turning the boy's gaze towards him. Now listen. I know you are hurt, but I need you to focus. Is your house nearby? He asked. Sara nodded. Good. I need you to go home and have your parents have a look at your wounds. Tell them to come meet me here at the playgrounds as soon as they're done. I'll go and retrieve your sister. Do you understand? Issei spoke. The boy nodded and hastily made his way home. Issei sprinted downhill as fast as he could, quickly taking note of the fact that it took him less than 10 seconds to make it there. Turning and going under the bridge, he saw an open sewer pipe. This must be it. Mana perception, he thought, and his eyes soon gained an azure color. Activating the skill he gained from defeating the mana-detecting Hellions, he was now able to see the residue trail of mana, like a stream, leading into the sewer. Found the trail, he dashed through the pipes, summoning his armor as he did. His eyes widened as he felt his sight improve rapidly. Now he was able to see not only the stream, but also the tracks it had made, having them glow a crimson red like the color of the stream. He could even see a second trail. A yellow stream? Probably the girls. My armor's warlock ability is really enhancing my perceptive abilities. Good thing too, making another turn at the corner, he could begin to hear a distinctive growling. Somebody, please help. He heard the girl's voice cry out. Putting more effort into his running, he soon found himself in the beast's lair. An open clearing, just like with the first dungeon. Though Issei didn't pay attention to anything other than his target, which was the girl. The black dog-like monster stood at 5 feet tall, and had the girl's arm still in its mouth. Blood was oozing from it, and the arm was starting to turn purple. Summoning his shuriken shield, he quickly hurled it at the beast's head. Noticing the incoming projectile, the dog jumped out of its reach, never letting go of the girl as it did. Damn it. Was hoping to catch it by surprise, but it looks like its senses are to heighten for that, and it's fast. Well, if speed is what it'll take, then speed is what it's gonna get. Summoning his demon rat shield, he immediately began to feel his mana circulation increase dramatically as he activated the A acceleration skill it gave him. Boost. His boosted gear cried out and doubled his already amplified stamina. In a show of pure speed, he entirely vanished from sight, appearing with his hand in the dog's eye. It howled in pain and let the hold it had on the little girl go as it did. Issei took the girl and vanished once more, reappearing where he stood at the entrance. He turned his attention to the girl as he deactivated the acceleration skill. No need to worry, little girl, I'm here to help. Show me your arm, Issei spoke. The girl showed him the bite wound on her arm, albeit crying as she did so. Issei grimaced as he saw the black markings that started to form on her arm. This is bad. If she's infected, then we have a big problem. Better take care of her quickly. Holding his hand out to the wound, he used the shield's purification skill and cleansed the girl of demonic presence. Not letting up, he used his barrier magic to close the wound. I know this hurts, but hold on for just a little bit longer. I'll end this and then take you to your parents, okay? He spoke and the girl gave a slight nod, tears still rolling down her cheek as she did. Issei turned to the dog that was still pounding its head against the wall due to the pain. Issei narrowed his eyes at the beast. Hellion Hound LV22. It was over 5 levels higher than him, but that did not fret the boy. He summoned his shuriken shield, spinning it rapidly until the sound of steel slicing through air could be heard continuously. He threw it at the hound before swiftly moving his hands through 5 seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. He cried out before doing one more seal as the shuriken rapidly increased in number till 20 could be seen. Flame Art, Flame Cloak. The shuriken all caught ablaze as they made their way to the hound. Before making contact, Issei clapped his hands together, making the shuriken begin spinning in a circle as they sliced away at the hound, trapping it in a tornado of blazing hot shuriken. Shuriken Art, Whirlwind Fury. He cried out the name of the technique as it swiftly ended the beast's life. When the dog fell to its knees, and he received a notification telling him he had killed it, dispelled the technique. He also had the beast absorbed by his shield, adding to his number of unusable Hellion shields. Turning his attention back to the girl who was staring at him in a mixture of awe and pain, he made his way over to her and placed his hands on her shoulder. Let's get you home, he said and raised his other hand, lifting his index and middle finger before his shadow engulfed both of them. Shadow Art, Shadow Walking, he spoke lightly and the two disappeared. In the park, 2 parents were waiting anxiously on the arrival of this strange individual whom had gone to save their daughter. 1. A woman, with short brown hair and brown eyes. The man having long brown hair and yellow eyes. Both look to be in their late 20s. I wonder if she is okay. The woman spoke. The man snared, clearly impatient. Shouldn't we go look for her? I mean, leaving her in the hands of a human is ludicrous. Especially if a demon got their hands on her. The man spoke. The woman turned to her husband with a stare. And what exactly do you think you can do? Even if we are yokai, we aren't capable of taking on a stray devil. We lack the power. Furthermore, Sarah said that this man radiated an aura of power. Let us hope that whoever he is, that he gets our daughter home safely. She spoke. Her husband clenched his fists, clearly not happy with having to do nothing. Though that feeling of helplessness soon faded as he felt a presence appear behind the trees of the playground. Turning their attention to the trees, their eyes lit up as they saw their daughter come running to them, a teenage boy following after her. The girl ran into the arms of her parents. "Mama, Papa," she cried. Her mother embraced her daughter while the father turned his attention to the young man that brought back his daughter. Issei smiled at the parents, and subconsciously sweated at the sheer bulk of their levels. Kagame Iwatani LV37? Status, Yokai. Title, Miziwatani. Job, Shop Owner, Horticultural Specialist. Hosu Iwatani LV36. Status, Yokai. Title, Mr. Iwatani. Job, Shop Owner, Herbal Specialist. I see you are here. Good. Your daughter was bitten by a demon hound. I don't know any healing techniques, so please get her treated as soon as possible. Issei spoke. The man nodded. Thanks, son. I don't know how I can ever repay you for saving my daughter. The father spoke. Issei shook his head. No sweat. It's my fault for not checking out this side of town anyway. There have been monsters running around in and under town. So please be careful and don't let the children out after sunset. Speaking of which, I should get going. Issei spoke as he looked at the setting sun. He turned his back, wanting to make his way back home, when the elder male placed his hand on his shoulder. If that's the case, come by my shop sometime. Iwatani Herbs and Spices. It's just down the block from here. I might have a few things that might help you in your endeavors. Especially considering you don't know any healing magic. I'd advise you come take a look later on, he stated. Issei nodded. Will do. Good day, Mr. Iwatani, he stated and began jogging off. The Iwatanis hastily made their way home to treat their daughter, while Issei tried to make it home in time for dinner. Though unknown to both parties, there was a third pair of eyes watching the events before disappearing back into the shadows. 2 days passed, and once more, Issei found himself standing before the school gates. It's been a while since I was here. Now time to start my act. Issei smirked and entered the school grounds. No sooner had he done so, did the students already present turn their gaze to him. Most looked at him curiously, wondering where he had been. Those knowing, looked at him sympathetically. And then there were those who wondered how he got the gash on his head and those who simply ignored him. He simply ignored them and continued on his way. He could feel people lurking around him. The devils. Thank you, level 9 detection skill. That, and my mana deception cloak will make it look like I haven't grown stronger in the slightest. I just hope Drake can keep our auras in check, he thought. Yo Issei, my man. Issei turned to see Matsuda and Motohama approaching. He smiled. Hey guys, what's up? He shouted back. Matsuda was the first of the two to notice the scar on Issei's face. Damn man. They got you good, he replied. Issei shook his head as he rubbed the scar. Don't remind me. Hey, Matsuda, didn't your father teach karate at the gym? Think I could get in? I'd hate to get my ass handed to me again, he stated. Matsuda nodded. I'll let him know. It's about time you accepted. I told you after we were at the program that you should consider it. You're pretty good at it, he stated, and Motohama nodded. The three started making their way into the building as they continued their discussion. Issei felt a pair of eyes on him and looked up to see a familiar crimson-haired girl looking at him. He smiled at her. The bitch that blew up my house, he thought as he saw her waving at him, smiling as she did. He repeated the action, getting a few glares from the other males before moving on. Ria smiled as she also turned and walked away. Oh, he's mine. Definitely. First period soon began, and Issei wasn't paying all that much attention, that was, until an announcement was heard. Can Issei Hyoudou please come to the student council room, immediately? I repeat, Issei Hyoudou, to the student council club room. Thank you. Everyone turned to look at Issei, who just sighed and took his stuff along. He knew he'd probably be in there till the end of the period. He arrived before the large double doors of the student council room and knocked, awaiting permission to enter, which he soon received. Enter, he heard and proceeded to do so. Entering the club, he immediately took notice of the two people sitting by the main office table, playing a game of chess. Rias and Sona. Issei took an instant to look at their stats, and weren't at all surprised. Name, Rias Gremory. Titles, Crimson-Haired Princess of Ruin, Gremory Heiress, Co-Ruler of Kuo City, Occult Research Club President. Level, Next level? Class, High Class Devil, Pureblood. Stats. HP, DP, STR, STA, Dex, Int, Whiz, Cha. Name, Sona Citri. Titles, Citri Heiress, Co-ruler of Kuo City, President of Kuo Academy Student Council. Level, Next Level? Class, High Class Devil, Pureblood. Stats. HP, DP, STR, STA, Dex, Int, Whiz, Cha. Issei couldn't believe it. Their power stats are probably out of this world. He thought right before the two women started to talk. Ah, Issei, you came. Good. You may take a seat. We won't take too much of your time, Sona stated. He nodded and sat down in the nearby chair. He frowned at them. I hope I haven't been called in because I did something wrong. Because I didn't. And if it is to show sympathy for what happened to me, save it. I'm still alive and kicking. He spoke. Rias rose a brow at his new behavior. Not that it was rude, but rather, blunt. Like it happened and he didn't care anymore that it had. She shook her head. We just wanted to inquire about a few things, Rias replied. He rose a brow, so the female continued. Issei, do you believe in the supernatural? Issei, do you believe in the supernatural? He looked at them with a blank expression. Indeed, I do, he replied. They nodded and Sona decided to speak. So you probably also know of the three most prominent beings that exist? Angels, fallen angels and devils, she asked with a smile. Issei nodded, deciding to not play around the bush. Yes I do. Especially when two devils are talking to me. How am I not supposed to believe? He asked as he noticed that their smiles turned into smirks. Oh, so you do know of us. May I ask how? Rias stated. Issei looked at her and smiled. I thought you'd know that, heiress of the Gremory clan. My sacred gear. It grants me knowledge and information on any specific thing I focus my thoughts upon. In this case, the two of you, Issei lied through his teeth. Hey, he wasn't lying about what his gear could do. He just didn't tell them all of what it could do. Both looked intrigued at this. And when did it awaken? Sona asked. Issei turned his attention to her, noting the slight flinch Rias gave of when he spoke. When me and my mother were nearly blown to smithereens. I panicked and thought of how I was going to protect her, when suddenly, I had the knowledge of the existence of magic and how to cast a barrier. So I did. And it saved us. Mostly. Next day I woke up and wondered what happened and how it happened. And then I started gaining knowledge of the sacred gears and that I had one. Knowledge on what it could and could not do, as well as how to activate it. Issei spoke. Once more, giving them half-truths. He wasn't gonna trust them when it was they who nearly killed him, though he noted that Sona seemed unaware of it. So maybe it was just Rias doing? The two ladies looked fascinated at the thought of such a power. Rias decided to speak once more. Incredible. So in a crisis, it gave you knowledge on a spell that would meet your needs. In this case, protect both you and your mother. If I may ask, what is it capable of? She asked. If he can gain info on anything he focused on, and his sacred gear gave him not only the knowledge he wants, but is also capable of granting him spells that would meet with his expectations, whether it is to protect or attack, then he could be the solution I have been looking for. But he could also be the problem I currently have, she thought. It can grant me the info on whatever I focus my thoughts and sights on. The basic info, the strengths, weaknesses, so on and so forth. What it can't do, is tell me when you're gonna die or what you're thinking or stuff like that. It basically can only grant me info on stuff that has happened or analyze something for me. I was able to gain the knowledge of magic and spell casting in my moment of panic, but I don't know if I could do that again or if it is actually capable of granting me spells to cast in dire situations. Though it did mention that it works according to the will and desires of its user, so I don't know. Maybe, Issei spoke. Once more, the two looked fascinated. So you could gain info on us just by looking and thinking of us? Sona asked. Issei snorted. What do you think I have been doing since I sat down? Honestly though, Sona, is your sister really that crazy about you? He asked and instantly saw Sona's face lit up, turning red like a tomato. WWH what? She stuttered and Ria's smile grew even further. Issei nodded with a smirk. It's listed as one of your weaknesses. Your sister. Apparently, it also states that you are voted the most likely to lose her virginity to her sister. Honestly, I'm fascinated by that. He had to hold back a chuckle as he saw Sona's head drop onto the desk. Though Rias most certainly didn't mind laughing at her friend's embarrassed state, but Issei quickly turned to her. And you, Rias, does your brother really have a sister complex? I mean, wow. You're so hot even your brother has a thing for you. It says he has dolls and pillows made to look like you, hidden in a secret closet. Wow, Issei spoke. Ria's face also began to lit up as she tried hiding her face within her hands. Big brother, big sister. The two seniors thought in unison. Now, Issei laughed. Damn, that was hilarious. Though, we should really be wrapping this up, ladies, he spoke once he stopped laughing. The two girls soon recovered from their embarrassed states and nodded. Issei, would consider joining one of our two groups? And by that I mean reincarnating you into a demon in either one of our service. It might sound a bit discouraging, but should you make your way up to high class, you'd get a peerage of your own, like me and Sona. You'd even get to have that harem you always talked about, Ria stated. Issei smiled. So that's their game. He shook his head. A seller always tells the buyer everything they want to hear, and leaves out everything they don't. Tell me, how long does it usually take for low-class devils to work their way up to high class? Both in the best and worst cases, Issei stated with a smirk. Both girls were taken aback by what he said, but they couldn't help but agree. 100 years under normal circumstances, and around 30 to 50 at best. But that isn't much considering that we live forever, Sona stated. Issei nodded. And what percentage of the devil race is high class? And I'm not talking about those who were born high class, but those who worked to attain it. Issei spoke. Sona nodded, seeing what he means. I'd say, around 5%, she stated. Issei nodded. I'm gonna take a guess and say that there are quite a few that want to be high class, even among the reincarnated, but can't because it is just hard to reach or attain. And another thing, becoming your servant, as it may be, what rules would then befall on the reincarnated? Issei spoke. The girls began to think that he might not be an easy catch. The servant would then have to obey their master and those of higher class within the same family or clan and carry out their orders without question, Ria stated. Issei nodded. So basically, it's giving away your free will. Becoming a slave. You are not allowed to disobey your master no matter what he may ask of you. Neither are you allowed to go against his will. And even if you become high class, something which I doubt is possible if the master doesn't want it to be, would you even be free of your former master? Issei asked. Both the girls sighed. They wouldn't get him and they knew it. Sona nodded. Indeed. Once you have been reincarnated into someone's peerage, then it's like your mother peerage. Even after you become high class and gain a peerage of your own, you'd still be considered a part of your former peerage's family and thus would still have duties to carry out towards that clan or family. And if you gain a rank higher than those within your mother peerage or clan, then you'd still be forced to obey their commands. Though you'd have more freedom to negate or disobey your commander's commands, should they be not to your liking. But these things are only of concern if you were to join an unkind clan or family. The Gremari treat their servants like family and the Citri would lay down their lives for their own. Sona finished. Issei nodded with a smile. Again. A seller always tells a buyer everything they want to hear, leaving out all that they don't. Sorry girls. But if there is one thing I treasure above everything that I have, then it's my free will. Plus, I don't have a reason to join the devils. I don't want power, fame, status, or riches and I'm not willing to give up my free will for a harem. But who knows, maybe I'll consider it in the future, Issei stated as he took his bag, and was about to get up and leave. Hold on, Issei. We're not done yet, Ria stated. Issei sighed and fell back into his seat. Staring at the two, he rose a brow, asking the unasked question. But it was Rias who spoke. Recently, and coincidentally, a day after you awakened your sacred gear, someone had started going around, killing what I could only assume to be demon spawn all around Kuo. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? She asked. Issei rose a brow before snickering, which soon developed into a full laughing fit, surprising the two females. Hold up, let me get this straight. You think that I, Issei Hyoudou, one day after surviving an explosion at point-blank range and gaining one hell of a concussion, decided to get out of bed and search Kuo for demons to kill? Does that seriously sound to you like me? I may have a sacred gear, Rias, but I'm not die-hard. Issei spoke as he calmed down from his laughing fit, though soon gained a shock expression, as though he remembered something, and the girls noticed. What is it? Sona asked, noting the boy's sudden change in expression. He looked at the girls and nodded. 2 days ago I helped save a girl from some kind of demon dog. I was going for a jog when I heard a boy crying for help. Apparently, his sister was attacked by some kind of demon dog. I decided to investigate the matter as I doubted anyone around would be able to handle a supernatural entity. He talked with utmost seriousness. Both Rias and Sona were surprised that he decided to take on a demon, even if it was a lesser than low-class demon. My sacred gear informed me that the boy was yokai, so I told him to go get his parents while I looked for the dog. I thought they might possess the power to deal with the thing, so I resorted to finding it as I neither knew any spells that could deal with the demon, nor did I have a weapon on hand. But when I entered the sewer which it had gone into, I heard noises, like a battle occurring. This had the two girls on edge. If they could find anything on this mystery man, then they'd most certainly be grateful. Specifically because they have absolutely nothing on him. I went further to investigate and saw a guy. He looked like an assassin, dressed in black assassin robes, if I had to guess. It was pretty dark down there so I couldn't make out everything. But the guy had annihilated the demon dog and saved the girl. He called me out of hiding, asking if I knew any healing magic for the girl. I told him that I didn't, but that I could prevent her from bleeding out if I sealed the wound with barrier magic. I told him that I could take the girl to her parents, as they'd probably have reached the park, where I saw the boy, by then. He agreed and teleported us close to the park with some kind of shadow teleportation spell. Issei finished. Both Rias and Sona looked fascinated by his words. Shadow magic is extremely rare among humans, who are originally beings of light, even if they had fallen. Meaning this individual is probably a supernatural. But which? Sona thought. She was about to speak when Rias did it for her. Did you notice anything else about this individual? She asked. Issei thought for a moment, before nodding. I also noted that he had glowing blue eyes. But I believe it was a spell used to see mana, he stated. Rias' eyes widened at this and so did Sona. He can perceive mana? They both thought in unison. Are you sure? About the mana eyes? Sona asked. Issei nodded. Yeah. I was wondering why his eyes were glowing, then my sacred gear told me. Why? He asked. Rias bit her nail. The ability to perceive spiritual energy like mana is rare even among the supernatural. Even if it was a spell. Perceiving or seeing mana is extremely hard to do. Only a few races account for that ability. And they're all powerful? Rias spoke. Sona turned her attention back onto the boy. Could your sacred gear determine how powerful he was? She asked. Issei shrugged. I didn't try to see how strong he was. But from how far in the sewers they were, and from how long it took me to reach them, I can say that he hadn't fought the thing that long. Probably 2 minutes. 3 at max. Or probably even less than that if he had encountered the dog later than when I think he did. But ultimately, from how fast he dealt with that thing, I can say that he's strong. Issei spoke. The bell for the next period rang. Issei looked at the two, who nodded, signaling that he was free to go. He nodded, said his good day and exited the room, leaving the two beauties to themselves. Rias turned to Sona who shook her head. Well now what? Issei sighed in relief once he stepped out of the room. The halls started to flood with the sound of talking students and their footsteps. Thank goodness I remembered the presence I felt at that time. If the person watching me 2 days ago was one of the devils, then I could have gotten myself caught by saying I didn't know anything about the demon slaughters. But if it was one of their minions, then the story I just told should have them off my back for a couple more days. By then I should have reached an even higher level. I just hope that I can get high enough to face the both of them when the time comes. Issei thought as he made his way through the crowd of chattering students. A notification popped up as he did. Skill unlocked. Deception. Deception. This skill is used to deceive others into believing you, or doing what you want them to. This skill also gives a boost to any and every skill associated with deception, like bullshitting, lying through your teeth, misdirection, seduction, and so on. Asterisk ability to deceive others depends on how much intelligence, luck, and charisma the user has, compared against the intelligence, luck, and charisma of whomever it is he is trying to deceive. Congratulations, you have unlocked the luck stat. Issei quickly went back to his status queue to see his luck indicator standing at 30, which was considerably high in his books. At the end of the day, Issei decided to take a detour home. Mr. Iwatani did mention that I should come around sometime. I guess now is as good a time as any, he thought as he was about to cross the bridge. Excuse me, are you Issei Hyoudou? He heard a young, feminine voice call out to him. He turned to see a girl, dressed in a brown school uniform, consisting of her shoes, white socks, skirt, white shirt, and a brown blazer. She looked to be his age, with an hourglass figure some girls at his school would kill for. She was holding her briefcase in hand, looking down at her feet in embarrassment. I am. And who might you be? Smoking hot? He thought as he looked at her stats. Name: Yuma Amano. Titles: Shy Girl. Class: Low Class Human. Stats: HP: 300 of 300. MP: 600 of 600. STR: 20. STA: 20. Dex: 20. Int: 3rd. Wis: 3rd. Luke: 25. He rose a brow. The hell's up with her status info? He thought as he eyed her more suspiciously. My powers wouldn't act this way with a human. And considering that everything other than her class is in quotation marks, I can only assume that she's a low-class supernatural being. Whichever the case, she's not who she seems, he thought and almost missed the girl talking. Yuma Amano. See, can I ask you something? She replied and began to stutter, a light blush forming on her cheeks. He nodded. She took a deep breath as she voiced her question. Would you be my boyfriend? She exclaimed. Issei's eyes widened. What? He asked. She looked down at her feet, still blushing. I asked if you'd be my boyfriend, she stated. Once more Issei looked dumbfounded. Gotta hand it to her. That was surprising. And the old me probably would have jumped at the chance to be with her, Issei thought. Sorry, but I'll have to decline your request, he stated, and Yuma's eyes widened. But why? Am I not pretty enough? She asked, her soft voice making the boy almost rethink his answer. But he shook his head. Listen, Yuma-chan, we just met, barely even acquainted with one another, and you want us to be a couple. Sorry, but that's not how it works. If you want to be closer to me, then start by requesting for us to be friends. Relationships are born from strong bonds, and they take time to form. Issei spoke. She looked at him, the blush on her cheeks mostly gone, and nodded. Then may I please be your friend? She asked, even bowing to the teen, who just shook his head at the girl's behavior. She might try to kill me in the end. But hey, it might be fun seeing if we could get anywhere together. Issei shrugged. Sure, though I am in a hurry, so I'll have to cut our meeting short. May I have your number? He asked. She nodded and hastily took out her phone, giving her number to Issei, who saved it on his own, before putting it away. It was nice meeting you, Yuma-chan. I'll see you tomorrow, he spoke. She nodded and started running away, waving as she did. Issei slightly waved at her, till she was out of sight. He sighed and began making his way to the Iwatani shop. Arriving at the shop, he opened the door, making the bell ring, signaling his arrival. He could see the store was filled with all sorts of herbs, spices and plants. Like a pharmacy. Miss Kagame, who stood at the reception, looked up to see who had entered her shop, and nearly dropped the bowl she was cleaning when she saw the boy who had saved her daughter's life. Issei smiled at the lady. Good day, Miss Iwatani. I'm actually here to see Mr. Iwatani. He wouldn't happen to be around, would he? He asked. The lady smiled and nodded. Hosu, get over here this instant. She exclaimed into the building before turning back to the boy. Smiling at him once more. He'll be with you shortly, she stated. Issei chuckled lightly. She reminds me of Mom. A scuffle could be heard upstairs as Hosu's voice was heard, coming, and soon enough, the man himself came running down and into shop area of the house. He smiled when he saw Issei. Hey kid, I was wondering when you'd show up. Just give me a sec. I have something I'd like to give you, he stated and moved behind the counter, picking up a small box which he kept there, and brought it to the table, fingering Issei to come closer. Issei approached the man, wondering what was inside the box. Hosu opened it to reveal books, rolled up scrolls and some other objects. Issei rose a brow. Hosu noticed and chuckled. It's for you kid. All of it. This made Issei's eyes widen. They were stuff that was still in our basement. Probably from my grandfather's time. They're of no use to me. But to someone like you, it could be very useful. The books are spell books, each carrying a different type of magic. The scrolls contain recipes for potions and the items would help you even greater. Take it. It's yours, he stated. Issei's eyes widened as he looked at the man. Are you sure? I mean these stuff could be worth a bunch. At least let me pay you. Issei spoke but he shook his head. You saved my little girl. So just this once, I'll help you out. Hosu spoke as he sat down in the nearby chair. Issei looked the stuff over, noting that it was indeed mostly spell books, that was, until he came across a yellow and red book, which held a red gemstone in its center. He opened it to discover that there was nothing written in it. That is a grimoire. A magical spell book sorcerers use to help them develop new spells and magic. You have to channel your mana into it to get it to work, but it will only respond if you have the affinity that it was made for. Go on. Try, Hosu spoke. Issei nodded and began channeling his mana into the book. The gem glowed and consumed the mana. A second later, it began to glow a fiery yellow and red. A red dragon symbol appeared over the gemstone before the aura died down. Hosu stared in wonder at the symbol that appeared on the gemstone. The dragon symbol. You can use dragon magic? Hosu exclaimed as he looked at Issei. Issei tilted his head in response. So what does the symbol mean? Dragon magic? He asked. Hosu nearly sweat dropped at the boy's cluelessness. This is a fire affinity grimoire, meaning that if it responded, that you have a fire affinity. But the symbol that appears on the front of the gem is a symbol of the kind of magic that embodies you. Yokai can use yokai or spirit magic, so the spirit symbol would have appeared if it was me. Demons can use demonic power, so a demon symbol would have appeared on the front. Angels and other celestials can use celestial or divine magic, so that symbol would have appeared. The dragon symbol means that you can use dragon magic, which is believed to be even more fierce than demonic or divine because if it is mastered, then the dragon in question could gain powers surpassing that of a god's. And the fact that it appeared means that you are either of draconic heritage or a dragon-type sacred gear wielder. Whichever it might be, you are lucky. Hosu finished. Issei looked at the red dragon symbol that appeared on the front and nodded. Placing the book in his inventory, he moved on to the next item, a crystal orb. That's a mystic orb. It is mostly used to spy on people or use observation magic, but its other purpose is far more befitting to your needs. It can grant its wielder a new spell at least once every day, though the level or type of spell you gain would depend on your magic capacity or reserves. Both it and the grimoire should help you splendidly. Hosu spoke once more. Issei nodded and lifted his hand, making his shield and sacred gear appear. Hosu looked on in fascination as the orb was seemingly absorbed into the shield. Issei smiled as a notification popped up. New system unlocked. Daily rewards. It's about time. I was wondering when I'd start getting dailies. But this probably means that daily quests will also be given, Issei thought. He He stored up all the stuff in his inventory, opting to look at them closely later. Hosu stared in wonder as everything in the box seemingly vanished. Issei turned to Hosu and smiled. "Thank you, this will really help a lot," he stated. Hosu shook his head in response. "I'm just glad I can finally get rid of the stuff," he stated. Issei nodded and turned to Kagame. A thought ran through his head and he quickly took out one of the potion scrolls. A few healing potion recipes were contained within. He walked to Kagame and showed her the scroll. "Excuse me, Miss Iwatani, do you have these ingredients?" he asked. She took a look at the ingredients and nodded. "Could I buy some? I'd like to test a theory. Also, could I get a bowl of water?" he asked. She nodded and quickly retrieved the ingredients. The sound of bottles chiming began to fill the shop as she did. Soon after, she placed all the ingredients on the counter, along with a bowl of water. Issei nodded in thanks, paying for all of it before he took each one of them and had his shield consume them. "Honey, if you're trying to create a healing potion, I should tell you that it takes time for these things to make. You'd be stuck here a while before," Kagame commented, but was soon stunned when the Issei had the final ingredient consumed and a potion bottle containing the healing elixir appeared atop the shield's gem. Another notification signaling Issei that he had once again created a new system. Kagame's eyes widened as she saw this. "Impressive. Your sacred gear is capable of instantly creating potions for you. That will surely come in handy," she spoke. Issei nodded as he stored the potion and made the sacred treasure disappear. "Thank you, once again. This will be of tremendous help. Once again, thank you," Issei spoke. Kagame nodded and watched a boy leave the shop. The bells ringing throughout the shop as the door slammed shut. Kagame smiled. "Does he catch your interest, Kurohime?" Kagame looked to her right, to see her daughter, and the same girl Issei had saved, appearing, as the light distortion spell she used wore off. The girl in question was no taller than 4 feet and looked to be 10 years of age. She had golden blonde hair and azure blue eyes, 3 whisker-like marks on both of her cheeks and had beautifully tanned skin. 5 golden foxtails, each with white tips, swung behind her back. She was dressed in a pair of midnight blue shorts and a white shirt. The little girl looked at her mother. "You still sense my presence? I should learn how to better hide my ki then," Kurohime stated. Hosu smiled at his daughter. "Now why would my little girl be spying on a boy?" He spoke as he picked up where Kagame had left off. Kurohime buffed her cheeks. "I'm 20 years old, Daddy. I'm not a little girl," she exclaimed. This was true, as the adoptive daughter of the 2 yokai was a half-blood, half-human, half-kitsune. Thus she neither falls within the natural laws of either human or yokai. Whereas humans grow and mature as time goes on and they grow older, some supernatural entities like the yokai, on the other hand, only grow and mature as they grow spiritually, meaning in knowledge and wisdom. Being a half-blood on the other hand, Kurohime can only assume a more mature form when her spirit experiences a great change. Thus, even at 20 years of age, she still remains in the form of a child. Kurohime turned her gaze at the closed door. "Something about him just, I don't know, pulls me in." Kurohime spoke as she tried to find the right words to say but instantly regretted it. Kagame smirked and Hosu laughed as their daughter's cheeks turned red. "Then why don't you try and spend some time with him next time he comes around? Or better yet, introduce yourself to the boy. Who knows, he might be all you need to get out of that old stump of a body," Hosu joked. Kurohime shook of embarrassment before she disappeared in a shimmer of light, though this was proven to be false as one could hear the sound of footsteps running upstairs. Both parents looked at one another and bursted into a laughing fit. Meanwhile, Kurohime had ran to their attic to gaze through the top window, looking at the boy whom had just left the shop as he walked on home. "Issei Hyoudou, you interest me, RNG." Issei's alarm clock went off and was quickly silenced when Issei punched it, lifting up his head, revealing his bloodshot eyes. "Why the hell do I have to go to school?" he thought as he got out of bed. It was pitch black. Issei shook his head when he looked at the clock. It was 4 in the morning. He groaned as he remembered why he was getting up. "Damn it. I got to go eliminate the other dungeons," he thought as he made his way to his bathroom and started with his morning routine. Most of the devils are currently inactive. I hope. If my intel is correct, which it always is, then they do most of their devil work during the night. And since they have school during the day, that means that they are inactive early mornings. Meaning I got till 7, when school starts, to eliminate either one of the last 2 dungeons, he thought as he dressed himself. Taking his bag and placing it in his inventory, he activated his shadow walking skill and transported himself to a hill near the edge of Kuo. Using a spell to make him wear his shadow armor, he quickly made his way to the abandoned building below. Coming before the abandoned factory, he was a bit caught by surprise when the notification popped up. "You have discovered the lair of the ghouls. Do you wish to enter?" "Yes, no." He looked shocked. "Hold up, ghouls? As in, demonic entities consuming humans? Those ghouls," he thought and grimaced at the notification that popped up. "Correct." He shook his head as he summoned his shield before pressing the Y icon. Snapping his fingers and summoning a barrier over the entire factory, that should delay the devils for some time, he thought. The doors to the factory opened, as if on their own, and a chilling air accompanied it. Issei shivered, ominous, he thought, and stepped into the building. Flicking on the light switch, only for darkness to remain, he nodded. Of course I'm fighting in the dark. Night vision, he thought, and his eyes began to glow green with the activation of his ocular spell. The area became clear to him. Not as clear as day, but as clear as a street lit up by a full moon's light. Clear but still dark. He walked in further and soon heard the sound of someone eating. Stopping at the corner, he decided to take a look at what it was. But what he didn't expect was to see a girl consume a man's body on the floor. She looked to be his age, with black hair, dressed in a white gown, with no shoes or socks to cover her feet. Her dress obviously stained with blood. Issei's widened eyes shifted to the girl's status. Kiyomi Geico LV-25? Status: Ghoul, Human Mutant. Title: The Dark Maiden, Rose. He used his detect skill to search for any other ghouls, but felt only a single presence on the first floor, with multiple more beneath him. Okay, one target. I could try sneak attacking her, but if she has heightened senses, then that could prove to be a problem. In any case, I still have to test that new spell I got from the Iwatanis, he thought as he took out a glass bottle, holding some kind of water within. Stepping out of his hiding spot, he heard the girl laugh as she turned to face him, allowing him to see her face for the first time. She held a beautiful face with plum crimson lips and black eyes with crimson irises. It all defined her light skin tone well. I was wondering when you'd come out, she spoke in a seductive voice as she stood up to face him. Issei nodded. So you haven't lost your ability to speak. Nor has the exposure to the demonic energy caused you to mutate. Other than your enhanced strength, low tolerance for light and your hunger for human flesh, you pretty much remained the same. Interesting. So you are a ghoul? Issei stated. The girl stood as she spoke. May I assume that you are here to end my life? She asked, her eyes returning to the normal white with brown irises. Issei shrugged. Do you want to die? He asked. She smiled. Why, of course not. But what would your purpose here be if not to kill me and the rest who reside here? She stated. Issei sighed. Honestly, I was hoping to find a bunch of mutated animals or probably even a stray devil. I did not expect to find a mutant human or ghoul for that matter. But it was quite foolish of me to not have thought of such an occurrence. After all, the demonic energy that has gathered in this town is immense. If it could turn animals into mutants and even demons, then it should apply to humans also, he stated. She looked intrigued at this. Demonic energy? So that's what turned us? But once again I must ask, what are you here for if not to kill me? She asked, this time, in a more childlike manner. Issei nodded. Indeed, considering that you just ate a man, which I presumed was alive until recently, and the fact that I doubt this is the first time, I am afraid I'll have to eliminate you, he spoke. She pouted. That's such a shame. And here I thought I could ask you out on a date. I'm done eating, so I don't see any use for you should you die. I'll just have to store you somewhere till I'm hungry again, she stated as she began to walk towards him, the sound of footsteps filling the room as she did. Issei nodded as he lifted his shield, having it turned into a shuriken, though I must ask, why are you the only one here? He asked. Well, we ghouls are extremely sensitive towards light, and coming in contact with the sun's light will kill us immediately. That's why we make sure to be out of the light before dawn breaks, she stated, while her eyes turning back into their demon-like appearance. Issei smiled beneath his mask. You seem to be quite cooperative. May I ask why? Issei asked. Well, at the end of this, one of us is going to be dead. And that bit of information will be of no use to me should this be my end. And I don't care what you do with the information, she stated as she came to a stop, 10 feet from him. Issei nodded. Then let's get down to business, shall we? He asked as he hurled the shuriken at her at tremendous speed. Making a few hand signs, multiple copies of the shuriken appeared, each spinning and traveling at tremendous speed. But as soon as they were about to land their mark, Kyome disappeared. Issei's eyes widened as he heard her voice come from behind him. Is that all? Oh dear. I was expecting more from you, she stated. Issei quickly spun around, only to freeze in place when her hand touched his shoulder. His eyes widened as he discovered that he couldn't move. Kyome giggled at his expression. Come now dear. You didn't expect me to be an easy kill, did you? She asked as she removed her hand, but he remained frozen. How? He asked somewhat through shut teeth, finding it hard to even open his mouth. She smiled as she caressed his face. It's your own fault, honey. You wanted to chatter instead of fight and that was my opening. My ability, seduction, allows me to release pheromones and use those pheromones to not only manipulate my target by planting suggestions into their heads, but also make them hallucinate, making them see and hear things that are not actually there, she stated as she licked her lips. Issei's eyes widened. Then, that he tried to speak, but didn't have to as Kyome nodded, was all an illusion. Though the words I spoke were true and real, they didn't come from the me you saw. but the me that was already behind you. It's a shame really, she stated as she pulled down his mask. And so handsome too, but don't worry. I'll make this nice and quick, she stated and dove into his mouth, kissing him with vigor as she seized control of his person. Or at least, that's what she thought until Issei poured a glass bottle full of water over her head. Kyome's eyes widened as she immediately began to scream. Issei snapped his fingers and a magic circle appeared beneath them. Kyome had dropped to her knees as she held her steaming head, but now found herself frozen within the circle. Issei took out another glass and poured it over her head once more. This is purifying rainwater. A technique I recently picked up which purges all the impurities it comes in contact with. You see, Kyome, while you were munching on your snack over there, I took a scan of your abilities. I saw you had the ability to control others once you've kissed them, gaining full control over their bodies and mind, probably luring them here to eat or ordering them to do your bidding. So I knew you'd do the same to me. That's why I drank some of the water before facing you, he stated as he saw the girl's eyes become wide. My shield radiates an aura that naturally protects me from attacks like yours. The only way your technique would have worked would have been if you had somehow injected me with your pheromones directly. And considering that I technically inhaled your pheromones as well as the physical contact you exhibited, which left me somewhat paralyzed, you almost succeeded. But I drank the water just to be safe. Though I am displeased at the time it took to kick in. I'll have to practice this skill more later on, he spoke as he held the still screaming girl by the head. He took note of the red vapor that was seeping out of her. Good. It seems it's working, but a bit too slow. Yes, source of thy power, I order thee. Decipher the laws of the divine and imbue my target with the power to purge all impurities. Purifying effect. Issei chanted and his hand began to glow blue before his boosted gear appeared. Boost! It cried out and the blue glow turned azure. Placing his hand upon her head once more, her screams doubled in volume as the red vapor gushed out of her. When it was over, and the last bit seeped out of her, she collapsed. Issei shook his head as he took out another glass bottle, this one containing a blue liquid. He offered it to her as he held it to her lips. Drink. It's a healing potion. It'll heal your body and have you back on your feet by the time I'm done with the rest, he stated, smiling as he took note of her status. Kyomi Geico LV25? Status, human. Title, The Dark Maiden, former, Rose. She took the bottle and drank the liquid inside, immediately feeling better. She looked up to see Issei walking to the door that led downstairs. Don't. You won't survive going up against the rest of them. The ghouls down there are monsters, she exclaimed as she tried to get up but failed, falling back onto her knees just as Issei reached for the door. He turned back to her and smiled. Rest up, okay? I'll be back soon, he stated and opened the rusty door, creaking sounds filling the building as he did, before he descended down the flight of stairs. Kyomi looked on in worry as she struggled to get up. You fool, she thought as she gave up. If this boy believed that he could face the beasts that roamed beneath the building, then it's his own death that he sought. It had absolutely nothing to do with her. And yet she couldn't help but wonder why it was worrying her. Making his way to the next floor, Issei looked at the notification that had popped up. You defeated Kyomi Geico, the Dark Maiden. You receive 3750 EXP. You receive 16,250 yen. For not killing your opponent you gain an additional 100 EXP. For purging the demonic spirit from a possessed human, you receive an additional 200 EXP. Issei rose a brow. So there are more ways of gaining EXP. Certain actions taken during or after battle can affect the amount of EXP I gain. Interesting. I wonder what all accounts for receiving extra EXP. Issei soon came to a stop on the stairs as he looked over the entire floor with his night vision eyes. Activating his mana sight as well, he quickly took note of the few energy signatures roaming around. He sighed as he counted at least 20 off them, thinking of how he could take down as many as he could, stealthily, before he was caught and every one of the ghouls stormed him. He smiled as he gained a new idea. Jumping back into the shadows and entering the shadow realm, using his shadow walking technique, even though it was dark, which actually made the technique weaker to use due to the shortage of shadows. But nevertheless, he saw the windows within the shadow realm, and proceeded to make 50 shurikens, using the shuriken shadow clone technique, before throwing them all at the windows. The shuriken exited the shadows and pierced into most of his targets, before he had them dragged into the shadow realm, using shadow arms. But his attention shifted to the few who managed to dodge the shuriken. Either they have sharp hearing along with quick reflexes that allowed them to dodge, or they can sense or detect mana. Either way, my job just got a whole lot harder, he thought as he counted the survivors, counting 5 before he decided to make his presence known. Exiting from behind one of them, he quickly had to evade a crimson tail from impaling his stomach as he jumped back. He looked at his opponent to see another girl. This one also appeared his age, had purple hair, was wearing glasses and had well-tanned skin. She was dressed in a similar manner as Kyomi, only wearing a red dress. If the red was the fiber's natural color. Katsumi Yokohama LV26. Status: Ghoul, Human Mutant. Title: Stinger, Cat. He glanced at her status and frowned. This is bad. She's on a higher level than Kiyomi. Most likely everyone who survived was. Damn it. If they decide to take me on all at once, then I'm screwed, he thought as another tail came his way. This one's tip hardened as the tail compress, making it look like a lance. Issei had to switch to his mutant rat shield just to keep up with her movements. Damn it. She's fast, he thought, barely dodging her strike at his face, but still feeling it connect with his cheek. He saw his health points go down by 100 from the scrape she gave him. His eyes widened at this. The girl in question stopped and retracted her tails. Issei wanted to raise a brow at this, when his danger senses flared. Jumping out of the way, he barely managed to dodge a whole barrage of crimson spikes that were flung his way. You dodged that attack. Good. Shows you're not a weakling. A man spoke as he stepped forward. He only wore trousers, had black hair and dark crimson eyes with dark brown colored skin. He turned to Katsumi and shook his head. I'd expect someone of your stature to have dealt with him by now. What's wrong, cat? Can't handle your food playing with you. He spoke sarcastically. She snared at the man. Shut your mouth, Crow. This guy is quick on his feet. And he has a magical object in his possession, so he might be an exorcist, or even a hunter. Don't underestimate him. She spoke quite seriously. The man chuckled as he extended his arms. Blood came flowing out of his forearms, before hardening, turning into sharp, scythe-like blades. He got into a fighting stance as he stared Issei down. Don't worry. I'll be quick about this, he stated and dashed at Issei. Issei didn't waste time as he called upon his other sacred gear to help him in battle. Boost. The first rush of power filled him, and with a boost of strength, he dashed at his opponent, ready to meet him head-on. Crow was surprised by the appearance of the gauntlet and even more, because of the sudden increase in speed. But he continued his assault and swung his bladed arms at the man before him. Big mistake. The moment he struck the man's shield, a massive shockwave was released, striking him at point blank. The force was so strong that it sent him through a pillar, across the room and into the wall, where he stayed, unconscious. Katsumi looked on in horror as she saw her comrade be defeated by a single move. She clenched her teeth as she looked at the man responsible, her two crimson tails, swaying behind her. Who the hell are you? She asked, somewhat fearful. Issei turned his gaze to her. Do you want to live? He asked. Her eyes widened. What? She spoke a bit aggressively, presuming he wanted her to beg for her life. Issei nodded. I came here to rid this place of all demonic presences, you included. This means that I'll most likely have to kill the majority of you ghouls. But that doesn't need to be the case. If you wish, I could merely return you to your human self, and your life would be spared. Otherwise, I can't let human-eating people kill of the residents of this town. So, what will it be? He spoke. She looked surprised for a moment, before anger manifested in her. You bastard. If you really had the power to revert us back to being human, then why kill off the most of those on this floor? She exclaimed. Issei looked at the girl and shook his head. And what makes you think they are dead? He asked and almost wanted to chuckle at the girl's shocked expression. You need not worry. I do intend to turn them back as well. I just had to make them incapacitated. As to not put up a fuss, he spoke again. Katsumi looked at the man before her with question and disbelief. How? How do you intend to turn us back? She asked. You see, while the demonic energy you all were exposed to turned you into ghouls, you are still mostly human. You possess a demonic body, but a human spirit. You don't possess demonic energy of your own because you are still mostly human, and thus, to supply itself of more demonic energy, your body makes you hunger for the life force of other living beings, in this case, humans, which it then converts into demonic energy. I can purge your body of its demonic impurities and you'd go back to being fully human. But even if the demonic energy is purged from your body, you'd still possess most of the powers and abilities you currently have. Except, this time, you won't have the weaknesses that comes with being a ghoul. He gave her a moment to think about what he said before continuing. By principle I should kill you, but I don't want to. And I don't want to take more lives than I have to. The mutants are the only ones I can revert back. Meaning, any ghoul who has made it to the demon stage is beyond saving. You are not, he spoke. He looked at her expression of contemplation, the conflict that arose in her eyes as she thought of being able to return to her normal life. She let out a sigh as she nodded, her tails returning to their resting place within her lower back. Fine, I'll agree to your plan. But the others may not be as easy to convince, especially considering their stubbornness. She spoke. He nodded. I know. Do you intend to keep staring at me or are you going to confront me? Issei cried out. No sooner had he said this, did three other individuals appear around them. The first, a tall man, looking like a bodybuilder, wearing only shorts and a cap, with dark brown skin stepped forward. So, you're the one who took out the others. Certainly, you are strong. And you took out Crow? He looked at his unconscious comrade across the room, before turning back to his foe. Let me ask, is what you said true? Do you intend to turn us back? He asked. Issei nodded, looking at his status. Geizo Taka LV28. Status, Ghoul, Human Mutant. Title, Big Bro, Dragon. What I said is true. I can revert any mutant beings back to being human. But demons, I cannot. Luckily, you are all still mutants, Issei replied. Even if you can, do you honestly believe we'd want to go back to such an insignificant life? You must surely be kidding. A boy with white hair, wearing black clothing spoke up, his ghoul eyes blazing in the dark. Issei turned his gaze to meet the boy's, taking his time to assess him as he read the boy's info. Name, Tamura Shigaraki. Titles, The Destroyer, Problem Child. Level, 25. Next level, 24000 EXP. Class, Low Class Ghoul, Mutated Human. Stats. HP, 1692/1692. DP, 2100/2100. STR, 100. STA, 105. Dex, 85. Int, 40. Wis, 30. Cha, 20. Luke, 26. Attribute points, 0. Special status. The Destroyer. Tamura has mastered his destructive power, which he gained from being turned into a ghoul. His power, the ability to disintegrate everything he touches with all 5 of his fingers. He is capable of disintegrating any non-magical object or being. Problem Child. A code name given to Tamura by the ghouls, said to reflect his personality as a manchild. Perks. A demonic power. Can increase the potency of his power through the use of his body's demonic energy. A ghoul strength. Grants him a +5 to his strength each time he levels up. A ghoul regeneration. Can regenerate HP quickly and can regrow body parts through consuming living flesh or life force. This includes the user's own life force or flesh. A heightened senses. Senses has been heightened due to turning into a ghoul. Strengths. Dash, a destruction. Dash, thinking of new ways to destroy things. Dash, playing video games. Dash, strategizing. Weaknesses. Dash, family. Dash, neglect ion. Dash, a betrayal. Dash, salt water. Dash, light. Dash, food. Dash, anger management. Likes. Ghoul comrades, friends. Food. Women. Playing video games. Destroying things. Watching TV. Dislikes. Former, dead, family. Betrayal. Disloyalty. Cheating. Raw food. Beer. Chickens, alive. Working. Dreams. Destroying an entire world. Getting laid. Getting the biggest TV ever. Never having a family. Issei almost laughed at the man's dreams. Guess I'm not the only one with dreams of getting laid, he thought as his attention was taken by a shout. Answer me, Tamura exclaimed. Issei stared him in the eyes as he began to speak. Tamura, he began and could see the man's eyes widening. How do you know my name? He exclaimed again. Everyone was perked up at this. Issei shook his head. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you need to understand. Your old family is long gone. And you're suffering, along with them? He stated, and Tamura's eyes widened. Once more the boy cried out, how do you know that? Issei merely kept looking the man in the eyes. You need not fear anymore. You have a new family now. One which won't neglect or betray you. Tamura, you need not fear being human once again. Because this time it'll be different. You'll have people by your side. And other than you being able to walk within the light, not much will change. You'll still be you. Destroyer? Issei finished, and could see the mix of emotions within Tamura's eyes. Tamura was about to dismiss his claims when Geizo spoke. It's true, Destroyer. You may not know if his words are true, but know that mine are. We won't forsake you. He spoke, and immediately, the conflict in Tamura's eyes began to fade. Geizo turned to Issei and smiled. Am I correct in assuming that you can somehow obtain info from those whom you look at? He asked. Issei nodded. Indeed. It's a skill called observe. But enough of this. If you all wish to be turned back into humans, then it must be done now. Before the day begins, Issei spoke with earnest. Geizo nodded. Then you can start with me, he stated. A man, no older than 20, dressed in black pants, boots and sleeveless sweater, carrying a black sword with a black grip, strapped to his waist, with long black hair and dill black eyes, decided to speak. Hold up. If we do return to being human, even if we still had our powers, what are we supposed to do? Some of us don't have homes to go back to, and others have been gone so long that should they return, they'd be questioned about their whereabouts or even rejected, thinking we abandoned them. How do you propose we solve that little inconvenience? The man spoke up. Issei turned his attention to the man. Jutomioka LV27. Status, Ghoul, Mutated Human. Title, Waterboy, Fish. Tell me, have you all been seen outside by anyone? Since the time you all were turned, Issei asked. No. We decided to wear masks in the event that some of us were seen using our abilities or that a target got away and saw our faces. In addition, we can only go out at night, so there's really no one who could have seen or recognized us. Not even our families, since we decided it would be best if we didn't try to see them at all. Geizo spoke. Issei nodded. Say you all were kidnapped. That you managed to escape because your captors were killed by an unknown group or something. You guys have basically been missing for a long time and there were no leads on you guys. Plus, with the amount of people that disappear in Kuo every year, you'd be believed. As for the living arrangements, I took notice of the fact that some of you might be related to some rich folk. I'm sure you could acquaint each other till you get back on your feet, he stated. Tomioka didn't look so sure, but nodded anyway. With that out of the picture, Issei turned back to Geizo. Ready? This will hurt for a moment, he stated, and Geizo nodded. Placing his gauntlet-covered hand on Geizo's chest. Yes, source of thy power, I order thee. Decipher the laws of the divine and imbue my target with the power to purge all impurities. Purifying effect. Issei chanted and his gauntlet began to glow blue before turning azure once he boosted the spell's power. A magic circle also appeared beneath them, but unlike the previous time, when it was green, now, it was white. Geizo began to scream as red vapor oozed out of him. By the time 30 seconds had passed, the process was over and Geizo fell to his knees. Issei took out a rejuvenation potion and handed it to the man. Here, it'll rejuvenate you and have you back on your feet before long, Issei stated. Geizo nodded, and drank the liquid. Everyone stared in anticipation when Geizo stood up. He flexed his hand before having it turn into a dragon's claw. He looked intrigued. I still have my power, but it isn't as malicious as I remember. The feeling of hunger has also faded. Though, my ability doesn't feel like a bodily mutation anymore either. Happen to know why? He stated as he looked at Issei. Issei nodded. You possessed a demonic body, which could change shape and form at will. But you no longer possess a demonic body, but a human body. But even so, your shape-shifting powers remained. It only took on the form of your magic, meaning that you'll be able to access it as though it was an energy source for you to draw upon. Thus your power will cause the shift and not your body, Issei proclaimed. Geizo nodded and turned back to face the others. It hurt like hell, I won't lie, but it was worth it. I feel more in tone with my body than I was before. It feels fantastic, he stated. Issei nodded. It's the mana running through you. It'll empower your body and make your spirit feel more in tone with your body, he replied. The others looked on fascinated. One by one, they each stepped forward till all of them were turned back. Issei even performed the purification on Crow, who was still unconscious, but was soon awakened by the searing pain. Issei was out of mana. Even with the boosted gear to help him, he was starting to feel the effects of using the spell too much. As the group was getting used to their new selves, Geizo turned to Issei, who was looking tired. What are you gonna do now? He asked. Issei pointed at the floor. There are still a few more that needs taking care of. I'll settle this matter now. He spoke and started making his way to the door where the staircase to the bottom floors resided. Wait, Geizo cried out to the boy, who stopped in his tracks. The ghouls down there are all Kakuya, meaning they have fed on other ghouls and have gained their powers. You are tired from converting all of us back, and your power is nearly depleted. If you wish to take down those Bellow, then you'll need our help, he spoke. Issei hummed before shaking his head. Sorry, but I don't want you guys to die, when I can still take care of matters myself, Issei stated and took out his last rejuvenation potion, adding a boost from his gear before chucking it down. He began to glow green as he felt all his energy return to him. Geizo nodded. Then at least take our power with you. We can replenish your power by sharing some of ours with you, or even boost your power in that manner. At least take that, then we know you have a chance at succeeding. He spoke and found some of the others agreeing as they nodded. Issei nodded. Fine then. But please hurry. Time isn't on our side, he replied. Geizo looked at the group and nodded. They all gathered behind Issei as they placed their hands on each Geizo's shoulders, who in turn, placed his hands on Issei's shoulder. A faint white aura began to flow from the former ghouls, through Geizo and into Issei. This is a technique we ghouls developed ourselves. In the event that a comrade is suffering from intense hunger or injury but isn't in the condition or state of mind to seek out food to replenish himself, a ghoul can transfer his life force to his comrade to replenish or strengthen him. With all of our life energy, you should be able to beat them, Geizo stated as the last of the white aura seeped into Issei, and he lifted his hands. Issei looked perplexed, as he could feel power surging through him. He flexed his arms and legs, and found that they felt lighter but also stronger. He turned to look at Geizo and nodded. I appreciate it. And I won't let this power go to waste, Issei stated before making his way down to the third floor. The others merely looked on as Issei descended down the flight of stairs behind the door. Katsumi turned to look at Geizo. What do we do now? She asked. We leave this place, and hope he makes it out alive. If we stay, we risk getting caught in the crossfire. They decide to go all out. Geizo stated and started to make his way to the flight of stairs leading above. Furthermore, we still have a story to fabricate for the time we were gone. The sooner we get that done, the sooner we can get on with our new lives, he finished. The others nodded in agreement, and one by one, started to follow Geizo. We still don't know who you are, but please, make it out of there alive, he thought as he ascended the stairs. Issei smirked as he felt the presences upstairs move further above ground. Good, now I don't have to hold back, he thought. Issei's attention was sidetracked by a timer appearing in the top right of his vision. What's that? He thought as he saw the timer timing down from 5 minutes. His eyes moved to the words below the timer and his eyes widened. 451. Daily skill. A smile made its way onto his face. I almost forgot about that. I hope it's something useful, he thought as he came to a stop on the 3rd floor. He looked around, only to be met with the sight of an empty room. Expanding his senses, he felt 2 presences in the center of the room. Making his way in that direction, he came to a stop before a throne, with a single man, dressed in a white robe, with a white mask and hair, sitting in it. At his side, appeared to be a young child. Probably no older than 17, wrapped up in bandages from head to toe, so no fragment of the person's skin could be seen. The child was dressed in a red robe with a hood and was standing bare feet, wrapped in bandages. Ah, so you're the one who was making all that noise above. Tell me, have you come to kill us? The man asked as he directed his gaze towards the assassin-looking man that stood before him. Issei nodded. Sadly, I'll most likely have to, though I was expecting more of you to be down here, he stated as he gazed at their status. Tatara LV30. Status, Ghoul, Demon. Title, Boss. Cedo LV40, Capped. Status, Ghoul, Hellion. Title, One-Eyed Owl. His eyes widened at the girl. That kid is over twice my level. That's it. If he joins in, I'm breaking this place down, he thought and almost missed Tatara's words. There were more Kakuya here before, but they got in over their heads and thought that they could overthrow their king. So I had to put them in their graves. He spoke and got up from his throne. Issei got on guard, but smiled as a notification popped up. Congratulations. You have received the skill A Body Flicker as your daily reward. A Body Flicker. A skill which amplifies speed by building up mana in the user's legs. Costs 50 MP to activate. Costs 10 MP to keep active per minute. Asterisk warning. Overcharging muscles with mana will result in muscle damage when using this technique. Issei couldn't help but smile. It was just the technique he needed. With the new skill along with the boosted gear and rat shield, he'd be unstoppable. Issei's gaze shifted between the man and the Hellion at his side. And he noticed? Cedo is but merely an observer. She doesn't intervene in fights unless ordered. You could say she's my servant, he stated. Issei found that slightly hard to believe considering that the Hellion in question was 10 levels above the man, but shrugged it off as the demon's nature. Cedo didn't take too kindly to the appearance of this man. She could feel it. He was dangerous. Tatara, are you sure you wouldn't like for me to fight him? He is quite strong, his level of power is on par with your own, she spoke in a little girlish voice. Tatara chuckled. Is that so? Perfect. Then he'll be the one. He spoke. That ends my life, he thought afterwards. Cedo looked at her master and could only nod, understanding her master's wishes. If that's what you wish. But remember what will happen, should you die, Cedo replied. Tatara nodded and focused on his opponent before him. You, if I may ask, what is your name? He asked. Issei looked at the man and shrugged. Does it really matter? He asked. The man nodded. At the end of this, only one of us will remain alive. I would like to know the name of those who I intend to kill, he replied. Issei stared at him for another couple seconds before speaking. Issei Hyoudou, he stated. Though it was a wild card to play, he knew that there was some truth in the man's words. Only one of them would remain standing at the end. And what warrior wouldn't wish to know the name of the man who might be the end of him? Tatara, the white-dressed man replied. Though Issei already knew. Issei nodded in acknowledgement, and in a swift motion, got into a battle stance. Tatara mirrored this motion, and within the blink of an eye, the two appeared before one another, clashing their forearms and creating a small shockwave that lightly shook the ground they stood upon. The final battle had begun. It was amazing, and Issei couldn't understand it. Here he was, exchanging blows with a man 10 levels higher than him, for quite a while now, and yet, Issei felt underwhelmed. He was dodging each strike with ease, moving as swift as a hawk, and striking with strength that he didn't knew he possessed. He actually felt as tough he broke a couple of the man's ribs, but soon disregarded that thought when it appeared as though the man was fine. Or was that just his ghoulish regeneration? Is this the result of Geizo and the others transferring their life energy to me? If so, then I gotta thank those guys properly when I get out of here, Issei thought as he dodged a jump kick to the head. That soon turned into a mid-air, spinning heel kick to Issei's face. Although surprised by the attack, Issei still managed to block it by raising his left arm. Feeling the force behind the attack, Issei was quite thankful for his armor's shock absorption ability, otherwise, he would have felt the pain of blocking a strike that held enough force to bend a car with a single arm. But using the close contact to his advantage, Issei activated a new spell he had been working on, Flame Art, Binding Chains. He thought as flames suddenly erupted from his hand and engulfed the man's leg, taking on the shape of multiple chains as they did. Issei smirked when he saw Tatara's eyes widen at the sudden occurrence. He tried to release his leg by striking at the chains themselves, but it was too late. The chains already had him held in place for Issei's follow-up spells. Issei stretched out his hand to his opponent, and activated his second spell, Flame Art, Flame Prison. He spoke. Tatara was engulfed in a sphere of fiercely rotating flames. And now, to finish you off, Shield Prison. And with that, Issei finished the last of his combo spells, clenching his fists as the Shield Prison itself became a blazing inferno, Compound Magic Art, Flame Burial. Unlike before, when the spikes would usually stab the prisoner to his demise, the spikes, now, appeared in the air surrounding the blazing shield prison, which was starting to compress on Tatara, to burn his body before the giant nails would come and stab him into oblivion. Issei thought his victory was in the bag, but this belief soon changed when the shield prison started to crack, before exploding, revealing a 10 feet tall, armor-covered being, which was seemingly unharmed by the flames. This was Tatara's Kakuya form, the blazing knight of heaven, covered in a pure, silvery, medieval, full-body knight's armor, which had a headpiece with an open front section, almost taking the appearance of a beak. But Issei could clearly see the fiery azure eyes that stared down at him from above. Fuck, so that just happened, he thought as he readied himself for an attack. Already having activated the body flicker technique, he stood ready to summon the boosted gear, should everything go downhill from here. But first, my grimoire, Issei thought as his shield appeared on his right arm and soon turned into his grimoire, albeit now possessing a green jewel in the center, with the red dragon's head on it. The book opened and flipped through a few pages before coming to a stop at 2 blanks. The giant started to make his move. A blue light started to shine from the opening of his headpiece, before he launched a massive column of blue flames. Issei's eyes widened at the size of it all, as it nearly covered their entire section of the room. Using his body flicker, Issei vanished from sight, and appeared in the air above behind his armored foe. Damn it. The tunnel vision on that technique is no joke, Issei thought as he held out his left hand. His boosted gear appeared as red energy started to seep out of it and gather in his palm. Issei looked back at the book to see words and symbols starting to appear on the unwritten pages. He smiled, knowing that the formula for his new spell is almost ready. This technique isn't yet completed, but it'll have to do for now. Draig, can you hear me? Issei soon received his reply when the dragon in his head hummed, I am here, partner. What is it you require? The dragon spoke. Can you channel as much of your aura into my palm? If I want to take this guy down, I'll need a powerful attack, and I can only use this one. Can you do that? Issei asked. Already on it, partner. The crimson energy started gathering much faster, as a small orb began to form in his palm. Holding his other hand above the orb, Issei began channeling some of his flame elemental mana into the technique, even using his flame enhance spell to aid him in this quest. Finally landing from his 5-second flight express, Issei gazed at the orb of mana, which was shrouded in flames, resting in his palm. If anything, it looked like a little fire of crimson and yellow flames. Deciding that the technique would have to do for now, Issei charged at the armored figure. Feeling the presence he felt before him shift behind him, the armored figure turned to meet his opponent, getting ready to launch his next attack. Issei noticed this. Using the body flicker, to a lesser degree than before, Issei sprinted straight into the giant foe's stomach. Smashing the crimson sun into his opponent, Dragon Art, Flame Dragon Shot, Issei cried out. And sure enough, when the technique unleashed its power, a torrent of crimson flames came gushing out of Tatara's back. A massive hole now residing where the technique had struck. The armored being fell to his knees as he began to shrink. Issei looked on as the man returned to his human form, albeit with most of his guts missing. Issei knew the man was done for. No amount of regeneration could recreate an entire system of organs before the user died, which would be seconds. Ha, ha ha ha, it would appear that you won, he spoke, coughing up blood as even more blood flowed out from the gaping hole in his stomach. The girl, whom had been watching this encounter, finally made a move as she hastily made her way to her master's side. Tatara, is it time? She asked, to which the man nodded. He turned to look at Issei and smiled. Hyoudou, I may be your foe, but please, hear my request, he spoke. Issei nodded as he made his way to the man's side. Take good care of her, he spoke and closed his eyes as he let go of his consciousness. Issei looked perplexed. Yes, this was his first time killing a man, but his Sacred Gear's gamer powers always made sure to keep his mind in a sound state so it didn't bother him as it may have a month ago. No, the reason for his shock is finding out he now had to take care of a girl, whom he still doesn't know. He turned his attention to the girl, who had long since taken her eyes off of her former master's dead core and turned to look at her new master. "What will you have me do, master?" she asked. Issei looked at her and shook his head. "I am not your master," he spoke. But Sito shook her head. "The rules of my servitude states that I'll serve my master in any way he should see fit. But should my master be killed, then my servitude shall pass on to the one who defeated him." "You kill the master, you become the master?" she spoke. Issei looked at her with conflict. "So that's what he meant?" Issei walked over to the corpse and weaved 5 hand signs before the body erupted in yellow flames. Flame art, cremation, he stated the name of his technique. And within a matter of seconds, the flames had reduced the man's corpse to ashes. Turning back to the girl, who seemingly stood by his side like a maid awaiting her master's instructions, he sighed. "Fine, I'll be your master. But there is one rule I want you to follow at all times," he spoke. She nodded. "When we're not alone, never call me master," Issei stated. Sito nodded. "Yes, master." She giggled as the thoughts of her calling him master in public came to mind. Issei shook his head and motioned for the girl to follow him as he began to make his way back up to the entrance. She followed him, skipping as she did. Making their way to the top floor, Issei took note that it was dawn. He looked at his new servant, concerned. But she shook her head. "You don't have to worry, master. Unlike the other ghouls, Kakuya aren't as affected by light, though it does still tend to cause them extreme discomfort," she spoke. Issei nodded, sighing in relief, but turned back to meet her gaze as another question came to mind. "But you aren't just a Kakuya, you're a Hellion. So most of the rules don't apply to you, do they?" he spoke. She looked at her master with a raised eyebrow, not that he'd know because of her face being covered by the bandages. "Hellion? Is that some way of saying I'm a demon?" she asked, still maintaining her little girl voice. Issei nodded. "There are 3 stages of demonic possession. The first is called the mutant stage. This is when a human or mundane creature comes in contact with a concentration of demonic energy and it causes their bodies to mutate. They gain demonic powers or abilities but become extremely vulnerable towards light because of the demonic energy residing in their bodies. When one becomes a mutant, your body starts to crave for demonic energy. This is because your body constantly needs a refill of demonic energy to remain mutated and demonic. So it converts life energy or life force into demonic energy. This makes the body hunger for life energy, and the only way to get that is by consuming it from other living beings," he spoke. He looked to see if she was paying attention, which she was. She nodded in understanding. "That basically sums up the ghouls," she replied, to which Issei nodded. "But there is a stage beyond that of the mutants. The demon stage. When a mutant commits cannibalism and feeds off of the life energy of his fellow mutant, a change occurs. The demonic life force triggers a change in the consumer's spirit, converting it into that of a demon's. Now, with both body and spirit converted into that of a demon's, the mutant transcends his mutated state and becomes a true demon," Issei continued. "I assume you're referring to the Kakuya?" Sito asked, to which Issei nodded. "True, but there is also a 3rd stage. When a demon is killed, their life force and spirit leaves their bodies and seeps into the environment. Though the spirit is extremely weak, if by chance it does find a suitable host before it is depleted of all its power, it will either bond with the host or try to take over the host's body. These vessels or hosts are referred to as Hellions, and they are neither mutant nor demon because they can switch between being demon and human, or mundane for that matter. They aren't affected by light at all unless it is holy light," Issei finished. Sito looked back up to her master. "And if the spirit takes over the body, what then?" she asked. "The demon or devil is reborn into the human world, and will be left to do as they pleased until they're stopped," he replied. She hummed, as though she was in deep thought. Issei noticed a heap of flesh and blood on the floor before their exit. He felt a sliver of guilt as he knew what it meant. Guess it wasn't such a good idea to purify Kiyomi after she had eaten. That couldn't have been pleasant, he thought. "Well, you are right. Most of the rules don't apply to me. Unlike the others, I don't have to consume human flesh in order to sustain myself, though it does tend to increase my strength. But how do you know if the spirit bonded with its host or not?" Sito asked. Issei turned his attention back to her as he spoke. "You would have felt a constant conflict between your spirit and its, or even experienced split personality disorder. But if you had suppressed it, it would have only gotten worse for you, because then it would have consumed your life force in order to strengthen its own, before it made its way onto another host," Issei explained. Sito nodded in response, realizing she was in the safe zone. Exiting the factory, Issei was met with the sight of a familiar face. Kiyomi laid against the factory walls, seemingly weak from all the flesh she coughed up. She looked at the source of her agonizing state and smiled. "So you even defeated Tatara? Good. Now would you mind helping me get up?" she asked. Issei looked at the girl confused. "Why didn't Geizo or the others help you?" he asked and moved over to help her stand. Taking her arm over his shoulder, he lifted her up, but due to her lack of energy, she couldn't stand and her legs caved from under her. Geizo and the others caught me while I was still puking my guts out. My body now lacks the nutrition and energy needed to function properly. She turned to look at the man who held her and gave him a slight glare. Thanks for that, by the way, she spoke with a pout. Issei nodded. I am sorry, but it was necessary. He spoke and she turned to look away, not liking the feeling that welled up within her from having him stare her in the eyes. Apology not accepted. Though it might be if you can get me back home, she spoke. Issei nodded, picking her up bridal style as he did. This shocked Kiyomi and made Sito giggle. My master, you sure have a way with women, don't you? She spoke. Kiyomi looked shocked at hearing the girl call the man master. Looking at him with questioning eyes, he shook his head. Don't ask. Where do you live? The Geico mansion? He asked. Kiyomi looked surprised at this but nodded. Issei turned his attention back to Sito. Get close to me and hold on. He spoke. Sito nodded, hurrying to his side before wrapping her arms around him. A second later, they were engulfed by shadows, but not before Issei dispelled the barrier he had placed. Arriving before the mansion, Issei looked up at the massive building which he stood before. Also taking note of the view of Kuo from being this high up on a private mountain. It was splendid to say the least. I haven't been here in quite some time, he heard Kiyomi say as she gazed at her former home. Since your parents died, I presume, Issei stated. She nodded hesitantly as a look of sadness filled her eyes. Issei looked around, searching for any residents. There isn't anyone I need to be on the lookout for, is there? He asked. Kiyomi shook her head. The only family I have left is my uncle and aunt. They stay in Kyoto, but still believe that I was kidnapped by my parents' murderers. She spoke. Issei nodded in understanding. He proceeded to approach the entrance of the mansion, with Sito hot on his trail. Reaching the double doors that was the entrance to the traditional Japanese home, he decided to use a magic spell to unlock the doors before entering. Having Kiyomi guide him to the bedroom, he laid her down on a futon before turning his attention to Sito. Sito, if you don't mind, can you stay and look after Kiyomi? Just for today? He asked. The bandaged girl nodded. Yes, master, she spoke. Issei turned to look at Kiyomi. If there is anything you need help with, ask Sito. There is still business I need to attend to, so I'll most likely be busy most of the day. Contact your uncle, let him know you're okay, he spoke, turning his attention back to Sito when he saw her nod. He lifted his hand, and a bundle of money seemingly appeared out of nowhere. He handed it over to Sito. I doubt the supplies in this place is still usable. If there is any to begin with, this is about 10,000. Enough to provide for all the necessities Kiyomi may require. Make a list of the necessities needed, and go buy them. I'm sure Kiyomi has some clothes you could borrow. Don't walk into town looking like that, he finished. Sito took the money and nodded. Yes, master. He was about to leave when Kiyomi stopped him. Hey, what is your name? She asked. Issei turned to look at her. And why is knowing my name required? He asked. She looked away, somewhat flustered. Wouldn't you like to know the name of your savior? She asked. Issei shook his head. Knowing my name will only lead to trouble. I'll see you two at the end of the day. Until then, Kiyomi Geico, he spoke. Kiyomi's eyes widened once more at hearing he knew her name. Issei disappeared into the shadows. Sito looked at Kiyomi and smiled. So, where is the bathing room? You smell? She spoke. Kiyomi sighed, knowing this was going to be a long day. Issei appeared within an alleyway, dressed in his school clothing as he made his way to school. Man, purifying 25 people can sure drain a guy. Not to mention teleporting them to the hospital. Thank goodness for Drake and his magnificent power. Otherwise I'd be unconscious myself. I agree. Yeah, of course you would. Damn, it's gonna take a while till my tank is fully recharged. He looked at his phone and saw the time. 6:57. There's still 3 minutes left before school starts. Got to hurry, he thought as he started to jog his way to school. Quickly noticing that he was actually moving at a high speed, decided to slow down a bit. Whoa, I didn't know I was that fast. Taking a turn at the street corner, he saw the guard was moving to close the school gates. To hell with it, he thought and sprinted for the gates. Making it in under a second, he slipped through the entrance and continued running to his class, completely ignoring the guard's cries. Entering his class, he quickly apologized for being late and made his way to his seat in the back. Mr. Hyoudou, I'd appreciate it if you'd showed up on time. The teacher spoke. Issei just nodded as he took his seat. An emergency came up. I'm sorry for the delay, he replied. Murayama decided to make a joke at the boy's expense. What, did a pretty girl drag your attention away from school again? She asked. Some of the boys snickered while some of the girls laughed. Issei smiled. Actually, Murayama, I came across that girl that had been missing for a while now. What was her name? Kiyomi Geico? He spoke, making a thinking gesture as he did. Some of the laughing children went silent at this. You're kidding, Kiyomi Geico? As in the daughter of Fugaku Geico? The owner of Geico Shipping Industries? Motohama asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, her parents were killed nearly a year ago. She was kidnapped and was missing ever since. She said she and a bunch of others escaped her captors. Poor thing was so weak from not eating anything for nearly a week that she could barely stand on her own 2 feet. I literally had to carry her home and supply her with her necessities. Why do you think I'm so tired? I literally had to run here, non-stop, just to arrive on time. Issei finished. Most of the students looked at him in awe. Others just snorted, not believing a word he said. In any case, we are glad you managed to make it. His teacher spoke. Issei nodded before the teacher decided to continue with the lesson. Issei zoned out after a while and decided to think of new ways of how he could use his spells and techniques in battle. Taking out a notebook, he started writing down his ideas. Why? That was the only word Rias could use to describe her constant irritation of always arriving late to the scene that their mystery man always left them with. Her peerage members were all working till pretty late last night, so they were not happy when they were called to investigate the familiar surge of mana she felt early this morning. And after arriving at the abandoned factory, she was met with a heinous sight. Within the factory laid the corpses of many humans, some on the floor, others stored in rooms. Even if they were mostly bones, she could tell that they were human, and that they were alive when they were taken. What happened here? She exclaimed at the sight. Kaneko and Kiba were still looking through the storage spaces, and found pretty much the same bones and corpses laying around. Whatever resided here is long gone, most likely eliminated by our mystery man. The fact that this thing managed to get away with this many murders is telling of our poor performance, Rias. Akino spoke. Rias nodded as she looked down in shame. True. Even so, we are also dependent on the Archduke to receive notice of demonic entities that come to the human world. The fact that we haven't received a word on this matter means that either they are also unaware of these demonic beings that have entered the human realm, or someone is producing these creatures. Probably a stray devil. But I agree. To not have known about any of this is troubling. If these creatures attacked us, when we're separated and each in their own homes, then we would have been in serious trouble. This just goes to show that we need to up our game and improve our surveillance of the town. Rias spoke. The team kept searching through the factory, destroying the bodies as well as erasing all traces of supernatural activity, and eventually made their way to the second floor. Kaneko stiffened when she came to a stop on the platform above the second floor pavement. Rias noticed. What's the matter, Kaneko? She asked. The girl pointed to the ground, shivering as she did. I can feel the presence of at least 25 demons in this room, and most of their blood is still on the floor. She spoke as her nose picked up on the metallic scent. Rias' eyes widened. 25? He took on 25 demons? She exclaimed. Akino shivered at hearing this. He must love tearing demons apart. Ooh, if only he could get his hands on me. She giggled as her masochist side made itself known. Rias' face gained a slight tint of red. Whether it was due to embarrassment or anger, no one knew. Kiba decided to speak up as he examined the closest blood-covered area, and it seems he was quick about it. There isn't much blood to indicate that the victim was left to suffer, or left to at all. He probably teleported their bodies away again. Hell, I can't even feel his presence here at all. And whoever he attacked didn't either. This guy is getting insanely good at an insanely rate, Kiba stated. Akino pointed at a hole in the wall, and then there's this. From the impact markings and demonic presence, we can assume that someone did feel his presence and tried to confront him. And got laid in the process? She stated with an innocent smile. Rias on the other hand, deadpanned. Laid? Really, Akino? She questioned. Akino nodded. Indeed. And from the impact, I can assume that whoever it was, got it hard. Really hard. She stated, this time hosting a blush at the thought of slamming someone into the wall with such strength. Or even doing so to her. Rias shook her head as she too examined the scene. It looks like he did it from the center of the room, and sent the poor demon through the pillar before slamming into the wall. That had got to hurt. And the power required to do something like that wouldn't be a laughing matter either, she thought. Once more erasing all traces of supernatural presences and even taking a sample of the blood that laid on the ground, the group made their way down to the last floor. Kaneko looked once more in awe and shock as she felt the mana in the air. A battle took place here. I can still feel the mana in the air. And the demonic presence down here is potent. Even more so than upstairs. This must have been the boss, she stated. Rias took note of Kaneko's sudden change in expression. What is it, Kaneko? What do you sense? She asked. Kaneko turned her attention to her master. It's the mystery man. Rias perked up at this. What about him? She interrupted her servant. His mana, even his presence here, it suddenly grew more potent. Highly potent, Kaneko stated. Rias and the rest of the peerage member became even more worried at this. There was only one explanation as to how a person's power could suddenly spike in potency. Reincarnation. So, is he a devil, or fallen? She asked her servant. Those were the only supernatural beings in Kuo that could reincarnate a being into being one of them. And considering that the Fallen and Devils are enemies, she most certainly hoped he didn't decide to join the Fallen. But as she looked around, she knew that was a possibility. This man, whoever he is, clearly hates demons. No, more like he finds their existence in the human world outrageous. Like a rat problem that needs to be exterminated. He'd never join the Devils. More likely, he'd join the Fallen since their light manipulation magic could aid him in his quest to rid this place of its share of demons. Only question is, does he plan on confronting us as well? She thought. Kaneko replied, catching the attention of her master once more. He's still the same. His mana still feels human, as far as I can tell, but more potent. Even more potent than a Fallen's. Rias didn't look too pleased at hearing this. Then it could be a sacred gear at work, or a magic object. In any case, if he hasn't sided with the enemy, then it's good news for us. Rias spoke. The others nodded. Kiba made his way to the pile of ash in the center of the room, and pointed at it. Guess we found the demon responsible for all this. I can still detect the demonic presence within his remains. Looks like the mystery man cremated his body after their battle. And what a battle it must have been. Half of the room is scorched in what I can assume to be demonic flames, or hellfire. Clearly, this demon was on a whole other level than the ones above, Kiba stated. Rias nodded. Akino, have a sample taken and sent to Lord Ajuka's lab. Have them find out if this was a stray, she spoke. Akino nodded and proceeded to do as her master ordered. Rias assumed a thinking pose as she thought on how she could apprehend or at least come in contact with this mystery man he struck early morning. That could be because of us. We probably got on his radar. And if he knows that we Devils are busy all throughout the day and night, then it would have been easy to realize we are mostly inactive early mornings. The question remaining now is how will we snuff him out? He only seems to appear when there are demons to be dealt with, that's it? She smiled as a plan started to form in the back of her head. Akino noticed it and giggled. My, President. You seem to be getting quite excited. Mind if I inquire why? She asked. Rias smirked at her servant. Let's just say, we'll soon get to learn who this mystery man is. That is, if my plan is successful, she stated. Akino looked intrigued. Ooh, tell me more, she stated and moved closer to her master as a crimson magic circle was created. The other members also stepped closer, knowing that it's time to go. In due time, Akino. In due time, and with that, the team vanished in a crimson light. First break rolled around, and Issei was making his way to the cafeteria. He was slightly perplexed at his newfound strength and decided to go take a look at it once he got his food. After receiving his food, he moved over to a table, and was quickly accompanied by his two best friends. Yo, Issei, what you say we go check up on the kendo club? It's been a while since the group had a peek together, Matsuda stated. Motohama nodded in agreement. But Issei shook his head. Sorry guys, but there are still a few matters that need my attendance. You know, due to me being absent for some time, he stated. Motohama was about to respond, but Issei saw it coming. I know, Motohama, you provided me with all the notes and videos as well as recordings, explaining everything on the subjects. But there are a few things the teachers want to ask me. What that may be, I have no idea, but they asked to speak with me during the break. So I have to go as soon as I'm done eating, he stated and turned to look at Matsuda. And as for the peeking, yeah, I've decided to go on a little pervy diet, he stated. This shocked the two friends. Man, you can't be serious, Matsuda exclaimed. I am. Why? Motohama asked. To put it simply, I have recently discovered that some girls actually find me attractive and even boyfriend material, but are driven away by my open perverted tendencies. Basically, I have decided to drop my open perverted activities to gain that which I have always wanted. A girlfriend, he finished. Both the boys looked at him shocked. But bro, what about all the booty? You can't seriously be dropping it for the possibility of gaining a chick. I mean, come on man, Motohama spoke. Issei smiled and placed a hand on his arm. Motohama, my friend. You should know that to gain greatness, one must sacrifice something great, whether it be time, money, or even the booty time. Greatness won't be achieved by sacrificing little. You must give it your all, he spoke, clenching his fist in midair to emphasize his words. Both of the boys nearly bursted into tears as they ate, not having expected such words from their friend. Swallowing some of his chewed-up sandwich, Matsuda spoke. Well, my brother, being willing to sacrifice so much is admirable. It shows you are truly committed to becoming the harem king. But are you sure they'll buy it? I mean, girls finding out that Issei Hyoudou stopped being a pervert? No one's gonna believe that, he stated. Issei nodded, swallowing some of his own sandwich. That's why I got a plan. Firstly, the change in attitude. No peeping, no perverted stuff at school. Secondly, is their own doubts. Of course they'll doubt I've actually given up on my perversity, but then they'll also doubt that. Why not? They'll wonder, he just survived death. Maybe it changed him? They'll think, that's genius. Using your own close encounter with death to change their view of you. They'll totally buy it. Motohama stated, even looking around to make sure nobody heard them as they spoke. Too bad he didn't know that Issei already casted a silencing barrier spell on them. Matsuda nodded, but there's a problem. They'd question your continued friendship with us. How you plan on handling that? He asked. Issei smiled, that's the best part. I'm hoping that they'll do precisely that, because that's when I'm turning you guys into boyfriend material. No, scratch that. Husband material? He stated and chuckled at their expressions. Both were confused as hell. Issei got up with his tray, having finished his lunch and getting ready to go. He said one last thing, I am certain my plan will work. And when it does, then all three of us will be swimming in honeys, regardless of whether or not we are perverts. He finished and walked off, placing his tray on the stand as he walked off to meet with his teachers. Though, as he left, Motohama picked up on something. Adjusting his glasses to make sure he was seeing clearly, he turned to Matsuda. Hey, is it just me, or is Issei taller? He asked. Matsuda rose a brow as he took a glance at Issei's retreating figure and nodded in surprise. Yeah, he is. He looks at least as tall as me, if not taller. Training must have kick-started his growth. Damn, that was fast, he stated. Motohama took one last glance at Issei as he rounded the corner. If you say so, though, something about him feels different. And it's not just the sudden increase in brains or muscle. The creaking door to the roof slammed shut as Issei took a seat at the side of the railings. Man, I kinda feel bad for lying to them about the teachers like that. Guess I'll just have to make it up to them later. Issei spoke. Release notification blocker, he thought, and immediately, he was slammed with notification windows. You have defeated 21 ghouls. X10 LV 21 ghouls. You gained 31,500 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV 18 LV 19. You receive 42,000 yen. X4 LV 22 ghouls. You gain 13,200 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV 19 LV 20. You receive 17,600 yen. X3 LV 23 ghouls. You gain 10,350 EXP. You receive 13,800 yen. X2 LV 24 ghouls. You gain 7,200 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV 20 LV 21. You receive 9,600 yen. X2 LV 25 ghouls. You gain 7,500 EXP. You receive 10,000 yen. Total EXP gained, 69,750 EXP. Total currency received, 93,000 yen. For not killing opponent, you gain an additional 100 EXP. You gain an additional 2,100 EXP. For purging the demonic spirit from the possessed, you gain an additional 200 EXP. You gain an additional 1,000 EXP. As a result of EXP and skill transfer, player has leveled up X10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. LV 21 LV 31. Due to an increase of life energy, the chi, ki, and aura stats have been unlocked. Player has evolved. Status update, low class human, ascended. You defeated Tatara, the ghoul boss. You gain 4,500 EXP. You receive 6,000 yen. You have received a request of servitude. Unlocked, servant and slave system. You gain Sito as your servant. Unlocked, achievement system. The achievement unlocked, cleanser, LV1. You have driven out demonic spirits from 25 people. Reward, 1,000 EXP, 1,500 yen and 250 skill points. The achievement unlocked, demon exterminator, LV1. You have slain 25 demonic beings. Reward, 1,000 EXP, 1,500 yen and 100 skill points. A demon exterminator, LV2. You have slain 50 demonic beings. Reward, 2,000 EXP, 3,000 yen and 200 skill points. Title reward, Demon Exterminator. A Demon Exterminator, LV3. You have slain 100 demonic beings. Reward, 4,000 EXP, 6,000 yen and 400 skill points. Lying, has leveled up. LV9 LV10. Issei's jaw laid on the pavement. Drake's booming laughter rang in the back of his head. And yet, the only thing he could utter was, wah. Shocked. That word didn't even begin to describe Issei. Wah. He spoke, his mouth still gaping like a fish on land. How, Drake? Issei spoke, hoping for an answer as he looked at his status window. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Titles, Breast Fiend, A Rising Red Dragon Emperor, Cardinal Shield Hero, Demon Exterminator, The Mystery Man. Level, 31 Next level, 25,530 EXP. Class, Low Class Human, Ascended. Stats. HP, 5264/53083. MP, 44,679, 57,750. SC, 50%. Chi, 500, plus, suppressed. Ki, 22785/22785. Aura, 27750, suppressed. STR, 217, plus. STA, 210, plus. Dex, 210, plus. Int, 55. Wis, 56. Cha, 200, plus. Luke, 60. Attribute points, 65. Yeah, it was official. He just busted the system. Well, partner, what do you wish to know? Drake spoke in his head. For starters, how did I jump 10 levels? Issei asked, still looking with disbelief at his stats. I believe it was the ritual you partook in with the ghouls. When they transferred their life force over to you, they basically performed the yokai's ascension ritual. And before you ask, it's a ritual used by the yokai to become gods. Basically, when they reach their highest realm of power, like a nine-tailed fox, then they can use the ritual to ascend past their limits and become a god. It basically requires 5 pure-hearted individuals from the same race to channel their ki into the individual they wish to ascend. This acts as a catalyst, causing the 6th person to evolve and become a god. It's how Inari became the fox god, how Sun Wukong ascended onto heaven, and even how Yulong became a celestial dragon. In your case, they transferred their life force over to you and it caused you to ascend past your human state. Hell, I'm having a hard time concealing your chi and aura as it is. Having your life force increased caused the chi stat to be unlocked. Having more life force means your body is more active and produces more energy, that's why the ki stat was unlocked. You pushed your body's energy capacity past the average human limit. And the aura stat was unlocked because aura radiates off of your chi off of all living things, like your emotions, feelings, and thoughts. Things only living beings possess. The more life force you have, the more and greater your aura. Which is why I'm having such a hard time concealing the damn thing. When we get back home, I'm putting you in aura training. Your cover be damned, Drake stated. Issei nodded, having gained a bit of understanding of what happened to him. He looked at the SC stat. Wondering what it is, he clicked on it. Spirit capacity. All living beings have spirits and thus, spiritual powers. But how much power they can wield depends on their body's spirit capacity, which determines how much of your spirit's power your body can safely bear or wield. Humans have a 10% spirit capacity due to their natural bodies of flesh and blood. Humanoid beings like the elves, dwarfs, and fae all possess a higher spirit capacity of 25% despite their human origins. Yokai possess an average spirit capacity of 40%, with the kitsune having 50%. Demons, evil spirits, have a spirit capacity between 40% and 70% depending on the kind of demon they are. Devils possess a spirit capacity of 75%. Fallen possess a spirit capacity of 80%. Angels, dragons, and gods all possess a spirit capacity of 100%. Raising one's spirit capacity can improve one's magic reserves and increase the body's durability. Issei looked intrigued at this. So the reason my mana and health points have gone to heaven is because I raised my spirit capacity? That's pretty cool, he thought out loud before proceeding to put 5 attribute points into his luck, before dividing the remaining 60 among his int and wis. He marveled as he saw his overall stats increase. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Titles, Breast Fiend, A Rising Red Dragon Emperor, Cardinal Shield Hero, Demon Exterminator, The Mystery Man. Level, 31 Next level, 25,530 EXP. Class, Low Class Human, Ascended. Stats. HP, 5270/53083. MP, 76179 for 89,250. SC, 50%. Chi, 500, plus, suppressed. Ki, 22785/22785. Aura, 42,750. STR, 217, plus. STA, 210, plus. Dex, 210, plus. Int, 85. Wis, 86. Cha, 200, plus. Luke, 65. Attribute points, 0. Issei nodded in approval. Now, if my stats look this great, then I wonder about my skills and skill points. Open skill menu. Changing to the skill menu, Issei smirked at the sheer amount of skill points he accumulated. Skill points, 4850. Oh yeah, I can do a lot with this much skill points in my arsenal, he thought. Show me the battle healing, presence detecting, and sealing magic skills. A battle healing, LV30 next level, 69%. A presence detecting, LV28 next level, 78%. A sealing magic, LV24 next level, 45%. Issei nodded. Okay, put 1,000 each in battle healing and presence detection and put the rest in sealing magic, he stated. He watched as they too rose in levels, with battle healing ascending to level 34, presence detection rising to level 33 and sealing magic reaching level 31. Hey partner, not to question your wisdom, cause I know how high that is, but are you sure that was the right move? Drake asked. Issei nodded. All my skills rise in level the more I use them. The only exception to that is my battle healing skill, which requires me to manually increase my body's healing capacity. Presence detection is probably my most useful skill considering how much it has saved my ass, both in and out of battle. So it has to be one of the skills I level up. And as for sealing magic, more than half of my defensive spells can be classified as sealing magic as they all are used to seal off some or all of something in my vicinity. Thus increasing the level of my sealing magic increases the level of effectiveness of all my spells that fall under that category. My flame manipulation magic doesn't need an upgrade cause I have both you and the grimoire, who in turn act as EXP boosts for my flame magic. And all the other skills can be improved upon by training. That includes all my recently attained skills like the body flicker or purifying effect. They can all be trained to raise their levels. So there is really no use in wasting my skill points on skills that can be trained to a higher level. Also, now we can do this. Phantom Zone. He spoke and smiled when he was suddenly standing in a shadowy sphere. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he made the sphere shrink till it came in contact with his body. Once it covered him, his body shimmered before the shadowy aura disappeared. Partner, what did you just do? Came the dragon's voice. Issei smirked. It's an idea I've had since I learned Phantom Zone. Phantom Zone creates a sensory void in whatever area it covers. My idea was that if I made it cover my entire body, I could, in fact, erase my presence entirely, creating the ultimate stealth technique. But sadly, my mana control was lacking. But now, since my intellect has increased, so too did my control. And now I can use the technique with ease. If I increase the mana output, I can increase the capacity of the technique and become completely untraceable. I wonder what I should name this variation. Phantom Cloak? Oh yeah. He turned and began making his way downstairs. Honestly, the fact that you're improving so swiftly is terrifying. And yet, all the more pleasing. If you continue to improve at this rate, then I wouldn't put it past you to surpass all your predecessors, Drake replied. Issei merely smiled in response. Turning on the shower, water began to rain down on Kiyomi as she sat on a stool and began washing her hair. Even though tired from the lack of energy, she still relished in the feeling of hot water flowing over her skin. Sighing when the water suddenly stopped, she got up and steadily made her way to the tub before slipping. Feeling her muscles relax once more, she decided to ignore her body's roaring cry for food and relax her eyelids. She sighed once more. How did things come to this? Flashback, Kiyomi's POV. Ah, there's my beloved princess. A man with black hair and black eyes cried, dressed in a business suit as he threw a 5-year-old baby girl up in the air before catching her and pulling her onto his shoulder. Papa, the little Kiyomi cried as she hugged her father. An older version of her stood in the door frame and smiled as she watched the interaction between father and daughter. Father Fugaku, Mother Makoto, how I miss you both. The scenery changed to a field in which a 10-year-old Kiyomi was practicing swordsmanship with two male versions of herself, one older and one seemingly her own age. She missed her strike at the eldest one, who in turn, aimed a strike at her shoulder. Her eyes widened, but then relaxed as the younger one deflected the strike and defended her. The two got back in potion, getting ready to continue their onslaught as they smiled at the eldest, who smiled back at them. Big brother Itachi, big brother Sasuke, why'd you have to leave me? Her thoughts shifted to the image of her eldest brother, Itachi laying in a hospital bed, dead from a heart disease. Then to the image of her other brother, Sasuke, laying dead before her feet, dead from having his arm ripped off by a wild tiger. That too, because he was protecting her. Finally, her thoughts shifted to an image of the corpses of both her parents, bleeding out on the floor as she ate away at their flesh, her eyes dark with crimson pupils, and her hands drenched in the blood of her parents. Flashback end. Tears began to flow from her eyes as she thought back to all the events that led up to her present day. I'm cursed, I'm a monster. Everyone who gets close to me always end up dead, she thought. But then, her thoughts shifted to another person she recently met, the mystery man that saved her. Her thoughts shifted to the night the two encountered one another, and to the words he had spoken that night, I'll be back soon. Those words had haunted her for quite some time. The words both her brothers had spoken, right before they died. For some reason, hearing this man speak those words arose a deep sense of dread within her, like she was reliving her trauma all over again. But when he returned, she felt as though the weight on her shoulders had disappeared. She felt relieved. And for the first time in a long time, she felt happy. Why this man, whom she had only met for a brief 5 minutes, would have such an effect on her, she did not know. But one thing remained sure to her. I will not let him go. Not like I did the others, she thought and got ready to exit the bath. Making her way to the kitchen in only a bathrobe and a towel around her hair, Kiyomi couldn't help but smile as she smelled food being prepared. Entering the living room, she saw a woman attending to the cooking pots in the nearby kitchen, adding spices and vegetables as she stirred the mix. She had shoulder-length green hair, grayish-brown eyes, and was wearing an apron over a tight pink sweater, which did nothing to hide her D-cups. Along with her green shorts and sandals, she painted the sexy older sister picture perfectly. Looking to the table, she saw that a few dishes had already been prepared. Onigiri, rice balls, crispy fried fish, and a bowl of fruit salad. Seeing the table decked with food, her stomach began growling, telling her that it was in dire need of food. The green-haired girl smiled at hearing Kiyomi's stomach growl. "If you wish, you may start eating. After all, it was all made for you," she spoke. Hearing those words, Kiyomi dove down to the table mat and started eating. In under 5 minutes, she was done with everything. She sat back and sighed. "Thanks, I really needed that. And it was very delicious. I didn't know you could cook, Sito," Kiyomi spoke as she looked at the woman that approached her. Sitting down by the table, she smiled. "Ito. My real name is Ito Yoshimura. Sito is just what Tatara used to call me. You may call me Ito, if you wish to," she stated. Kiyomi nodded. "Hey, mind telling me something? That man, do you know him?" she asked. Ito shook her head. "Nope, I don't have a single clue as to who he is," Ito replied. Kiyomi's sweat dropped. "You serve the man and yet you don't know who he is? Seriously?" she exclaimed. Ito nodded. "True, but I don't need to know who he is. Just that he is who he is. That's more than enough for me," Ito replied. Kiyomi laid back on the mat. Letting out a sigh, she turned her head to look at Ito. "How can you follow him so blindly?" Ito smiled. "Because his mere presence brings me peace," she stated. Kiyomi rose an eyebrow. "Peace?" Ito nodded. "Let me tell you a little about myself. Despite popular belief, I didn't become a ghoul. I was born one." This made Kiyomi's eyes widen. "You were born a demon?" "Yes, I was. My title, the One-Eyed Owl, originally belonged to my father. I believe he was the first to be possessed by the Hellion now within me. According to Master, even if the Hellion's host is compatible with it, it doesn't mean that the spirit won't leave if it finds an even more suitable host. So when I was born, you were born with a perfect compatibility with the spirit that your father possessed. And thus, sensing a better host, your father's demonic spirit passed on to you. Am I right?" Kiyomi asked. Ito nodded. "Correct. Or at least, that's what I believe. Father began losing his power, and because he wasn't the kindest of men in his days, he was killed by a group of ghouls whose friends and family he ate. That was when I turned 18. During my lifetime I had always been the submissive and servitive type. I don't know why, but unlike everyone else, I was always highly obedient and loyal to those whom I acknowledged. I believe it is the nature of the spirit I inherited, to serve. But, the spirit within me is quite the picky servant. It won't serve just anybody, but rather, it will only serve someone with power and authority. The first was my father. The second was Tatara. And lastly, my new master. I must have a master. When I don't have one, I start to lose grip of myself, almost like I'm being torn apart. But that changes when I have a master. Then, my spirit calms, and I'm at peace. My spirit also tends to reflect my master's will. With my father, my spirit was very dark. With Tatara, it was very indifferent, like I was stripped of my emotions. But with him, I am filled with confidence, emotion, and a strong sense of self. I am experiencing more freedom than what I have felt since I was born. My spirit is completely calm. My mind cleared. My heart, overflowing with passions I didn't know I could have. She spoke as she hugged her legs. I won't leave him. And I won't let anyone take him away from me. I will protect him with everything I have. Right, master, she finished and looked behind Kiyomi. A figure aroused from the shadows and nearly scared the hell out of Kiyomi. Unlike last time, Issei wasn't clad in his shadow armor. This caught both the girls' attention. One, being that he was dressed in his school uniform, meaning he is still a student and thus, probably younger than they are. And the second being his looks. Both girls blushed. Issei noticed the blushes and had to struggle to withhold a smirk. It would appear that the charm ability I got from passing the 100 mark in my charisma is paying off, he thought and turned his gaze to Ito. Indeed. And I shall protect you in much the same manner. Though I am intrigued by the fact that your spirit reflects the will of your master. But it isn't all that surprising considering the servant system was just unlocked. Where are my manners? I am Issei Hyoudou, but most just call me Ise, he spoke and gave a gentleman's bow. Both girls didn't know what to say, until Kiyomi spoke up. Why now? Why tell me your name now when you refused to do so earlier? She asked, somewhat confused. Issei nodded. I rethought the matter. You are ultimately still on the supernatural's radar whether you know my name or not. While you are no longer a demon, you still possess supernatural powers and that makes you stand out like a sore thumb. If I am to watch over you, you'll need to know who I am. To know who you can trust or seek out for help. But I'd still like it if you could keep my identity a secret. There are forces in town that are after me. and soon I'll be forced to confront them. Until then I don't want my identity to be revealed, he stated. She nodded in response. He turned his attention back to Ito. Ito, would you please extend your hand? He asked. She nodded and raised her hand. Doing the same, a green magic circle appeared between the two. You said you wish to be my servant. In that case, Ito Yoshimura, do you submit yourself to me? Promising to fight by my side and to serve me in any way I may require? He asked. Ito smiled. Indeed I do, she replied. The circle flashed red. In that case, I, Issei Hyoudou, claim you, Ito Yoshimura, as my servant and hereby share with you my power. He finished and the circle turned completely red. It shattered into mana particles before flowing into Ito. Her chest shined with a red light before revealing the mark of a green dragon's head on her chest. Both women looked in bewilderment at it before Issei spoke. That's my mark, the mark of the Dragon Emperor. Through it, I am connected to you, and you to me. I can't go into the specifics of what all the mark will grant you access to right now, but it will give you the same perks as myself, he stated. Kiyomi observed the interaction between the two and found it strange how the two could simply act so casual despite never having known one another till roughly a few hours ago. Hey, Issei, do you think I could possibly become your servant as well? She asked as she looked down at her thighs. Issei turned his attention back to Kiyomi and took note of her shyness. May I ask why? He asked. She gazed back up at him. There are many reasons as to why I would like to join you, but I guess the most notable one would be that I wish to have a purpose again. My family is dead, and all my previous ambitions, dead along with them. Everything I wanted to do was for them, and now they're gone. Taking over the family business is no longer necessary as my uncle is probably in charge of it now. Even if I continued on, I'd have nothing to do, nothing to strive for. You said I still have power. Then why not make use of it in the best way we know how? Plus you said I'd probably be a target for the supernatural, so why not? You'd have two strong girls watching your back whenever you need them to, she finished. Issei sighed as he looked at the girl. While I don't have any objections to that, you should know that relearning how to use your power will take some time and training. Until you do, you'll need a way to defend yourself. I'm a specialist in both sword and martial arts. My elder brother and father taught me in both categories, she interjected. Issei nodded. Good. That aside, you should also know that we'll be fighting powerful entities which could lead to our deaths. Are you prepared for that? I am. Then raise your hand. And with that, he once again completed the servant contract, adding one more member to his growing party. Having done what he came for, Issei bid his leave and once again used his shadow walking technique to return to school. Both girls continued to spend the rest of the afternoon together, awaiting the return of their master. Are everything in place? Rias asked her queen. The group had not attended school today as they had been busy setting up a trap for their mystery man. While they meant him no harm, they still wished to speak with him. And this was the only way for them to draw him out. Yes, President. The strays have been put in place and are currently still asleep. Upon command they shall awaken and their power shall be released. A destruction spell has been placed upon them in case they go outside the prepared space, Aquino stated. Rias nodded, pleased that everything was going according to plan. She looked over the evacuated industry side of town, smirking as everything fell in place. Soon, everything will be set. Today is the day we meet, Mystery Man. Ring. The school bell rung, signaling the end of the school day. The students hastily made their way out of their classes, chattering as they made their way off of the school grounds. Making his way home, Issei gazed up at the mountain where he knew his two newest party members were staying at. I wonder what they are up to. I'll go home and then go check on them, he thought as he continued his way home. Reaching for the doorknob, he opened the door and entered his house. I'm home, he spoke. Welcome home, honey. Food's on the table. He heard his mother's voice from the kitchen. I'll be down in a minute. He spoke and ascended up the stairs, entering his room and started changing. Entering the kitchen, he saw both his parents waiting for him to arrive at the table. Honestly guys, you didn't need to wait for me, Issei stated as he sat down. His mother handed him his plate and watched on as her son said a short prayer before digging into his food. Actually honey, we wanted to discuss something with you, his mother spoke. He rose a brow at this. About what? He asked after swallowing. You have been spending a lot of time away from home. The training I can understand. You're trying to get your mind off of what happened. Same with the long walks. But why, I wonder, would you sneak out early morning and during the night? His father spoke. Issei's eyes widened in response. If what happened is affecting you more than what we hoped for, then you should talk. We are here for you, son. If something bothers you, you should speak up, his mother stated. Both parents looked worried at their son. Issei, on the other hand, smiled at their caring nature. Dad is right? This caught them off guard. Seeing their son smile was not what they expected. I do train and go on walks because of the bombing incident. But that's mostly because I want to be able to do something should something similar ever happen again. But I already told you of this. As for the sneaking out, well, I kinda made a friend. 2 to be precise. I snuck out to go help them, Issei replied and continued on eating. Helping friends? You sure? His father asked. Issei looked his father in the eyes and nodded. 2 girls, he replied. Both parents' eyes widened at this. Issei saw their mood lighten up and instantly knew what they were thinking. No, not like that, he exclaimed. But both the parents were just looking at him with an expression that shouted, yeah right, whatever you say. Issei sighed. It'll probably be on the newspaper tomorrow morning, but I guess I'll tell you now. This statement confused the father and mother. This morning, a group of people were admitted to the hospital after being found unconscious in front of the hospital. People claim that these people were all declared missing like over 5 months ago, and some have even been missing for well over a year. Yesterday, I met 2 girls, both claimed to have been kidnapped and in need of help, so I helped them. One of the girls I recognized as Kiyomi Geico. Geico, as in the Geicos of Geico shipping industry? His father interrupted. Issei nodded. As in the Geicos who were murdered over a year ago? I heard they couldn't find their daughter and presumed that she was taken by the killers. His mother spoke. Once more, Issei nodded. Indeed, she and the other girl, Ito, escaped their kidnappers along with the group of captors who are now in the hospital. I ran into the 2 on my way home and decided to help them. I took the 2 to the Geico mansion after providing them with food and other supplies and appliances with the savings I had saved up. I promised them I'd come check up on them before I went to school. So I got up early and snuck out to go check up on them. Or stayed out late to make sure they were well sorted before coming home. Sorry if I worried you guys, he finished. His parents looked at him with disbelief. Firstly for hearing that their son was looking after 2 girls. And secondly for him doing it without doing something perverted. It was like their dream was coming true. Swallowing the last of his food, Issei was taken by surprise when his parents enveloped him in a hug, and a deadly one at that. I'm so proud. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that you would turn out to become such a gentleman. His mother exclaimed as tears flowed from her eyes. His father nodded in response at this. Indeed, maybe now he can finally get a girlfriend and give us some grandchildren. His father exclaimed. Issei, on the other hand, was struggling to get air into his lungs. Mom, Dad need to breath, he spoke. His parents noticed his suffocation and released him of their grasp. Taking in deep breaths, Issei shook his head as he thought of how close to dying. Not even his worst opponents came that close to succeeding. Seeing her son back to normal, Hannah immediately grabbed him by the collar and pulled him within an inch of her face. Issei's face lit up from the close proximity. Now listen here, young man. I want those 2 over for dinner when you see so much as a hint that they have started getting over their trauma. Am I understood? She ordered. Issei nodded like a loyal puppy. Smiling happily, Hannah let him go. Well, that was all we wanted to know. You may go now, she spoke and continued to put the dishes in the sink. Ganto looked at his son and nodded as he gave the boy a thumbs up. You're finally becoming a man. I am so proud of you, my boy, he stated. Issei sweat dropped. You say that like I wasn't one already. By the way, I am going to go check up on them for a while. I probably won't be back until sunset. Is that okay with you guys? He asked. Both parents nodded. Issei sighed. Well, in that case, see ya. Issei greeted before running out the front door. Both parents looked at each other and smiled. Seems like he's finally growing into a man. But I still think he's hiding something, Ganto stated as he helped his wife do the dishes. Hannah nodded. He'll tell us when the time is right, honey. Be patient, she replied as she gave her husband a peck on the cheek. The 2 carried on with the dishes before retreating to their room. I wonder what they did there. Running up the mountain at breakneck speed, Issei took fascination in his physical capabilities. This is utterly insane, he thought as he looked at the trees which almost looked like they were vanishing around him from the sheer speed he was moving at. This has got to be at least 100 meters per second, he continued to think. You know, your skills with lying is another thing I find quite incredible, partner. One could have sworn you've been doing it all your life, Drake commented. Issei sighed. Don't remind me. I am not one to lie when I am caught in my own shit, but how the hell do you explain the supernatural to your parents? Issei replied. Drake hummed. While I understand your predicament, partner, I will have to implore you to tell them, or leave them if you don't wish to have them caught in the crossover of things. The stronger you become, the more attention you'll attract, both good and bad. And if someone really wants to get to you, then they could easily use your parents as leverage. It has happened before, to one of your predecessors, Drake advised. Issei nodded, understanding what Drake meant. After all, it has happened before. There is no way he would forget exactly how the devils had blown up his house and nearly killed both him and his mother. And back then he wasn't even a threat. Who knows in how much danger they'll be in when the rest of the supernatural world learns of his presence. I understand what you are saying, Drake. I have thought of what I would do should something like that ever happen. But for now, telling them of this world would not be wise. And yet, not telling them is also unwise. So I'll have to tell them later. But for now, I'll focus on the matters at hand. Seeing the fence of the mansion appear before him, he took one last jump and flew over the fence. He looked on amazed at the view from nearly 50 meters in the air. It was truly mesmerizing. Slapping his hands together as he landed, he activated his favorite spell, Phantom Zone. The entire area was covered in a shadowy sphere. A sphere only visible to him. Now I don't have to worry about other supernaturals sensing us, he thought as he made his way inside the traditional Japanese mansion. Master, you have returned? Ito spoke as she appeared before Issei, in a bow. Issei smiled. How has your day been, Ito? He asked. She raised herself and smiled, a bit confusing, but ultimately pleasant. I have begun to teach Kiyomi on how to call upon her power, and I am pleased to report that she has made splendid progress. She can now freely call upon her power, albeit it still takes her a lot of focus to do. Ito finished. Issei nodded, pleaded with what he heard. You didn't use any spells or anything of the sort? He asked. Ito shook her head. Negative. I myself have not used any spells or power-inducing techniques in the slightest. Though, Kiyomi is currently trying to improve her swordsmanship by adding magic into the mix. Why? She asked. Issei shook his head. No reason. Can you please get her for me? I think it's time I fully sat down and talked with the two of you regarding what it is we are hoping to achieve, Issei stated. Ito nodded and ran, barefoot, towards the backyard door. Issei watched the girl run down the hall and shook his head. Not even 3 weeks has passed and yet already I am a master of 2 servants. I think I'm beginning to understand why Drake is so worried. My growth is insane, he stated and made his way to the living room, looking the place over as he made his way. And he definitely had to admit, it was freaking fancy. Empty, but fancy. Entering the living room, Issei stood surprised. Both the girls were already there. We took the shortcut, Kiyomi stated. Issei noticed a katana resting at her hip. The handle was black with red wrapping and a red pinwheel-looking guard, like Kakashi's Mangekyo, a black sheath with a fan-like crest on the side. Issei looked at the sword status appearing and was a bit surprised. Shursui LV-15. Enchantments, Lightning Cutter LV-5. Durability, 2100/2100. Incredible. Where did you get that sword? He spoke. Kiyomi looked down at the sword and held it. It was a family heirloom from my mother's side. It was always hidden in a secret compartment only the family knew of, which is probably why it wasn't removed with the rest of the things when my uncle had the place cleaned out. Why? Is there something special about it? She asked. Issei nodded. It has an enchantment called Lightning Cutter. This shocked Kiyomi. Apparently, it's a lightning elemental sword. The one who made it was probably linked to the Shinto faction. That, or your family is linked to the Shinto faction. Issei finished, once more surprising the girl. Moving forward and taking a seat on the floor, Issei turned to look at the 2 girls who sat down across from him. Now, I am sure you are pretty confused about all this, so let's start from the top. I am what is known as a sacred gear holder, he stated and summoned his 2 sacred gears. The 2 girls looked on, surprised at their sudden appearance. Sacred gears are divine objects created by God which can grant their wielders great powers and abilities. He has bestowed them on mankind to help them fight against the supernaturals that mean to do us harm. Only a few in a couple thousand are blessed with wielding a sacred gear, so finding someone that has one is rare. And yet I have 2. The red gauntlet is called the boosted gear, one of the 13 most powerful sacred gears called the Longinus sacred gears, which are powerful enough to allow their wielders to kill gods. It contains the spirit of the Red Dragon Emperor, known as Drake. Say hello, Drake. Hey, Drake replied, and the girl's eyes widened. My other sacred gear is called the Cardinal Shield. Basically, it marks me as one of the 4 cardinal heroes who are tasked with preventing the apocalypse by fighting off the waves of catastrophe which lead to the apocalypse occurring. It is also known as the Evolution and Gaming Gear because it grants its wielder the same abilities as a video game character, which is quite insane. But that about sums that up. My goal, as I stated, is to fight off the waves of catastrophe that might cause the end of the world. Meanwhile, I have to deal with the supernatural entities that roam across our wonderful world, like the devils, who have claimed Kuo as their territory and are the reason behind your turning into ghouls. Issei finished. He looked at their facial expressions, which were mostly blank, until Ito smiled. Sounds like fun, she exclaimed. Issei turned to look at Kiyomi, who nodded in response. Somebody has to do it, so I guess it ought to be us. Though, if what you say is true, then we'll need even more party members, she stated. Issei nodded. I am planning on gathering more, but we'll first have to get a place where we can train uninterrupted by the normal folk. Issei began. You can use this place as your base, and Ito can also stay here, if you'd like, Kiyomi interjected. Issei nodded. I'd like that, thank you. I have already placed a barrier around the entire yard so you guys can train as freely as you like. No one will detect anything. Are you fine with staying here, Ito? He asked. Ito nodded in response. I have a place to stay, but if I am here, then Kiyomi won't have to be alone. And we'll be together in case some supernaturals try to attack us, she replied. Issei nodded once more. Secondly, we'll have to scan other towns for anything similar to what has happened here in Kuo. Any places with a high demonic presence are bound to attract demons. In due time, I'd like for us to go to places that we either know have high demonic presences or suspect as much. Since you are my servants, I'll be able to scan the towns and cities for demons and demonic presences through you, and purify them if need be. Otherwise, I'd like for us to train in preparation for the waves. Issei finished. The girls nodded in response. I have one question though, Ito spoke up. The ghouls and the other demonic entities that you have slain, were they a wave? She asked. But Issei shook his head. Sadly, no. I looked up on the waves through my sacred gear, but according to it, the sacred gear will notify me ahead of time when a wave is to occur. Furthermore, it describes a wave as an event that could end the world, or lead to its end. While they were dangers, they were nowhere near a world-ending calamity, which is why I want us to prepare as best we can. If they couldn't even be considered wave material, then I don't want to know what an actual wave looks like. He finished. The three continued to talk about any subject or questions that came up, and Issei answered most of their question. He was about to continue speaking, when he felt a sudden presence within Kuo. The girls noticed the change in his facial expression and was instantly on guard. What is it? Kiyomi asked. Issei's eyes narrowed. He looked at his shield, which projected a holographic map of Kuo before him. At the south side of town, where the industrial sector resided, a red dot appeared which was sending red waves throughout its surroundings. What is that? Ito asked. A stray. But why would one pop up there of all places? That place has the lowest demonic presence in all of town, Issei stated, a bit confused. But a split second later, his confused expression turned into a pout. Of course it would be her. Probably thought this would be the only way to draw me out. Fine, I'll play your game, he thought as he looked at the signature red dot on the hologram. He turned to the two girls as he spoke. You two, stay here. I believe it might be a trap set up to lure me out, he stated. This made their eyes widen. If it's a trap, shouldn't we come with you? Ito asked. But Issei shook his head. They aren't a problem. I can handle them. They probably only want to talk to me about all the stuff that has been going on around town. But you two are my aces. The supernatural doesn't yet know of your existence, so I'd like to keep you two a secret until the time is right. He spoke as he got up and used a magic circle to change into his shadow armor. He looked down at the two and gave them a nice smile. Fear not. I'll be back in a flash, he stated before being consumed by the shadows. The two stared at the spot where their master had stood, before looking at one another, shrugging and making their way to the backyard to continue training. Arising from the shadows, Issei appeared within an industrial factory. He heard a growl and a laugh which followed soon after. It would appear that we have a guest? He heard a slithery voice speak. Indeed. Let's swallow him alive. Emerging from the shadows, Issei took in the sight of three snake-like women. They had the upper bodies of women, which appeared to be very attractive, but had a serpent-like lower body, which extended back into the shadows. They appeared to be at least 10 meters tall. Oh! One of the feminine serpents had long black hair, dark eyes, sharp black nails, two pairs of snake-like fangs that acted as bars for her split tongue, and her snake-like lower half was black in color. The other two had a similar theme, but was yellow and white. Issei looked at their statuses and had to scoff. Quinzel Valak LV25. Status, Demon, Low Class. Title, Serpent of the Abyss, Snake Sister of Darkness. Zarkan Valak LV25. Status, Demon, Low Class. Title, Serpent of the Sun, Snake Sister of the Light Consuming Void. Belil Valak LV25. Status, Demon, Low Class. Title, Serpent of Hollow, Snake Sister of Reaping. He shook his head. They aren't that strong, but their abilities will prove to be a problem, he thought as he looked over their special abilities. Quinzel Valak LV25. A special ability, Dark Conjure. Allows Quinzel to conjure darkness and spew it at her foes. The darkness consumes everything it comes in contact with and is thus highly dangerous. Weakness, light generating attacks. Zarkan Valak LV25. A special ability, Light Eraser. Allows Zarkan to consume any and all forms of light, including light generating attacks and spells, which she then converts into power. Weakness, non-light based attacks. Belil Valak LV25. A special ability, Soul Eater. Allows Belil to consume the spirits and souls of her foes. She uses this technique to increase the potency of her power as well as her overall magic reserves. Weakness, her opponent must have a will weaker than her own, or must be worn out. Belil is vulnerable while consuming a spirit or soul. Yeah, this didn't look too good for him. On one hand there is the darkness chick which I can only use light attacks against. Then there is the one which consumes light, so all attacks against the first will be rendered useless and will only increase her power. And finally, the chick who can suck out my soul and spirit. Sweet, just sweet. he thought as he got into position. The black serpent attacked first, spewing a torrent of darkness at him. Detecting the other two serpents swiftly blocking all his escape routes, Issei decided to submerge himself back into the shadows. The dark attack struck and destroyed the floor, leaving only a crater behind. The serpents started hissing in laughter as they believed they had eliminated their prey, a laughter which was soon replaced with a hiss of pain. Both the white and dark serpent looked to their sister Zarkan, who just had her head removed by a swiftly spinning, blue glowing shuriken. Their eyes widened, not just because of their sister having her head removed, but also at the shuriken which severed her head. They could feel the energy radiating off of it. Holy energy. This caused the two to panic. They watched on as their sister's body fell to the ground, and as it touched the ground, a shield appeared from the shadows beneath, which swiftly sucked in the serpent's entire body. Both Belial and Quinzel stared in fright before it turned to anger at having their sister killed. Belial struck at the shadows below with her tail, feeling the presence of life there. This caused Issei to abandon his plan of lurking in the shadows and shot out a massive fireball which struck Belial's tail as it came in contact with the ground. The serpent was engulfed in flames. Aya! Belial cried out at having her serpent body set on fire. Quinzel tried to put the fire out by covering her sister with a cloak of her darkness. But when she was ready to spew it out of her mouth, she felt a sudden force pull her head upwards. Having already spewed her dark technique, it struck the ceiling and made it collapse down on Belial. Horror overcame her once more as the same shuriken from earlier came down to decapitate yet another of her serpent sisters. And as with Zarkan, Belial was also, seemingly, absorbed into the shadows. Quinzel let out a hiss of despair. "Curse you, you insignificant ga," she cried out, only to have a shuriken emerge from the shadows and tear through her stomach, chest, and cleave her head in two. A few seconds later, her body was also nowhere to be found. Issei emerged from the shadows, without a scratch on him. He looked at the damage done to the place and sighed. "You know, this is why I despise you devils so much. You don't give a damn about the damage you cause. As long as you get what you want, you don't care who gets hurt. Why don't you stop hiding and show yourselves?" he exclaimed, albeit channeling mana into his vocals to change the sound of his voice. From the west side, a familiar redhead and her group emerged from a magic circle. And from the south side, came another pair of familiar faces, Sona and Tsubaki. The two groups looked at the man in the center of the room with anticipation. And even though they couldn't see his face due to the face mask and hoodie, they had the feeling that he was glaring at them. But what did they expect? He did just say he despised them. Rias was the first to speak. "Who are you? And what are you doing in our territory?" she demanded. Issei turned his head in her direction before speaking. "You speak as though you hold some kind of authority over me. Watch your tone, Gremory. I am perfectly capable of tearing you and your entire peerage apart." Issei spoke with an equally demanding tone. Rias narrowed her eyes at this. But before she could speak, Sona interfered. "Look, we don't want to get into a fight. It won't end well for either parties. All we wish to know is why you are here, and what are those demonic entities you have been slaying. As Rias stated, we are the rulers of this territory. And it is very disturbing that we didn't know of the presence of those demons before you came along. We'd merely like to know why that is. And more importantly, where they came from," Sona stated. Issei nodded. "So be it. I will tell you." Sona smiled at this. "Thank you," she spoke, but he held up his hand. "But, I have a condition," he stated. Both parties became anxious at this. "And what is this condition?" Sona asked. Issei pointed at Rias. "My condition is that I fight them first," he stated. This caught everyone by surprise. Rias, still surprised by the sudden challenge, spoke up. "Any particular reason why you'd want to fight me and my peerage?" she asked. Issei began stretching, cracking a few joints and loosening his shoulder. "There is. But it mostly has to do with me wanting some stress relief. And since you pissed me off, you'll have to suffice as my punching bag," Issei stated. This did not sit well with Rias, or her peerage. But one moment of eye contact with her rival was all Rias needed to know that they really didn't have another option. She sighed and nodded. "So be it, we'll fight you. What are the rules?" she spoke. Issei nodded. "In my case, if you manage to knock me down, you win. In your case, if I can slam each of you into the wall, then I win," he stated. Once again, Rias didn't like where this was going. She looked on as Issei picked up a rock and held it out. "When this rock touches the ground, the fighting starts," he stated. And before Rias could say another word, he flung the stone high up into the air. Kiba drew his sword. Kaneko got into her battle stance. Akino began channeling thunder through her hands. And Rias radiated a crimson-black glow as she got ready to attack. Issei couldn't help but smile under his mask. And as the stone came down, decided to give them some advice. "Come at me with the intent to kill." Rias looked on at the man who had challenged her and her peerage to battle. She had witnessed his fight with the three serpent sisters and was quite worried because of how easily he had dealt with them. There were too many unknowns regarding him and now they were about to face him. The stone touched the ground and immediately Rias shouted, "Formation B!" she exclaimed. Aquino released a bolt of thunder at the mystery man. But it was predicted and thus avoided. The mystery man dodged the attack. Kiba appeared before the masked individual and swung his sword. Though, in a brilliant show of strength and speed, he caught the blade between his palms before giving the swordsman a spinning back kick to the gut and sending him into the wall. "That's one," he spoke and dodged the sudden onslaught of fists from Kaneko. He was about to counter when he had to dodge a blast of destruction magic and blocked a thunderbolt with a barrier. Though, when his feet touched the ground, he vanished in a manner that almost left a blur of him behind. Next thing they knew, Kaneko was flung into the nearby wall with a viscous haymaker, and that's two, he spoke again. The poor girl lay barely conscious in her small crater as she found herself too sore to move. Meanwhile the mystery man was staring down his last two opponents. "Damn it. I can currently only use the body flicker at 10% without getting severe tunnel vision. But that will have to do for now," he thought as he looked at his final two opponents, who were each radiating large amounts of power. Rias looked at Aquino and nodded. "Let's use the reinforcement armor. He's too fast for us to do otherwise," Rias stated. Aquino looked surprised. "Are you sure, President? We might end up killing him if we do," she replied. Rias smiled. "Well, he did say to come at him with the intent to kill," she spoke. Aquino nodded, and both of them began channeling large amounts of mana throughout their entire body. Thunder began to flow across Aquino's body and cover her arms, legs and upper body in a cloak of golden thunder. She opened her eyes to reveal fiery yellow eyes. The same appeared to happen to Rias. Destruction magic covered her forearms, legs and upper body like armor. Her eyes began to shine a fiery crimson as she entered her state of enhancement. The mystery man looked on in fascination at what he was witnessing. Impressive, cloaking themselves in their respective magic and creating both a hard-to-penetrate armor, but also one which deals damage to the object that comes in contact with it. In addition, they have built up mana in every part of their bodies, further enhancing their physical performance. Impressive, truly impressive. Deciding to do the same, he began to channel his mana, using the body flicker technique throughout his entire body. "It may only be 10%, but this should suffice. If need be, I can amp up the power output in my upper body for faster reflexes," he thought, and as soon as he looked back at the two, they dashed at the masked individual at high speeds. His eyes widened when he felt Aquino's fist connect with his abdomen. "Damn it, she's fast," he thought as he was sent flying. Seeing Rias appear above him, with her hands held together, coming down for an axe strike to the gut, he narrowed his eyes. "To hell with this," he thought, and raised the mana built up within his body to 20% of what he could handle, his eyes gaining a faint blue glow as he did. As she came down for the strike, she was taken by surprise when he suddenly twisted in mid-air, with speed equivalent to Aquino's, and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying towards the wall across the room. Twisting herself in mid-air, Rias landed against the wall with her feet, using her enhanced strength to send her flying back at the masked individual. Issei's senses flared as he felt a large concentration of mana gathering behind him. Slightly turning his head, he could make out Aquino's glowing hands as she held them at her side, with her arms stretched out. He knew this technique would be deadly, but smiled as he felt this was a true test of his strength. Summoning the air strike shield to block Rias' fist, he held out his hand to Rias, who became worried at this gesture. "Shield prison," he cried out, and Rias was immediately encased in a sphere-like prison. A second later, she was stabbed by a dozen spikes before Issei sent the entire sphere crashing straight into the wall. The sphere dissipated, revealing a bleeding Rias with her clothes torn to smithereens. "President!" Aquino cried out as she saw the state of her master. She glared at the masked individual who finally landed from his 3-second flight express. She brought her hands together and pointed it at him. "Take this." Final flash. She cried out and let the technique loose. An enormous torrent or wave of compressed and focused thunder magic rushed at him. Thinking fast, he summoned 5 air strike shields within a row and 4 union barriers between the shields. Aquino watched on as her attack struck the first shield, struggling for a second before it pushed through. This continued until the last shield was destroyed and the spell connected, destroying the entire north side of the building's roof and causing a blinding flash of light. Aquino took deep breaths as she tried to regain her stamina. The thunder armor that covered her started to diminish as she descended down to the ground. She looked on at the dust cloud as it dissipated, expecting to see her opponent on the ground, but saw nothing. Her eyes widened. She was going to resume her former form but found herself unable to move, looking down to see 2 shadowy hands holding her in place. Next thing she knew, she felt an enormous amount of pain in her stomach before being flung into the wall next to Rias. Issei looked on at the unconscious girl as she laid next to her still bleeding master. He stuck his hand into his cloak and summoned a healing potion, away from Sona's watchful eyes. Sona, who was getting ready to go tend to Rias' wounds, was caught by surprise when the individual before them flung a bottle of red liquid at Rias. It broke upon making contact with her, and she immediately started glowing as her wounds healed. Sona looked on shocked at what she saw. She looked back at the masked individual who assumed a cross-armed position. "So, what do you want to know?" he asked her. She looked back at Rias, who opened her eyes and started looking around at her surroundings. His eyes fell on Akino and she immediately hurried to her queen's side to begin healing her. "Well, how about what was in that potion you used? It wasn't Phoenix Tears, but seemed to work just as quickly," Sona asked as she turned to look at Tsubaki, signaling her to attend to the others. The hooded individual nodded. "A healing potion. More specifically a dragonic enhanced healing potion. I used dragon's blood and aura to magnify its healing effects," he stated. This shocked Sona. Dragon's blood and dragon's aura? But dragons are the most unwilling when it comes to requesting such things. Does he have a contract with one? Or, she thought, are you a dragon by chance? I don't sense your aura. But one can never know. She spoke. He was silenced for a moment. You could say I am closely associated with one, he replied. Sona nodded, but on to more pressing matters. Where did those demons come from? And why are they in Kuo? She asked. At this, Issei looked at Rias, who moved over to Kaneko to heal her, while Akino looked to be regaining consciousness. Despite her eagerness to heal her rook, she was still running around mostly naked. Issei wanted to smile at this. This was the Rias he had come to know during his time at Kuo. The caring young girl who couldn't bear to see anyone get hurt. The girl who would try to help others in need regardless of how it affected her. And yet, he was forced to remember that she is also a Gremory. A devil princess that is prideful in nature. Greedy, seeing nothing but what she wants and how to get it. Not seeing the path of destruction she leaves behind her, or the misery she causes. It was like she had two personalities, one of a high school girl, the other of a true devil. In truth, you are the cause of their appearance. You and Rias, he spoke. This caught Sona by surprise. What do you mean? She asked. Imagine a meter, capable of measuring demonic presences. Before you and Rias came here, the measuring of demonic presence in Kuo was at 0. Strays naturally avoid areas that have a 0 rating of demonic presence because chances are pretty good that exorcists, priests, or other holy men reside there. So they only stick to places that have demonic presences, regardless of how low it is. Before you guys came to Kuo, the ratings of strays showing up was barely higher than 0. But you came here, and those measurements gradually started to rise, he spoke. Sona looked on shocked at this revelation but continued on listening. You enrolled in Kuo Academy as students. That's when shit struck the fan, Issei continued. This confused Sona. Why would our enrollment cause problems? She asked. The cloaked figure held up his hand. I'm getting there. You enrolled into Kuo. This means that whatever training you guys had to do took place in the afternoon or evening. Even your contract jobs took place in the evenings. And you also hunt strays in the night. That's the problem. Because you began training during the evenings, the sun was unable to neutralize the demonic energy you guys released, and it seeped into the environment. This caused the demonic presence to increase. Eventually, strays started to feel the presence and was drawn here. That wouldn't have been a problem if you guys had simply sent them back to hell, but no, you started killing them off. That's when shit struck the fan for a second time. By now, Rias had joined the group, clothed and hearing what the man had to say. Why would us killing of the strays be a problem? She asked as she came and stood next to Sona. Thanks for beating my peerage into the ground, she added with a pout. He smiled. It wasn't pleasant, now was it? Just means you have to step up your game, he replied and turned back to Sona. You devils and demons possess spiritual bodies. Bodies which merely act as vessels for the spirit. Think of your bodies as a water balloon, containing all your bodies and spirit's energies. When you kill a demon or a devil, you pop the balloon. The demon's will or the devil's soul returns to hell, where its body will reform. But back here, everything else is left behind. Because when the body is destroyed, all the physical and spiritual energies, the chi, aura, and mana of the being you killed gets released into the environment along with the power you yourselves exerted. Because most of the strays were killed in either underground or abandoned buildings, it wasn't very easy for the sun to neutralize the demonic presences because its rays couldn't reach them. In addition, when rain fell, it would gather up the demonic aura and mana and flush it all down into the city sewer system. And thus, a mass of demonic presence started gathering beneath the city. This acted as a magnet, attracting strays here to the point where we have about 50 strays in Kuo per year. Whenever you killed the strays, their demonic energies would get released into the environment and the mass of demonic energy gathering beneath town would attract that energy into the underground sewers until demonic hotspots were formed. From there the gathered energies started flowing through the underground network from hotspot to hotspot, and thus, demonic Leylands came into being. From there, any creature that came in contact with the Leylands were mutated into mutants, who fed off of living flesh and life force and later evolved into demons. There are also Hellions, creatures who got possessed by the dead demon spirit, chi, or life force. They normally lead the demons and mutants and aren't affected by the sun, unlike the other two whom I mentioned. The sun tends to burn them to a crisp as a result of their mutations being organic also, he finished. The two looked down in shame as they heard this. Well damn. I didn't think such a thing would occur. But why haven't we been able to detect them? Sona asked. Because the demonic presence that radiated off of them was the same as the demonic presence of the town, both in signature and in potency level. You wouldn't have sensed them. Not unless you had someone who could use senjutsu, he replied and took a glance at Kaneko. Both masters were surprised by this. They have already established that he knew a lot, but they didn't know how much. But with this little bit of information, it was clear that he probably knew everything regarding everyone. Sona nodded. Understandable. But still unacceptable. How many of the demon nests still remain? She asked. He shook his head. 1. But even if I told you, you getting involved would only make matters worse. Thanks to the mutants and demons, who have been sucking out a good chunk of the demonic presence within the town, the measure of demonic presence within town has dropped. Even when they die, their demonic cells still draw in demonic energy and aura. It's partially why I left the corpses of the mutants and demons behind at the nests I already conquered. They act as filters, drawing in more and more demonic aura and energy, alleviating some of the demonic presence which plagues the town. He spoke. Rias tapped her index fingers together as she heard this. Yeah, about that. She began, but he interrupted her. You destroyed the corpses. I already know. Why do you think you and your peerage got a beating? You've been a pain in my side since this whole ordeal began. He spoke as he pinched his nose. Rias looked away embarrassed as she had only made matters worse. As I was about to say, if you get involved you'll only be adding more fuel to the fire, so I suggest you find a way to purify the entire town of the demonic presence. Even if you have to make a deal with the fallen. And I don't give a damn about your pride. He glanced back at Rias as he spoke the last part. She looked offended by this, but turned her head away. Nearly 80,000 people have died since you came here. I suggest you don't let any more residents die. He looked to the side and took note that the others were getting back up. I have told you all you needed to know. Good day. We will see each other again, another time. He spoke and disappeared into the shadows before Sona could say another word. Damn it. She screamed and stomped her left foot on the ground. Did he have to just up and leave like that? I had more questions for him, Rias stated. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose. We are in so much trouble if either the council or our siblings found out about this. There's nothing to do now but to seek a solution for this mess. Starting with a way to rid this town of its demonic presence, Sona stated and Rias nodded. We can discuss a strategy tomorrow at school. For now, let's get back home and rest, Rias advised. Sona nodded and the two gathered their peerage members, who had been busy using magic to put the place back together, and teleported back to their respective homes. And that is how you determine the area without the use of pi? The mathematics teacher stated as he explained the sum on the board. The class was paying attention, but Issei on the other hand, was laying with his head on his desk. Yesterday, after his encounter with Rias and Sona, he had to attend dinner at his home, with both Ito and Kiyomi. This wouldn't have been the problem, but after conversing with the girls till late, with his dad giving him a lecture on gentleman etiquette, it was decided that the girls would sleep over for the night. Again, that wouldn't have been a problem. Except for the fact that neither women wanted to sleep in the guest room, and insisted that they sleep with Issei. The boy's mother was so filled with joy that she cried, hugging her husband and muttering things regarding family, weddings, and grandchildren. Issei could only sweat drop at his mother's behavior. Then he had to get up early morning, again, to go and finish off the last dungeon. Which was a pain to say the least. Imagine having to fight off a horde of plants, with the ability to consume life energy and mana, using said energy to either create more of themselves or feed their mother tree. He negated this fact and tried to set the entire forest on fire. It didn't work. Instead, they consumed the mana and created more of themselves. Then he proceeded to attack them head-on with his shuriken shield. Yeah, that didn't work. They regenerated. And after an hour of trial and error, Issei had to deal with the possessed animals whom had probably felt that he was a threat to the mother tree. Which he was, but regardless of that, Issei had started to get annoyed by this. The animals were possessed by the demonic plants. Apparently, if you consumed the fruit, which came as a result of the plants gathering masses of natural and demonic energy into their fruits, you'd not only gain an insane power boost, but also become their vessels and inherit their abilities such as the regeneration and energy consumption. This really didn't sit well with Issei. Of course he wasn't at the best of mental states, having gone 5 days without proper sleep with back-to-back fights that could have killed him at any moment. But somehow, the idea that he could be taken down by plants really struck a chord in him. Drake clarified Issei's uneasiness by adding that he would never allow such humiliation, such disgrace to befall the Red Dragon name. That he who is the Red Dragon Emperor, he who slayed thousands of gods, angels and demons, he would meet his end at the hands of plants. He didn't know what came over him. But when Drake threatened that he would erase the source of Issei's manhood if he allowed such a thing to come to pass, he was suddenly filled with an unshakable will to have these plants meet their end. So, casting all logic and reason to the side, and frankly, who wouldn't if they heard the source of their sex would be erased if they failed? Issei proceeded to encase the entire forest in a 100-meter-high barrier, before opening a shadow gate to the bottom of the ocean and letting the infernal things drown, bringing about the second flood. And to top it off, when the barrier had been filled to the brim with sea water, hell, even the fish that got dragged in looked possessed, he proceeded to call upon his boosted gear, which appeared in its third liberation form, the boosted gear gift, and stockpiled a mother's worth of boosts before casting the purifying effect spell. The spell was so strong that it turned the blue, unclear seawater crystal clear while radiating light. One could see the edge of the forest through the water. Even the fishes and the dead bodies of the drowned animals could all be seen. Everything was purified. Finally, his manhood was safe. He proceeded to store up the mass amount of water, while sending the marine life back to their homes. After all, he just created a shit ton of purifying holy water. In a town filled with demons and demonic presences, you'd be a fool to throw it all away. But back to the present. Now he was wasted, and couldn't stand to hear his teacher's voice, which is why it annoyed him when his name was called out. Mr. Hyoudou, awaken at once. You are in class. My class to be precise. And here, you most certainly will not slack off. He lectured the boy. Issei raised his head, opening his reddish eyes and looking at the teacher. He could already hear the remarks. How some thought that he was tired from watching porn all night. He scoffed. Hey, sensei, how about we make a wager? You and I, he stated. His teacher was about to remark his suggestion when he raised his hand to stop him. Give me your toughest mathematical question, regardless of what category of math it's from. So long as it isn't university level, he stated. Once more he could hear his classmates whispering of how he was absurd while the teacher looked at him intrigued. If I give the correct answer, you give me off for the rest of your periods, for the rest of the year. And if I fail, I'll be your personal attendant for the rest of the year. How does that sound? He asked. This made the class erupt in uproar. Students were either laughing at him, or mocking him for what he said. Hey Issei, bro, you can't be serious. Do you have any idea who he is? He's the district moderator for maths. If he decides to ask a difficult question, not even I'd be able to answer it. Motohama replied in shock. Issei only continued to smile at his teacher, who in turn smirked at him. So be it. I accept your challenge. But are you sure this is what you want? He asked. Issei nodded. I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't sure, he replied. The teacher nodded. He gave the rest of the class their activities as he prepared a question with a combination of different mathematical categories. Within 10 minutes he had devised the sum, and within another 5, finally finished writing it down on the board. Everyone took a gaze at it and their mouth struck the floor. The teacher smirked. Well, my boy, he asked. The other students couldn't even begin to think of how Issei would handle such a question. They all believed he was doomed. Looking at it for a second before he smirked back, Issei thought but one thing: analyze, and just like that, the equation appeared blue as a blue magic swirl, unseen to others, appeared within his eyes. This was the new skill he gained from his daily reward system. Analyze. It grants him the ability to analyze anything within seconds, and even grants him access to analyst magic, which helps him decipher any problem he might have. This, along with the ability he gained from crossing the 100 mark in intellect, mentalist, made figuring out problems and their solution a walk in the park. The teacher thought he was giving up and was about to comment on the boy's arrogance when he was interrupted. The answer is 5, Issei stated. A dead silence filled the class. The teacher looked at him wide-eyed. The class looked at him as if he was stupid. Who wouldn't? To them, it appeared as if he just looked at it for barely a minute and gave a random answer. The teacher, on the other hand, almost fell back into his chair, barely using the desk to remain upright. He appeared shocked. He looked Issei straight in the eyes and pointed at him. How did you do that? He exclaimed. The class looked at the shocked teacher before looking back at the smirking Issei. They didn't understand what he meant. Surely he couldn't mean. I am correct, it would seem, Issei stated. The teacher still couldn't grasp his head around what this boy just did. In less than a minute he correctly answered a question which would take at least half an hour at a minimum to do. That too with only his head. Indeed you are. But how? How could you have answered it so fast? There is no way anyone can determine the answer of such a question in such a short time. And you didn't even use a calculator, the teacher stated. The class was dead silent. Issei smirked. Maths is like a puzzle. Figure out the picture it is trying to show you and you can determine where each of the pieces fit in, and thus complete the picture. I figured out the picture you were trying to show me when you first began writing the question down. From there I just needed to determine the pieces and put them in their places to get my answer. So you could say that I was answering the question as you wrote it down, which took nearly 20 minutes, Issei finished. Of course it was all crap and his lying skill just went up a level because of it, but he didn't care. The satisfaction at having the current 2 periods off before the first break was absolutely thrilling. The teacher sank back into his chair and nodded as he looked down at his table and sighed. "So be it, Mr. Hyoudou, you will get the rest of my periods off as per our agreement," he stated. Issei nodded. "Thank you, sir," he replied before turning to look at Kates, who was sitting across from him. "Could you wake me up when it's break time, please? I'd really appreciate it," he stated with a soft smile. For some reason, Kates felt aroused by the act and found her cheeks begin heating up. She quickly scoffed before turning away. "Just go to sleep already, you perv," she replied. He nodded, still keeping the smile. "Thanks. Sleep, that's the one thing Issei isn't getting these days." "Why do I say so?" Well, just when he thought he could get some shut-eye in class, he found himself in a pure white realm. Him and a red-haired man dressed in a black suit with a crimson shirt, tie, and cufflinks. "It's about time we started your training, partner," he spoke. Issei's eyes widened. "Drake, where are we?" he asked. "You are in the boosted gear's inner realm, a spirit realm wherein I reside, and I have taken this form to help you train in hand-to-hand combat," he spoke. Issei nodded as he looked around at the blank space. "How much time do we have?" he asked. Drake smirked. "So you picked up on it. Indeed, time moves slower here. This is a realm wherein the spirit can exist apart from the body, and thus, your perception of time isn't slowed by the body's limiters. Your spirit can perceive time in split seconds. If I had to take a guess, then I'd say that time moves 100 times slower in here than out there." Drake finished. Issei nodded. "My maths period will end in an hour, that's 100 hours in here. That's 4 days and 4 hours in here." "Sweet. So, when do we begin?" Issei asked as he was no eager to fight against Drake. Drake smirked at this. "Now," he exclaimed and dashed at Issei with unseen speed, giving the boy a vicious haymaker to the stomach and sending him flying across the realm. This would be the start of Issei's 4-day torture. At first he and Drake fought to determine Issei's weaknesses and strengths when it came to battle. Then he went on to teach Issei Taekwondo, which he learned within an hour as a result of his gamer ability creating the skill for him. Since then he has been trying to level up the skill but found that doing so in his spirit form and not his physical form, made leveling up physical skills a pain in the ass. He only managed to get it to level 3. The second day, Drake made Issei fight, using his magic. Yeah, he still had his ass handed to him, and couldn't even put a scratch on Drake. Drake pointed out that Issei had splendid control and manipulation of his mana, to the point of not needing a circle or a chant to activate his spells, but lacked the creativity to make his spells more powerful. So he spent the second day teaching Issei on ways of how he could amplify the effectiveness of his spells, like compressing his mana, focusing it or adding elemental nature into the mix. He had recommended that Issei learn other forms of magic, like recovery, reinforcement, and maker magic, but I already know some spells that fall into those categories, Issei had replied, and they're still at a very low level, not to mention incomplete. You use those spells in their basic mana manipulation forms. Add your elements into the mix. Then you'll see what they can truly do, Drake had lectured the boy. He even went on to notify Issei that he had 2 other affinities in addition to his fire affinity. Those 2 being a primary wind affinity and a secondary earth affinity. The 2 decided to work on those affinities another time and proceeded into the next day's training. Key manipulation. Drake taught Issei how to call upon his body's energy, although only after having raised his meditation skill to level 20, which took all day to do, but at least now he can call upon the power, and that's all Drake wanted him to do. The final day they decided to have full-out battles. Hand-to-hand combat, magic and ki. Issei was forced to call upon his shield when Drake started creating weapons with his firemaker magic. To summarize what happened, he got obliterated. Drake didn't hold back as much as before, even if it was a measly 2% of his full might. Issei laid on the floor, burned, and beaten. He didn't know what he had done to deserve such treatment. He opened one of his eyes to look at Drake and scoffed. Drake LV 600. Status, Welsh Dragon, Heavenly Class. Title, The Welsh Dragon, Red Dragon Emperor, Heavenly Dragon. Of course I'd had my ass handed to me. He is the Red Dragon after all, he thought as he struggled to get up. He cracked a smile before it turned into a chuckle. Damn Drake, you sure are strong. I'm only just at level 33, while you're at level 600, he spoke as he looked up at his partner from his seated position. I couldn't even begin to imagine how long it must have taken to get there, Issei stated. But Drake shook his head. You are mistaken if you believe this is my true level of power. After having been sealed away inside of the boosted gear, my power gradually started to diminish. Currently I am only at a third of the level I was once at, but I do agree that it took me a while to reach that level, Drake commented. Issei's eyes widened at the implication of what Drake just said. Wait, so you're telling me that you were at level 1800? He exclaimed. Drake nodded with a smirk. What? Cat got your tongue? He asked in amusement. Issei's expression was like a fish on dry land, a mouth that hung to the floor. Snapping out of it, he started pushing mana into his body parts, allowing him to stand back up. He looked at Drake and lifted his fists. Then what the hell am I waiting around for? If I can stand, then I can fight. Let's go another round, he exclaimed. Drake looked at his part and nodded in approval. Surely you bear a dragon's fighting spirit. If another round is what you want, then let us begin. Drake got into his fighting stance and prepared to go at it another time. Both wore a smirk as they tensed themselves for another round, till Issei. Issei, wake up. It's break time. The period's over. He heard Keitei's voice call out. He gained a frown as he heard this, and just when things were gonna get epic. Oh well, can you send me out of here? Issei spoke as he sighed. Drake shook his head. Just try to focus your consciousness out of the realm. It sounds difficult but is actually quite easy, Drake advised. Issei nodded, closed his eyes, and began taking slow and deep breaths as he sought to calm his mind and focus on the task at hand. He felt a pull as he imagined pushing his spirit out of the realm. Slowly opening his eyes, he turned to look at the pink-haired teen whom had awoken him. Looking like he just got out of bed, but never had sleep cause of how he had been in constant mental training, he was unaware of the effect it was having on the teen. Keitei looked on at the boy as he yawned, stretched himself and looked at her with a smile on his face as his eyes were still shut. Oh, Keitei, thanks for waking me. It would seem that I overslept. Moha, he yawned again. Keitei just looked away, with a bit of pink on her cheeks, refusing to acknowledge the boy's cuteness. Whatever, she spoke and walked off. He looked around at the rest of the class, seeing that there were only a few students left. Deciding to go check up on his two partners in crime, he got up and exited the class. Making his way to their favorite spot, he saw the two running his way. Of course, they did it again, didn't they? He thought as he already knew what the two running meant. Hey Issei, run. They called out to the boy. Issei sighed. He was too tired for this. The two boys ran past him while he remained standing still. He folded his hands and remained firm as he heard the cries of angry women coming his way. A few seconds later, a horde of kendo girls came running through the trees. Upon seeing him, they instinctively drew their kendo sticks and swung. He sighed upon seeing this. Guess old habits die hard. Sidestepping the first stroke, he began dodging their onslaught. A swing to the head. He crouched. A strike to the stomach with a swing to the back. He jumped over the sticks. A swing at the shoulder. Sidestepped. A vertical swing from behind. Caught. He looked at the one who wielded the wooden sword that he caught. Murayama. You know, attacking people that are just walking through the forest isn't at all honorable, and is punishable by suspension, he stated and snapped her sword. Her eyes widened at the boy as he suddenly struck her in the stomach. She fell forward, having the wind struck out of her and nearly losing consciousness. He hoisted her over his shoulder. The other girls looked on as they saw their captain get hoisted over the teen's shoulder. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Keitei cried out as she saw it happen. Issei turned to her and looked very disappointed. Your entire squad just tried to beat me with weapons when I was just walking through the trees. Because you are her subordinates, and she your captain, she must bear the consequences of your actions. He spoke and turned his back to them. Murayama lifted her head to look at the one who held her. With her wind struck out of her, it was hard to speak. But Issei noticed and looked at her with a smile. We're going to pay a visit to Mrs. Shirtorai. Hold on tight, he spoke and got ready to run. Hey wait, one of the other girls cried out but to no avail. Issei sprinted away, full force, leaving a dust cloud in his wake as he ran to the student council. Students looked on in disarray as they saw Issei carrying a half-conscious Murayama into the school building. Now, when you see the most perverted kid in school carrying a girl, half-conscious through the school, what would you think? A rape attempt? Probably. That's why some of the guys tried confronting him. Move, was the only thing Issei said. They didn't listen. Put the girl down, Hyoudou. Before you get hurt, one of the four guys said. Issei scoffed. I'm taking her to the student council. Move or else. He spoke, but Murayama regained some of her consciousness and looked at Issei. Please, put me down. She spoke softly. Truth be told, the running had kind of made her motion sick. Not to mention that she was laying over his shoulder, with all her stomach contents threatening to flow down to her mouth. But that wasn't how the boys saw it. They saw it as a girl begging a guy, who was clearly misbehaving with her, to let her be. Poor fools. That's it, Hyoudou. You got 3 seconds to let the girl go. 1. I told you, I'm taking her to the. 2. You know what? Screw this. Please just let me down. My stomach doesn't feel all that good. Murayama slightly whispered into his ear. He nodded in response. 3. All 4 guys came rushing at the brunette as they tried to subdue him. Big mistake. Issei threw Murayama into the air, smiling as she screamed like a little girl. He turned his attention to the guy at his left who was throwing a punch his way. He sidestepped and gave the guy a punch to the stomach, with enough force to knock his wind out. 2 guys tried grabbing him, but he swiftly twisted himself, grabbed the arm of the nearest grabber to his right, and threw him into the grabber coming from his backside, sending the two a good 5 meters flying before they tasted the floor. In this motion he proceeded to kick the man which had spoken to him less than 5 seconds ago, in the stomach, kicking his wind out as he fell on his back and hastily gasped, trying to get air back into his lounges. Issei held out his hands as he caught Murayama in a bridle carrying position. When she saw how close his face was to hers, she blushed. But that feeling soon vanished as it was replaced with a nauseous feeling. "Hey there, princess. Enjoy your flight? Oh, not feeling so good? Here," Issei stated as he let her down on her feet. Murayama wanted to make a hasty retreat to the bathroom, but was caught by the hand, spun around nearly a dozen times, before he pushed her in the direction of the last man he kicked, almost making her fall. Unable to hold the nausea back anymore, Murayama let it all out. Of course, Issei held her by the collar as she let it all out, but the sad thing here was the guy received a face and mouthful of puke from Murayama herself. Poor dude. When she was done puking her guts out, Murayama opened her eyes and felt a rush of guilt flow through her at the sight of the poor guy she had so grossly humiliated. She wanted to apologize but was pulled and hoisted back over Issei's shoulder. The people who watched it all unfold were shocked. Many had questions that flew through their minds. The most prominent being when Issei learned to fight? Issei walked upstairs with Murayama complaining on why he was carrying her. "Because, I like to get a feel of your ass," he stated with a smirk. Murayama blushed madly when she saw the hand of the shoulder she was resting upon was indeed on her ass. "Why oh you pervert," she stuttered. Issei laughed at this. "Relax Mura, I was actually carrying you because you were barely conscious. Sorry I struck you so hard," he stated. But clearly she didn't buy it. "I don't care what the reason is. Get your hands off of my ass," she stated, still flustered. Issei looked at her and smiled as he gave her ass a squeeze. She slightly moaned at the action but proceeded to place a hand over her mouth. Issei laughed. "Could you repeat that, Mura-chan?" he spoke. She kept quiet, not wanting to take her hand away from her mouth, lest he repeat the action and embarrass her further. He came to a stop in front of the student council room and knocked. "Come in," he heard Sona's voice and entered. Having been here a dozen times since the year began, he was quite familiar with the professional setting. Sona and Tsubaki both rose a brow at the scene before them. Issei walking around with Murayama on his shoulder. "And what, if I may ask, is the meaning of this Mr. Hyoudou?" she asked. Issei smiled and pointed at Murayama. "By the ass, this one and her entire squad tried to shish kebab me when I was walking through the forest for no reason," Issei stated as he placed her down on the ground. Sona looked to Murayama who was still blushing while looking at the floor. Sona believed it to be due to embarrassment. "Is this true, Miss Hisei-ji?" she asked. Murayama nodded. "It is. We were so sure that he was a part of the peepers that we didn't even hesitate to pull our kendos and swords at him," she stated. Sona looked at Issei. "You don't seem to have sustained any damage. As such, I can only let her and the rest of the club off with a 3-day suspension. Would that suffice, Mr. Hyoudou?" Sona asked. Issei looked at Murayama and smiled. The girl refused to look his way. He turned back to Sona and shook his head. "How about I decide their punishment since I was the one they targeted? Nothing harmful or humiliating. Just time-consuming," Issei replied. Sona rose a brow and inquired about what it could be. Issei walked over to her and whispered something into her ear. She sighed as she took hold of her nose. "I should have known." "Fine. So long as nothing inappropriate happens I won't have any problems with it," Sona stated. Issei nodded. He walked up to Murayama before swiftly picking the girl up before she could react and throwing her over his shoulder, again. Issei thanked Sona for her time as Murayama yelled at Issei to let her down. The two exited the room in the same fashion as when they arrived. Again. Sona sighed while Tsubaki merely giggled. School had just ended. The sound of cars leaving the schoolyard could be heard as the students were picked up by their parents. Issei was walking down the street, humming a tune. 2 figures were following him from afar. One, a shadowy figure. The other, an ethereal gleam. Issei turned into the cafe at the end of the block, the bell signaling his arrival. He walked up to the reception lady and smiled. "Hey, can I get a cappuccino, 2 vanilla ice creams and 2 slabs of chocolate?" he asked. She smiled back at him and nodded. "Coming right up." 5 minutes later, Issei and the order lady exited the cafe and placed the 2 ice creams and the cappuccino on one of the outdoor tables. Issei thanked the lady before she returned to her post. Issei moved the 2 ice creams and slabs across from him and whistled. "Come and get it, ladies. Before they melt," he stated. The 2 who were following him had their eyes widen in surprise. They had concealed their presence so they were quite surprised that the boy detected them. Or did he? "Come on out. I know you've been following me ever since school ended. Damn, this is good," he spoke as he took a sip of his cappuccino. The 2 came out of hiding, with the first one to reveal herself being Kaneko. The other was a familiar yellow-haired, blue-eyed girl. The two stared at each other. You were following him too? They asked each other in sync. The two nodded, again in sync. Issei smiled as they both took their seats, eyeing the treat he had bought them. Enjoy, he said, and as if on cue, the two started eating away at their ice creams. Putting his drink down, Issei eyed the two girls. So, mind telling me why the two of you are following me? He asked. Both girls looked at him, before turning back to each other, and back at him. Kaneko decided to speak first. I think you're the mystery man, she stated. Issei rose a brow and looked to the blonde. You interest me, she said and continued eating her ice cream. Issei shrugged and turned back to Kaneko. And why do you think that I am the mystery man? Because, the mystery man appeared a day after you awakened your sacred gear. His most active movements were all during the time you stayed at home. Since you returned to school, he has been hunting those monstrosities either early mornings, before school began, or after school hours. Both President Rias and Captain Sona both believe this to be the work of a sacred gear user. And you are the only one in town that has awakened a sacred gear. All the evidence merely points to you, she finished. Issei merely nodded and turned to the blonde. You're the girl I saved. I want to know why you are so interested in me and why exactly that would lead you to continuously spy on me. He spoke, this time retaking his drink. She nodded as she began to speak. I am Kurohime Iwatani. Issei nodded. Hosu's kid. But I already knew that. He interrupted. Kurohime nodded. As I was going to say, my interest in you stems from the fact that I felt drawn to you. Something about your aura just felt intoxicating. I felt drawn to you because of it. So I decided to follow you and see what was attracting me to you. Well, that and something else, she finished. Issei nodded. Hey, partner. I think I may know why she is like this. Drake interjected. And why would that be? Issei asked in turn. A dragon's aura has been described as being boundless and having an immense feeling of freedom to those who have interacted with dragons. This is even more so to those who are captives of some kind. Captives have been known to follow and even seek out a dragon's wisdom or guidance on how to be or gain true freedom. Those who desired freedom tended to act this way. Are you saying she is a captive or slave? Issei inquired in turn. Drake hummed. Maybe, maybe not. But I do detect the presence of a restraint or enslavement seal upon her person. Drake spoke. Issei nodded. He turned his attention back to the girls and smiled as they looked at him in anticipation. Sorry, I was thinking. He turned to Kaneko and nodded. Indeed, I am the mystery man, he stated. She was surprised he admitted to it. He turned to Kurohime. You wouldn't happen to be a captive? A slave or someone in search of freedom, would you? He asked. Hesitantly, she nodded, letting down the top part of her vest to show a purple seal. I was originally kidnapped when I was 5. Sold to a slave trader, to a circus, and later on the Iwatanis bought me out of the circus when I fell sick and the manager no longer wanted me. This seal represents my fate as a slave. It cannot be removed by anyone other than the caster, and the slave traders use the mark to keep tabs on the slave. If you escape, they find you. I am surprised you knew that I was a slave. But how? She asked. Issei nodded. Because my aura in itself has a feeling of boundlessness and freedom. Or so I have been told. People who feel my aura, and are in search of freedom, tend to feel attracted to me when I come into their presence. Your reaction to me was natural. But why would it be a problem if you are the Iwatani's daughter? He asked in turn. She shook his head. They can't always be around. And the seal requires me to be in contact, within 100 meters, with my master at least once every 3 hours. Otherwise the seal triggers the punishment spell, which shocks me continuously till I return to my master. It is very unpleasant, and makes it so that me and my parents can't be separated for long. I can't go to school, and they can't leave town without me. It is very unpleasant to say the least, and that is excluding my illness and medical costs, she finished. Issei nodded as he listened. Now that you know the roots of your attraction towards me, what do you intend to do? He asked. She thought for a moment before speaking. Well, unless there's a way of freeing me from the seal, I honestly don't know what I'll do. And I have tried everything already. I spent so much time researching magics and spells that could help me, but at the end, it was all for naught. I didn't find anything. Now this got Issei's interest. You have studied magic? He asked. She nodded. He used his observation skill on her and nearly spat out his drink. Name, Kurohime Iwatani. Titles, Black Princess, Mage, Trickster Spirit, question mark. Level, 40, capped. Class, low class demi-human, half deity. Stats. HP, 53,000 of 53,000. DP 180,000/360,000/540,000. SC 60%. Chi 200. Ki 7,000/7,000. Aura 10,000/10,000. STR 30. STA 500 plus. Dex 40. Int 60. Wis 40. Cha 35. Luke, 100+. This girl is seriously overpowered. And she's part deity, he thought. They looked at him confused. He realized this and coughed to clear his throat of any liquid. Sorry, though I must say, that's a hell a lot of power you've got, little girl. Even more than the rulers of this territory, Issei stated, and this caused Kaniko's eyes to widen. Kurohime giggled. You noticed? I thought I concealed my power. She spoke. He smiled at her. Well, if it is of any concern, I can have the seal removed for you, he stated and continued his drink. Her eyes widened. Seriously? How? She exclaimed. He nodded. It's simple. I can override your seal with a seal of my own and then have it removed right afterwards. That is, if you'd trust me enough to have another seal placed upon you. She shook her head. Father spoke quite highly of you and what you do, so I don't have any doubts regarding you, she stated. Issei rose a brow. What did he say? He asked. He didn't tell Hosu much about himself, so he was curious as to why the man would regard him so highly. He looked up on you and your sacred gear. The Cardinal Shield Hero, one of the 4 holy knights sent by the Most High himself to prevent the apocalypse. You are tasked with having to stop the waves of catastrophe that will lead to the apocalypse occurring. When heaven itself trusted you with the fate of the world, how can I not trust you with my own? Plus, you saved my life from that demon. So I have more than enough reason to trust you, she finished. Kaniko's eyes widened at what the girl had said and looked at Issei shocked. Issei sighed. So be it. But this seal will in turn make you my servant until I remove it. Are you okay with that? He asked. Again she nodded. You sure do trust him a lot despite never having actually met him until now. Are you sure this is something you want to do? Kaniko spoke up. But she nodded. I have a divine protection called Winds of Truth. If he had lied I would have known immediately. But he didn't, which is why I can agree without hesitation, she replied. Again, Issei was intrigued. He held out his hands and a magic circle appeared. Luckily, he had already casted a barrier when the conversation began. So no one could see it. Not like normal humans can see magical circles anyway. Okay, Kurohime Watani, do you submit yourself to me? Do you agree to fight for me? To abide by my will and serve me in whatever way I should wish? He asked. She nodded. I do. The circle flashed red. Then I hereby claim you as my servant, and share my power with you, he finished. The circle completely turned red before turning into crimson mana particles and flowing into her chest. A moment later, the dragon mark appeared. Kurohime looked down at the mark which appeared over her purple slave seal, and looked on with interest when the dragon mark began growing, spreading all over the purple seal before the purple seal was completely consumed by the dragon seal. A minute later only the dragon seal remained. There. It is done. Now all that's left is to undo the seal and you're free. He spoke and pressed on the seal with his finger as it began to glow, signaling that he was about to undo the seal. It has often been told that a person's mana is a reflection of themselves, and Kurohime had felt the boy's mana. Calm, focused, warm and welcoming, protective and secure. Those are all the feelings she could describe that she had felt when the mana had entered her body, unlike the slave trader's malicious mana. This made her think back to the second reason why she spied on him. She took hold of his finger, removing it from the seal and stopping the process. Issei looked at the girl confused, but she looked at him seriously. Before you remove the seal, there is something I'd like to ask you, she stated. Issei nodded, signaling for her to continue. Can I join you? She asked. This shocked and confused Issei. Excuse me, she nodded. I read that the Cardinal Heroes always have a team that supports them throughout their quest. So can I join you? She asked again. Why? He asked. Because, I want to. I have a massive power, a vast knowledge on magic, spells, jutsu and other arts. Not to mention my knowledge on other races and the magics that they use. I could be of great use to you should you allow me to be, she stated. Issei, though highly intrigued, shook his head. Again. Why do you want to join me? This job ain't easy. Death is a high possibility. And even when you win, you walk away with damage. So again I ask, why do you wish to join me? He asked, this time being serious. And again I answer, because I want to. I want to experience something new. Go on a journey, make new friends and do something that matters. I want to have a purpose other than just leading a normal life. That's why I want to join you, she finished. He looked her over, examining her expression. Firm and willed with conviction. He nodded. Fine, I'll let you join. But you don't need to wear the seal. I can still have it removed, Issei responded. She nodded and looked down at the mark. I know, but I'd like to keep it. As a reminder of my fellowship with you, she spoke. He nodded, but couldn't understanding where this came. It seemed to be the same case with Kiyomi and Ito. They felt the mark was a symbol of their bond with him and refused to have it removed, saying that it gave them comfort. Issei just rolled with that. Is the seal making them drawn or attracted to me? I'll look more into it later on. But if it does, then I'll have to remove it. If it overdoes it, then they may end up losing their free will. And as a dragon, that is something I will not allow. He turned to Kaniko, who was munching on her chocolate. So, you have any question? He asked. She looked to Kurohime and back to Issei and nodded. Why did you lie? She asked. He rose a brow. About what exactly? He asked. She narrowed her eyes. You lied about the mystery man to President Rias and Sona. You led them on a wild goose chase. Why? She asked. He scoffed. First of all, Kaneko, I didn't lie. I told them the mystery man saved Kurohime, which I did. I told them he could use shadow manipulation magic, which I can. I told them my sacred gear gives me information, which it also does. Every word I said was true. I was just continuously referring between the mystery man and me as though we were two different people. And as for the why, well, let me ask you the same. Why do you expect I should trust you? He asked her. She was about to remark, but Issei held up his hand to stop her. Before you answer that question, please take into account that you have been continuously spying on me. You and your friends blew up my house, nearly killed both me and my mother, just because you were curious if I had a sacred gear. And you stood by and watched it all happen, he stated. Kaneko's eyes widened at this. She had no idea that he knew. She was silenced. You see, you devils, time and time again, have always given me a reason to detest you. How could you expect me to trust you? He asked. The white-haired girl looked down in shame. I apologize. Both for my and my master's actions, she spoke. Don't you dare. Look me in the eyes when I am talking, Kaneko. He spoke with a commanding tone. The girl stiffened a bit at his tone before looking up at him. You, I may not give a damn about, but your master, is someone whom I detest greatly. Don't you dare apologize on her behalf. She doesn't give a damn about what she does or the harm she causes. As long as she gets her way. She doesn't even see the path of despair and destruction she leaves in her wake. He spoke with anger. Kaneko's eyes widened before they narrowed. President Rias isn't like that. You don't know her. She is key. She began but was interrupted. Kind. Don't make me laugh. What was kind about nearly sending me and my mother to our graves? He asked. That was never her intention. She just wanted to put you in a position of deep stress because most sacred gears awaken when they sense their hosts may be in trouble, she remarked. He shook his head. You don't seem to understand, Kaneko. It is never her intention, but it always leads to hurt and destruction. And that is what she refuses to see or acknowledge. He remarked her remark. She was about to speak again, but Issei interrupted her. Let me make a few examples so that you can understand, Chiron. He began, and Kaneko's eyes widened once more at the use of her real name. Let's take a girl, whom after her sister had gone rouge, was to be put to death for her sister's crimes. And then, when this little girl was close to meeting her end, another devil comes and saves her, handing her off to his sister saying that she'd be safe as her servant. Sound familiar? He asked her. She looked shocked. How do you, once more he interjected. I told you my sacred gear grants me information on anything I set my sights on. But regardless, let me ask you this, do you know of the devil's prospect of vanity? He asked her. She shook her head. No, I don't. He turned to look at Kurohime. You said you studied other supernatural races. Do you? She nodded. After the creation the evil peace system which allowed devils to reincarnate other races into devils, they were met with a little problem. No one would want to become a devil knowing how they were portrayed across the world. So they came up with the prospect of vanity. As the name suggests, they change your outlook on them by manipulating events so that they appear to be a savior, the last resort, or the only hope their target has left. This creates a picture in the target's heart regarding the one who saved him, that they owed that person for what they did. I once read of such an event where a devil manipulated 5 humans into attacking a young woman whom he wanted to reincarnate. The 5 individuals raided the woman's house, killed the entire family, but got stopped by the devil before they could kill the woman. The woman vied the devil as her savior and devoted herself to serving him. Later, when she found out about this, she killed her master before his peerage killed her. She finished. Again, Kaneko's eyes widened. Issei nodded. This is most often accompanied by the words, dedicate yourself to me, or serve me. If you wish, then you can serve me and repay your department, but in truth, they were the cause of it all. Kaneko looked at him and shook her head in denial. According to devil law, it is forbidden to punish a relative of the criminal for a crime they did not commit. Even if they held prior knowledge of the crime, which you did not, they would have only been able to punish you with a short sentence for not coming forth with the information. If this is the case, and it is, why then, did they try to sentence you to death when they were in no position to do so? Even more so, why would they kill off the only 2 Nekashu remaining, when keeping you would have been so much more beneficial? He asked. He could see she had come to a similar conclusion by witnessing the change in her facial expression. The answer? They did decide to keep you, but they had to give you to put you in servitude in such a manner that you wouldn't question nor ever go against your master's authority. And it worked. By having Rias appear as your savior, like a loving, caring older sister, you probably felt that you had regained that which you had lost. An older sister figure? He finished. Kaneko slightly shook her head, as if denying that it was true. But Issei wasn't done. This pattern is evident throughout her entire peerage. Take Kiba for instance and circumstances he was reincarnated in. Why would a bishop, a holy man of God, right after declaring his project a failure and preparing to have the children sent back to the orphanage, decide to have them all be slaughtered? Why was it that he, whom the children saw as a father, suddenly became so sinister as to murder a bunch of children? Do you know what that reminds me of? Those guys whom you brainwashed to almost murder me and my mother. Their families were heartbroken, saying that their husbands and fathers would never do such things, when the police brought them in. Why was it that Kiba, the only child with a sacred gear, escaped and everyone else died? And why was it that Rias, a devil, was there, on hallowed grounds, just in time to save Kiba when he was close to death? He was probably so grateful that, like you, he never questioned it. Kaneko appeared to be shaking as Issei spoke. Even Kurohime began feeling sorry for the girl. It was the same for Akino. Her mother, killed. That too by the clan who permitted her marriage with her fallen father because it would allow them to monitor supernaturals more easily. Why the hell would they suddenly decide to kill the clan head's daughter when she was their biggest asset as an exorcist clan? How could Akino, an 8-year-old child, escape elite assassins? How come, when she escaped, it was Rias who came to her aid right when her killers were going to catch up to her? He questioned again. Kaneko had nothing to say. Come, join me. I'll give you a place you can call home and I'll be your family. Do those words sound familiar? Issei spoke. Kaneko's eyes widened again as she had a flashback of Rias saying those words to her. She started shaking again. One act of kindness, to require a lifetime of servitude. I must admit, the devils are geniuses when it comes to manipulation. Truly masters of the art. Issei finished. Stop. Kaneko responded with a whisper. What was that? I said stop. She shouted and banged on the table. Everyone looked at them because of this. Issei smiled. You can't tolerate hearing your master be bad-mouthed. Even if it is true. You have grown delusional. Refusing to acknowledge the truth when it's in your face. I said stop. President isn't like that. A lone tear began to fall down her cheek. She cares, she looks out for us, treats us like family, because you are her property, her servants. If a pet is treated wrongly they'll detest and hate their master. Treat them with love, and they'll risk their lives to protect your honor. Just like you are now, Issei remarked. Look, Kaneko, I don't hate you, nor the rest of your fellow peerage members. What I hate is your master and her evil nature. And if you doubt my words, then why don't you come and spy on me one last time? He spoke. Kaneko looked at the back with a reddish eye that threatened to release more tears. Tomorrow, around 3 in the afternoon, I'll be going on a date with a fallen angel. This shocked both girls. Rias tried to make me a part of her peerage, and failed. But still intends to do so. Tomorrow, she'll either have me followed or marked as I go on my date. But why? What would that help? Kurohime inquired. Issei smiled. I gathered intel on the fallen. And according to my intel, the fallen angels had begun recruiting sacred gear users since about a century ago. Because of this, they have created teams whose main priority is to look for sacred gear users. One has already made contact with me and Kaneko here. He looked at her, told her master about it and our date tomorrow. Kaneko's eyes widened again as she had thought she had concealed her presence when following him. Now, the fallen's first priority will be to recruit the sacred gear user. But, if a fallen recognizes that the user is associated or is planning to side with their enemy, then they have permission to terminate the user to prevent any future threats towards their faction, he stated. And I'm guessing, that's gonna be her main objective? Kurohime inquired. Issei nodded. During the day, Rias will either try to have me marked or have me followed. This is to make the fallen believe I am associating myself with the devils, and thus, get her to kill me. If and when this happens, Rias will be able to come bring me back from the dead as her servant. And because she was my savior, she'd expect me to be loyal toward her. He finished. Kurohime nodded while Kaneko stared wide-eyed. Issei looked at Kaneko. When this happens, Rias' true nature will be revealed. If you have faith in your master, then come and watch. If I am wrong, and it doesn't go as I said, then I will personally go up to her and offer her my servitude. But if I should be correct, then, let's just say her life will become a little more interesting. Issei smiled as he said this. He had plans for Rias and her peerage. This would be the start of his plan. Kaneko's eyes hardened. You're on. And when you are proven wrong, you'll have to apologize to President. She spoke. Kaneko took her leave. Later, Kurohime decided to do the same when it started getting late. She and Issei had talked about his plans and intentions for the future regarding her. Issei had told her that she'd be his mage and he, her shield. He told her of the others that were also a part of his team, calling Kiyomi his sword, and Ito his second in command. He said he'd introduce them at some point, but mentioned that she should be able to feel their presence through the mark. Issei now looked up at the sky and chuckled. Things are starting to get interesting, and I'm staring to gather a strong and competent team. We'll be ready when the first wave strikes. But I guess I don't have to tell you that, do I, Lord of Heaven? The fact that all this is occurring so suddenly makes me think that you are preparing me for something big. He spoke and got up and began making his way home. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Saturday, 3 p.m. Issei stood in wait for his date. He was dressed in a crimson sweater with a black jacket over top, black jeans and red and white sneakers. After agreeing to meet up at this time, he was quite surprised that she hasn't shown up. Excuse me. His attention soon got drawn to a girl dressed in a red cosplay outfit. He smirked when he saw her. Batty LV20. Status, Dark Bat, Familiar. Title, Familiar of Rias Gremory. Job, Flyer Distribution. Good day, miss. Is there anything I can do for you? He asked. She smiled, taking out a flyer and handing it to him. Here, have one. It could make your wildest dreams come true, she stated. He nodded and accepted the flyer, looking at it as he thanked her. Gremory summoning flyer? Again, he smirked. This proved that he was right. He looked back up to see the girl was gone. He expanded his presence detecting skill and smirked again when he found the one he was looking for. He turned his gaze southeast of himself and spotted a flash of white hair as it disappeared into a tree. Hopefully now you'll understand. He continued his wait as he stood before the cafe they agreed to meet at. The sound of customers entering and exiting the building, with others chatting inside, was abundant. Even the cars passing by, seeing the people inside conversing with one another, made Issei feel as though he was the only person to be without a companion. And that sort of saddened him. How pitiful, Issei. You should really consider getting a girlfriend? He thought as he sighed and looked up at the heavens. I am. But the plan is coming along quite slowly. There are those whom have already started acknowledging my change in personality, but there also remain those who doubt it. I'll have to do something more acknowledging to repair my reputation, he thought. And just when he did, a notification screen appeared. Quest alert. Repair a fallen reputation. Quest, repair your tarnished reputation. Rewards, plus 1000 reputation points Kuo Academy, plus 500 EXP, plus 200 skill points. Do you accept? Yes, no. He accepted and the screen disappeared. He's been getting quests for every little thing lately, even stuff like chores. Of course he couldn't complain. He was gaining experience after all. His thoughts were about to wander back to his plan on repairing his reputation, when his date arrived. She was dressed in a pink blouse-like shirt, a black skirt with pink shoes. Her hair flowed down her back, and her purple eyes shone in the light. Issei smiled as she arrived. Not bad, he thought. She bowed at him with a worried expression. I'm sorry I'm late. I sort of got carried away with deciding what to wear, she stated. Issei shook his head and lifted the girl up by the shoulders. Say nothing of it, and relax. You seem to have made your way here in quite the haste. You should catch your breath, he stated as he saw the girl breath a bit hastily. She nodded as she looked up at him. All right, then, if you are recovered, we can get going, he stated as he made his way to the black motorcycle that was parked near the cafe's entrance. It was pitch black with crimson highlighting, looking much like its new owner. Yuma looked unshocked as Issei got on and motioned for her to join him. Is that yours? She asked shocked. He nodded with a smile. Indeed. I have been saving up a lot of cash and it seems to have finally paid off, he stated. Yuma approached him, examining the motorcycle as she did. He brought out another helmet and handed it to her. She got on and placed the helmet on. I can't imagine how much this must have cost. Not to mention how long you had to save up money to buy it, she stated. Issei snorted. The thing cost nearly 500,000 yen. And while it may come as a shock, I only started saving up money last month, he spoke. This shocked the poor girl, making her mouth hang like a fish. Just how wealthy are you? She asked. But he shook his head. My parents barely make a salary of 50,000. The money I saved was money I worked my ass off to get, even going days without proper sleep, and getting up early morning to get to work, he stated with a smile. She looked unsurprised at this, before looking down at the bike. I can't imagine how much he'd have to work, or how long. And yet, he did it to get what he wanted. This much determination just for a bike? She thought as he started the engine. Hold on tight, he commanded. She complied, practically hugging him from behind. A second later they sped down the road, leaving only the sound of the motor to be heard, but the bike remaining unseen. Thus their day of fun began. Issei hated doing the clichés. Taking girls out for shopping or to restaurants was so outdated. Rather, he took her to the new Wonder World amusement park that was opened recently. Nothing builds friendship like fun and laughter, he thought, and that was what he aimed for. Not love and romance, but fun and laughter. The two enjoyed their time at the amusement park, going on rides, playing games, and even visiting the haunted house. Yuma was still angry at Issei for scaring the soul out of her body when he led her into a trap, which made dozens of rats fall on her. The poor girl screamed her lungs out, while Issei laughed to hell and back. But she soon got him back by humiliating him in the games they played, even throwing a pie in his face, which triggered a pie war. The two couldn't stop laughing afterwards. But the day passed quickly, and before they knew it, the sun had already begun its descent. Now the two were on the Ferris wheel, looking over the park and the town as they were slowly lifted up into the air. You know, I actually had a great time, Issei, Yuma stated. Issei faked a hurtful expression. Were you expecting me to make a mess of our first date? Yuma, I'm hurt, he stated with a pout. She chuckled as she shook her head and gave him a slight slap on the arm. Oh, don't be a baby. I'm just saying that I didn't expect this theme for our date. I guess I just thought you'd go with a romantic theme like most guys would. But you surprised me, and I like that. We ended up enjoying the day after all, she stated with a smile. A genuine smile. And this made Issei happy. Well, I was always of the opinion that a great relationship starts with fun and laughter. What's the point of having a friend or lover if he or she is no fun to be around? Which is why I decided to make our date a day of fun and laughter, rather than romance and kisses, he spoke as he let his gaze shift over the horizon. She turned her gaze from him, to the horizon as well, letting her head fall on his shoulder as they gazed at the setting sun. Though her expression saddened as she realized the implication of this, it is almost time, she thought. Issei looked down at the ground and saw something that made him smile. He made a gesture with his hand and the man below, operating the machine nodded. A moment later, the wheel stopped turning, placing the two at the very top of the machine. Yuma looked surprised at this. What just happened? She asked. Issei smiled. Oh, nothing. I just bribed the operator to make a stop at the top, he stated with a smile. She looked at him confused. Why? He pointed up at the sky. She looked and heard him speak. 5, 4, 3, they began to hear a whistling sound. 2, 1. And here it comes. He spoke with excitement. A second later, fireworks began to go off in rapid succession, painting the sky with a rainbow of colors. Yuma looked on in awe and surprise. She couldn't help but acknowledge the beauty of it as each one of them went off. She looked back at Issei in surprise. You planned this? She asked. He nodded with a big toothy smile, making the girl's heart skip a beat at the innocence and sincerity of the boy. He pulled a small box out of his pocket. This caught Yuma's attention. He opened the box to reveal 2 pure silver rings with purple highlighting patterns on them. Yuma's eyes widened. I wanted to give you something to commemorate our first date, so I decided to go with a pair of rings, he spoke. She looked back at him, seeing that same radiating smile on his face as before. With the fireworks going off in the background, it created the perfect romance scene. So, going with the theme of things, she kissed him, square on the lips. Issei was caught off guard but accepted it nevertheless. When the two parted, Yuma returned his smile with one of her own. What was that you said about not wanting to go with a romantic theme? She asked. He shook his head, never mind, and chuckled. Yuma looked down at the rings, and took one, placing it on his ring finger. Seeing her intention, he took the other and placed it on her finger. Now we both have something to remember this date by, she stated. The sound of the fireworks stopped soon after, and in a matter of minutes, they were back on the ground and making their way out of the park. Getting on the motorcycle, Yuma got a sinking feeling in her chest as she knew what had to come next. Issei, could we stop by the other park on our way? I'd like to end our date there, she stated. He noticed her sudden drop in mood and shook his head. Don't be sad. We'll go on a date again, another time, he stated. She sighed softly. How I wish you were right. But sadly, you are not. Coming to a stop in the park, Issei and Yuma made their way to the fountain. Yuma turned to look at the sky. Issei decided to do the same. Hey, Issei, have you ever questioned why we exist? Why you exist? She asked. He turned his gaze to look at her before looking back at the night stars. Indeed I have, he stated. What answer did you find? She asked again. He smiled. That each of us in our existence serve a purpose, even if we don't know about it. There is a path that has been laid out for each of us, a destination that we must reach. And regardless of how many times we stumble off that path, it never goes away, but changes so that we can still reach our destination, Issei stated. This time it was she who looked at him. The path never goes away, huh? How I wish that was true, she stated. He shook his head. It is. Even if you cannot walk by the same path you began with, you are still well on your way to fulfilling your destiny. Or you should be. At the end of the day it is our choice whether we wish to abide by that path or continue to go astray, he finished. Now you're talking like a religious person, she replied with a faint smile. He nodded. Maybe I am. The man upstairs has certainly been kind towards me, helping me when I need it and has entrusted me with so much. You could say that the reason I continue to walk upon my path is because he had faith in me. Faith that I could make it to my destination, he finished. His words slightly worried the girl, but when she looked at his expression she calmed. He was smiling with the same radiating smile he gave her at the park. Somehow, it eased her worries, but amplified the sinking feeling in her heart. This wouldn't be easy. As if sensing her discomfort, he enveloped her hand with his own, the two rings overlapping as he did. Yuma looked down at his hand, squeezing it slightly as she felt the warmth he radiated. She turned to look at him once more as he looked at her with a calming smile. "No need to worry, Yuma. Everything will be fine," he stated. The girl let her head drop as she suddenly embraced him, letting her head rest in the crook of his neck. He returned the hug, hopping to ease the girl's worries but knowing that what she was going through was probably not easy. Don't get him wrong. He had a firm understanding of what was about to happen and why. But having to kill a person who appears as innocent as he was just wasn't easy. "Issei, could I ask you something?" she asked. Issei nodded. "Shoot," he replied. "Would you die for me?" she asked, probably hoping Issei would freak out, but was surprised when he spoke. "Indeed I would. Make no mistake of that," he replied. No hesitation, no hitch, not even a moment to think about it. And the way he spoke, with such an assuring tone, was the last crack in the poor girl's dam. Tears started flowing out of the girl's eyes. Flashes of another young boy's face kept on surfacing in the back of her mind, speaking similar words as the teen before her. "Make no mistake, I will lay down my life if it means I can protect you." Issei tightened their embrace as he felt the girl's body begin to shake as she cried. Though this session of comfort was rudely interrupted by a spear of light piercing Issei's back. His eyes widened, specifically because he didn't feel her intent to kill him. But his doubt soon cleared as he heard another voice speak. "Rainier, get a hold of yourself. Have you forgotten what our mission was?" Another woman, with dark blue hair, yellow eyes, wearing a maroon jacket that was zipped up to beneath her sizable breasts. She also wore black combat boots. She approached the two as Issei fell onto his knees. "Issei!" Yuma cried as she saw the man drop to his knees, the fist-sized hole he now had in his back, leaking blood like a faucet. She was about to try and help him when she felt a hand on her shoulder. "That's enough, Rainier. The boy won't make it past a minute. Our mission is done. Let's go," she spoke and dragged the girl away from the boy. Yuma looked over at Issei. Once again a flash of another young man appeared in the place Issei was laying. "Dead also, Isseiga," she spoke softly. The other woman's eyes widened at the name. Letting go of the girl, she took a glance back at the boy. "Now I understand why she couldn't go through with it," she thought and sprouted a pair of black wings from her back. "Let's go, Rainier," she spoke and rose to the sky with a single flap of her wings. Yuma looked at Issei for one last time, another tear dropping from her eyes as she turned her back to him. With a blinding flash of light, a new figure stood in Yuma's place. An older, more mature woman between 20 and 25 years of age. She had quite the seductive body, possessing bust as voluptuous as the previous woman with a well-toned stomach. She was dressed in a black dominatrix outfit, thought it mostly consisted out of straps which covered her most private parts and black boots. Just like the previous woman, a pair of black wings emerged from her back. She too was up in the air with a single flap, leaving nothing but feathers behind. Though, unknown to her, Issei had seen her new look. "Daewewam, she's hot. Oh yeah, she's definitely mine," he thought. "Partner, should I remind you of the gaping hole in your back?" Draig questioned. Issei gave a mental chuckle. "Not necessary. I already have my magic preventing the blood from leaking out, and my battle healing skill is restoring the damage done at a high speed," Issei thought. He looked at the notification and smiled. A critical damage taken. -1200 HP. Due to critical damage taken, a loss of 50 HP will occur for every second until wound is healed. A battle healing activated, plus 400 HP every 10 seconds. A blood loss has been halted, HP reduction per second has decreased to 20. He snorted. "This is why I love that skill so much. At this rate I'll be completely healed within 5 minutes, he thought. A moment later, a crimson light shone from his pocket and the flyer came flying out. A second later a crimson magic circle appeared next to him and a familiar figure arose. "Rias is here." She looked down at Issei and shook her head. "Poor thing. You certainly didn't deserve this gruesome a death. No matter. I'll bring you back," she stated and held out her hands over him. A crimson magic circle appeared beneath him as she began to focus her power and chant. "In the name of Rias Gremory, Issei Hyoudou, I hereby call you back to this world as my servant, to serve me from this day forth with your life." She spoke and another magic circle appeared before her, from which 11 chess pieces appeared. Meanwhile, a Kaneko was watching on from the trees, the shocked expression on her face being priceless. If only Issei could see. She wanted to go help Issei when he was stabbed, but saw the boy smirk and even heard him snort. Realizing that everything was still happening as he suggested it would, she believed he had prepared for it and sat back to see what would happen next. But Rias showing up and doing exactly what he said she'd do really struck her hard. 8 pawns, a bishop, rook and knight appeared. They started making their way down to the boy's body, but before they could reach him, they were swatted away with the back of his hand. "Ah hell no," he exclaimed when he heard her finish the chant and swatted away the pieces. Rias screamed like a little girl at the supposed dead body, yelling. She even fell back on her ass. Issei stood up and looked down at her with an annoyed expression. Honey, didn't I tell you I wasn't interested in joining your little band of miscreants? What the hell were you just doing? He spoke down to her in a tone and manner that suggested he was speaking to a little girl. And like a little girl, she answered, I thought you were dead. That's why I was going to bring you back, she stated, and by the way, how the hell are you still alive? I thought they killed you, she exclaimed. He shook his head. First off, even if I was dead, I already told you I wasn't joining. Bringing me back from the dead wouldn't have changed that. At this, she frowned, and here I thought I could be kind and help you out. Bitch, please. We both know you were banking on me dying so you could add another piece to your collection. You were just hoping that bringing me back after you manipulated the fallen into killing me would soften my heart and make me accept you as my master, he remarked. Ria's eyes widened. That's not true. I didn't manipulate the fallen, she got interrupted. Yeah, right. You knew they wanted to recruit me, and you knew that if they found out I was associated with you, that they'd consider me a possible threat to them in the future, and thus, by having your own familiar personally hand me a summoning contract and continuously observing me throughout our date, oh yes, I noticed, you made it very well known that you were stacking a claim on me. So, seeing the devils were after me, they'd be left with no choice other than to eliminate the threat. Me, he finished. Rias looked surprised, shocked, and because of his accusations, downright criminal. She sighed. Fine. I played a role in your death. What you said is true, to some extent. But it wasn't just so that I could get you to join my peerage, Rias stated as she finally decided to get off her ass and stand up. Honestly speaking, if I wasn't in such dire need of you, I wouldn't have resorted to such means. But I am, and you refused to join, which is why I had to, she spoke, even sporting a regretful look. Issei didn't give a damn. If you're talking about your arranged marriage with Riser Phoenix, then I already know. This caught Rias by surprise. And before she could question how, he answered, my sacred gear grants me information, remember. Regardless, if you had asked me for my help and assistance, I would have granted it to you. But you didn't. Instead you wanted eternal servitude. Furthermore, you tried to kill me, twice. Again, shock struck her at this. She looked at him in shock and he nodded. I know you had my house blow up and nearly killed both me and my mother, he stated. You have been nothing but a pain in my ass. Tell me, Rias, what do you intend to do now? He asked. The girl looked at him shocked. As if Donald Trump just became president again. She thought over what he said, and replied with a sigh, nothing. I don't have anything else in store. Nor did I have a plan should you refuse to help me. I am sorry for the trouble I caused you, Issei. Desperation is no excuse. I acted wrongly and put your life in harm's way twice already. I ask that you forgive me, but understand if you don't, she spoke. Issei sighed, shook his head and slapped her clean across the face. This caught both Rias and Kaneko by surprise. I didn't say I wasn't going to help you. And that was for your stupidity in not realizing this, he spoke. Rias' eyes widened. But, why? He shrugged. Because I can. Because I'm human and I have a heart. Who knows? I can help you in ways not even you could have imagined. This is true. But I have two conditions which you must accept first, he stated. And they are? Rias asked. Firstly, he rose a finger, you and your peerage will be punished for your acts of negligence and crimes against the people of this town. Secondly, he rose another finger, from here on out, every decision you and Sona make as the rulers of this territory, I want to be informed of. Immediately. Those are the conditions. Do you accept? He spoke. Rias looked somewhat dumbfounded but nodded nonetheless. I do, she spoke. He nodded. Then, you can gather your peerage at your clubroom Monday morning, and I'll announce your punishments, he spoke before turning and walking to where he parked his bike. Wait, what about your wound? Rias asked as she saw the blood stain on his torn jacket, even though it was black. A wound like that would kill any normal supernatural being, whether they are devil or fallen. And getting pierced in the back by a light spear of that size would be disastrous. From where the wound is he might have even gained an injury to the lounges. Not to mention the muscle damage, she thought in worry. Issei looked back at her and smirked. Don't worry. It healed before we even began our little talk. Another gift from the knowledge I bear, he stated and got on his cycle, putting on his helmet and revving the bike before he looked back at her. See you Monday. I'll be sure to pick appropriate punishments for you and your team once I get home. Until then, and with that, he rode off into the night, with only the sound of his bike being heard by the red-haired beauty. Looking at the spot he was just in a moment ago, she realized something. His presence felt awfully familiar. It kind of reminds me of a certain masked individual. Monday, 6:30 a.m. Making his way to school, Issei couldn't help but relish the ideas he had come up with for the Gremory peerage's punishments. Remind me again why you are helping the Gremory, when you originally planned to make her pay? Drake asked. Issei hummed, reverse psychology, my dear partner. She intended to arrange events in which I became her servant. She intended to create an image of high honor within my heart for her. I am merely doing the same. She is desperate enough to try and kill me just to get me in her peerage. That too, just so she can have a greater chance of escaping her arranged marriage. And from the manner in which she tried to do so, I can deduce that she intends to challenge her fiancé to some kind of battle. Probably one of those rating games you told me about. But in any case, she failed to meet her objective and is left with very few other options. And from what the sacred gear mentioned, her engagement dwells near. So by offering my help, even when she herself knows she doesn't deserve it, you are creating an image of your own within her. So you basically want the girl to serve you. Indeed, if I manage to save her, she'll be indebted to me. My reputation with her and her peerage will rise, and they'll no doubt start to see me as an ally or friend. But make no mistake, that is only to waver their doubts of serving me, when I inevitably make them my servants. The devils are devious beings. They may not realize it themselves, but they cause immense trouble wherever they are involved. They must be directed and advised, and that is what I intend to do, but that is only 90% of my reason, he mentally stated. Oh, and what would the other 10% of your reason be? Drake inquired. Issei gave a slight smirk. She's still hot as hell. Letting that go to waste would be a damn shame. Especially when I can just discipline her later on, he thought. Drake sighed. Of course, why am I not surprised? Cars passed by the boy as he made his way to the schoolyard. The sounds of students conversing becoming more evident as he neared his destination. He turned his gaze to the hill where the Geico residents resided and smiled. Kiyomi has already returned to her family in Kyoto. She will set up my beacon there and I'll have immediate knowledge of the entire town, the supernatural entities, their whereabouts and activities. I had Ito return to Tokyo to do the same. Once my girls have everything in place, I'll be able to purify any and all demonic presences, wherever they may be, and I'll be able to pinpoint threats and dangers before they occur. The beacons were a new function he discovered with the mapping system. He could go and place or leave search runes in areas of his choosing, and it would allow him to continuously monitor the area. Plus, with the alert function installed, the gear would notify him if any of the emergency triggers went off. The triggers being the conditions he determined would have the gear's alarm go off. Like if there was a sudden spike of demonic presence or energy in an area, then the gear would notify him. Entering the gates, he directly headed for the Occult Research Club building. Once there, he entered, and started making his way through the building. Making his way up to the second floor, he looked at the room at the end of the hall with interest. It was covered with yellow keep-out tape from top to bottom. Storage room, sealed. A life form detected. Oh, he already felt the presence of something inside but couldn't understand why it was sealed. Probably a threat she can't control, he thought, and continued on his way. Coming to a stop before the main door, he knocked. Come in. He heard the voice of a familiar gremmery. Entering, he took a look at the members and couldn't help but look at their formation. Kiba was standing close to the window, not far from his master in case he had to defend and close to the target in case he had to attack. He turned to Kaneko, who was eating a candy bar. Considering that I'll most likely have to go sit in the empty spot across from her, she'll be near and in position to strike. Which, considering her position as the rook, is perfect. He looked at Akino, the queen. Of course she'll stand next to her king. Such a cliché. And finally, he turned his gaze to Rias, who sat in her Victorian-themed chair, almost making her look like a princess sitting on a throne. Good morning, Issei, our little mystery man. How are you this fine morning? Rias asked with a smile. Issei shrugged. I'm fine considering that I am here to list your punishments. And by the way, took you long enough to figure that out? Issei spoke with slight disappointment nearing the end. Rias pouted. Remembering their deal, well, the punishments aside, I wanted to ask you something, she stated, looking a bit confused. Shoot, Issei responded. How did you gain so much power in the time frame of 3 weeks? You must have had the assistance of your sacred gear. But if so, what sacred gear could cause such insane growths in power? She asked. Issei smirked. Well, you are correct in assuming that it is my sacred gear. And as for the what? Well, summoned his cardinal shield. Why don't you have a look? He stated. Rias gasped when she saw the shield. She could clearly feel the sacred energy it radiated and immediately knew what it meant. The cardinal shield, meaning, you are a cardinal hero, she exclaimed. Issei nodded. Her peerage members looked confused, but by the happy expression on their master's face, they knew it meant something good. But then her expression soured. The cardinal shield, one of the 4 cardinal weapons wielded by the 4 cardinal heroes. Sword, shield, spear and bow. Each of the cardinal weapons possessed the ability to turn their wielder's life into that of a game's, granting their user the ability similar to that of a video game character's. She spoke. Her peerage members looked surprised by this bit of info. But why a video game? Akino asked, somewhat puzzled. The aim is to have the wielder level up their powers and abilities much quicker, granting them power by completing quests and gaining experiences which the gear converts into power. This makes it possible for anyone of even a child's age to become as strong as a low-ranking celestial within a short space of time, she explained. Issei nodded. In addition, I also gain various abilities. like my status magic, which allows me to view the statuses of other people, or my observation skill, which gives me complete information on whatever I set my sights on. He spoke and noticed something when he decided to take another look at their stats. Name, Rias Gremory. Titles, Crimson-haired Princess of Ruin, Gremory Heiress, Co-ruler of Kuo City, President of the Occult Research Club. Level, 52. Next level, 56090 EXP. Class, High Class Devil, Pureblood. Stats. HP, 42000/42000. DP, 180,000, 300,000, 600 and 30,000. SC, 75%. Chi, 200. Ki, 18000/18000. Aura, 14,000, 14,000. STR, 120. STA, 300, plus. Dex, 80. Int, 80. Wis, 60. Cha, 50. Luke, 60. So, if they suppress their power, they can actually weaken their bodies and thus, have my observation grant me misinformation, Issei deduced at this new revelation. Though something that still confused him, was the fact that it showed 3 sets of numbers for her demonic power. He could remember it did the same for Kuroheim and her divine power. I'll check that out later, he thought. That's an incredible ability to have. But if the cardinal heroes have begun to emerge, then that means that the world is at its end, Ria stated, and made the eyes of her peerage widen. The world is at its end? What do you mean, President? Kiba asked. But it was Issei who answered, the cardinal heroes are 4 people, chosen by the Most High himself, to wield the cardinal powers. He calls upon the cardinal heroes only when the world is nearing its end, or world-ending events are to occur. A cardinal hero's job is to prevent the end of the world and protect it from all harm, Issei spoke. And if a cardinal hero is to meet his end, the job of the others immediately become impossible to carry out. And if another hero doesn't appear to take the place of the fallen hero, then the biblical god will be forced to end the world himself, Rias added, once more shocking the members of her peerage. Issei smiled. Oh, come now Rias, no need to worry them like that, Issei stated. Rias gave him a slight glare. No need to worry? Last time the cardinal heroes failed, the man upstairs sent a flood to wipe out all life on this world. Every human and supernatural was dead, and because of the worldwide purification, demons couldn't return to Earth for hundreds of years. She exclaimed, again, frightening her peerage members. Issei laughed. Nevertheless, the world has not yet come to an end, and I will ensure that it never does. Of that you can be assured. Now, let's get on to business. Class will start in 10 minutes, so listen closely to what your punishments are. I spent a lot of time thinking of what I was gonna give you guys as suitable punishments, so listen closely. He spoke and looked at Kaneko. She looked up at him expectantly, while Issei smirked and snatched away the candy bar she was eating. No sweats or candy for a month, he stated. Kaneko's eyes widened at the boy. Please, please Issei, not my candy, she slightly begged as she gave him the most adorable puppy dog look he had ever seen. He shook his head when he saw her expression. That look should be illegal. He spoke and walked over to Kiba with the biggest of smiles. Kiba, buddy, you're either gonna love this, or hate it. Issei spoke and whispered something to him. Kiba's eyes widened and looked at Issei shocked. You're kidding, he exclaimed. But Issei chuckled and moved over to Rias. Sucks to be you, buddy. He walked up to Rias, who looked intrigued when Kiba slammed his hand into his face, showcasing an epic facepalm. Don't worry, you'll find out soon what his punishment is. Now as for yours, he whispered again into her ears. Her cheeks reddened as she heard every word. When he pulled away, her face slammed into the desk, muttering, "Why me?" over and over again. Issei moved over to Akino and chuckled when he saw Rias' reaction. He turned to Akino, who was slightly blushing at the state Rias was in. My, Issei, what did you make her do? She asked. Issei shook his head. Trust me, you will definitely know. He whispered something into her ear and she immediately bit her finger, groaning as she thought of what he said. She gave a slight glance to her master, who was looking at her with a pleading expression. Akino just smiled, giggled, and nodded at Issei. This is going to be fun, don't you agree, President? She asked. Rias continued to groan about how unfair Issei's decision was. Issei, on the other hand, laughed as he made his way to the exit. See you girls at school? He spoke and left the room, leaving behind a group of people with various expressions upon their faces. Issei hummed a happy tune as he made his way into class. Taking a glance at 2 particular individuals, he decided to make his way over as a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. Placing his hands upon the shoulders of 2 girls conversing in a group, they turned and Issei was greeted with the faces of Murayama and Keitase. Morning girls, how was it? He asked with a smile. The 2 stiffened at his words. It went well, Keitase replied, somewhat embarrassed. The other girls looked at their reaction and got confused. What are you talking about? One of their companions asked. Issei smiled as he saw both girls look at him, shaking their heads, clearly begging the boy not to tell. But Issei couldn't give a damn. Oh, not much. Just that these two went on a date with my homies Matsuda and Motohama. Issei shrugged and took a glance at the two he spoke of, who were glancing at him from the back, smiling and putting their thumbs up. This was the punishment Issei decided for the kendo club nearly beating him into a pulp, oh please. As punishment he had the captain and vice-captain of the club go on dates with the two boys. All the girls looked shocked at this. They turned their stares at the two girls in question with gobsmacked expressions. Murayama evaded their looks while Katase blushed a little at the embarrassment. You're kidding. Mura, is it true? The girls began to question. Murayama nodded slightly and the girls exploded with questions. Issei looked satisfied and went to take his seat. Looks like they did a good job. The girls were so impressed that they couldn't bring themselves to say anything negative about the date. And if they start telling others that they actually had a good time, then their reputation isn't that far from being repaired. He took his seat and waited for the first period to begin. Time passed, and soon it was time for recess. Issei couldn't help but smile when he thought of what would happen next. The bell for recess rang, and the intercom went on, announcing all the normal announcements. Then another voice was heard. Good day, my fellow schoolmates. This is Issei Hyoudou speaking. There is one more announcement before you go out for recess, so listen carefully. Everyone went silent. The guys were pissed off at hearing his voice, while the women were enchanted. Tension built up as everyone waited. I am gay. And with that, the intercom went silent. It took a moment for everyone to process what they just heard, but after a few seconds, everyone reacted. Hell yes! I knew it. Thank goodness. Now there are girls for the rest of us, were some of the guys' reactions. No. Why him? I understand your pain, girl. What a letdown. I kind of figured there must be something up with him. No way would a guy find us resistible, were some of the girls' reactions, though some of them just bursted into tears. In another class, a certain black-haired, glasses-wearing third year was crying her guts out at this revelation. Her friend Sona was comforting her over the matter, while Rias shook her head. Issei, that was just mean, she thought. Akino was laughing at the announcement. Issei was grinning like a madman. Sorry, Kiba, but this was kinda your fault. Every girl in school had their hopes up for you, dreaming of one day being between those legs of yours. But you don't give a damn. You are not interested in relationships. That is understandable. But there is no need to get their hopes up if you're not interested. That's just being rude. Having you say you're gay will bring the poor girls back down to earth with their hopes, and probably give the other suckers a chance at getting a girl. Although, it is kind of pitiful that they think they can't get a girl with you around. Just shows that they lack the conviction to get anything they want, he thought, and took his bag as he made his way out of class. Standing in the cafeteria line, Issei got himself something to eat before going to sit down at a table in the back. He was soon joined by Matsuda and Motohama. Man, did you hear that? The prince just declared he is gay. How great is that? Motohama spoke. Issei snorted. It isn't, unless you are into him that much, Issei stated and began to laugh, followed by Matsuda. Motohama frowned. This is no laughing matter. With every girl's attention slowly shifting away from Kiba, we ought to make a reputation for ourselves, before their eyes set on someone else, he stated. Issei stopped his laughing and nodded. But before he could reply, he was interrupted. Oh, how cute. The pervs actually think they can land a girl. A familiar feminine voice spoke. They turned their attention to the brown-haired girl who was standing behind Motohama. Issei smirked. How good of you to come join us, Aika. To what do we owe the honor? Issei spoke. Aika Kiryu, one of the smartest students in their grade, ranked second beneath Motohama. Brown hair, neatly braided, hazel eyes beneath her glasses and wearing the school uniform, which did very little to hide her developing curves. Alluring she was, indeed. Just too bad that she was just as perverted as the three boys. She smiled when she laid her eyes on Issei. Funny you should ask, Issei, cause I was hoping to talk to you for a moment, she stated. He nodded and motioned for her to sit. She complied and began to speak as he chowed down on a sandwich. So, word is that you were in an accident. An explosion to be precise. Is this true? She asked while examining the boy, taking note of the scar that stretched down the left side his face, stretching down next to his left eye, to be precise, till slightly beneath his cheekbone. Issei nodded, swallowing as he did. You know, if you wanted to interview me, you could have asked. I didn't know you joined the school paper club. But to answer your question, yes, it's true, he replied. She nodded in response. So what's this about, Aika? You know, asking him something like that is really insensitive. Motohama spoke, pointing at Aika as he did. But Issei held up his hand. It's okay, I can talk. If she wants to know, I'll tell her, he spoke before turning back to Aika. I went home, found some guys pointing a gun at my mother's face. A second later, one was on mine. They had us sit down and contact my father because they wanted the thing he was selling at the time. When we were done, they left. Or so we thought. A moment later, a bomb flew through the window. Aika's eyes widened. Then what happened? She asked. Issei smiled. Well, I didn't trust the guys. My time at the self-defense program taught me how to identify what kind of person I am dealing with. And I determined that they wouldn't leave us be, so I didn't let my guard down even after they left. The three spectators unknowingly grew tensed as they heard Issei talk. Matsuda and Motohama even forgetting that they were initially eating when Aika arrived. Which reminds me, he looked at Matsuda. Thanks for convincing your father to loop me and Motohama into that program. It saved my life, he smiled. Motohama nodded in agreement. Matsuda repeated the action. I will. But he was glad that he did when he heard you survived the experience, he spoke. Issei nodded before turning back to Aika. Matsuda's dad has a friend in the force who notified him about the program being held in Kyoto. So Matsuda convinced his dad to take all three of us for the educational experience. And we ended up learning a lot. But anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. So the bomb flew through the window and landed about a few feet from us. Now I didn't know the amount of time these guys took to pull the bomb's trigger and the amount of time I'd have to throw the thing back. After all, if those guys had waited a second or two before throwing it in, then it could have exploded in my face if I tried to throw it back. That's another thing we learned at the program. So, when I saw the bomb, I immediately flipped the couch over, along with my mom. I did the same with the table in front of me for additional protection. Though, at that moment, the bomb went off and the force from the explosion destroyed the table and launched me into the wall. The three gasped at this. My head struck the wall and knocked me out. When I fell forward, my face struck the floor and ended up giving me this scar, he said and pointed at his face. Aika nodded, astounded by the tale. And what did the doc say? She inquired. They told my mother that I only got a slight concussion from banging my head into the wall, but otherwise, I was fine. Which is why they allowed me to remain at home for the time I spent recovering. Luckily for me, the table blocked most of the fire and heat, so I didn't get fried like a Kentucky Fried Chicken, he finished. Aika nodded while the boys made a mock salute. Respect, brother, Matsuda commented upon making the salute, with Motohama nodding at the comment. Aika looked at the boys, shedding tears at the tale their friend just told, and cleared her throat. In any case, I have one last question. She turned her gaze back at Issei. He nodded, motioning for her to continue. Some have taken notice of the fact that you have stopped peeping on the girls and stopped doing perverted stuff on school premises. Could this be due to a change in heart as a result of the explosion? Or is it something else? She inquired with a smile. Issei returned the action. Well, let me answer your question with one of my own. Could you ever hate your favorite color? Or destroy your most beautiful dress? He asked. She rose a brow at the question. Well, of course not. But what does that have to do with your perversion? She inquired. You see, it isn't easy to destroy a part of yourself, or something you are highly attached to. Indeed, that encounter did teach me to prioritize my life more. You know, to attend to the important stuff first. But that won't change who I am as a person. And do you know why, he asked. She shook her head with a smile. Enlighten me. It's because I stay true to myself. Most people, when they are in public, tend to put their best face forward. This is even more so when trying to impress someone. Like a girlfriend, for example. Some people call this being noble. But what it is faking who you are and lying to the people you are trying to impress. This is why most relationships end in disaster. Two people meet. Both put their best faces forward to impress each other. But when they are committed, their masks fall away and you start to see them for who they truly are. This leads to breakups and divorces because according to them, he wasn't the man, woman I thought he or she was. And that's bullshit. I have nothing to hide. Some may call us perverted, which we are, but at least we stay true to ourselves. When a girl approaches any one of us, she doesn't need to fear. Because we have already laid down everything on the table. We have nothing to hide. The same cannot be said for everyone though. Just imagine it for a moment. You meet a guy, good looking, nice on the surface. You start dating the guy, only to find out he is an alcoholic with anger management issues and is involved with a gang, Issei stated. He noticed Aika's sudden look of horror and recollection, but decided to play dumb and not mention it. Now, compare that to us. Motohama here, perverted, yes, but also highly intellectual. He is the smartest guy in our entire grade. Middle school, he'd help the teachers in coming up with better ways to teach the children, because he understood their struggle to learn and understand. He even tutored some of the students with the more difficult subjects. And because of him, the school's passing rate went from 65% to 89%. Most of the first-year students we currently have are here only because he helped them, and he asked for nothing in return. Then you have Matsuda. This guy was the athletic master. He used to assist with the athletic training while he himself went straight to the nationals. Not to mention last year, he convinced his father to start teaching self-defense lessons to the women and children that attended his dojo, just because he heard that a girl our age got assaulted by a gang. To top it off, he used to be a part of the anti-bully group we had back in middle school. Nobody dared to mess with him, especially because he was so well built, Issei stated. He noticed her expression was a bit off since her sudden horror moment previous, but once again decided to say nothing. Matsuda snorted, like you're one to talk. He turned to Aika while pointing at Issei. This guy was the one who started the anti-bully group. He was extremely overprotective of anyone or anything he cared about. Once, this guy insulted Moto because he was jealous of his good grades. Most were jealous, especially cause they fared so poorly. Moto told the guy to be less of an ass and study more if he was so jealous of his grades. The guy didn't like being called an ass and slugged Moto across the face. Ha 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 ha. Matsuda began to laugh. When Issei got wind of what happened, he went and beat the stuffing out of the guy. Next day he was on his knees, apologizing with a swollen face and a busted lip. Matsuda continued to laugh while slamming his hand into the table. Aika's expression changed to one of interest and shock at hearing this. You fought, Issei? She asked the boy who was scratching the back of his head. I did, from time to time. Although, it was mostly because I was going through puberty and didn't have a firm grasp on my emotions, especially my rage. I tended to lash out at anyone who tried to act funny with my friends or family, he responded. Matsuda shook his head. Plus he was the class representative for the year, and tended to take his job very seriously. If somebody stepped out of line, Issei dealt with them in a heartbeat, he added. Aika seemed to grow more intrigued the more she heard. I think I'm starting to understand what you were referring to earlier, Issei. People are too judgmental. Just look at how much I myself just learned about you guys. Stuff I didn't know. Sadly, while I'd like to hear more, I must get on my way. I still have to file my report after all, she stated before getting up and getting on her way. The three boys continued chatting about the moments they had during middle school. But through it all, Issei couldn't help but smile. Everything is going according to the plan. Meanwhile, back at the Iwatani shop, Hosu was once again emptying out the attic. The stuff was just picking up dust, so he decided to see if there was anything worth selling or adding to their shop. Kurohime was assisting her father with the search, when she stumbled upon an hourglass. She looked at it confused. It was black and had red dust inside. At the bottom of the glass, there was something inscribed in crimson runes. Daddy, what is this? She asked. Hosu turned to his daughter and saw her holding the hourglass. Oh, that's a demon moon hourglass. It counts down till the next demon moon appears, Hosu explained. Kurohime's eyes widened at this, for one reason alone. The dust was almost out. This means that the next demon moon is tonight. This is bad. I must alert Master Issei, she thought before hastily making her way to her room. Her father's questioning shouts could be heard as she ran to her room. Issei was sitting in the middle of his last period for the day, when he felt a lagging feeling on his consciousness. He recognized the feeling as one of his servants trying to make contact with him via the mark. Master, can you hear me? He heard Kurohime's voice. Indeed I can. What's the matter? He inquired. I just discovered a demon moon hourglass in our attic. It basically counts down till the next demon moon appears. But it's almost out of dust. If I am correct, then the next demon moon is tonight. Is there something unique about the demon moon? Yes, the demon moon is the eclipse wherein the earth stands between the sun and the moon, also known as the blood moon eclipse. When this happens, all the dark beings of the area where the eclipse shines will have their power increased tenfold. This means that even the demonic presence gathered in Kuo will skyrocket. More people will be possessed and corrupted than ever before. Ah, is that so? Well, no need to worry. I already anticipated something like this would happen. What? But how? Well, just a few moments ago, a timer appeared in my face, counting down till tonight midnight, Issei stated as he looked at the timer that stood at the top edge of his sight. I believe this is the first wave we are dealing with. What? But Master, Kiyomi and Ito aren't here and… I know, Kurohime, but we'll just have to make do without them. For now I'd suggest that you focus on preparing yourself for tonight. Make sure you are in battling condition because I'll require your mana reserves for tonight. Yes, Master. Good, you may go. And with that, he felt the link disconnect. He sighed as he thought to what is to come tonight. Guess it's finally time to put all my training to good use. Night had fallen, and Issei was standing at the top of Kuo Academy. Dressed in his shadow armor, he awaited the rise of the blood moon. The gear said that I and all those with me will be teleported to the center of the wave when it occurs. But depending on how big and dangerous this will be, that might be a bad idea. But nevertheless, he looked down to see Rias and her peerage approaching, as well as Sona, with Saji and Tsubaki by her side. I got back up. He stood and jumped down to meet them. Landing on the ground, and kicking up dust from the force behind his descent, he stood before them, clad and ready to fight. Sona looked the figure over and shook her head. You know, when Rias told me it was you, I almost didn't believe her. And even though I am curious as to how you suddenly became so powerful, I'll have to ask that you explain to us what exactly we are facing, Issei." When Sona finished, both of her peerage members' eyes widened at the name. Issei chuckled and lifted his hood and mask, exposing his face. "No way, Issei," Saji exclaimed when he saw the boy's face. Issei looked at Saji and then back at Sona. "Nice, you scored one of Vritra's hosts. Too bad he's as weak as a child," Issei commented. Sona nodded, already being aware of Issei's ability to retrieve info on everything he looked at, an ability she feared highly. "Hey, I could take you on any day of the week," Saji responded. Tsubaki placed a hand on Saji's shoulder when he started approaching Issei. Fighting him would be highly unwise, Saji. Lady Rias and her peerage had already fought him once, and lost, she stated with narrowed eyes. Saji's eyes widened at this. "No way." Issei smirked when he heard Tsubaki's words. "Saji, if you haven't learned this yet, then you should know that everything isn't always as they seem. And the people you think you know, could be completely different from what they seem to be," Issei stated and turned to look back at Sona. "As for what we are up against, I know not. But, it will appear once the blood moon shines down on Kuo. I don't need to tell you what will happen then, do I?" He spoke. Sona shook her head. "All demonic powers will be increased tenfold. But that also means that the demonic presence in town will be amplified tenfold. Luckily, I had stationed the rest of my peerage members in the residential area to guard it from any supernatural beings that may appear," she stated. Issei nodded and turned to look at Akino. "Akino, you can summon forth clouds, can't you?" he inquired. She nodded. "I can, but only for a certain distance and time. Blocking out the moon's light won't work," she replied. Issei shook his head and smiled. "I don't want to block it. I want to make it rain." He turned back to Sona. "If the two of you work together, for how long do you think you can make it rain?" he asked. "If it is both Akino and me, then I'd say for an entire day. But like Akino said, it all depends on how wide the area is and for how long. If we are talking about Kuo, then we could gather enough clouds to make it rain for an entire day without end," she replied. Issei nodded. "Then that's what we'll do. When the wave hits, and the demonic presence emerges, make it rain like hell," he spoke. But this confused the group. "Why would rain be important in this fight?" Saji inquired. Issei shook his head. "Not the rain itself, but the advantage it will give us. Or rather me. Which is why I ask that when it starts to rain, you guys teleport as far away from here as possible," Issei spoke. Saji was about to ask again the necessity of doing so, but Sona and Rias realized what he was referring to. "You have got to be kidding. You plan to drown Kuo in holy water, don't you?" Sona exclaimed. The rest of the devil's eyes widened. Issei nodded. "Indeed. I'll grant the rain the power of purification, and let it destroy the demonic presence throughout the town. This will prevent it from affecting the residents," he finished. "Absolutely not. If we go through with that plan, then we won't be able to step foot back in our territory for months," Rias exclaimed. Issei shrugged. "Well, it's either that or I flood the entire town with holy energy. You can't afford to fight because you'll just end up increasing the town's demonic presence. And if I fight, then I can't stop it from reaching and affecting the residents. So what will it be?" They looked somewhat shocked and also frustrated. Because deep down they knew, they caused this mess. "What if we minimize the rainfall?" Rias inquired. "If we minimize it to 1 hour, then that would purify the demonic presence to such a degree that it'll be too weak to remain active for long. Plus the purifying effect on the town won't last long and will pass shortly after the sun comes out," she stated. Issei nodded. "That's true. But then we'll have to wait for all of it to surface before we call the rain. Otherwise when the hour is over, most of it still wouldn't have been purified. Not to mention that we'll have to hold off whatever monsters and beasts appear as a result of the wave," Issei spoke. The two peerage leaders nodded, accepting the choice they had made. "We'll help keep them at bay, long enough for all of it to surface. Unless you have a way of flushing it out," Sona spoke. Issei nodded. "Fine. But that would require us to be posted at the hotspot areas. Chances are pretty good that the demonic presence will surface there," Issei stated. A familiar lagging feeling surfaced in his mind. "Master, I think you should know that the demonic presence beneath town is all being drawn to one spot." He heard Kuroheim's voice. "Where?" "Northwest. The hotspot there is growing at an alarming rate and drawing the rest of the presences there like a magnet. If you focus, you should be able to detect it. It's hard to miss." Issei closed his eyes and focused his senses to the northwest. And a few seconds later, he felt a strong demonic presence. One which was slowly growing in strength. "Indeed, I can sense it. And it looks like..." He gazed up at the moon, seeing that the tip of its side had already begun to turn red. "We are almost out of time, Master. I am almost done. What are your orders?" Kuroheim's voice spoke. "When you are done, join us. You know where we'll be. I'll have the preparations prepared for when you arrive." "Understood." "Hey, Issei, stop spacing out," he heard Saji's voice cry out. He turned to look at Saji before looking to his master. Well, it looks like we won't have to split up. All the demonic presences are gathering in one spot. An area northwest from here, he spoke. Sona and Rias' eyes widened at this. Are you sure? Rias inquired. Issei nodded. Indeed, but we must hurry. He pointed up at the moon, which was already a 10th red. Our time is almost up. They looked up at the moon, seeing the eclipse already starting. They felt a slight sense of dread. Light suddenly appeared around them as Issei looked at the clock at the edge of his vision, seeing there was but 10 seconds left. He turned to the others who looked on guard because of the light. Calm yourselves. This is merely one of my sacred gear's functions. In about 7 seconds we'll be transported to the place where the wave will hit, so prepare yourselves, and with that, they were engulfed by the light. When they opened their eyes, they were all standing before the Kuo City Cemetery. The cemetery? Are we gonna fight here? Saji questioned. The better question is how demonic presences can enter this place? It is hallowed grounds after all, Tsubaki inquired. The blood moon is the demon goddess, Lilith's blessing to demons. It increases our power and abilities tenfold while weakening the effect holy and hallowed spaces and objects have on us, Sona responded. Issei nodded and led the way inside. The group followed him, and once everyone was inside, a barrier jumped up behind them. Sona looked at it and back to Issei, who didn't even stop to gaze at it. The dome-like barrier surrounded the entire cemetery, which stretched out for over 3 miles. Mind telling me how you set up that barrier, Issei? I didn't even feel your mana flicker, Sona questioned. Issei shook his head. A good magician doesn't reveal his tricks. Before anyone else could say another word, a slight tremor passed through the area. Issei looked up and saw that the moon was entirely red. Here it comes. Everyone heard the sound of stones shattering and even the earth splitting open. When they gazed at the source, they saw a crimson-black mist emerge from a hole in the center of the cemetery. It spread across the entire area within 10 minutes, and with it came the most gruesome, growling and groaning sounds. When the mist cleared, it revealed a sight no one expected. The dead had risen. A multitude of bodies emerged from the ground. Some started to form flesh and muscle, but barely any skin. Their glowing, yellow, blue and red eyes lit the dark cemetery along with the moon. There were some with full developed bodies, others with half or partially developed bodies. Hell, there were even some who were only skeletons. The arrival of the dead caused multiple reactions among the group. Zombies, yeah, Ria screamed. Kaneko was stiff from fright, not because of the zombies, but because of their evil aura. Kiba drew his sword. Akino gained a serious expression. Sona shivered at the sight, while Tsubaki shook her head. And Saji? Well, fuck this shit, I'm out. He ran for the gates. Too bad that he couldn't exit because of the barrier. Issei merely facepalmed as he looked up at the sky. Seriously? A zombie apocalypse? Someone up there is watching too many human movies, he thought. He turned to Saji, who was already being dragged back there by Sona. Saji, can you fight? He asked. But the blonde boy shook his head. Dude, I only joined this week. Of course I haven't learned magic and all that stuff yet. All I got is my sacred gear to bind them. He spoke. Issei nodded and turned to look at the approaching zombies. Observation. Name, titles, level, 20 next level. Class, low class zombie, undead, mutant. Stats. HP, 5500/5500. DP, 3500/3500. SC, 35%. Chi, 50. Ki, 6000/6000. Aura, 250 of 250. STR, 120. STA, 100. Dex, 80. Int, 10. Wis, 0. Cha, 0. Luke, 0. Strength, supernatural strength. Has strength and speed enhanced by demonic power. Heightened hearing. Has hearing capabilities enhanced by demonic power. Can even hear a heartbeat from 100 meters away. Life detection. Can feel the presence of life around them. Enhanced durability. The demonic power within them is sustaining their bodies and enhancing their bodily durability. Enhanced endurance. The demonic power sustaining them prevents them from getting tired. Zero pain. Doesn't have pain sensors. Infectious. Can infect others with their corrupt spirits to turn them into undead zombies. This has no effect on devils and demons of lower levels and beings with demonic immunity. Weaknesses. Light. Light weakens the functionality of their bodies. Generators of light also deals more harm. G fire. Holy light. Destroys their demonic spirits and purifies the body. Blessed objects or grounds. Anything sacred will greatly damage their demonic spirits. Blindness. Can't see. Issei shook his head. We are screwed. Kiba, he exclaimed. Kiba turned to him. Yes, make some light generating swords. If you can't, then make some fire swords. These things have a weakness for light. Give one to Saji when you're done. Kiba nodded in response and began summoning swords, handing one to Saji as requested. Issei turned to Akino. Your thunder should work just as well, Akino. She nodded and started channeling power. Issei called forth his sacred gear and placed a hand on the jewel. A menu appeared soon after. Issei swiftly tapped on a few icons and a window appeared before Sona and Rias. This is a party request. Accept and we'll officially be allied. Something I recommend cause it'll be of more benefit for you guys if you do, Issei spoke. Rias and Sona looked at one another, nodded and pushed the accept icon. Issei nodded. Now, I can do this. Activate Sacred Revelation. He cried out. Both the shield and the devils glowed green for a moment before the light faded away. What the? Sona exclaimed as she was able to see the status tags of the zombies. I gave you guys a peek at what's it like to live in my world. This should allow you to see the classes and levels of the monsters you're up against. Mutants are the lowest level zombies. Demons above them and Hellions as the highest and strongest. Look at their levels to determine how strong they are and which ones you'd ought to fight on your own. They are mostly enhanced by their demonic power. This includes their speed and strength, so be careful. If they get their hands on you, then you can get infected. But it will only work if you are at a lower level than they are. So Saji, he looked over at the boy and gazed at his status bar. Saji Genchuru LV10. Good luck, he finished. Saji was dropping tears like a leaking bucket at the boy's words. Furthermore, it would be better for us to split up. These things can detect life and hear like a bat, so hiding is useless, and if we stay in one spot we'll only end up cornering ourselves. So I recommend we split up in groups of 3. Sona, Akino and Saji. I recommend that you be in a group cause you two girls need to work together to conjure up the rainstorm we planned on. Is that okay with you? He asked. Akino nodded. Sona didn't. Why not send Saji with Kiba and Tsubaki? His sacred gear would be of more use to them considering that he could bind them for Kiba to cut down, she inquired. Issei nodded, slightly turning his head when he heard a crack come from the nearby graves. True, but I was banking on Rias, Kiba and Tsubaki as an all-rounder squad. Kiba is a speed type, Tsubaki a technique type and Rias a power type. And if they use Tsubaki's sacred gear to their advantage, then they could double Rias' destructive power. But I also agree with your reasoning, so Saji, you heard your master. You'll be with Kiba and Tsubaki, he stated. Sona nodded in agreement. I keep forgetting that he knows nearly everything about us. That power of his would be terrifying in the wrong hands. Thankfully, he's our ally, for now at least, she thought as she looked at the boy. Kaneko, you're with me. I'll need your sensory capabilities to determine the levels of demonic presence underground. When it's depleted, notify me, okay? He commanded the little girl. But Kaneko shook her head, shivering as she did. I can't go near that. She spoke with a wavering voice. Rias looked saddened when she heard her rook speak. Issei shook his head. You can. I know why you are afraid of it. But there is no need to be. You are a devil, thus immune to the corrupt effect the mist has. Furthermore, I will be protecting you. I won't let it anywhere near you. And if it is too hard to do from down here, then you can always do so from the air, Issei stated. Kaneko wavered. She still shivered and didn't wish to go anywhere near the mist. Her fear got a hold of her. But that was soon washed away when Issei placed his hand on her shoulder. She was so caught off guard that the action made her nearly jump out of fright. But Issei smiled at her, even crouching to get her to look him straight in the eyes. You need not fear, Kaneko. I believe in you. We all believe in you. All that is left is for you to believe in yourself. What will it be? He asked and held out his hand. She looked down at his hand, up at his confident, yet encouraging smile and the look of doubtlessness in his eyes. He's so assuring, so confident. Like nothing can change what he intends to do. Like nothing can stop him from what he has set out to do. Fearless, confident, strong, no, powerful. He has all these qualities radiating off of him in waves, she thought. Then, she looked down at her own hands. I am nothing like him. I am weak, fearful, scared and doubtful. I am nothing like him, she thought. Then let me show you, Issei spoke. He could tell from how she looked at him, to how she looked depressed when she looked at herself that she was comparing herself to him. Her eyes widened at his words. What? She asked. He gave her an eyes smile. If it is strength you need, let me show you how to be strong. If it is courage you require, let me show you how to be courageous. If you wish to have more confidence in yourself, let me show you how, Issei spoke. Kaneko's eyes were wide, recognizing that he knew what she was thinking. She looked down at his hand and placed hers on his. He took her hand, and the next thing she knew, she was on his back. Hey, Issei, she complained at the treatment. Issei merely chuckled. Come on, let's get going. He turned to face the others. This will probably take a while. If the entire cemetery has been affected, then we could probably be facing every person that has died in Kuo since its founding. That's over 50 million zombies. This made everyone gain a stern expression. Except for Saji, who was sweating like hell. But luckily, killing all of them is not the objective. Our objective is to stall them long enough for all the demonic presence to emerge and then eliminating it all with a shower of holy water. So let's get out there and show these suckers who's boss. Issei finished. The rest nodded, with some cheering at Issei's statement. They all separated, each group flying in their own direction. Saji, Tsubaki and Kiba took to the east, Sona, Akino and Rias took to the west and Issei straight down the center, heading straight north and into the mob of zombies whom have gathered and were making their way to him at high speed. Kaneko looked down at the boy, whose back she was riding on with a questioning gaze. He can be so kind. And yet back then, images of the time when Issei had accused her master of being a murderer came flashing through her head. Back then, he was so angry, she thought. Hey Kaneko, brace yourself. I'm about to light this place up. Issei spoke. She nodded and tightened her hold on him and placing her head down on his shoulder. She caught a full whiff of his scent and it made her cheeks redden for some reason. Issei had merely taken one jump in the zombies' direction. A jump that had sent him flying straight at them. 200 meters of flying and he was within their proximity. He smirked as a thought occurred to him. This is an opportunity for me to use that new technique, he thought, and was about to go through the needed hand signs when he heard another voice within his mind. Partner, I suggest you apply your purifying effect spell on your mana before launching that spell, he heard Drake say. Issei hummed in response and placed his hand upon his chest before he called upon his power. As source of thy power, I order thee, decipher the laws of the divine and imbue my target with the power of purification. Purifying effect, he cried out and could feel the warmth accumulating within himself. He smirked and went through 20 hand signs before he summoned forth his technique. He inhaled a large amount of air before calling out the name of his new technique. Flame art, majestic destroyer flame. He cried out and released a massive column of golden fire from his mouth. It spread out across the entire area before him, spreading as wide as a 500-meter radius on both his left and right side. It rose to a height of 50 meters, and was visible to everyone in the cemetery. This is currently my strongest fire spell. A mass concentration of high-temperature flames taught to me by Drake himself. There is no escaping or surviving this technique. If it catches you, you're dead. Kiba's group was already cutting down zombies. Kiba dashed through their ranks. Heads flew everywhere he stepped. Tsubaki summoned a multitude of ice shards and had them impale the zombies' heads, which froze right after. A trail of frozen blood could be found behind her. Saji was also doing fairly great for someone with little fighting experience. He used his sacred gear, absorption line, to capture his target before cutting off their heads. Or in some cases, capture the zombie, yank him over, and cut off its head in the motion. Even aiding Kiba by capturing a large horde of zombies before Kiba slashed of their heads. They were faring quite well, when suddenly, an enormous column of fire appeared, spreading through the entire northern section of the cemetery. It took in the sky, the land and everything else, incinerating hordes upon hordes of undead as it left nothing in its wake. Holy shit! Wasn't that where Issei was heading? Don't tell me that was him. Saji exclaimed after cutting off the head of yet another undead with his flaming sword. Kiba nodded. That's definitely Issei. Looks like he's pulling out all the stops, he stated and turned his attention back to the undead still rising from their graves. Tsubaki looked at Saji and pointed at the fire that was consuming everything in its sight. Still want to fight him? She asked. Saji shook his head with a mock confused expression. I have no idea what you are talking about, he replied. Tsubaki nodded. I thought so. Meanwhile, with Rias' group. Rias had proceeded to lay waste to the zombies using her power of destruction. No trace of them remained as a wave of destructive magic passed over them. Sona, on the other hand, summoned a bucket's worth of water, had it split into hundreds of micro-water spikes, even sharpening them down to a molecular level, before having them fly through the zombies' skulls. She was a true technique fighter, having used less than a percentage of her mana to lay waste to over 100 zombies, and still counting. Akino, much like her master, was unleashing her thunder magic on the creatures. She attacked from the air as to have a better view of her targets, but sometimes used magic from other elements such as water and earth, which possessed a solid form and required less power and more control to inflict larger amounts of damage to her targets. They were laying waste to their enemies when suddenly, an enormous column of fire caught their attention, spreading over a kilometer in diameter and stretching 50 meters into the sky. The girls stared wide-eyed at the scene as Akino could clearly see the full scale of the destruction caused from the sky. Incredible, is this the full scope of his power? Sona questioned. Rias stared in fascination at the display of power. He surely doesn't require any assistance. Such a shame that I couldn't get him to join my peerage. He would have been my greatest asset, she commented. Akino shook her head from her position in the sky, a small smile making its way onto her face. Something tells me that if he had joined, he'd be the one dominating the peerage, she spoke to herself. Their attention was soon drawn back to the approaching zombies and so, their onslaught continued. Issei looked on at the utter devastation he had caused. He smirked when he saw a notification pop up. You have slain 5,287 zombies. You gain 21,412 350 EXP. Due to being in a party, total EXP will be divided among all party members. You gain 2,676 544 EXP. You gain 13,382 718 yen. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV33 LV34. You gain 5 attribute points. Due to Ascended Red Dragon Emperor status, you gain +3 attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV34 LV35. You gain 5 attribute points. Due to Ascended Red Dragon Emperor status, you gain +3 attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV35 LV36. You gain 5 attribute points. Due to Ascended Red Dragon Emperor status, you gain +3 attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV36 LV37. You gain 5 attribute points. Due to Ascended Red Dragon Emperor status, you gain +3 attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LV37 LV38. You gain 5 attribute points. Due to Ascended Red Dragon Emperor status, you gain +3 attribute points. Achievement unlocked. Demon Exterminator ELV3. You have slain 100 demonic entities. You gain 4,000 EXP, 6,000 yen, and 400 skill points. Achievement unlocked. Demon Exterminator ELV4. You have slain 200 demonic entities. You gain 8,000 EXP, 12,000 yen, and 800 skill points. Title upgrade, Demon Hunter. Achievement unlocked. Demon Exterminator ELV5. You have slain 400 demonic entities. You gain 16,000 EXP, 24,000 yen, and 1,600 skill points. Achievement unlocked. Demon Exterminator LV6 Max. You have slain 800 demonic entities. You gain 32,000 EXP, 48,000 yen, and 3,200 skill points. Title upgrade, Demon Slayer. Kaniko's eyes widened when she saw the screen appear, and even more so when she read his status as Ascended Red Dragon Emperor. He's the Red Dragon Emperor? I thought he was the Cardinal Shield hero? Is he both? I have to notify President of this, she thought, but then her attention shifted back to the wasteland Issei had created. He is strong. Too strong, but where does his strength come from? She questioned herself. Issei, no longer running, walked on a steady pace towards the center of the cemetery. Kaniko noticed the change in the air, a chance brought about by Issei's fire purifying the surrounding air. Kaniko, listen, she turned her attention back to him. At times, you may feel helpless, weak, and afraid. I should know. I was there too. No, I am still there. He began to speak and Kaniko's expression saddened. I told you I'd show you how to be strong, but I bear no strength of my own. My strength comes from my desire to protect those I care about, those precious to me. I bear no courage, cause I am scared as hell, but I stand up and fight even with that fear still present, because I would rather die than see the people I care about get hurt. I do bear confidence in myself, not because I believe that I can do whatever, but because others believe that I could do so when even I didn't. What it all comes down to is this: regardless of why, whenever you fight, you will always stand to lose something. And regardless of what or who that may be, your strength will come from your desire to protect it or them. The courage to overcome your fear will come from the love you bear for them. That love and desire to protect will push you on, even when you have no more power left in your reserves and you can barely stand on your own 2 feet. It will give you the strength and power to keep on fighting, till the end. And when it's all over, win or lose, you won't bear any regret, cause you fought to protect that which is yours. And should you prevail, I can assure you, there is no better feeling than knowing that you have kept your treasures safe, and have protected them from harm. Those are the words I live by. The words I'll pass on to you. So next time you feel fearful and doubtful, think of the people you cherish. Issei finished. Kaniko had her head resting within the crook of his neck, her eyes narrowed and sad. Yet, they held a light within them that seemed to grow stronger as her eyes opened up. Her gaze was fixed on the boy who was carrying her through the cemetery. She smiled as she thought over his words. Issei, you can put me down now. I can walk, she stated. His head turned slightly to make eye contact with her. Are you sure? He asked. She gave a small smile and nodded. He smiled as well and crouched, going down on one knee. Okay then. She got off and stood next to him. He gave a sigh of relief once he stood back up. Man, has someone ever told you, you're as heavy as an ox, Kaniko? He spoke and no sooner received a punch to the gut, knocking his wind out. Kaniko groaned. Jerk, was her reply. Issei shut his still agape mouth and smiled, placing his hand on her head and petting her like a cat, which she greatly enjoyed, even purring in response. I was kidding. My adorable, little kitten, he spoke. Kaniko blushed a bit at the comment, yet refused to turn her head away, due to the petting. but Issei soon stopped and continued on walking, with Kaneko at his side. More zombies popped up and out of the ground and fought the two, but Issei disposed of them before they could fully emerge, using his shuriken shield. Soon, they reached the center of the cemetery, where a hole as large as a tube resided, and from it, emerged a reddish-black mist. Concentrated demonic presence. And it's thick? But it's coming out too slow, he thought and turned to Kaneko. How much has leaked out and how much more is there beneath us? He asked. Kaneko closed her eyes and began to focus. I think, about 5% of it has surfaced. Issei's eyes widened at this. 5%? Oh hell no. We're blowing this hole sky high. Come on, Issei exclaimed while getting up and making his way away from the hole. Upon fully processing his words, Kaneko's eyes widened and she jumped after him. You want to do what? She exclaimed. When they reached 100 meters of distance from the hole, Issei summoned his grimoire, making it float before him as it flew through its pages. Upon reaching a blank page, Issei placed his hand over the book and began to focus. I require a highly powered, concentrated blast of fire magic. Pillar shape, highly condensed, high-temperature fire, he spoke, and as he did, he began visualizing the shape and form the spell must take as well as how it should be casted. Runes appeared within the pages of the book. This was the spell formula. And as the owner, Issei understood the meaning of each rune. Kaneko looked on fascinated by this procedure. What is that? She asked. This is my grimoire. It grants me access to 2 unique skills. Spell Developer, which allows me to create spells as per my will and desire. The second is Firecaster, which amplifies the power of my fire spells, Issei stated and began gathering his power and holding out his hand. Kaneko looked on as 3 magic circles, each about 10 meters long in diameter, appeared above the hole. They began to glow as the circles gathered power from Issei. The next moment, Issei clenched his fist and cried out, Flame Art, Hellfire Pillar. And a pillar of blue fire shot out of the top circle. It possessed extremely high temperatures and shot down at incredible speeds. As it passed through the other circles, its power increased while it was all compounded within the circle's diameter. Extremely high temperature, compressed fire slammed into the hole and tore straight through to the bottom. The impact of it striking the ground sent tremors throughout the entire cemetery. When the spell faded, and the dust cloud settled, a 15-meter wide hole was present where the smaller hole once was. Issei walked up to the hole, smiling when he saw that it melted all the earth 5 meters within the fire pillar's vicinity. Now that's what I call hot. Kaneko on the other hand looked on terrified. Just how powerful is he? She thought and decided to follow the boy to the edge of the hole. Looking down, they saw nothing but black smoke rising from the ground. Issei looked at Kaneko, his eyes conveying his unasked question. Another percentage has depleted. At the current rate, it will take about another half an hour for all of it to surface. Looks like we'll have to hold out till then, she stated and turned to look at the still resurrecting zombies. Issei nodded and proceeded to summon his shuriken shield. Will you be okay without a weapon? He asked. She nodded before making a magic circle appear over both her hands. A moment later, 2 black claw-like gloves appeared over her hands. The gloves were black, with 3 claw-like blades emerging from the knuckle area. The blades were 30 centimeters in length and were crystal clear. On the back of her hands were thin, but strong steel plates, which acted as armor. The glove, and coating of steel plates, extended to her elbow. Issei whistled in amazement. These were a gift the president got me, in the event that I came across an opponent I couldn't take on with my bare hands. These blades and armor plates are made of magic steel, a rare metal which is transformed due to overexposure to mana. By channeling mana into the steel, you can have it extend its reach, increase cutting capability and increase the armor's durability, she stated in response to his whistle. Issei nodded. Then are you ready? He asked as another horde of undead approached them. Kaneko got into a fighting pose in response. Ready, she replied. Issei nodded. Then let's kick some ass. And with that, the two charged at the zombies. Time passed, and nothing changed. All the parties were still fighting the zombies, and some were starting to get tired. I don't know how much more of this I can take, Saji exclaimed as he struck down yet another zombie. Somehow, while he was fighting, his level rose from 10 to 28. This naturally caused an increase in power and stamina, but that was also not of much use due to the unending hordes of zombies that they fought. Even Kiba seemed out of breath. I agree, though, we seem to be growing stronger while we are fighting. If this is Issei's doing, then we can't afford to stop now. His power may not last that long. And if the spell upon us wears out, we'll lose our advantage. They have their numbers. We have our magic. If we run out, we're screwed, he stated. Kiba's level had also increased, going from 30 to 38. His speed and power had drastically gone uphill as the battle continued, and eventually, he was able to take out an entire horde with a single slash attack. Tsubaki was faring the best among the three. She had large mana reserves, and because she decided to go easy on the spells she used, she had continued to use her ice shards from the very first spell to continue killing off other zombies, creating a new batch of shards whenever the previous ones broke. I don't know if it's Issei's doing, then this spell might last the entire battle through, but I agree that this has given us a huge advantage. We must thank him when this is all over. She spoke as she yet again sent a slew of ice shards into the heads of 20 zombies. The group constantly had to shift areas due to the pilling of corpses around them, and this caused them to reach even deeper parts of the cemetery, parts that weren't supposed to be accessed. After recognizing the fact that the zombies won't stop coming, Rias had resorted to using her spells more productively by luring the zombies all into one group before annihilating the lot of them in one attack. These things are so annoying, and why don't they stop? It's like every time I turn my head, there are more than what I destroyed. Geez, how are you guys holding up? Rias spoke. Sona still went on with her method of disposing her enemies. And it worked. She has used the least amount of mana among the entire party members, and still managed to kill more than 200 zombies with nothing more than simple mana control. I am doing well actually. I still haven't used more than 8% of my power in the entire hour that we've been fighting these things, Sona stated. Akino nodded. She was another one who was also relying more on technique, rather than power. This was mainly due to her role in the final enactment that would bring an end to this madness. Indeed, but it would appear that holding back isn't necessary. For some reason I appear to be getting stronger the longer we fight. She spoke and slayed another 10 zombies with a cluster of earth spikes. Sona nodded at Akino's words. Same here. I think this might be Issei's doing. That pact we made with him must have shared his abilities with us, meaning we are growing stronger the more battle experience we accumulate. She spoke. Rias shook her head, using yet another blast of destructive energy to vaporize the zombies. This is ridiculous. We have fought for only an hour and yet I can already feel my mana reserves increasing while my stamina is in high pursuit. If this is really Issei's doing, then all the more reason to have him as an ally. He may not want to join my peerage, but if he's our ally then we could still use this power of his to our advantage, she thought. Issei felt a sense of irritation as he fought the zombies. Why do I feel like someone is plotting to take away my freedom? If they try, they're gonna get slugged, he thought. Saying that he was fighting would be a stretch. What he was doing was laying down, playing tic-tac-toe with Kaneko with a small flame illuminating their game, while 20 shurikens spun around them like a tornado. When hearing their voices and feeling the life they radiated, the mindless zombies came running straight towards them, but got diced in the process. That too without end. This is ridiculous. This is perhaps the easiest EXP I have ever gained in a fight, he thought. And his thoughts were justified. After killing 10 minutes worth of zombies, his level had risen to level 40. He took notice that his level capped when it reached 40. That's when Issei gained this delightful idea to use his shuriken in this manner. And boy, was it fun. 5 games of rock paper scissors, 12 games of guess who, what, and now, 3 games of tic-tac-toe. Kaneko frowned as they came to a draw once more. Issei, let's play something else, she stated. Issei nodded. He tapped on his shield and a screen appeared before him. Kaneko couldn't make out what it was, but Issei could. It was the crafting table. Another 10 seconds and the shield spat out a board, 2 pieces of dice and 2 flat pieces. Kaneko looked at the board and saw that it was a board of snakes and ladders. She looked up at Issei and tilted his head. You had this stored in your sacred gear? She asked dumbfounded. Issei shook his head. I used visual crafting, a skill that allows me to recreate anything I have seen so long as I have the material and visual image to create it. And just like that, they began to play. Issei was mock bragging about how he was ahead of Kaneko, but 3 moves further into the game and he got eaten by a snake, taken down 2 levels and then got stepped on by Kaneko, meaning he'd have to start from scratch. He couldn't stop glooming and Kaneko couldn't stop laughing, muttering about how all this was karma. All this happened while zombies were getting shredded no more than 5 meters away from them. And yet the two couldn't care less. They were having fun, playing and laughing at each other's mistakes and bad luck. Kaneko inevitably won the game and the suspense of the game soon died down. Told you I was gonna win, she stated, looking at him with a small smirk plastered all over her face. Issei merely groaned. Yeah, you don't have to rub it in, you know. Issei looked to the mountain of corpses that has been piled up around them. Hey Kaneko, how much has the demonic presence depleted? He asked, still looking at the corpses. She closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment. 92% has depleted, she replied. She looked at her before looking back at the hole which he had created. This was supposed to only take 30 minutes. But when 30 minutes passed, only 60% had been depleted. This is most likely due to the pressure of demonic presence beneath the ground decreasing, like with a water spring. If the pressure beneath drops, then the rate at which it shoots out will be slowed drastically. And so we were forced to continue waiting, he thought. He shook his head. How much longer do we have to wait? he heard Kaneko ask. Till at least 95% has depleted. That way the rain can take care of the remaining 5% when we summon it. Let's check up on the others. Issei spoke and summoned a communication circle beside his ear. Hey, everyone. How are you guys holding up? Issei inquired. Me, Rias and Akino are doing okay. How are you holding up? Last I checked you were at the center of this calamity, he heard Sona speak. And indeed, they were doing well. They were currently on a 5-minute break as the zombies had ceased coming. They deduced that this was because some still haven't risen yet and others were making their way to the party closest to them. And because Issei was at the center of the cemetery, that meant that he'd be the closest target for the majority of the risen zombies. Nah, no biggie. Me and Kaneko just finished a game of snakes and ladders. I set up a trap so the zombies coming to us are dropping like flies, he replied and could hear a couple snickers on the other side. Well, if you guys are done chatting, we are in serious trouble. We need backup, Saji exclaimed. They were unlucky enough to have stumbled upon the building, housing the tomb of the founders, which had been sealed with a magic spell. In the act of killing a zombie, Saji accidentally drove his sword through the zombie's skull and into a seal formula, breaking the barrier that was placed upon the building and allowing the demonic presence to enter. What's happening, Hyoudou? Rias inquired. Saji accidentally broke the magic seal that protected the tombs of the founders, Kiba exclaimed. Wait, seal? You mean the founder were? Issei spoke but was interrupted by Tsubaki. Supernaturals. Indeed. And now we are stuck with the problem of facing them and the zombies, she stated. And indeed, the three were surrounded. Zombies to the south and the founders to the north. They had taken to the sky to have an advantage over the zombies, but the same could not be said for the founders. 2 individuals came out of the building. 1 male and 1 female. Both seemed to be in their early 20s and were dressed in shrine-like outfits, with the woman adoring a typical shrine maiden outfit of white and red, like Akino's priestess outfit, while the man was dressed in a white robe which covered his black outfit beneath. Both were wearing slippers with white socks. The woman had blonde hair, which was done in a ponytail which fell to her mid-back, with 2 strands framing her face. Light brown eyes with light tan skin and an emotionless expression that could leave a man wondering if she was even alive. The man was completely different. He had reddish-yellow hair, which fell to his shoulders, hazel-colored eyes and sideburns framing his face, making him look more ferocious, top it off with a savage grin that exposed the man's rather sharp canines. My, it would appear that demons have invested our town, Freya. The man spoke with a snarl. Indeed. Let us eliminate these unholy wretches that have dared to set foot in our town. She spoke emotionlessly, with a glare. The two looked around, taking note that rotting, demonic entities which appeared to look like the dead, were rushing towards them, and it would appear that they have disturbed the dead and created these monstrosities. How unforgivable! The man cried out and held out his hand. A golden light shone in front of his hand before it dimmed, revealing a katana. Its sheath and handle was white with gold at the bottom and at the guard as well as the top. The guard was in the shape of 3 spiraling swirls. It was truly a beautiful sword. He drew the blade to reveal its purely polished blade which had a golden light radiating off of it. Come forth, aim no Habakiri, snake slayer of heaven. He shouted the blade's name before making a swift slash movement. A movement which caused over 500 zombies to split in half before exploding into a mist of light particles. Kiba's eyes widened as he felt the holy aura released by the sword. We got bad news. Whoever these founders are, they got a holy sword in their possession, he exclaimed. What? Both Rias and Sona exclaimed over the seal. You know what, screw it. Akino, Sona, prepare to cast the spell. Kaneko will join up with you guys while I go and assist Kiba's group. And everyone, prepare to leave the vicinity, Issei cried out. There were further mumbling over his decision over the seal, but he paid no heed to them. When he turned to look at Kaneko, he saw that she had already unfolded her wings. A soft smile made its way onto his face as the girl looked at him. Let's go, was all she said before Issei and her vanished. The devils on Kiba's end were having a big struggle. On one hand, there was the zombies who sought to devour them, although the devils were in the air so they weren't that much of a worry. But then there were the 2 who emerged from the tomb. The man laid waste to the zombies approaching the tomb, and the woman, known as Freya, summoned a crimson bow with golden highlighting, also infused with great holy properties. She took to eliminating the devils in the sky. This caused great worry to arise within the devil members. Everybody on the ground, now! Kiba cried out. They did as ordered, and just in the nick of time. Freya had fired an arrow, engulfed with a pure white fire. Tsubaki barely managed to avoid the attack, but having come so close to a holy infused attack, caused the entire left side of her body to start spasming out of control. When she touched the ground, she collapsed instantly. Kiba noticed and tried to make his way to her side, but was too late. You're done. Filthy devils. Freya spoke as she shot another arrow. This one was immensely powerful. So much so, that it destroyed the ground beneath its path. The fire surrounding the arrow stretched out over a 5-meter diameter and began to change shape, turning into the image of a bird with its beak being at the tip of the arrow. Kiba and Tsubaki's eyes widened in union as they saw their end approaching them at breakneck speed. Though, suddenly, 6 magic barriers in the form of shields appeared before them, with another 5 barriers appearing between them in the form of magic circles. They compressed together and took the full force of the arrow attack. A colorless line suddenly wrapped around both Kiba and Tsubaki before pulling them to safety upon Saji's shoulders. Issei appeared next to Saji and nodded at him. "Take them and get to Sona's group," he spoke before turning to the barriers, which were slowly breaking. Saji nodded. "Don't have to tell me twice. Be careful," the boy said, then dashed in the direction of Sona's group. Due to his perks of being part dragon and devil, his strength had increased tremendously each time he leveled up. Now, with a single dash, he had cleared a 100-meter range within a second. Issei focused on the attack, which tripled in strength once the woman shot 2 more arrows to assist the first one. His barriers began breaking down as the attack pushed through. The mere presence of the holy attack was enough to have the zombies pause their attack. Notice alert. Due to the skill A Lesser Demonic Immunity, reaching an adequate level, the skill may now evolve. Do you wish to evolve this skill? Yes, no. Due to the constant presence of the thick demonic fog which has taken the cemetery hostage, Issei's demonic immunity skill had finally leveled up high enough to evolve. Yes, Issei spoke. A few moments later another notification popped up. Notice alert. The skill A Lesser Demonic Immunity has evolved into the skill A Intermediate Demonic Immunity. Due to the increase of demonic immunity, the Cardinal Hero may now access the Demon Shield series. Issei's lips folded into a shit-eating grin. It's about damn time, he thought as he held out his shield. Light Eraser Shield, he cried out, and a golden yellow shield appeared in his grasp. Notice alert. You have unlocked the Light Eraser Shield. Abilities include a light consumption, a light rejuvenation, and a mana expansion. Special skill, Stockpile. Issei couldn't help but let his smirk sink in. I have been waiting for this for so damn long, Issei exclaimed in mind. He dispelled the remaining barriers and let the attack charge at him. Holding out his shield, he couldn't help but chuckle. Light consumption. And with those words the attack was immediately sucked dry of all its energy. The shield's green jewel shone with light as it waited for its wielder's command, Stockpile, and with that command, the light immediately vanished. Issei looked on at the two guarding the building that once held their graves. He couldn't help but marvel at the tags above their heads. Freya LV60. Status, Yokai, Kamenu. Occupation, Celestial Guard. Zarkin LV65. Status, Yokai, Kamenu. Occupation, Celestial Guard. So they are Kamenu, meaning that whatever that building holds, they must protect. Interesting, he thought as he snapped his fingers and a barrier appeared around them, separating them from the zombies. Freya looked on warily at the boy approaching them. His barriers were able to withstand my arrows at full power, and his shield consumed the attack's power. Just who is he? No, what is he? She thought. Zarkin, no longer having to worry about the zombies, turned his attention to the approaching boy. You don't seem to be a devil, yet you helped them escape? Are you their ally? If so, I'll cut you down this instant. Zarkin spoke as he pointed his sword at the boy. Oh, shut up. You two old fools actually think you can just bounce out of your statues after the amount of time you have been gone and just start killing people randomly? Screw you. Issei responded with a sneer of his own. Zarkin became angered at this. You dare to speak to me in such a manner, boy? I shall cut off your tongue. He spoke and was about to charge at the boy, when Freya's hand stopped him. Boy, what you don't seem to understand, is that this is Shinto grounds. Those devils and these demonic creatures are forbidden from being here. Furthermore, this is our town, the village we founded. Finding such disgusting creatures roaming our streets is against the laws and principles we founded this place upon. If you are their ally, and insist on standing in our way, then we will surely dispose of you, she spoke. Issei shook his head. Like I said before, you were asleep for far too long. You don't know of anything that has taken place nor the circumstances you found yourselves in upon awakening. You are ignorant, Issei replied. Then enlighten us what we are ignorant of, Freya replied as she let her hand fall back to her side. Well, to start things off, those devils you just tried to kill. Yeah, they have permission to be here. This is their territory, Issei began but was interrupted by Zarkin. What? Those damned? Wait, Zarkin. Let the boy finish. Freya interrupted her partner. Issei nodded. As I was saying, the devils formed a pact with the Shinto faction and received this territory to rule over as a gift. To top it off, they placed the two sisters of the Devil Kings Lucifer and Leviathan in charge of it. Those guys you tried to kill earlier were their servants. And if you had managed to kill them, you would have brought the wrath of the entire devil faction down upon you and this town. Issei finished. Their eyes widened at the news of Shinto bearing relations with the devil faction. Freya was the first to recover from the shocking news and decided to ask one more question. "And you? What is your role in all this?" she asked. "I am human, even though it may not look like it. I received power and weapons from the biblical God to ensure the safety of this world. I am one of 4 known as the cardinal heroes, and our job is to fend off the waves of catastrophe that may lead to the end of our world. This zombie fiasco you see around you is the result of the first wave appearing, and the devils were trying to help fend them off. I am also the overseer of this town. I make sure no harm befalls the residents of this town, and I keep the devils in check, making sure they don't mess up and put my people in danger," he finished. Freya nodded at the boy's words. "Well then, shall we assist in this boy's quest, Zarkin?" Freya asked. Zarkin snared. "Unbelievable. Fine then. We shall assist the boy in taking care of these creatures." Zarkin complied. Issei shook his head though. "That won't be necessary," he stated. Freya rose a brow. "Are you sure?" Issei nodded and pointed up. Looking up, they saw an enormous amount of clouds quickly gathering very quickly and spreading out over the entire town. "We already had a plan for ending these creatures. We were just waiting for all the demonic presence to reveal itself. Now we'll eradicate it all, with a spell that will turn the rain into immensely potent, purifying holy water," he stated, and their eyes widened. A spell like that would normally require a group of mages, not to mention a holy mage. "Are you telling me that you and the devils intend to perform such a spell despite knowing that it will negatively impact the devils?" Zarkin required. Issei nodded. "Indeed. The devils have already activated the weather-altering spell. Now my subordinate will cast the holy spell and we'll put an end to all the demonic presences in town and the surrounding land," Issei stated before he focused in on his mark. "Kuroheim, are you in position?" he inquired. "Indeed I am. Shall I cast the spell?" She spoke from outside the cemetery. "Yes, do it now," Issei commanded. Kuroheim held up her hand to the sky and light began radiating from her body. "As source of thy power I order thee, decipher the laws of the divine and imbue my target with the power of purification." Purifying effect, she cried out, and a pillar of light shot into the sky. When it came in contact with the clouds, it dispersed across the sky and caused the clouds themselves to shimmer with light even though it was in the middle of the night. A moment later, rain began to fall. Issei opened the dome barrier's top half and let the rain fall upon the zombies. Their flesh began to disintegrate and their bodies released steam as the holy water destroyed all the demonic energy within them. The mist itself also began to lift as the holy water destroyed that too. Freya and Zarkin looked on in fascination as the zombies all dropped like flies. Issei turned to look at them with a questioning gaze. "So, having awakened, what do you intend to do now?" he inquired. And Freya was about to reply when another voice sounded from within the tomb. "They shall return onto the celestial spirit realm from which they came." A moment later, a woman came walking out. She had long silky white hair that went down till her lower back with 2 bangs falling down the side of her face and rested upon her DD cup breasts. Azure eyes with creamy, white-colored skin. She wore a white kimono with azure highlights in a flower pattern. Along with her traditional high-heel sandals, she radiated the image of a perfect Japanese oiran. The two turned around to look at the mistress in shock. "But mistress," Zarkin exclaimed, "we promised we'd serve you until the end of your time." "You can't," Freya spoke but was interrupted. "Enough, Freya. I realize that you too wish to assist me until I reach the end. But this is the end. I had decided long ago that the next time I descended into my slumber, it would be my last. Upon awakening I would live the remainder of my life out to its fullest. I have no intention of running from my fate. I shall embrace it." She spoke and turned to look at Issei. LV80? Status, Celestial, Kirin, a former. Occupation, Priestess, Holy Messenger, former. Issei looked at her intrigued. "She has no name?" The woman in particular observed Issei and hummed. "You'll do just fine. Tell me boy, how much do you know of the current state of this world?" she asked in her melodic voice. Issei found the question quite odd but nevertheless answered, "Quite a bit. Since I became acquainted with my supernatural powers I have been able to access memories and information that I forgot I even had. If you require information, I could catch you up to speed, though that may take a while," he replied. And it was true. Ever since his intellect stat rose in numbers, he began to remember things that he had forgotten, accessing memories that he wouldn't have been able to access due to his human capacity. Hell, he even remembered the first time he opened his eyes right after his mother gave birth. The only catch is that he can't access all his memories simultaneously. He has to focus in on a specific memory in order to access it. Although this will eventually come to an end when he raises his intellect high enough for him to access all his memories at once. The mysterious woman shook her head before approaching him. Issei cocked a brow. "That won't be of any inconvenience. I can simply copy all your knowledge within myself and it wouldn't even take more than a second." She spoke as she came to a halt right before him. Issei sighed. "Fine. but stay away from my private life or any information associated with it. A guy still wants his privacy. He spoke. She nodded before placing her soft hands at the side of his face. I promise. And with those words, Issei felt his consciousness into hers as she began to go through his memories. 2 minutes later she let go and sighed. It would appear that much has indeed happened since we were last here. This world is almost unrecognizable. I thank you, Issei Hyoudou. Your intel was indeed helpful, she spoke. Issei was still getting himself together after the experience but nevertheless nodded. Sure. Although, there is something I'd like to know. Who are you? He asked the beauty before him. The other two looked slightly offended by his question while the woman before him merely sighed and motioned for him to follow her inside the tomb. Issei found their reactions confusing but nevertheless knew that he touched a sore spot with his question. Getting out of the rain, they quickly went inside. Issei looked around to the amazing sight before him. What had appeared to be a tomb was actually just a doorway to a separate space. When Issei stepped through the entrance, he found himself in a beautiful garden. The garden was seemingly within some sort of temple. Light radiated from the vines growing on the walls and ceiling, illuminating the entire garden and all that was within it. There were many different plants and trees, even a stream that flowed through the center of it. There weren't that many creatures present, other than the phoenix, owl and eagle that were sitting in the trees, watching Issei's every move. At the center of the garden, there was an altar. 4 bridges, leading to 4 red, Japanese gates were at the corners leading up to the altar. 4 sets of stairs went up the glistening stone building. At the top, resided a king-sized bed with pure white sheet with golden highlighting patterns, as well as red and golden decoration above the bed, with curtains of red and gold, tied to the 4 golden posts of the bed, having been unveiled to show the side of the bed. Issei looked on perplexed at the sight of things. Welcome to my home, Mr. Hyoudou. I hope you'll find it to your liking as we wait for the rain to pass. She spoke and walked in another direction away from the altar. Issei and the 2 guards followed her to another section of the garden, hidden behind the trees. It was what appeared to be an outdoor living room, with white wooden chairs and tables that bore a brilliant golden carvings within them. 6 cups upon 6 plate before 6 chairs, with a perfect round table and a teapot at its center. Let's take a seat, shall we? She asked as she went and sat down. The 2 guards came standing behind her. Issei shrugged and took the seat closest to her. So, who are you precisely? He asked. She nodded. We to begin. Well, I should probably start by saying that I bear no name. Not anymore at least. I was once a Kirin and priestess in charge of the messenger unit for the Shinto faction. But I was banished from the heavenly realm and stripped of both my name and race. So now I am merely awaiting for my existence to come to an end. She spoke as she poured a cup for the both of them and handed Issei one. Issei rose a brow, awaiting the end of her existence? Is she dying? He thought. Indeed she is. When a high-ranking celestial being strips a creation of its name, then it is doomed to die. And not just any kind of death, but nothingness. Her soul has been stripped of its name and thus her existence will slowly fade away, Drake commented. Issei's eyes widened. What? But how? He inquired. A being's soul is the source of their existence. The soul is like an ID that grants the spirit and body its identity. But every soul bears a name. And this name dictates your existence, your race, appearance, spirit, body and much more. But, if a soul is stripped of its name, then the opposite happens. You bear no name, no race, no nothing. It all starts to fade away until you eventually fade out of existence, Drake finished. Well, can I give her a name then? He asked. Sure, but it will consume a massive amount of power. The stronger the entity you wish to name, to more power it will require, Drake replied. Hey, boy, pay attention when the mistress is speaking, Zarkin shouted. Issei returned to his reality and looked back at the mistress. Forgive me, I had something urgent on my mind. Could you repeat that? He asked. She smiled. I asked, if you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself also? I did hold up my promise of not looking into your personal matters, so I have no idea of what type of person I am talking to. She spoke with a heartwarming smile. Seriously, what could she have done to deserve banishment from the heavens? He nodded, and stood before bowing. I am Issei Hyoudou. As you probably already know, I am human. I am one of the 4 cardinal heroes assigned by God to prevent the end of this world. My goal is to gather as many allies as I can to do so, and my personal dream is a secret. I like a lot of stuff and the amount of things I dislike are all countable upon one hand. Nice to make your acquaintance, he finished before raising himself and reclaiming his seat. The mistress started giggling at his introduction. My, how thorough of you. Well, now that we know a little about one another, let me introduce my friends and servants. The 2 standing behind me are Freya and Zarkin. They are Kamenu tasked with protecting holy or sacred spaces. Although, you might know their celestial race by a different name. Cherubim. The other 3, the phoenix, owl and eagle came flying down to her side. As they landed, they transformed into human forms. The first, the Phoenix, had long crimson hair and yellow-brown eyes, light, creamy skin, and was dressed in a maid outfit. Her figure was like that of an hourglass with a bust quite similar to Freya's as well. The second, the Owl, had silver-gray hair with alluring blue eyes, lightly tanned skin with high cheekbones, dressed in a white robe and wooden staff in his hand that somewhat made him look like a warlock or wise man. The final one, the Eagle, had short dark brown hair with golden yellow eyes. His skin was of a darker brown color than the Owl, and he was wearing glasses. He wore a black battle cloak which covered his navy blue pants and boots. These are my other servants. The red-haired maid is Scarlet, the fire spirit. She is my personal assistant. The silver-haired man is my advisor and warlock, the wise spirit Erwin. And lastly, there is my informant, the all-seeing spirit Roy. She finished. They all bowed and greeted Issei. Issei in turn nodded before looking back towards the mistress. So, mistress, you said you were stripped of your name. Would you like for me to give you one again? He asked. The tea-sipping mistress coughed and nearly choked on her tea. The servants looked at Issei as though he had gone insane, while Issei looked worried for the mistress. What did you say? Can you really grant me a name? The mistress inquired. Issei tilted his head. Well, yeah, he replied. Erwin took this opportunity to speak up. Impossible. You'd have to possess the power equivalent of a god to grant a name, he stated, and yet, I don't see the winds of truth surrounding him. He is telling the truth, Roy informed. The rest turned to look at Roy before looking back to the boy with hope ever present in their eyes. Issei nodded. I can give you a name, but I'd probably need a short time to prepare, Issei stated. The mistress looked at him as though he just dropped a bombshell on her head. Are you sure? She asked. He nodded. Just give me your hand for a moment, and I'll determine the power I'll need to name you. He spoke and stretched his hand. The mistress looked at it before grasping it with her own. Issei focused his concentration in on her. System, I wish to name this being. What is the requirements to do so? He thought. And not too long after, a window appeared within his vision. Requirements for naming level 80 Kirin, 6,400,000 MP. He smiled. That is doable. I currently only have 63,200 MP left, so all I need to do is boost my power 7 times and I'll have the power to name her, he thought. He looked at the mistress with the same smile still present on his face. Okay, it doesn't appear to be much. I only require 2 minutes to prepare and then I'll be able to name you. He spoke and stood right after. They all gazed at him in both bewilderment and desperation. They all knew what would happen if the mistress did not receive a name, which is why it was so detrimental that this boy could actually do what he said he could do. Issei walked about 5 meters away from the table and summoned his boosted gear. Once more, the onlookers stared at the boy in shock and bewilderment. That gauntlet bears an insane amount of power, and it is draconic. Just who is this boy? Erwin spoke. The mistress on the other hand recognized the gauntlet and her eyes widened. I recognize that gauntlet. It is the boosted gear, the vessel of the dragon of domination. This boy is the Red Dragon Emperor, she exclaimed. Her servants' eyes widened when they heard the words Dragon Emperor. After all, everyone knew that dragons are referred to by the realm of power they reside in, and there were only 9 realms in existence: low class, mid class, high class, elite class, royal, king class, imperial, emperor class, heavenly class, primordial class, eternal class, and they themselves only resided within the mid-class realm of power. Boost. They heard the first boost and Issei's power double. Erwin's eyes widened. His power just double, he exclaimed. That is the Red Dragon Emperor's ability. He can double his power every 10 seconds. The mistress spoke. Once more, the eyes of her servants grew wide. Boost. Such power, in the hands of a mere mortal. Scarlet spoke. Not just any mortal. The gauntlet is referred to as a sacred gear, one of the biblical gods' many treasures. And to inherit one, you must meet the requirements that each individual sacred gear has. To have inherited the boosted gear means this boy is one of the strongest humans alive. Boost. They looked on in admiration of the boy as his power once more increased. Boost. 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 And a moment later, boost. Issei was finished. He had reached the amount required for naming the mistress. Issei turned to face her. A green aura surrounded him as he motioned for her to come to him. She rose from her seat and approached him. She came to a halt before him and could feel the power accumulated within him. She was amazed. Have you decided on that I should name you? He inquired. She shook her head. That honor belongs to you, she replied. Issei smiled and placed his hand upon her head. In that case, I hereby name Kimiko. Kimiko the Kirin. When he spoke those words, he felt all his power dreaded right out of him. It was swift and almost instantaneous, the effect of which caused Issei to black out. Attention all passengers. We have encountered a sudden storm and ask that you please fasten your seat belts. We'll be landing shortly. The pilot of the plane spoke as it flew into the sudden rainstorm. It had been raining like this for over 6 hours. and nobody knew why. Weather specialists didn't pick up a single trace of it before it appeared. And now, it seemed like it would never end. Kuo and the entire area surrounding it for 100 miles had been thrown into a massive rainstorm. Everyone aboard the plane hurried to their seats and fastened their seat belts. One among them was a blonde-haired nun, no older than 17, dressed in a typical black and white nun outfit. She had emerald green eyes, creamy skin, and an innocent face that was too adoring to look away from. A storm? Right on top of my destination? Is this a sign? A sign that I should not have come, she thought as she folded her hands and sank into the depths of her prayers. Oh, merciful Father of Heaven, I know not why you have guided me here, nor what awaits me, but I ask only this, for me to be of use to your purpose, she prayed. What this girl didn't know was that her life was about to turn upside down. Slowly regaining his consciousness, Issei began to move. He felt something soft and highly comfortable on his face and decided to pull it closer. Ah, whatever this is, it sure is comfy. So soft, and squishy, and so smooth too, he thought as he clung to the object. Ah, he suddenly heard a feminine voice moan and immediately opened his eyes to a naked Kimiko laying next to him on what appears to be her bed upon the altar. Her body was intertwined with his legs being held captive by her own. Her arms were stretched around his upper body, pulling him into her embrace. Which brings us to his current predicament. He looked up to see exactly what it was he touched, and saw that his face was stuck in between het breasts, with her right boob resting firmly within his left hand. God, if there was ever a time that I doubted your existence, forgive me, he thought as he wished to shed tears of joy. And who wouldn't? He just woke up next to a goddess, whom, I may add, was cuddling with him but ass naked, and he was squeezing on her boobs. Issei, you're awake. I thought you'd be unconscious for at least another 3 days. But it would seem that you have been out for a few hours, she stated as she looked down towards his face. Issei immediately noticed a difference in her voice when she spoke, but when she looked down at him, his intuition was confirmed. Her voice, upon hearing it, sounded more younger and laced with more innocence than before. Her voice also looked more youthful and her height seemed to have decreased by a few inches. Did she become even hotter than before? He thought. Because, she did indeed look more dashing now that she appeared to be in her late teens, early 20s. She looked down at the hand which was firmly grasping her breast and followed it back to Issei, who was still in a trance due to her sudden transformation. She smiled before she giggled and tapped him on the forehead. Naughty Issei. Not even fully conscious and already so determined to do naughty things. Well, if that is what you want then I guess I'll allow it. She spoke and placed her hand on the one that rested on her chest and squeezed it. She moaned again as she felt Issei's hand grope her chest. In the meantime, Issei's hormones shot through the roof with activity. His heart started beating swiftly as his thoughts led him on a train. Is this it? Has my time finally come? He thought as he felt little Issei rise with vigor. The passive skill, a calm mind, has been activated. Or not. In the blink of an eye, all Issei's built-up excitement vanished. His pole deflated like a popped balloon. He sighed of course, he thought as his eyes glazed with disappointment. He focused back on Kimiko for a moment before he swiftly turned them both over. Now he was on top. She gazed up at him with surprise and anticipation. But that anticipation soon died down once she glanced into his eyes. Disappointment was evident within them. Look, not that I don't find you attractive or anything, but there are more important things that I got to do. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be off, he stated and got off of her and the bed. He took note of the fact that he was naked and snapped his fingers to have his clothes appear. Now dressed, he began to make his way down the stairs. Damn, I can't believe I turned her down. Shit, he thought. Partner, you do realize that she wasn't actually the real mistress, right? Drake replied, I know, but still, she was hot. But I have to agree with the fact that there are more important things that need to be taken care of. I wonder exactly how long I was out. He responded to his partner's comment. Kimiko looked on in shock and disbelief. Did he honestly just refuse to court me? She questioned and her thoughts swiftly recalled the look of disappointment that laced his face when he looked at her. Did seeing me like that disappoint him? And he mentioned he had more important things to do, she thought and smiled. Her body's shape and color began to change as she revealed herself to actually be Scarlet, the maid, instead of Kimiko, the mistress. A magic circle appeared next to her ear and she could hear her mistress' voice clearly. Did he pass? She inquired. Scarlet's smile only increased. Indeed he did. She began to explain what had happened to her mistress. Walking down the stairs, a thought occurred to Issei. Hey, Drake, why did I pass out? He inquired. Usually he'd only feel a faint sense of fatigue. Never had he passed out before. It's because you release too much mana at once. In addition to having a limit to how much mana you can conjure up, your body also has a limit to how much mana it can release at once. Sort of like a dam. There is a limit to how much water can pass through the floodgates. Go beyond that limit and you break the dam. Or in your case, you die, Drake stated. Issei's eyes widened. I what? Then how come I am alive? And why didn't you warn me? Issei inquired. You can calm down, partner. What I said is true, but only if you drew your power from your spirit core. But you don't yet possess one and continuously conjure up the amount of mana you require for your spells. So you releasing all that power only gave your body and mind a slight backlash. Which is why you fell unconscious. Drake spoke. Issei passed over the bridge AMD through the gates as he continued his conversation with Drake. A spirit core? What's that? Drake sighed. It is a space in which mystic beings can store up or accumulate their power for later use. That way, you don't run out of stamina due to using too much of your energy to conjure up mana. And before you ask, you don't yet have one. Yet, it will manifest itself once your spirit has grown strong enough to bear one. And for your information, it is already in the process of manifesting itself, so you don't have to worry. It just takes time, Drake commented. Issei head tilted as he thought of what Drake said. So let me get this straight. This spirit core allows one to store up and accumulate spiritual power. But under which circumstances does it manifest or appear? Issei wondered. As you probably know, spiritual presence generates a force that affects the surrounding area. Or rather, it can bend space itself. When your spirit becomes strong enough, it will start to bend space there where your spirit is most concentrated, namely your core, which is also why it is referred to as a spirit core, though its official name is Dantian. This bending of space gives rise to the creation of a separate space that exists within the core of your spirit. It is a space that expands the more power is channeled into it. And even though this space can only expand to a certain point, you can still increase its limit by breaking through the barrier that you'll encounter when reach the end of the Dantian's expending capacity. That is all you need to know. Most supernaturals are born with it, but since your spirit has reached the necessary level, it had already started the process of bending space. Once the space stabilizes and your Dantian is formed, you'll know immediately. Drake finished. Issei hummed. When I get my Dantian, I'll be able to stockpile a ton of power, which will make casting spells so much more easier, he thought. Issei reached the green clearing where through he came. He wanted to make his way to the exit, when Roy suddenly appeared before him, on one knees, bowing. Sir, forgive me for interrupting you, but the mistress has requested for your presence. She wishes to speak with you, if only for a moment. It will not take long, he stated. Issei looked at him with a conflicted expression. Should I go or not? He thought. He had an urgent matter he had to attend to on the outside world after all. Go, see what she has to say. It may be to your liking or benefit. He heard Drake speak. He nodded, deciding to follow Drake's advice, though he could tell from his choice of words that he knew what it was about. He nodded towards Roy, who started guiding him towards the whereabouts of his mistress. They came to a stop at the south side of the forest, just in the opposite direction from where Issei came. Here, a wonderful waterfall resided. Rainbows were visible in the area closest to the falls. The falls were surrounded by well-sculpted marble stones, which made the entire area appear as more of a giant swimming pool than a natural waterfall. But still, the sight was breathtaking. Walking along the side of the river, Roy led Issei to the falls. There, sitting on one of the well-sculpted stones, sat the mistress, Kimiko. Issei looked at her and had to admit, damn, I am lucky. How many guys can say they saw a naked goddess? He thought. She turned to look his way once they were close and motioned for Roy to leave. He nodded, bowed and vanished. She looked at Issei and patted the space next to her. Come, take a seat. I promise not to take much of your time, she stated with a smile. He nods and sits down next to her. So, what is this place? Just for curiosity's sake, he asked. She turned her gaze from him, onto her beloved garden. It is a space I created long ago. A safe space if you wish to revere to it as such. Although, after I was banished from the heavens and stripped of my name, it became my home, she finished. He looked back at the scene of the waterfall with a relaxed expression. So what did you wish to discuss? He asked. She looked down at her reflection in the water. Seeing her new appearance, now that you have given me a name, and I have retained my existence, you have become my new master. You know this, do you not? She inquired. Issei rose a brow. You're serious? Why would I wish to be your master? And why would you wish to serve me? Do you not wish to lead your own life? He asked. She shook her head. After I was banished from the heavenly realm, I lost my purpose entirely. I was a priestess and a messenger of the gods. It was the only thing I knew, the only thing I strived for. With that taken from me, I require a new purpose. And you, I have decided, will be that purpose. She looked at him as she spoke her final sentence. Issei looked into her eyes and could recognize the look she gave him. This feels like deja vu all over again. First Ito, Kiyomi, and Kuroheim. Now her, he thought. The creator will always be master of the creation. As you have given me a new name, you have become my new creator. And now, only you bear the power to strip me of my name and existence, she continued. Issei sighed. Fine, so be it. If you wish to be my servant, then I won't turn you away. But, know this, I am not a man of great status or authority. Nor do I bear any riches, so being my servant won't be easy, he stated. She smiled. That is quite ironic, coming from the great red dragon who bore all that which you just mentioned, but nevertheless, I do not care for such things. See, she picked up a stone and with a single sentence, it turned to gold. Issei's eyes widened when he realized what she just did. That's an earth spell, matter convertion, he exclaimed. She giggled at his reaction. Indeed, I used a simple spell to turn stone to gold. Riches will never be an issue, nor will status or authority. If you wish it, I can establish it for you, she spoke. But Issei shook his head. I don't wish to be rich nor do I wish to bear status or authority. My only wish as of this moment is to protect my world. Well, that and becoming the strongest in the world. And maybe the harem king, he stated. Her eyes slightly widened and a smile started spreading over her face. Oh, harem king? So you wish to court a great deal of woman? If that be the case, why did you refuse me when I was in bed with you this morning? She inquired. He shook his head. For one, that wasn't you. I could tell. And two, I had important matters to attend to. I still do, he replied. Kimiko smiled even more. So you knew it wasn't me. Would ask how, but considering the connection between us, and the mark, I am not surprised. Issei looked intrigued at her. Mark, he asked. She nodded, tilted her neck, and drew back the hair covering her neck. There, bare on her neck, resided a mark which appeared as the head of a crimson dragon. This mark is known as the dragon's bite. Whomever bears it, is the possession of the dragon who gave the mark. In addition, if the mark is given to another dragon, as is the case with me, then that dragon will become the mate of the dragon who gave the mark. And should the dragon accept the mark, it will glow with the same color as that of the dragon's aura. In your case, your mark glows crimson due to your crimson aura. She finished speaking, and delighted herself in the shocked expression that was plastered all over his face. So, my dear mate, I am at your disposal at any time wish. For any purpose you may wish, she continued as she leaned into him. And even though he already knew she was naked, it began to feel as though that information began to sink in just now as her chest made contact with his. A random thought crossed his mind. His mouth just had to respond. Please tell me you weren't banned from the heavenly realm for reasons like this, he stated. Kimiko suddenly gained a pained expression as he said that. Issei realized his mistake and was about to apologize, but she held up her hand. No need to apologize, I know you meant it as a joke. But honestly, yes, I was. She spoke and sat up straight again. Issei looked at her with a questioning gaze. What happened? He asked when he saw she started staring into space, clearly recalling memories. We Kirin are celestial dragons that were created by the Shinto gods with the aid of the dragon god Ryujin. In accord to our creation, we were meant to serve a Shinto god each as a sign of the union between the dragons and the gods. One male and female Kirin would serve as the messenger and guardian of one god. That was the life I was born into. I and my partner, Ryukin, were the servants of Susanu's youngest son Genryomaru. I was his messenger, while Ryukin was his guard. I was also a priestess in the Temple of the Sun, but that is another matter. We Kirin are partnered since the time we came to be. And with your partner you must be and with no one else. So when my master, Genryomaru, decided to take me into his bed, even after I pleaded with him not to, it was seen as breaking the laws of our ancestors. I tried to defend my innocence, but my previous master merely stated that I took advantage of him while he was in a drunken state, and everyone believed him. Even Ryukin turned against me. As punishment, the elder dragon stripped me of my name, which caused my soul to start deteriorating, and banished me from the heavenly realm. That is how I fell, she finished. Issei's eyes were wide, and filled with shock. Memories of a similar case flashed through his mind and caused his eyes to harden with anger. Next thing Kimiko knew, she was pulled into a hug by Issei. She looked up at him and saw his fierce gaze. I may not be a god, but know this, come heaven or hell, I will never forsake you, not as they had, nor will I ever betray you, till the day I die. That's a promise, he declared, and her eyes widened. Not because of what he said, but because of the sincerity laced in his words. A celestial always knows when someone is lying, and yet, she could not detect an ounce of deceit from him. She smiled, nodded her head, and pushed him away. While I appreciate your promise, master, I must ask that you go. You did say you had important matters to attend to, did you not? She asked. He nodded and stood up. Indeed I do. I will take my leave then. I will be sure to come visit you soon, Kimiko. He spoke and was about to turn and leave, when she caught his hand. Here, this will help you return, both to your realm and back here. She spoke as a blue magic circle tattoo appeared on the back of his hand. He looked at it intrigued. Dragon Gate Key. Was its title? It's called a Dragon Gate Key. It can open a dragon gate and take you to the location of any dragon you know. And since it's a form of dragon magic, it will only respond if it is casted by a dragon, or if it senses a dragon nearby, she explained. Issei looked to his hand and back at her with a soft smile. He nodded. Thank you. We'll be sure to return as soon as I can, he stated. Channeling mana into the mark, he vanished in a flash of crimson light. Kimiko looked to the heavens and smiled. It would appear, heaven has not forsaken me yet. I wonder where my new path will lead me. Master Issei. Issei appeared before the gates of the cemetery, next to Kuroheim and one of his clones. What happened here? Issei asked as he looked on at Kuo as it was fiercely being targeted by the holy rain. Kuroheim turned to look at him with surprise as she heard him speak. Master, I think the mass of holy energy is attacking all sources of demonic energy in town, thus the intense and uncontrollable rain shower. She shouted as it was hard to hear with all the rain. His clone, the product of his most recent daily spell, nodded as it saw its master's signal and dispelled itself, allowing Issei to retain all the info it had gathered. It was truly a perfect spying spell. Issei turned his gaze up to the stormy clouds as he lifted his hand. A ball of crimson energy manifested on his palm and shot out into the clouds, exploding into energy waves as it came in contact with the clouds. A crimson light passed through the clouds before the rain started to cease in its fierceness and became more of calm and gentle rain. Kuroheim looked at Issei amazed. What happened? She asked. I shot a focused blast of dragonic energy into the atmosphere and had it disperse into waves or pulses, disrupting the flow of holy energy and dispersing it throughout the atmosphere, thus canceling the spell. But enough of that. 8 hours have already passed since the rain began, and you have been out here that entire time. You're soaking wet and haven't had sleep in over a day. He spoke as he approached her. He placed his hand on her head, and the moment he did, her entire body was covered in a cloak flames. A few seconds pass and the flames vanish, leaving behind a hot, steamy Kuroheim. She looked up at Issei with a cute angry expression. Issei-sama, I could have done that myself, she complained. He merely flicked her on the head as he replied, and yet it has been over 8 hours and you haven't. Now come, I am taking you home, he spoke. She frowned, but not for long as she was lifted up into his arms. Now he held her like a princess, making her blush in the process. A flash of green light later, and they were standing before the shop. He let her go and he could tell it annoyed her. Was his aura that inducing to his party members? Who knows? He watched as she walked up to the door and looked back at him with a small smile. When he returned, see you later, master, she spoke and entered into the building. Issei nodded before sinking into the shadows. Closing the door behind her, Kuroheim turned only to be faced by her father. You have been out quite late, you lady. Is there anything you wish to tell us? Hosu spoke as he stood with a cup of tea in hand. And what is this about a master I just heard? Her mother also spoke from beside her. Her face began to heat up as she looked at the two and had to let her head drop to the floor as she immediately activated her invisibility spell. Oh no, you don't, you lady. We are going to sit down and talk about this. Her mother spoke as she held her daughter up in the air by the back of her collar. The spell deactivated and she immediately started groaning as her cheeks were still red. Both her parents were grinning. Appearing beside another group of clones, which he had stationed to look over the residential area, Issei looked towards the houses of the people he protected and smiled. Well done, guys. We successfully protected Kuo from the first wave, he stated. They all nodded. Thank you, sir, they exclaimed and dispelled themselves. Aha! Issei suddenly heard a cry. He turned in the direction of the screen and sprinted. In less than a second he was around the street block and saw a sight that assured Issei of the fact that he was blessed. A girl, dressed in a nun's outfit, had fallen over, probably due to the wet ground. Her briefcase had also fallen open, dispersing her clothing in the water pools. But what was probably the best part, to Issei, was the way she fell. Forward on her knees, with her skirt hanging over her head, allowing him to see her white panties, which were pretty tight around the buttocks. And the outlining of something could be seen clearly. Issei only had one thought at that moment. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Opening her eyes, the blonde nun found herself in an unknown room. She looked down to see that she was laying in a bed, which was quite warm. Her cloths were missing, other than a new set of pink underwear, and her head was throbbing with pain. She held her head, and only then discovered that her head was bandaged. Oh Lord, in what predicament has my clumsiness gotten me into now? She thought. She wanted to get out of bed, but before she could, the door opened, revealing a half-naked Issei coming in with a tray of breakfast and juice. Her eyes widened when she saw him, especially because of the fact that he was half-naked, with a very well-built body. She blushed. He smiled. I see you have awakened. Good. I brought you something to eat and drink. He spoke and her eyes widened once more. You can speak Italian? She asked, shocked. He nodded. Indeed I can, Lady Asia. I had a glance at your ID card when I brought you in and saw you were from Italy. So no need to ask how I know your name either, he replied. He placed the tray on the nightstand next to her and sat beside her. It was only then that Asia realized that she was practically naked in front of him and hastily pulled the blanket around her. Issei smiled. Considering you were walking in the rain, you must have been in a hurry. Though brave, it was also stupid of you. You could catch a serious cold? He spoke in Japanese. She looked down in embarrassment at hearing his words. I am fine. She looked up at him with a questioning gaze as she couldn't recall knowing his name. Issei. My name is Issei Hyoudou. You can revere to me as Ise if you wish. He spoke when he saw her gaze. She nodded. Issei-san, as I was going to say, I am fi, ha ha, achoo. She sneezed. Her cheeks started turning red of embarrassment. Issei chuckled. Of course you are. Eat your breakfast and get dressed. He pointed to a pile of clothes on the desk not too far from the bed. Your briefcase fell open when you fell down and thus all your clothes got soaked. They are currently being dried out by our tumble dryer as we speak. When you are done, call me. I'll be just next door, he stated and proceeded to make his way out of the room. Although, before he could, Asia called out, Issei-san. He turned to meet her gaze. She smiled at him. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come to my rescue. I am truly grateful, she stated. Issei merely shook his head as he exited the room. I went to that place for no apparent reason. It was completely unnecessary. And yet, I felt like I had to be there. He turned his head to look her in the eyes one last time. God provides for his children. Look, he made me go to a place completely out of my way, just to make sure I was there when you had fallen. You should thank him, not me, he stated and left, leaving behind a surprised Asia. She smiled after he closed the door and stared at her hands. Indeed, he does provide for his children. But what would he do when his children turn on each other? Thinking it's God's will? I wonder. She thought and got up to get dressed and afterwards started eating. She said a quick prayer before and after her meal, and then proceeded to call Issei. Issei, I'm done, she called out. A few moments later, Issei came walking in, with only a towel covering his upper body as he was still wet from his quick shower. He nodded when he saw her dressed in his cousin's pajamas, which included a bunny cap and pink fluffy slippers. Those belonged to my cousin. She forgot them here after she visited for the vacation. They seemed like the only clothes that would fit you. I am glad, mother was correct, he said as he walked up to and around her. He came to a stop beside her and patted her on the head. She looked up at him as he smiled. You look adorable. Come, we still have to introduce you to my parents, he stated and motioned for her to follow him, which she did. Looking quite nervous, she studied his posture and aura. His aura feels so warm and soothing, and I feel drawn to him for some reason, she thought and smiled at his composed figure and posture, almost making him appear as some sort of guardian. He picked me up and brought me to his home. He gave me food and shelter. He clothed me. He is kind. That was clear from the moment I first saw him, she thought as she followed him downstairs. But she wasn't the only one bearing thoughts of the one that accompanied them. Drag, what is this I am feeling? Why is her aura affecting me so much? I feel like I want to protect her, Issei thought in bewilderment of Asia. It is only natural that you'd feel that way. After all, she has a highly potent affinity towards dragons. Even I am affected by her aura, Drag replied. Issei rose a brow. A dragon's affinity? What's that? He inquired. It is like any other affinity. But instead of allowing a person to wield magic, it makes them highly compatible with dragons. It also grants the individual the potential to become a dragon tamer. Someone who bears a dragon's affinity is someone loved by dragons. Rarely will you ever find a dragon willing to attack such a person, as all dragons have a natural instinct to protect such people. And if someone kills such a person, you can bet your ass of they, and their next of kin are in for war, Drag finished. Issei hummed, partner, remember her status info? Drag inquired and Issei hummed in response. Asia Argento LV24. Status, human, low class. Title, Holy Priestess, former. Personal info, history. Asia Argento was an orphan adopted by the church. At the age of 6, she awakened her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, which allowed her to heal any and all wounds, and used it to heal her pet puppy. When the church got wind of this, they declared her to be a child blessed by God and made her a nun, whereafter she became a priestess and holy priestess soon after. At the age of 15, she was excommunicated from the church for healing a devil, which she herself did not even know. She was regarded as a witch and expelled from the church. Issei was furious when he took a look at her personal info. How could the church be such hypocrites? And something about her story sounded fishy to him, almost like someone purposely had her expelled. I do. What about it? He inquired. A nun with a healing sacred gear, who was casted aside by the church, comes to Kuo, and happens to bump into you, a dragon, while she possesses a dragon's affinity. You get where I am going with this? Drag replied. Issei thought about it for a moment, before he came to a shocking conclusion. You mean, she's here, because of me? He thought. The reason for his train of thought was because of the type of party he had essentially wanted to create when he became aware of the fact that he couldn't avoid his fate. He had decided that first and foremost, he'd require a battle mage. Someone well skilled with both magic and weaponry to help him level up, as he couldn't wield a weapon. That's so not necessary anymore. He believed Ito filled this role perfectly. She is a powerhouse, has great endurance, durability, skilled with weapons and has super strength and speed with quick regeneration. Secondly, a great defender to match Ito's firepower. That role belonged to him. Then he'd require a distant fighter, like a mage or long-range weapon specialist. He picked Kuroheim for that role, but those were only in-battle roles. He'd require someone to inform him of battles to come, someone that could gather intel on his enemies and act as his spy. That role belonged to Kiyomi. A strategist or advisor to help him in his decision-making. That role would most likely go to Kimiko. Lastly, he'd require a healer, someone who could help them bounce back to 100% while still in battle. And as if God had sent her to him, Asia appeared before him. That's what I have been thinking. In just the span of 1 month, all the types of people you desired for your team have seemed to just fall into your lap. The team you desired, you have received, with the final member walking right behind you. And this worries me, because it would seem as if heaven, or even God himself is preparing you for something big, fast. Drake finished. Issei nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Asia saw Issei making gestures with his head and thought he was thinking of something. They reached the lounge and saw both of Issei's parents sitting on the couch in front of the TV, both of them wrapped in a blanket, cuddling with one another. Mother, father, I'd like to introduce you to our quest, Issei spoke, and the two adults turned their heads to face their son. Issei stood to the side, making way for them to see Asia. Pointing at her, he spoke, "This is Asia Argento. She'll be staying with us for some time. If that's okay with you?" He spoke. Asia bowed before the two adults. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou. Thank you for having sheltered me while I was unconscious," she stated. Hannah shook her head. "Don't mention it, honey. You can stay as long as you please. You'll take responsibility for her, won't you, Issei?" She spoke and turned to question her son. He nodded. "Of course, mother." He knew that his parents were curious as to how he obtained the money to buy his bike. His answer to their curiosity? That he won it in an employee competition at work. Absurd? I know. But with his luck stat as it is, in addition with his lying skill, it wasn't that hard to convince them. But regardless, they now know that he has a job, and thus money. So providing for a new guest would be his responsibility. Issei turned to Asia and smiled. "Now, how about we get to know each other?" Sitting back on her bed, Asia looked at Issei, who sat down next to her. He continued to gaze at her, taking note of every aspect of her as he did. She in turn, averted her gaze and looked down at her lap in embarrassment. "How about I start off? I am Issei Hyoudou. I was born here in Kuo and have lived here my entire life. I go to Kuo Academy. I like spending time with my friends and performing the duties that have been passed on to me. See? It's easy. Now you try," he urged her. She looked up at him with a nervous expression. "You need not fear, Asia. I assure you, I am trustworthy," he spoke after noticing her nervous gaze. She nodded and began to speak, a solemn expression taking over her face. "I am Asia Argento. I was born in Italy. I never knew my parents. I was raised by the Catholic orphanage, and was later raised to be a nun. Later, as a result of an incident, I was excommunicated and expelled from the church. That was 2 years ago. Now I have come here, on request of a fellow sister, to come and help restore a church here in town," she finished. She looked up at him, noting that he didn't bear any looks of pity or anger, but a soothing smile. She raised her head. Issei continued to smile at her. "Well, if you were referring to the church uphill, then I would understand. It has been abandoned for over 10 years. But who will be assisting you?" he asked. She thought for a moment before answering. "I believe it to be a father by the name of Fried," she stated. For some reason, the hairs on the back of his neck rose when he heard that name. The danger senses in his head going off in alarm. His draconic instincts were triggered. He visibly frowned. "Whoever this guy is, he's bad news. I'll have to keep an eye out for this guy." This surprised Asia. But Issei soon shook his head. "It's nothing. I just had a passing thought. By the way, what does this Father Fried look like? I don't think I've seen him in church before," Issei stated. Asia's eyes widened once more. "You attend church?" she inquired. Issei nodded. "From time to time. I used to go a lot when I was little, but after a while I started going less and less. Probably because my reason for going was no longer there," he replied. "Reason for going?" she asked, somewhat curious. He nodded and gained a saddened look. "I had a friend who continuously urged me to go with her. You could say we were best friends. She meant a lot to me, and when she left, it hurt a lot. Afterwards it felt like I was walking around with a broken heart. We always went to church together, so when I went back to church, without her, it hurt, like I was constantly being reminded of the fact that I'd never get to see her again. So instead of church being a source of motivation, it became a source of pain for me. So, I eventually stopped going. But I often go from time to time. To the other church, of course. The old one closed up soon after she left," he finished. Asia felt sad after hearing his reasons but continued speaking nonetheless. "That must have hurt indeed. To lose a friend so close," she stated, and the two dropped into a moment of silence. Only the rain could be heard fall against the window and on the roof as both individuals thought of their past. One, thinking of a friend he once knew. The other, thinking of her desire to one day have such a friend. I have not yet met Father Fried, but I was told that he would welcome me when I arrived at the church. He and the sister who requested me to come, she finally spoke. Issei nodded. Why do I get the feeling that this sister is also one not to be taken lightly? He thought. Well, do you have a place where you can stay? He inquired. She nodded. I am not sure of the specifics, but they assured me that they have prepared a place for me to stay for the time I am here. Where that is, I have yet to find out. She finished. Issei nodded and pulled out his cell phone, taking a glance at the time. 11:56. Well, it would appear that it's almost noon. And considering that the rain has calmed significantly, I think we can go for a ride. He smiled as he spoke. Asia tilted her head. A ride? Issei nodded in response. A ride? And so, Issei took Asia on a ride around town, giving her a tour of the place and advising her on which places she could visit for all sorts of things. They were finished with the town tour by 2 p.m., in which case Issei decided to take them back home, but not before paying the park a visit. The rain had come to an end and children had already made their way to the park to play. Of course, the ground was still wet and slippery, so someone was bound to fall eventually. And one of the children did. Issei and Asia was walking through the park. Asia, still dressed in her bunny pajamas, heard the child's cry and went to his aid. Crouching down next to the boy, she looked at his bruised leg and held her hand out to him. He turned to look at her and was met with her caring smile. Fear not. Everything will be okay in a moment, she spoke. A ring appeared around the ring finger of the hand stretched out over the boy's leg. It was a golden ring with a green emerald, and it started releasing a green light which enveloped the boy's leg. A second later, the bruise was gone. The child looked at his leg in confusion as the pain vanished and noticed the bruise was gone. He looked back at Asia with a brimming smile as she spoke. See, everything's okay? He nodded. Thanks sis, and stood up before running back to join the group of children who had looked on at the event. Asia stood back up and smiled. Issei came to her side with a smile equivalent to hers. That's quite the gift you possess. I don't quite understand why the church would excommunicate you when you possess such a wonderful gift, he spoke. Asia's expression saddened when he mentioned this. I healed someone that I wasn't supposed to, an enemy of the church. I transgressed against them, but would never regret doing so, she stated. Issei nodded. Did you know it was their enemy you were healing? He questioned, although he already knew the answer. She said. Why did you decide to heal this individual? He asked. She didn't hesitate as she spoke. Because he was in pain and was greatly wounded. I couldn't leave him like that, even if I knew he was an enemy of the church, she spoke while looking up at Issei. Issei smiled and nodded. He lifted his hands and cupped her cheeks. Asia leaned into his warm hands. Love your God with all your heart, mind and soul, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. This is what God commanded, and you have fulfilled these commandments splendidly. Rest assured, Asia, you have done nothing wrong, he spoke. Asia's eyes saddened as he said this. Then why was I punished? If what I did was within God's will, she asked, somewhat doubting herself. Because, in order for you to ascend up the mountain, you must first descend down the valley, he replied. This caused Asia to once again look up at Issei in a confused manner. God has plans for those whom he has blessed with great abilities. And sometimes, in order to get you where he needs you, he will have to move you through places and circumstances that is not within your comfort zone. But that does not mean that he has forgotten or forsaken you. It is all according to his will, he finished. He turned and started making his way to the car. Asia followed him. Tomorrow I will take you to the church. Tonight you can sleep over. And should the residence they provide you be not to your liking, come back. I'll always have a place prepared for you, he stated as Asia came to his side. She looked up at Issei with a soft smile. There is no need. I don't, she started, but Issei interrupted. You don't want to be a burden, I know. But don't see it as an offer but as a request from a friend. I'll always wish the best for you, he spoke with a smile. Asia's eyes widened in shock as she heard those words and stood stunned next to the car. Tears soon started building up in her eyes. When Issei turned to see where she went, he was met with her teary gaze. And this alarmed him. Is something wrong, Asia? Did I say something inappropriate? He inquired. She shook her head. Did you mean what you said? She asked. He looked confused but nodded. Of course. My house will always be open for you, he assured. But she shook her head. I meant, when you said as a friend. Did you mean it? She asked again. His eyes softened when he realized what she meant. She must have truly been lonely. Poor thing, he thought and nodded. Of course, I am your friend, and you are mine. I will always have your back, and be there when you need me, he spoke. She smiled and rubbed the tears out of her eyes. I never had a friend before, she spoke before smiling back at Issei. Thank you, Issei-san, she spoke, but Issei frowned. Now you are just making me feel old. Call me Issei, he spoke before smiling once more. Asia nodded. Okay, Issei, she giggled, but soon gasped as Issei swooped her off her feet, carrying her like a princess. She looked up at him with a shocked expression and bits of pink dust on her cheeks. Issei gave her another soft smile. Come on, let's go home, he stated and walked them both to the car. Asia in the meanwhile was relishing the feeling of being carried. Is this what it feels like to have a friend? She wondered. The two soon departed for their home and spent the rest of the day together. Meanwhile, a certain blonde was getting interrogated by her parents. So let me get this straight. You stalked him, because you thought he was intriguing. Got him to remove the slave crest, but in turn became his servant. And now you are sneaking out at night to assist him in whatever he is up to. Did I leave out anything? Hosu questioned. Kurohime looked at her father with a disapproving gaze. You make it sound like that's a bad thing. She spoke. Because it is. Hosu exclaimed. Kurohime glared at her father. All my life I have been trying to get rid of that slave crest. And now that I have, you are mad at the person who removed it? What's wrong with you? She exclaimed back. Hosu shook his head. You may have gotten the crest removed, but you received a new one in its place. You are in no less a danger than you were with the precious one. He spoke. But Kurohime shook her head. He didn't want me to bear his mark. He only used it to get rid of the old crest. I was the one who stopped him from removing his mark after the old one was destroyed. So you can stop blaming him for this, 'cause I chose it, she said. Hosu looked at his daughter a bit stunned. But she wasn't done. Aren't you tired of this? We have been so restricted by that crest that we couldn't enjoy an ounce of our lives. Don't you think it's time that changed? She inquired. Hosu couldn't answer. He wanted to speak but couldn't. So Kagame spoke up. I understand that you chose to bear his mark. But why? If was going to remove it, why not let him? She asked. Kurohime looked at her mother. Despite his abilities, he is still a human new to the supernatural world. He bears little to no knowledge about magic and even less about our world. I thought that by assisting him, I could in turn repay him for removing the mark. She spoke but then looked down to where the mark was located and continued. Plus, I had used my divine protection on him and every word he spoke was true. Even more so, his mana felt unlike anything I have ever felt. It was calm yet powerful. It warm and soothing. Not to mention the serenity it bared. I guess I felt that if I was aiding him then I'd have a purpose again. She finished. Kagame nodded, understanding her daughter's intentions. That is good. But I'd also like to hear what his intentions are with you, she stated as she smiled at her daughter. The bell at the door rang signaling someone entering the shop. It looks like we have a customer, she spoke and got up to go attend to the person. A minute after leaving the living room, she called out, Hosu, Kurohime, get over here, now. This confused the father and daughter, until they arrived and saw Issei at the counter. Hosu was a bit displeased while Kurohime was surprised. What are you doing here? She inquired. Issei looked down at her with a smile. I came to check up on you. You seemed stressed. Well, that and also wanted to see how you were doing after last night, he spoke frankly. The two parents looked at him with a trace of surprise. They didn't expect he'd be so bold about it. Issei looked at them confused. She did tell you she was assisting me in my mission, did she not? He asked. The parents nodded, but didn't say anything. Kurohime was the one who spoke up. I am fine. A healing spell was all I needed to recover from that little cold, she spoke. But Issei shook his head. You are forgetting your illness. You can't be getting sick while you have a supernatural illness to deal with also. So here, he spoke and held out his hand. A magic circle appeared and revealed a potion bottle with a burning red liquid. The potion literally looked like it was on fire. Everyone was surprised at the sight of it. This is a dragon blood healing potion, made with the finest herbs and enchanted with the blood of a very powerful dragon. It bears the power to cure a person of any illness. And it's yours? He stated and placed the bottle in her hands. Both parents and daughter was surprised beyond words. Hosu looked at the bottle and spoke. Can I inspect that potion? He requested. Issei nodded with a smile. Sure, go ahead, he motivated. Kurohime handed the potion to her father who used a blue magic circle to inspect it. Amazing. The herbal qualities are unbelievably high, and it appears the dragon blood has increased the effectiveness of the potion. In addition to the cure of any illness, it would appear that it also has another feature. Any idea what that may be? Hosu inquired. Issei nodded. It's the special effect on the dragon whose blood I used. The one who drinks it will receive a massive boost in their affinity, he stated. Once more, the family stood shocked at hearing this. Hosu especially. A potion like this would require an insane amount of mana to refine to such a level. How long were you working on this? He asked. Issei scratched his cheek. Well, since I met her I guess, he stated. Hosu nodded and handed the potion back to Kurohime. She looked at her father and back at Issei who nodded. She drank the potion and her entire body glowed with a crimson glow before it faded away. She looked at her hands as she flexed them. Closing her eyes, she focused her senses in on herself before her eyes opened and she looked up at Issei with a teary gaze. A moment later, she ran up to him and gave him a hug. Issei was caught by surprise but smiled and rubbed her on the head. I am cured. Thank you, she spoke as a few tears ran down her cheek. Issei shook his head. Don't mention it, he replied. The two parents looked on with both happiness and a bit of guilt for doubting Issei's character. But the curing of their daughter's illness wasn't even the main event. Her body was once again encased with a blue light, which soon turned yellow gold as her body started to grow and expand. Everyone was caught off guard by this. And once the light vanished, a more mature, but naked Kurohime stood before them. She was still hugging Issei and her 5 fox tails had wrapped around him. Issei stood shocked as her now DD-sized breasts were being rubbed into his chest. It was only after she felt something felt odd, that she decided to open her eyes to see what's up. When she saw she was standing but naked in front of both her parents and master, she blushed. Issei stood there shocked. Even though he tried, he could not help but let his eyes roam about her new voluptuous form. Kurohime on the other hand, turned tail and ran to her room, searching for new clothes to wear. Hosu and Kagame turned to the stunned Issei and sighed. It couldn't be helped. Their daughter had fallen in love with the man before them. Boy, tell me, what are your plans for my daughter? Hosu asked. Issei turned to him and looked a bit confused. Plans? If you are talking about my mission then you need not worry. I'll only involve her if I know the task is suited for her set of skills, Issei replied. But Kagame shook her head. What Hosu meant was what you intend to do with her, relationship-wise. I am sure you know what it means when a demi-human matures, as Kurohime just did. Do you not? She inquired. Issei nodded. They mature when they experience a great sense of love. And while I do acknowledge her feelings, it is up to her to decide what she wishes to do. I will not turn her away, regardless of what her choice might be, Issei stated. He turned to the counter and held his hand above it. And in a flash of light, a stack of money appeared. Both parents stared at it in surprise. That's 60 million yen. It is among the rewards she received for assisting me in my mission. The others she will come to know soon. I wanted to speak with her more, but considering what just happened, I believe it would be best if she had time to process what has happened here today. He spoke and turned to leave. With that said, I shall take my leave, he finished. He was about to open the door when Hosu made one last request. Hey, boy! Issei turned to look at him, and Hosu's expression was firm. I know you are a decent guy. So please, just take good care of her, he asked. Issei nodded. Will do, and with that, left the shop. Kagame walked over to the counter and started filling it with money. Well, I certainly don't have any more problems with him dating our daughter. She spoke with a smile as she had her way with the money. Hosu sighed and face-palmed. Please tell me you didn't just let yourself be bought by a teenager. He spoke. She shrugged. Hey, the boy is decent, powerful, kind, caring, has a splendid physique and isn't lacking in the looks department. Plus now we know our daughter will be well off if she ever decided to settle for him. What more do you want? She finished. Hosu held his head while he thought about what she said. Another sigh escaped his lips before he spoke. You know what? I'm done thinking about this. It's high time she took control of her own life. He spoke and went to prepare himself some tea. Although, a small smile appeared on his lips as he did so. Well done, Haim, Daddy's so proud. A filthy rich son-in-law. Hallelujah. Meanwhile Issei was on his way back home. He decided to stop by a cafe and get a quick coffee while he was at it. I still haven't really checked out the full list of what I had received for overcoming the first wave. I should probably take a look. System, remove notice buff, he thought as he sat down with the coffee in hand. The chatter of the surrounding people putting his mind at ease as he sipped at his drink. A screen appeared in his face with a lot of notifications. Congratulations, you have cleared your first wave. Rewards are as follows. A plus 5 levels in EXP, claim. A plus system upgrade, claim. A plus spirit evolution, claimed. A plus 100,000 skill points, claim. A plus 200 yen, claim. A plus red dragon body cultivation technique, claim. A plus stat booster, claim. Note, host can only choose 3 rewards. Note, the reward A spirit evolution is a mandatory requirement. Thus host will only have 2 choices remaining. He read through the first half and was quite stunned. Well, the system upgrade is a definite must. He thought and pressed the claim option and the option turned gray with the word claimed. He looked at the rest, until he heard the voice of an old friend. Issei, whatever you do, you must get the body cultivation technique. It is of dire necessity that you do, Drake exclaimed in Issei's mind. Issei immediately pressed the claim option for the body cultivation technique, without hesitation. Note, rewards have been stored and can be implemented by host at any given time. The latest notification read. Issei sighed and thought to ask his partner about his sudden outburst. Hey, Drake, what was that all about? He thought. Remember how you partook in that little ritual with the ghouls that gave you a temporary power boost? Drake inquired. Issei hummed. I do, what about it? He asked. Well, as you may already know, it gave your spirit a magnificent boost in potency. This is because your spirit went through the singularity process. Because of the spirit singularity process, wherein your spirit becomes so large in terms of quantity that it condenses in on itself and evolves into a celestial one. You were able to partake in this process with the aid of the ghouls, who in turn had accumulated a mass of life force energy by consuming the same energy from numerous people. This mass accumulated life force energy was then transferred to you, resulting in the singularity process taking place. Basically, you gained a spirit too powerful for your flesh and blood body to contain, so I had to seal it away. But now your spirit has expanded to its maximum capacity, and is getting ready to evolve into a mid-realm spirit. If this happens, your spirit will grow more vast, and my seal won't be able to contain it all. Before that happens, you must utilize the body cultivation technique and improve your body to a level where it can safely host your spirit once again. He finished. Issei was a little shocked at what he had just heard, but nevertheless nodded his head in agreement. Some of the chattering people nearby saw the entire event go down and couldn't help but think that he was a strange boy. Anything else I should know? He inquired. Don't use the spirit evolution until your body has reached an adequate level. And try not to conjure up too much mana. Doing so puts strain on the seal, keeping your spirit at bay. Until you can fully access your spirit again, I recommend using your sacred gears instead of your powers. Drake finished. Another sigh escaped Issei's lips. Will do, he thought, and continued drinking his coffee as he read the other half of the list. Hidden quest completed. Naming the nameless. Give the fallen Kirin a name. Rewards. New servant. Daily reward system update. Daily rewards. Daily skill points has been added to daily rewards. Host will now receive a certain amount of skill points for each servant the host has. Daily rewards are as follows. Ito Yoshimura LV40, 2000 SP daily. Kiyomi Uchiha LV28, 1350 SP daily. Kurohime Iwatani LV40, 2000 SP daily. Kimiko the Kirin LV98, 7350 SP daily. Total daily skill points, 12700 SP. Total zombies killed, 54,679. Total EXP gained, 218,716,000. Total EXP gained by each party member, 27,339,500. As a result of being the party leader, host will receive an additional 20% EXP from party members. Total EXP awarded to party leader, 65,618,800. Total EXP awarded to party members, 21,871,600. Note: as a result of the title, Demon Slayer, the host has gained the ability A Demon Slayer Aura. Issei's eyes widened. What? He exclaimed in shock, and the entire group of people around him looked at him confused, no doubt thinking that he was turning mad. He could care less. The news struck him way too hard. Hold up, when did Kiyomi change her last name? How did Kimiko go from level 80 to level 98 in one day? Damn, that's a lot of skill points. And damn, that's a lot of EXP. What the hell is going on? He thought as he stared at the screen in shock. His shock soon faded, leaving behind a smirk. Guess it was worth it after all. He got up with his empty coffee container and threw it in the trash can. Stepping back out on the busy streets of Kuo, he smiled. I wonder how our devils are doing at this moment. Meanwhile, on a tropical land, high above on one of its mountains, a group of teenagers could be seen interacting with one another before a big house. They were the student council and occult research club of Kuo Academy. And they weren't all that pleased that they had to leave Kuo for a week cause it rained for more than what they planned for, and now, a holy presence has vested itself within Kuo, and it will take at least a week of devil mages conjuring their spells to shift the holy presence out of town. So we are stuck here for a week? Man, that's so uncool. My parents are gonna be worried sick, Saji exclaimed. But Sona shook her head. I had already notified them that events like this might happen, wherein you might suddenly have to go on trips as a result of the council. Furthermore, I also left a message notifying them of this, although I used some illusion magic to change the time at which the message arrived, so to them it would appear as though the message arrived yesterday after school. So they think you've already left. I did this with all of the other members also, she finished. Saji sighed in relief. Thanks, President. I don't know what I would have told them when I got back. Speaking of which, do we really have to stay here for a week? Saji questioned. The devil mages will require at least a week to shift a portion of the holy presence out of Kuo. Since we can't destroy or neutralize a holy presence, they'll have to transport it to a different location. Even though it will take at least a month to shift it all, we should be capable of returning after a week. Thus the wait, Vice President Tsubaki added. Sona turned to look at Ria's group. Kiba was already out on the training grounds practicing with his sword, while Kaneko was jogging around with a large and heavy bag on her back. Akino was inside preparing food along with some of the other female members of Sona's peerage, while Rias was reading through some books on her family's magic. Turning back to Saji, Sona smiled. "Saji, tell me, do you by chance feel a slight increase in strength?" she inquired. She already knew the answer. After all, she too felt a sudden boost in power, and it was more than likely due to Issei's power. Saji nodded with a smile. "I feel amazing, to tell you the truth, President. I took a jog with Kiba earlier and he said that he was surprised that I could keep up with his speed. That too without tiring for 30 minutes straight. I ran at least 30 rounds around the field before I began to tire. I haven't tested my strength yet, but considering that everything feels lighter, I can take a guess that it has also increased. Which reminds me, how did I get this strong?" He finished with a confused expression. Sona walked up to him and placed her hand over his chest. A magic circle appeared over his chest, to which she hummed, "It would appear your magical power has also increased. And to answer your question, it was more than likely Issei's doing," she finished while looking at his confused expression. "Issei? But how?" he inquired. But Sona appeared to be getting agitated by his continued stream of questions, so Tsubaki decided to take over once again. He had both President Sona and Ria sign a pact with him before we entered the cemetery, saying that it would benefit us. And just after, we started experiencing increases in our physical and spiritual capacities. In addition, he seems extremely powerful for a human who awakened his sacred gear nearly a month ago. So much so that he bested the entire ORC on his own. For him to grow so much within such a short amount of time seems ridiculous. But seeing as our own strength and power has increased, it is fair to say that he possesses the ability to improve both himself and others' capacity should he wish to," she stated. Saji's eyes widened as he heard this, but said nothing. Sona on the other hand was thinking of the implications of this. "Issei, with this power you'll certainly make a splendid ally, or a terrifying enemy," and it was true. As an ally, Issei could in fact help them reach great heights in a span of time they'd think to be impossible. After all, she could sense that both Kiba and Akino, as well as Tsubaki, has already reached the limit of the first realm, meaning they can now be promoted to mid-class, should their higher authorities allow them to participate in the process. And Kaneko, as well as some of the other SC members, are nearing that same peak. Even Saji seems at least 10 levels beneath the peak of the first realm. And considering that he just joined the peerage this week, it says a lot about their allies' power. But the opposite is also true. As an enemy, Issei could in fact bring about massive destruction. He has an enormous amount of mana at his disposal, knows every little thing about his enemy or foe through his observation technique, and can develop spells or shields to counter his enemy's abilities at a moment's notice. Truly a frightening enemy to have. Walking into the house, to the study room where Rias resided, Sona began thinking of ways for how they could befriend Issei and gain him as a permanent ally. Issei on the other hand gazed over Kuo from the top of the mountain owned by the Geico family. He sighed. "They would probably be angry that they can't return to Kuo. While that would be safer for my people, it would be more troublesome to me. Come forth, light eraser shield," he exclaimed as he lifted his arm on high, and with a flash of light, the golden shield appeared. He proceeded to expand his senses to the edges of the town. Closing his eyes, he could see golden particles appear in his mind's eye, and it had saturated the entire town, from the ground to the air as well as the underground tunnels. Issei smirked. "Let's get started." He spoke and shot a blast of mana in all 4 directions as well as up in the air. When the blasts of mana reached the edges of the city, they froze, almost like they had struck an invisible wall before turning into magic circles. The same occurred with the blast sent up into the air. An ethereal green light stretched out from circle to circle, creating a barrier only visible to mystic eyes. Issei smiled. This was his flip of the coin variation of the phantom barrier technique. While his phantom spells created areas which could not be detected by preventing all energy within the barrier from escaping, this barrier repelled energy in whatever direction the caster pleases, inward or outward. The barrier started to shrink, or rather, contract. The barrier contracted towards Issei, who stood at the center of it. And as it contracted, it repelled the holy presence inward, towards Issei's whereabouts. Another 5 minutes later and the barrier had contracted to 100 meters in diameter around Issei. Breathing became much more difficult as he stood in the center of the concentrated holy presence. He assumed a meditative poses and began drawing in the holy presence with the help of his shield's light-consuming skill. An entire 40 minutes passed before all the holy presence was consumed. While holy energy is light-based in nature, it is still hard to absorb with my light consumption skill. Thankfully I have the barrier helping repel the energy down to me, he thought. Once it was all sucked in, he stood and undid the barrier stockpile, and with that, the glow of the green jewel on his shield vanished. The power was sealed. With that out of the way, Issei smiled. "Now, to go get the devils. I wonder what their mages will think of this event," he thought and teleported. Meanwhile, mages of the devil race looked on at what had happened with widened eyes. There were 8 of them in total, 2 for each corner of the city, and they were shocked at what they had saw. Incredible. To think, someone was able to not only gather all the holy presences within the town to a single location, but also make it vanish. Whomever this is must surely be skilled. One in particular spoke. They were all dressed in purple mage cloaks, but this one was dressed in white. He was their captain. Captain, what do you suggest we do? A magic circle appeared near his ear, relaying the message. We shall return and notify the mistress of what transpired here. Either way, our work here is done. He spoke and soon left via teleportation circle. Appearing within a grassland before a mansion-sized house, Issei couldn't help but snort. They are driven from their home and decide to go on vacation, he thought, and made his way to the house. Coming to a stop before the door, he gained a mischievous grin as he decided to be a little devious. He sank into the shadows and entered the shadow realm. He saw Rias and Sona's peerages eating at a large table. He waited until they each departed for their chores before making his move. Rias had entered her study to resume her research. Although, she decided to first take a detour to the nearby bathroom. Within, she decided to take a light shower. This was when a smile appeared over Issei's face. He had already initiated the phantom cloak spell, which prevented anyone from sensing his presence, and proceeded to exit the shadow realm through Rias' shadow while she was still undressing. Rias had already turned on the shower and letting the water rain down on the cold bathroom floor while she had started undressing. Steam soon filled the room, and with it came a hand that swiftly covered her mouth along with an arm which folded around her stomach and pressed her up against her assailant firmly. Rias was in total panic. She tried to channel her power only to find it not responding. Her heart rate increased as she felt the warm breath on her ear. You know, Rias, if I was an assailant, you would have been dead. I am disappointed. She heard and recognized the voice as she turned her head slightly, only to be met with the face of a smirking Issei. He released his hand from her mouth and she instantly started scolding him. Issei, you nearly gave me a heart attack. How did you even find us? And how did you get in here without me noticing? Bit more importantly, what are you doing here? She questioned. Issei only shook his head. You don't need to know any of that. All you need to know is that I removed the holy presence, so your and Sona's peerages can return, he stated. This caught Rias by surprise, but nevertheless, she nodded. Thank you. Now, could you please let go? I still wish to take a shower. Unless you intend on joining me. She spoke with an enticing smile. Issei shook his head. Now why would I dare to do such a thing? Letting you go, I mean. After all, I have yet to give you and Akino your punishment. He spoke as the arm that was wrapped around her waist moved up to her breasts. Mind you people, this girl was standing butt-ass naked against the chest of the world's #1 aspiring pervert. He started groping her breasts. She was caught off guard and a moan escaped her mouth as he continued his act. ISS. Issei, warehouse. What are you doing? She exclaimed as Issei began to channel mana into his hand, using light shocks to stimulate her senses as he grouped her. Why, I am just checking if the equipment are up to standard, he stated and sent light shocks through her nipples. Rias' mind was in turmoil at this point, and if nothing else, she could feel something building up in her nether region. Only for Issei to suddenly stop and walk out the bathroom. See you at school, princess, he stated as he exited the room. Rias glared at his exiting figure with a look of displeasure. She was furious. How dare he tease me? At least I now know that he has some interest in me, but still, she thought and got back in the shower. If this is how you want to play this game, then I'll be more than happy to teach you how it is played. I have been stuck with Akino for far too long for someone like Issei Hyoudou to be of any competition when it comes to this game. Next day, Wednesday. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Title, Pervert, Ascended Red Dragon Emperor, Cardinal Shield Hero, Demon Slayer. Level, 40 capped. Class, Low Class Human, Ascended. Stats. HP, 87,500/87,500. MP, 174,225/261,400-0. SC, 50%. Chi, 500++, suppressed. Ki, 61,238 of 61,238. Aura, 46,500/46,500. STR, 355 A+, A+. STA, 345 A+, A+. Dex, 345 A+, A+. Int, 101 A+, A+. Wis, 86 A+. Cha, 240 A+, A+. Luke, 65 A+. Stat points, 56. Issei laid on his bed, gazing at the status panel. He added 35 points to his luck, bringing it up to 100, and had the rest added to his wisdom, bringing that up to 107. He also noticed that when the plus signs for the stat points vanished, 2 appeared beside wisdom and luck. All his stats had exceeded the 100 mark. Tapping on the first plus sign, next to wisdom, a smile appeared on his face as he read what appeared. Extrasensory perception. The perk, extrasensory perception, grants the bearer access to extrasensory skills such as precognition, retrocognition, telepathy, clairvoyance, psychometry, and increases intuition and instinct. Note, these skills will only awaken should the user bear a strong desire to obtain one of them, or in the event that the user's emotions align with his will to awaken the skill. Note, as a result of the IESP perk and the perk Dragonic Instinct, the rank 2 ability Instinct has evolved into rank 3. Issei's eyes widen. Show me the ranking system, he stated, and the screen changed. Ranking system. According to this system, all things are ranked from 1, mundane, to 7, divine. Ability, Instinct. Rank 1, Basic Instinct. Rank 2, Profound Instinct. Rank 3, Advanced Instinct. Rank 4, Hyper Instinct. Rank 5, True Instinct. Rank 6, Pinnacle Instinct. Rank 7, Ultra Instinct. Issei hummed. So my instinct ability was already on a profound level, most likely as a result of the Dragonic Instinct perk, which heightens my instinct growth, and now it has ascended to Advanced Instinct. Return to former screen, and the new panel changed back to the former one. Note, instinct is heightened by aura. Suppressing your aura will lead to dampened instincts. I already know that, but it isn't like I got a choice at the moment. My spirit is too overwhelming, thus it needed to be sealed. My aura is too weak to access my fully powered senses, he thought, and proceeded on. Next plus sign. Luck. Jackpot shot. This skill gathers the user's luck into a single goal, allowing for 100% success so long as the odds are within the range of the caster's luck stat. Issei's eyes widen once more. Show the function of odds in determining my luck, he stated, and the panel changed back to the ranking system. Ability, Luck. 1:1 odds, 0 luck points. 1:10 odds, 10 luck points. 1:100 odds, 100 luck points. 1:1000 odds, 1k luck points. And so on. Difficulty, Rarity. 1:1 easy, easy to find. 1:10 normal, common. 1:100 hard, rare. 1:1000 insane, epic. 1:10,000 impossible, legendary. 1:100,000 hell, mythical. Note, each title indicates either the value of an object or the difficulty of a task and your chances in obtaining such an object or overcoming such a task. Issei shook his head. My luck has only just reached 100, so I'll be fine so long as my odds are 1:100, which is still rare or hard depending on how you look at it. Nevertheless, these new abilities are awesome. Note, as a result of the host's quick advancement in his spiritual development, a spirit core has established itself within the host. A spirit core. A space within the spirit of a mage, allowing for the accumulation of mana and any other forms of spiritual power. Note, as a result of unlocking the ability, a spirit core, the mana stat has been recalibrated. New mana stat categorizing is as follows. 1. The amount of mana the host can conjure up through the use of their mana link, 174 to 25 MP. 2. Maximum amount of mana the host can release at once, without damaging the spirit core or physical body, 261 400 MP. 3. The amount of mana accumulated within spirit core, 0 MP. This caught Issei's interest, so I finally unlocked it. Good. Now I won't have to waste my stamina in the midst of battle to conjure up mana and tire myself out, meaning I'll be able to fight at an even higher level than before, he thought, and decided to get out of bed. It was still early and the sun hasn't yet come up. The early morning mist was still thick through town and the birds had only just begun singing their early morning songs. Issei decided to go downstairs and start preparing breakfast for him and Asia. Today she'd leave for the church. He wasn't all too happy about letting her go to a den of fallen angels, but he had to if he wished to uncover their schemes. Not too long after he started preparing breakfast, did Asia come down in the PJs Issei had lent her. He smiled when he saw her. Morning, Asia. I was just about to go wake you. Are you done packing? We'll leave over an hour, he spoke. She smiled back at him. Morning, Ise-san. I had already finished packing last night. But for now, I'd like to thank you for your hospitality, she spoke and bowed. I don't know how I could ever repay you for coming to my aid at that time, she finished and stood back up. Issei shook his head. If you wish to repay me, then don't let go of your faith. And don't forget that you have a friend in me, so don't hesitate to ask for help when you need it, he finished and placed the plates on each side of the table. Asia nodded. As you wish, she stated, and joined him at the table. She prayed for the food and after they ate, they went to prepare themselves for their departure. Issei for school and Asia for the church. Going to the garage where the vehicles were stationed, he gazed over his father's car and his motorcycle. I'll take the car, drop Asia off, Come back and take the bike to school, he thought. 20 minutes later, he and Asia were on their way to the church. Coming to a stop before the church, he helped Asia with her luggage. Issei-san, there really wasn't any need for you to carry my luggage inside, she stated. Issei shook his head. Nonsense. I am happy to help. Furthermore, I believe an old friend of mine may be here, and I am eager to see her again, he stated. This caught Asia by surprise. Issei-san has a friend here? I wonder who, she thought as they entered the old church. Hello, honey, I'm home, he called out with a smile. Asia just looked at his expression with confusion before she turned her gaze to the people present. There was a young girl sweeping the floor. She had curly blonde hair and was dressed in a maid's cosplay outfit. Her green eyes looked towards the duo that entered. Middled LV28. There was also a man dressed in priest-like clothing along with two nuns who were conversing with each other over something at the altar while more people were cleaning the place out. There was a total of 9 of them in the building. And they all stopped what they were doing to look at the two that entered the building in such an ungodly manner. But the 2 nuns at the altar were the most surprised when they saw who was accompanying Asia. One of the nuns had long black hair and purple eyes with an hourglass figure which was very voluptuous. The second had midnight blue hair with yellow eyes and a similar body figure. Rainier LV36? Calawarner LV30. Issei smiled when he saw the 2 sisters at the altar. Why, hey there, my darling Rainier. How have you been? He questioned, and the entire atmosphere of the place went down a few degrees. Asia looked at the nun at the altar with surprise. Is that Sister Rainier? She inquired when she heard Issei spoke. Sure is, he replied. Young man, do you not know the place you have stepped into? This is, the man at the altar began to speak. Drastic LV31? But he was swiftly interrupted by Issei. I know well the place I have walked into, Drastic. But enough with that, let's get down to business. He spoke and Drastic's eyes widened. How did he know my name? Who is he? He thought. Issei turned to Asia and pointed towards Rainier. Let me introduce you, Asia, this is Rainier, an old friend of mine. Rainier, this is Asia. Apparently you called her over to Japan. She ran into me and I helped her get here. But never mind that, you still haven't answered my question. How have you been? He spoke with a devious smile. Rainier narrowed her eyes once she laid eyes on Asia. He brought her here? Good. That means he doesn't know. I have been fine, Issei. And you? You seem different. A bit devilish, maybe? She inquired with a devious smile of her own. Issei shook his head. Not even close. But then again, I wouldn't expect you to have known anything about me. Considering how you just left me, that too in the middle of our date. That hurt, you know. Almost like being stabbed in the gut. I mean, just imagine your date flying off with another woman. Damn near broke my heart, Issei replied with a mock-hurt expression near the end. Rainier had already begun her approach to him, with the other 2 following behind her. She came to a stop before the smiling Issei before her gaze shifted to Asia. And you just so happened to run into our junior here? I find that quite hard to believe, she spoke as she looked back at Issei. Oh, believe it. I found her knocked out cold in the middle of the street. That too in the storming rain. Sorry about that, by the way, he stated and scratched his cheek when he mentioned the rain. Asia only blushed when he came to the part about her laying out cold on the street. She was too embarrassed to pay attention to the rest of his words. But the 3 before him heard him loud and clear, and they were shocked. Rainier looked at him perplexed. So what are you doing here to begin with? You said you brought her here. Your job is done. What else are you after? She spoke comprehensively. No doubt if he was the one responsible for that holy storm, then he isn't an ordinary human. Hell, the fact that he is alive proves he isn't an ordinary human. He smiled again and pointed at Rainier. I'm here for you, of course. Or did you really think I would just let you go that easily? He asked. Rainier took his words as a threat and was about to reply when Issei turned back to Asia and placed a hand on her shoulder. I must get going, or I'll be late for school. I'll be leaving you in their care. And don't be too apprehensive or stiff around them. They are practically angels, Issei stated and smiled at her before turning back to the 3 before him, who were glaring at his nonchalant demeanor. He could tell they have had quite enough of his metaphorical, yet literal, jokes. But he was still smiling when he continued to speak with them. Asia is a dear friend of mine. She's quite precious to me, like a treasure. So take good care of her for me. Okay, Rainier, he stated. Rainier looked at him, still apprehensive. You need not worry. She'll be in divine care, she replied. Issei nodded and turned to leave. Asia looked at his retreating form and spoke. Issei-san, will you come and visit from time to time? She asked. Issei stopped and turned his head slightly, allowing her to see his smile. You need not worry, Asia. A dragon will always return for his treasures, he spoke before leaving the building. Asia couldn't help but smile as she saw her friend leave. She turned back to the 3 beside her, only to be met with their shocked expressions. Did he just say dragon? Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. Sounded the engine of Issei's bike as he sped his way through the streets. He smiled as he rode his bike. He loved the feeling of boundlessness it gave him. That sense of freedom which was absolute bliss. The greatest ecstasy of all dragon kind. Partner, are you sure leaving the nun in the care of the fallen was a good idea? Drake inquired as he watched his partner ride through to school. Issei hummed in response, I know what you are thinking, Drake. That they might be plotting to steal her sacred gear. After all, it is too valuable, and when mastered, could grant its wielder immortality. They know this. And considering that Asia saw her sacred treasure more as a curse than a blessing, it makes sense for her to go along with it, should they inform her of it, he replied mentally. Zoom. The bike sped through the other vehicles before it. The school was in sight. But, I already decided to make Asia mine, and stripping her of her sacred treasure would kill her on the spot. This is nothing more than a test for the fallen, Issei continued. A test? How so? Drake inquired as Issei took a turn at the corner to take the back entrance where the parking for all vehicles were. Some students looked at him in shock as they saw him riding his black beast. On our date, she hesitated. Even if it might not have seemed like much, she didn't wish to kill me. Although that might have been the result of something else entirely. Nevertheless, I was still stabbed. I have decided to return her favor. I gave them the one thing they wanted, the one thing they hoped to gain. Now all that remains is to see what they decide to do. If they disregard Asia's life, then I'll disregard theirs and end them all. On the other hand, if they decide to spare her, then I'll spare them. It is as simple as that. Although, one thing will remain the same regardless of what they choose, Issei stated. Oh, and what's that? Drake asked bewildered. Issei smirked as he came to a stop in the parking area. He parked the bike and made his way to his gang's early morning meeting spot. Wait and see, partner. Wait and see. Usually, everyone would ignore the pervert known as Issei Hyoudou. When he entered, no one cared. When he spoke, no one listened. When rose his opinion, it was considered crap. Yet, today, that was not the case. Everyone was looking at him, whispering and making gossip. Issei found this quite strange. And he wasn't the only one. Hey, Issei, what did you do, man? Everyone is talking about you, even some of the guys are glaring at you, Matsuda questioned. Issei shrugged as they walked through the school hall. I honestly don't know, the boy replied, although quite confused as to what is going on, until a familiar voice spoke up. It probably has something to do with the new student joining the academy. A mature yet teasing voice spoke. They turned their attention to the black-haired, purple-eyed beauty that came up to them. The two boys beside Issei had their hearts beating 100 miles a minute. Why? Because the second hottest girl in school, Akino Heimjime, just walked up to them. Issei smiled. Morning, Akino. How are you and Rias doing? He inquired. Akino smiled. Morning, Issei. I've been well, although there's a lack of entertainment in my life at the moment, but I'll live. President Rias is also doing well, although she has been acting quite strangely since yesterday. I wonder why. She spoke and placed her finger on her lip and assumed a thinking pose as she genuinely looked confused. The other two perverts in the group couldn't believe Issei was having a conversation with the vice president of the ORC while strolling to class. Issei smiled. I wonder also, but nevertheless, you mentioned something about a new student? Issei inquired. Akino nodded. Indeed. Apparently, a new student joined the school. But hear this, when they inquired why the student chose to attend Kuo Academy, they said they came because you were here. Now isn't that exciting? She stated. People who saw the two walking side by side were stunned. Matsuda and Motohama, who were following, were obviously ignored. The men especially were the most jealous at the moment. But Issei couldn't care less about them. He was more interested in who this new student might be. So that's why everyone is staring at me. And you, Akino, any particular reason why you have decided to walk with me on this fine morning? He asked. It was a dead giveaway that she wanted something. He knew that since the moment he felt her presence when he walked into the building. She smiled and leaned closer to him, almost making it seem as if she was going to kiss him. But her lips moved to his ear with a hot steamy breath escaping her lips as she began to speak. I want to know when the punishing will begin, she stated. His left eye twitched as he looked at the girl next to him. Her cheeks were a slight tint of pink while her eyes were filled with wonder and expectation. She was serious. Check reputation, Issei thought, and a status panel appeared. Akino Himejima liked RP 180/1600. Do you wish to apply this status to primary status? Yes, no. Of course he thought yes, and as soon as he did, the panel disappeared and a heart, the size of a thumb, appeared floating next to Akino's normal status panel above her head. It was light yellow in color, with the word liked in the center of the heart. The 3 seconds that Issei was doing all this, Akino continued to stare him dead in the eyes. My Issei, don't tell me you are already thinking about it? You naughty boy, she spoke with a teasing voice. Issei focused his sight back on her and shook his head. Nope, I won't tell you, he stated and resumed walking to class. Akino looked at him confused, while the rest of the trio looked on with gaping expressions. Did Issei really just shrug off Akino and her teases? They were shocked. Akino walked back up to Issei's side with a pout. What do you mean you won't tell me? She asked. Issei smirked. If I tell you, then your mind will only focus on that day and time. The suspense, the tension, the wait. There will be none of that. Rather, I decided I won't tell you when. 'Cause I have decided to do it anywhere at any time, he stated and turned his head to look her in the eyes. It could be when you're at home, watching a movie or making a meal. It could be when you take a shower or while getting ready for bed. It could be early morning, or late at night, in the street or even at school. I might even do it in front of your entire class just for the fun of it. And it can happen at any hour. So I'll leave you with the anticipation of our encounter. Good day, Vice President, he stated with a smirk. She just looked at him flabbergasted. He walked off, with Matsuda and Motohama following in suit. She started giggling as she watched him leave, before taking her own path towards her classroom. My, it would appear that President was correct. He's becoming more and more audacious. What the hell were you two discussing? Matsuda exclaimed as Motohama nodded, backing his friend. Issei looked confused. Nothing in particular. Why do you want to know? He inquired as he placed his stuff next to his desk and sat down. The two looked flabbergasted at his reply. Dude, the vice president of the Occult Research Club won't just come up to someone to have a chat. Not unless you've got something going on with the vice president. If you know what I'm saying. Motohama spoke with a lecherous smirk at the end that made the girls in the vicinity shiver when they saw it. Issei just gave a soft smile. Now Moto, all she wanted to know was the date of a specific event. I told her that I didn't know and that was that, he replied. The skill deception has leveled up. Deception LV8, 0/3500? Matsuda nodded. Well, if you say so. I am anyway more curious as to who this new student is that everyone was talking about. I hope it's a girl, he stated and went to take in his own seat next to Issei, while Motohama took in his seat behind Issei. Issei and the three continued talking about various other things until the bell rang and their homeroom teacher came in. He turned to his students and smiled. I see you are all here. Good. We have a new student that will be joining us from today. She's been homeschooled for most of her life but decided join Kuo Academy. So I hope you'll all take good care of her. Miss, you may enter, he spoke and looked towards the door. The doors opened and an absolute beauty came walking in. Long, flowing blonde hair, ocean blue eyes and three-cut whisker-like marks on each of her cheeks. Issei's eyes widened. No way, he was shocked. Because the new student is none other than Kurohime herself. Everyone was excited. The boys were even more hyped up, while the girls were admiring her beauty and above all else, her assets. Kurohime smiled at them all as the teacher told her to introduce herself. Hi, everyone. I am Iwatani Kurohime. This is my first time in a school, so please take good care of me. She spoke with a bow. The sheer cuteness she radiated made the entire class coo at her. She stood back up and looked over the class. She spotted the one she was looking for and waved at him. Hey, there Issei. It looks like we are in the same class, she exclaimed excitedly. Everyone in class snapped their heads when looking at Issei. The boys were glaring at him while the girls looked concerned. Issei looked at everyone looking at him and smirked. What? He asked and looked at Kurohime. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? He asked, completely ignoring everyone around him including the muttering of Matsuda and Motohama. She looked down at the floor, a bit embarrassed and scratched her cheek. I was, but then Big Sis Ito and Kamiko told me you'd be more pleased with a surprise rather than being told of my admission into Kuo, she stated. Once again, the men in class were glaring at Issei and making comments on why Kurohime would be friends with someone like him. The teacher nodded when he saw she was familiar with someone in her class and spoke. Since you are already familiar with Mr. Hyoudou, I'll assign him as your tour guide of Kuo. Issei, take care of her. And I don't want any funny business. You hear me? He stated as he turned his gaze from Kurohime to Issei. Issei nodded in response. The teacher assigned her to a seat behind Matsuda, making her sit across from Issei. Issei, in turn, smiled at her. Welcome, and prepare yourself. 'Cause this school ain't normal. Time flied by quickly. Issei had given Kurohime a tour of Kuo during their break and introduced her to some of the female members of the class. When school ended, the two rode home on the bike. Master, I have been meaning to ask you, what are your plans for the future? She spoke up while hugging his back. Issei rose a brow at her question. As the cardinal hero, Issei Hyoudou, or the Red Dragon Emperor? He asked. All of them, she replied, and he hummed. As a cardinal hero, I wish to protect my world. Both from the possibility of the apocalypse as well as the supernaturals causing trouble in people's lives. Supernaturals are roaming free and this is causing trouble. Not in all cases but in most. I wish to establish an order that will govern supernatural activity on Earth, and set up rules for both humans and non-humans associated with the supernatural to live by. Should they desire to continue living in peace, that is, he began. She hummed in response. Even though she was also non-human and would also have to fall under said order, she knew what he said was true. Supernaturals running amok without any authority to answer to will prove catastrophic for the mundane humans. As Issei Hyoudou, I have a lot of dreams, one of which includes becoming the harem king. He smirked when he said that, and even more so when he felt the shock radiating off of Kurohime, who in turn soon began to laugh. Sorry, that was just so unexpected. Harem king? Why? I certainly didn't depict you as the harem-seeking type. She spoke with interest. Issei nodded. I am, and there are a lot of reasons attached to that dream. The most prominent one being that I wish to be recognized as the man with the greatest character, he stated. But this confused her. What do you mean? She asked as they sped through the streets. The sounds of cars driving and people talking on the side of the road while some came out of shops filled the air. For a good man, some women might be willing to marry and settle down. For a great man, some might even be willing to sacrifice something they desired. But, only for the greatest of men, would a woman be willing to marry, and be happy still knowing she isn't the only one to call him hers. Thus, one can deduce that such a man possesses a character unlike any other, Issei responded. Kurohime looked somewhat surprised at what he said, but couldn't deny that his words held merit. Under normal circumstances, no woman would ever agree to have their man marry more than once. But if a woman were to agree, believing that she will not lose either her happiness nor her place in his heart, then that must be one hell of a man. She smiled again and laid her head against his shoulder. Am I a part of your harem? She asked softly. Issei went quiet for a second as his eyes widened. But they soon softened as he replied, You are the one who should answer that question. But know that if you do join, you'll be mine and mine alone. I'll expect of you to be kind, yet just and intolerable of injustice, including my own. And finally to love your fellow sisters, as much as you do me. Accept those conditions, and I'll accept you into my harem, Issei finished. She smiled as she heard him speak. I do. I accept all of it, she stated, to which Issei nodded as he came to a standstill before her home. He turned himself to her as they stood and removed his helmet. She looked up into his eyes as he lifted her chin. In that case? Issei stated as he leaned in and took her lips, both having their eyes closed as they enjoyed the moment. A second later, they separated and Issei could clearly see the blush on her cheeks at having her first kiss taken. I accept you into my family, he finished with a nice smile. Their moment was soon cut short as Hosu exited the shop and saw the two standing there. Issei greeted her father while she used this opportunity to enter the house, not forgetting to say goodbye to Issei before disappearing into the house. Issei hopped back onto his bike soon after Hosu thanked him for bringing her home. No problem, father-in-law, just looking out for my future wife, he stated as he drove off. Hosu had a fit after hearing that, but decided that it was for the best for him to just let the children be. After all, who wouldn't want a potential god as your son-in-law? On his way home, Issei felt the link between him and Ito as well as Kiyomi open up. Master, Issei, what is this about you having a harem? Since her arrival at the church, Asia has been undergoing various tests which the sisters deemed mandatory. She, of course, didn't care much about the tests as it was simple things like the disclosure of her blood type. But one question did manage to arouse doubt in the blonde nun's heart. Asia, are you happy with the gift you have? Rainier had asked. Asia, at first shook her head. To be honest, I never really desired to be special. On the contrary, I always wanted to be normal. But as a result of this power, I have lost almost everything I had. I never made a single friend back in the church, and despite my age, I am still ignorant of things children half my age are aware of. I like being able to help people and curing them of their illnesses. But when does my healing start? She spoke. Rainier nodded as she gazed upon the girl's saddened face. She placed her hand on her cheek and gave her the most sympathetic smile she could muster. In that case, what if I told you that I could transfer your gift from you to someone else? Rainier questioned. Asia looked shocked at this, but Rainier continued, you'd be normal and have the life you have always longed for. Your days without friends will be a thing of the past. Asia looked into Rainier's eyes and felt something in her mind giving way as the sister's eyes twinkled. Asia nodded in response. I'd like that, she responded monotonously. Rainier smiled at her. Good. Then tonight, we'll set you free of this curse, she spoke and embraced the girl, a cunning smile making its way onto her face. Hereafter, I'll be the most invincible fallen angel. Then he will have to acknowledge me. Issei was busy meditating in his room and filling his spirit core with mana when 3 notifications went off. The skill meditation has leveled up. LV29 LV30? The skill cultivation has leveled up. LV2 LV3. Quest alert, faith to the faithless. The fallen are preparing to steal Asia Argento's sacred gear. Stop them and save the damsel in distress. Rewards. 3rd grade holy spell book. 10,000 reputation points with Asia Argento. Plus 11 RST grade holy crystal. Do you accept? Yes. Time for quest completion, 5 hours 32 minutes and 7 seconds. Issei sighed. Seems like they made their choice. Oh well, he thought. as he selected the yes option. His gaze fell to his spirit core status and felt a smile make its way onto his face. Spirit core LV3, 800 MP, peak. So, now I have 800 points of mana stored up and I have only been accumulating mana for an hour. Good. Although my pace is a bit lagging as a result of the seal, it will be more than ready for my battle with the Fallen, he thought as he closed his eyes and continued with his cultivation. First, how are you progressing? He spoke. A copy of himself sat in the corner of his room, doing his homework for the day. Physics is almost done. The rest have been completed, Issei hummed in response. And you, second? He inquired to the second copy who seemed to be in the middle of meditating himself. But in reality, he was training within the mental scape Drake had taught him to enter with a multitude of clones. Lesser progress are as follows: 1 versus 5, victorious. 1 versus 10, victorious. 1 versus 20, victorious. 1 versus 30, draw. 1 versus 100, failure. 32 defeated. The clone finished. Issei hummed, pleased with what he heard. This was ultimately a test to see how well he would fare against multiple opponents, both weaker and stronger than him, by creating a clone with half his strength and multiple more with either greater or lesser strength, and have them fight the clone with half his strength in groups divided into lesser and greater according to whether or not they were stronger than the original clone or not. And it would appear that he'll need more training in the martial arts. Skill progress? Issei inquired. Taekwondo, level 20 peak. Freestyle, level 28 mid-dodge has leveled up to level 22. Parry has leveled up to level 19. Battle sense, level 27. The clone finished. Again, Issei hummed pleased. An hour later, it was 6 in the afternoon. The sun had already begun to set. Issei opened his eyes and both his clones disappeared immediately. Standing from his meditating position on the floor, he looked at his spirit core status one last time. Spirit core LV5, 4000 MP, mid. A smile made it onto his face as he descended into shadows. It's time. Arriving at the foot of the hill leading up to the church. A second later, Kurohime appeared beside him, wearing a sleeveless, white, battle kimono with golden highlights and black pants which hugged her legs well, finishing off her outfit with black shinobi sandals and a pair of white fingerless gloves strapped around her hands. The image of a golden fox head residing on the back of the gloves. Her hair was rolled up and pinned together with a golden comb. Issei nodded in approval at her outfit, especially because he could detect the traces of both magic and enchantments coming off of the sandals, kimono, and gloves. He snapped his fingers and a faint light engulfed him before it faded, showing him in his shadow armor with his hood and face mask on. Let's go, he stated. Yes, master. Both quickly made their way up the hill, Issei with his advanced human strength and Kurohime with her enchanted sandals. They blitzed up the hill and was due to arrive at the church within a second or two more. But just as they got closer, a cluster of light spears came raining down on them. Issei, already having detected the spears coming, summoned a shield barrier, which protected them from the combined explosion caused by the multitude of light spears. Dust kicked up all around as a 10-meter wide crater was formed where the two stood. Fallen descended down from the skies. 3 to be precise. A male Fallen dressed in a trench coat and hat, a feminine one dressed in a maroon sleeveless jacket and skirt, and a smaller female one, dressed in a cosplay outfit. Well, what do we have here? Danasik spoke as the dust cleared to reveal the two still standing unharmed. 2 trespassers. That 2 on this sacred night? What have you come here for? Turn back or otherwise be crushed. Calawarner spoke with authority. Kurohime turned his gaze to her master in question. Master, go on ahead, I'll take care of them, she spoke. Issei nodded. So be it, make sure not to kill them. I want them alive, Issei stated before vanishing from sight. Danasik prepared to chase after Issei but was stopped by a barrier appearing behind him. Kurohime would not let them escape. They turned to her and some of them sneered. If you wish to die that bad, then we'll grant you your wish. Middle shouted and all of them charged at Kurohime with light spears and swords in hand. Kurohime, in turn, smiled as she got into a battle stance. Golden magic circles originating from her hands encircled her hands and forearms. Her eyes, glowing a brilliant gold. Let's dance. Both parties proceeded to jump into battle. Crack. Boom. The doors of the church exploded off their hinges as Issei came walking in. He looked up at the altar and sneered. Come out. I know you're hiding behind the podium. He spoke with his modified voice, courtesy of his mask, as he continued to walk down to the altar. A laugh was heard throughout the church right after. Well now, you certainly are an observant one. Tell me, are you associated with the devils? A man inquired as he stepped out from behind one of the altars. Silver white hair, crimson red eyes and dressed in a priester's robe, a devilish smirk adorning his face. This was Fried Selzen. Issei gazed at the man's status disapproved. Fried Selzen LV30. Another fake, Issei thought as he saw the man's status in quotation marks. I bet you couldn't care less about that. Now do you, Fried Selzen? Issei replied. Fried's eyes narrowed at the figure before him. You know who I am. That's sad, cause I don't know you. But I guess what you said is true. I'm gonna kill you either way, he exclaimed and launched himself at Issei. And boy, was Fried fast. Issei barely dodged the man's attack as he slashed at Issei with a light sword. Issei was surprised to say the least, so, he knows the body flicker technique, and has mastered it to such an extent, Issei thought as he continued to dodge Fried's attacks. As Issei dodged the slash directed at his shoulder, he noticed Fried smirk as his other hand held a gun pointed at him beneath the arm he used to slash at Issei. But, Fried pulled the trigger. Die! He shouted as the shot went off. But Issei wasn't there anymore. I have mastered it to an even greater extent. Issei appeared behind Fried and clogged him in the temple with a savage backhand. Body flicker, full cowling, 20% bitch slap. Critical hit. Dash 2000 HP. The perk I twice critical has been activated. Dash 4000 HP. Fried was sent flying through the benches and into the wall. He was knocked out. Issei approached him and looked down at Fried's fallen form. He confiscated Fried's equipment before placing a binding spell on him. A green rune appeared on his forehead indicating the spell was active. Issei frowned. This guy is incapacitated, bound with a spell and relieved of all his equipment. And yet me instincts are still acting up around this guy. Why? He thought before a thought came to him. Observe. Name, Fried Selzen. Title, Renegade Holy Knight, member of the Selzen family, Apostle of Greed. Level, 30. Next level, 12004071 EXP. Class, Low Class Human, Demonic Enhanced. Stats. HP, 781/8100. MP, 2330/4707. SC, 10%. Chi, 60. DES, Demon Essence 500, Suppressed. KI/DE, Demonic Energy 4501/9000, Suppressed. Aura, 2790/3120. Demon Aura, 26000/26000, Suppressed. STR, 120. STA, 150. Dex, 100. Int, 50. Wis, 54. Cha, 7. Luke, 87. Fried Selzen, second son of the Selzen family. A family of exorcists. Born on April 2, 2003. He is the older brother of Lint Selzen, the bearer of A Incinerate Anthem I and younger brother of the Holy Knight Siegfried Selzen, possessor of 6 mystic swords. As the son of Frida and Siegbert Selzen, 2 well-known instructors of exorcism, he was raised to be a knight of the church. Although he possessed no holy affinity, unlike his elder brother and younger sister, Fried did possess an unfounded drive to succeed his older brother, and trained until he eventually became a holy knight of the church. He inherited his mother's talent for enchantments even though it wasn't nearly as potent as his mother's holy enchantments or his sister's rune magic. He mastered his father's sword techniques, but also to a lesser extent than both his father and elder brother. Being born without any of his parents' talents and without a sacred gear, 2 things both his elder brother and younger sister inherited, he was believed to be the failure of the Selzen household. This drove him to try harder than his siblings. But it was all for naught, as he was the last of his siblings to become a holy knight. Fried later went on a mission to exterminate a group of cultists seeking to revive the 7 primordial demons of hell. During said mission, Fried accidentally fell into the summoning ritual while trying to save the 7 innocent people that the cultists had abducted for sacrifices. The summoning of the demon soul took place and it was sealed into Fried. As a result, Fried became the host of the primordial demon, Greed. The demon could now no longer be removed as it had bonded with his soul and removing it would kill Fried. Having discovered what had happened to him, Fried attempted to block the demon's influence over him through sealing spells. But this too was for naught, for the only way to resist a demon's influence is through having both a compatibility with the demon as well as possessing demonic immunity. And because Fried possessed compatibility but lacked immunity, all he had succeeded in doing was locking up the enhancements he would have received from being the demon's host and angering the demon spirit. Fried slowly started losing his sanity until he eventually became a madman. He was excommunicated from the church for the vile actions he committed and was declared a renegade. He later started hunting demons, finding a small part of himself in doing the tasks he had once done. But even this task had soon become corrupted as he slaughtered all that had so much as a slight connection to a demon. He later drew the attention of the fallen, who recruited him. Thus he continued with his tyranny until he was defeated by a shadow warrior. Issei looked at the man surprised. That would explain why my instincts acted up. This guy is a certified Jinchuriki, Issei thought. He turned to look at his shield before speaking. I could grant him the skill demonic immunity, but for that he'd have to be my servant. Is there a shield that would allow me to free this man from his suffering? Issei inquired. The jewel on his shield glowed before the list of his shields appeared and focused in on the Yu Soul Eater shield. Issei quickly checked its abilities, and was pleasantly surprised. Abilities include: a skill point consumption. Allows host to steal others' skill points by coming in contact with them. Skill is effective so long as the host has touched the target. A experience point consumption. Allows host to consume others' experience points. Continued contact is required to perform this skill. A soul consumption. Allows for the consuming of soul energy. The inheritance. Allows the host to gain the power and knowledge of the souls he has consumed. A transference. Allows the host to transfer some of his skill, knowledge, or experience to someone else by transferring spiritual energy. This technique will grant the recipient the same level of mastery over a skill as the host. Special ability Frowny Face Demon Lord Seed. This ability grants the user the ability to evolve into a being on par with a demon lord. Requirements: consume 100,000 souls. Souls consumed, 270/100,000. Issei whistled at what he read. So wait, I already have nearly 300 souls? Is it because I had the sacred treasure consume the soul of a demon that has already consumed various souls? Issei thought. More than likely, Drake replied. Regardless, Issei summoned the shield, and it appeared to look almost like a ghost, with a white demon face and a mouth that stretched across the entire shield, its eyes being closed at the moment. Partner, I think I should also mention that the red dragon shield is capable of doing the same thing through the use of the skill O transfer, Drake mentioned. Issei deadpanned at this. And you're only mentioning this now? He stated before checking his skill points. Skill points, 25,400. In that case, I might as well kick the asses of every priest in this church, steal all their skill points and experience and level up demonic immunity to a level where not even a primordial demon can affect him, and then transfer the skill, Issei commented and turned to the altar. He could feel the presence of aura coming from beneath it. Walking towards it, he smiled. I'm coming, Asia. Wait for me. Meanwhile, the three other fallen had their hands full with Kuroheim. The girl had soundly beaten all of them into the ground. The three fallen could be seen with tattered and torn clothes, bruises being visible all over their exposed skill as they laid in craters, some being unconscious, and one trying to get back up, that one being Calawarner. She stared down her enemy with reverence. How could you possess such power? Even for someone in the second realm, it shouldn't have been this hard for us to fend you off. Just who are you? She inquired as the hair on her head fell down her face. Kuroheim smiled. To answer your first question, I have always been this powerful, but as a result of my immature body, I was always limited to the first realm. Now, thanks to my master, I have shed that limitation and have ascended to the second realm. And soon, I will ascend into the third. It is because of him that I will reach heights not even you fallen could dream of. She spoke with a savage grin. And to emphasize her point, she revealed her 5 golden fox tails. Calawarner looked unshocked as she gazed upon the kitsune's figure. Who is this master you revere so highly? She asked. If one man could make a being this powerful, then he was certainly a threat. Kuroheim grinned from ear to ear as she approached the fallen. He is the one you saw earlier. A man, but unlike any man. Human, yet possessing of godlike power. He is the protector in the night, the light in the darkness, the destroyer of evil. So I suggest you beg for his mercy, 'cause this might be your last night. She finished before one of her tails swiftly slapped the fallen on the back of her head. Her head struck the ground and immediately rendering her unconscious. A quick binding spell ensured they wouldn't rise again. Oh my, what do we have here? Kuroheim turned her head to meet the faces of Rias and Aquino as they approached her. If I am not mistaken, you are that new student. But why oh why would you be causing trouble in Devil's territory when you are clearly of the yokai faction? A faction we are affiliated with? Rias inquired as she came to a halt just in front of Aquino. Kuroheim smiled as she retracted her tails. Fear not, child of Gremory. We are not here to stir up any trouble. We are merely here to retrieve our comrade, whom the fallen took hostage. So I kindly ask that you order your other servants to stay away from the church. She finished and made all the fallen disappear with her magic. Rias narrowed her eyes. You sensed our approach, even though we suppressed our presence and power. That is to be expected of a kitsune. But considering that you are in my territory, I would advise against outbursts like these. It tends to rub our hierarchy the wrong way. That is ultimately why we are the town rulers. For you to come to us, she states. This time it was Kuroheim who narrowed her eyes. You claim to be the town's ruler? How laughable. Both fallen and demons have run rampant throughout this town and until recently, brought about nothing but countless deaths. Even now, they abducted one of our own. You lack the efficiency to rule. You let your enemies trespass and massacre the people you are sworn to protect. Tell me then, what kind of leader are you? Kuroheim questioned with piercing eyes. Rias could not find it within her to reprimand the kitsune, as much as her pride demanded it. because she knew her words were true. Akino, on the other hand, didn't tolerate the kitsune's behavior. While we understand you are displeased, mind you that you are still addressing a devil princess. Disrespect will not be tolerated, Akino stated with a daring smile. Kurohime turned her gaze to Akino, her eyes showing disinterest. You know, when my master mentioned what all you devils allowed to transpire here, he was most disappointed with you, Akino, she stated. The two devils were confused by her words. Your master? Why would he be disappointed with my servant? Rias inquired. Kurohime looked up at the stars in the sky as she sighed. He said that out of all of you, he expected Akino to have had the most sympathy for the humans that lost their children, parents, and siblings, as she had lost her own. But considering that you wiped the memory of everyone affiliated with the deceased, I wouldn't put it beneath you to feel nothing at all, Kurohime stated before making her way up the mountain to the church. Rias and Akino's eyes widened at this. And this time, it was Akino who could not bring herself to reprimand the kitsune, because she was once again reminded of her loss. And deep down, she began to agree with Kurohime's master. Why didn't I feel anything at that time? Why was there no trace of sympathy for them? Have I begun to take pleasure in the suffering of others to such an extent that I have even started taking delight in the misery caused by demons? Or could I have simply forgotten of my own misery? She began to question herself. Rias and Akino could only reflect on their actions as Kurohime walked up the mountain. Seeing they no longer had any questions for her, she vanished in a burst of speed. A while back, Issei stood before the podium as he focused his battle detection skill on the floor below. He could feel around 50 human signatures and one fallen signature. Most likely Rainier, he thought. Looking to the timer at the edge of his vision, he shook his head. 3 hours 59 minutes and 8 seconds. I'm way too early, but better early than late. Imagine if I only had to save her in under 30 minutes. That would have been crazy in my condition, he thought while he sighed in relief. Notice. The Fallen have become aware of your presence and have hastened the process of stealing Asia's sacred gear. Time to complete mission has been altered. 19 minutes and 6 seconds. Fuck. He soon sank into the shadows as he now had a limited time left to save Asia. Traveling through the shadow realm, he saw the multitude of shadows from the stray priests, but they did not interest him. Two shadows at the far end were what interested him. Asia's and Rainier's shadows. He could vividly see Rainier chaining Asia to a cross while all the priests stood guard at the entrance of the basement. He snorted, that cross might be it, he thought, and hastily made his way through their shadows. Rainier was so immersed in chaining Asia to the cross that she lacked the focus to detect the subtle shift in her shadow, beneath her. A fist came flying out at a high speed, shocking her as it struck at her abdomen. She was sent flying over 10 meters before her wings stabilized her flight and held her in the air. She glared at the man dressed in his black assassin-like armor as he emerged from the shadows. With a swift swing of his hand, the chains were destroyed and the half-conscious Asia fell into his arms. What? Who are you? She asked as she summoned a spear of light, and all the priests in the area turned to him with their light swords drawn. He was about to send Asia to his house through a shadow gate, but Rainier quickly disrupted his spell with a flash of her light magic, dispelling the shadow portal. Answer me? She shouted and charged at the figure. Though, just when she was about to reach him with her light spear, a copy of the man emerged from the shadow below her. In his hand, he held a shield with the faces of 2 dogs on it, and in the blink of an eye, those dogs' necks extended, biting into the arm and neck of the fallen. Arg! She cried out as their teeth pierced her flesh. Infect! Issei called out, and the 2 heads started pouring a malicious energy into the fallen's body. Her screams intensified before she summoned a light spear and stabbed at the dogs' heads. They soon retracted. Meanwhile, Asia looked up at the man carrying her in his arms, her eyes widening when he lowered his mask and revealed his face. ISS. She couldn't finish her sentence as Issei held his finger over her lips. Shoo, I'll take you to safety, he spoke. Her eyes were suddenly blinded by a green flash of light before they disappeared. Back with Rainier, she sneered when she saw that Asia was taken away. She turned to the man before her as her eyes were filled with rage. How dare you? Do you have any idea what you have done? She exclaimed before turning to the priests and shouting. What are you fools waiting for? Attack! She shouted, but to no avail. The priests were already defeated. 5 copies of the man before her were already busy tying them up. She looked shocked, and horror soon filled her face. To answer your question, I was merely saving the girl you intended to kill, my dear Rainier, he spoke. She heard his voice, but when she turned to look at his now revealed face, she was shocked. Issei, she exclaimed. He smirked, the one and only. Having made their way into the church, Kaneko and Kiba stared at the damage done to the place. Even the priest that laid in the corner. Issei is here, Kaneko stated nonchalantly. Kiba's eyes widened. Are you sure? He asked. She nodded. Yup, his scent is all over the priest. He's probably taking his revenge. We better not intervene. She spoke and turned around and started walking out the church. Kiba looked at her flabbergasted. You want to leave him to fend them on his own? And what revenge would he seek from the fallen? Kiba asked confused. Kaneko didn't stop her exit. They tried to kill him and almost succeeded. It pissed him off. Him taking his revenge isn't an issue considering his level of power. But if we are spotted here, we may be considered responsible for the fallen's downfall, which could spark even more trouble with their faction down the road. Issei is powerful. He'll handle it. He wouldn't be here if he thought otherwise. Our presence here might only cause more trouble for President later on. Kaneko spoke. Wise decision. They heard a voice coming from the entrance. Kaneko was immediately on guard while Kiba's hand rested on his sword. Kurohime came walking in, her smile unnerving them to no end. She turned her gaze to Kaneko and her smile grew into a smirk. It's been a while, hasn't it, Kaneko? She spoke. Kaneko scanned her over, not recognizing her for an instant. That was, until she took note of the blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker marks on her cheeks and the kitsune aura that she now released. It's you? Kaneko exclaimed in surprise, mostly due to her new appearance. You know her, Kaneko? Kiba asked. Kaneko nodded and relaxed her guard a bit. She's Issei's servant, she spoke, completely catching Kiba by surprise. Kiba gazed at Kurohime and attempted to sense her power level. He let go of his sword as soon as he did. A high-class servant? As much as I'd like to know how he gained such an ally, or why you didn't inform us of this earlier, Kaneko, I'll have to agree with your earlier statement. If she is here to back him up, then our services are no longer required. He spoke. Kurohime nodded. I appreciate you looking out for my master. I'll make sure that he knows of this. You may leave the rest to me. She spoke and started to make her way to the altar. Kiba and Kaneko let her pass, but Kiba had a question. If I may ask, what are Issei's plans for the future? He inquired. She stopped and turned to him. And why would that concern you? She asked. We wouldn't want to accidentally trample over them due to being unaware, nor do we wish to intervene. We could like to aid him in his endeavors, but we don't even know what they may be. He spoke. Kurohime hummed at the knight's expression and tone of voice. He speaks the truth. She nodded. You need not fear, nor worry. My master merely wishes to protect this world from harm. Nothing more, nothing less. She spoke and continued on her way. And of the devils? Does he have any plans for us? He inquired. This time, his tone of voice being more apprehensive. She started to chuckle at his words. Oh, you'll know in due time, she spoke as she reached the podium. With a light kick, she made it fall over and revealed the hidden passage before making her way down. Kiba and Kaneko turned to one another and nodded. We have to inform the president. Rainier glared at the boy before her. Issei, you dare to intervene in my matters? Why? She exclaimed as she summoned a light spear. Issei sighed, a bored expression adorning his face. I did tell you, didn't I, that I would come for that which is mine. So why are you trying to take that which I have declared mine? He spoke, his tone reaching a threatening level. It was at this point that he released his aura, and immediately there was a heavy pressure bearing down on Rainier. Her body froze as her instincts warned her not to approach him. Even her power started to fluctuate as it clearly felt the threat to its existence. The light spear in her hands vanished. What is this? Why can't I move my body? Why can't I call upon my power? She thought, panicked. Her eyes started to focus in on Issei as he approached her. He could clearly see the effect his aura had upon her. So this is the Demon Slayer's aura. Interesting. He doubled the aura output and immediately, her legs began shaking. A moment later, she collapsed. Her eyes clouded with fear. He came to a standstill before her, his eyes looking down at her fragile form. His hand, held above her face. You tried to kill my friend Asia. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you. He spoke. She couldn't bring herself to look up at him, much less open her mouth. She tried to speak, but her jaw only started shaking. Issei dropped the aura to a bearable degree to allow her to speak. And speak she did. Why you know nothing? She exclaimed half-heartedly at the monster before her. But Issei only hummed in response. Then how about you explain it to me? That which you say I do not know? He commanded. She snared. That power doesn't belong to her. Twilight healing does not belong to her, or any human. She spoke as her head fell back to her knees. What do you know? She began. What do you know about working your entire life at something, only to have it taken from you and given to somebody else? She exclaimed. She raised her head, and her eyes were filled with wrath and contempt, but also sorrow and longing. I am Rainier, the Twilight Angel. Twilight healing was my power. All of the Twilight sacred gears are powers I developed and cultivated over eons of hard work and dedication. Also I could see him, and yet, it was stripped from me and given to these lowly humans. She exclaimed once more as she bit her lower lip. You don't know what it's like to have everything you worked for taken away from you. To have your goals and dreams squashed and be left with nothing. So what if I want to take back the power that is rightfully mine? Wouldn't you? She finished. Issei looked down into her eyes with pity. I know. I know very well what it is like to lose something you value with all your heart and soul, but that doesn't justify you trying to kill my Asia. He spoke once more, indifference lacing his eyes. But Rainier shook her head. I am not like you humans. Unlike your kind, I keep my word. I had promised to give her a life away from the supernatural. If I had regained twilight healing, then I would have fully restored her life. The girl was never in any real danger, Rainier revealed. Issei hummed, so it might seem. Very well then, I will give you one more chance to choose your fate. He spoke once more and retracted his hand from her face. Rainier looked up at him shocked and puzzled. But Issei's eyes still carried that trace of indifference from before. Humanity, servitude, or death? Choose one, he spoke. She almost choked on air at what she heard. What? She asked somewhat confused. It's simple. Either choose humanity, in which case I'll strip you of the little power you have left, and render you mortal. Or, you can choose to be my slave. Or the last option, death. Which will it be? He spoke. Once again, both his voice and expression was laced with indifference. She looked horrified as she gazed into his eyes. Her head fell down to her knees in despair as a single thought crossed her mind. He is nothing like Issei. Servitude. She spoke a few moments later, albeit through clenched teeth. Issei nodded and his magic circle appeared beneath Rainier. Rainier, do you submit yourself to me? Do you devote your life to fight for me? To abide by my will and serve me in whatever way I should wish? He inquired. She was still hesitant, but a soft yes exited her mouth soon after. The circle beneath her turned into light particles which then flew into her body, the dragon mark appearing on the side of her right thigh. Issei nodded before turning to attend to the tied-up priests. What now? Rainier asked, disdain evident in her voice. Follow me, he spoke. She thought of resisting, but didn't wish to test what the seal could do. She got up and followed behind him. It would appear that you are already finished, master? Issei saw Kuroheim entering the basement and smiled. Any difficulties on your end? He asked. Kuroheim shook her head. The devils showed up, but I made it clear that you didn't require their assistance at the moment, she replied. He hummed before summoning his Soul Eater shield, and started consuming the rogue priest's skill points. It took him almost half an hour, but he finally completed his goal. Both Rainier and Kuroheim looked on fascinated, not knowing what their master was up to, but they could tell that from the smirk on his face, Issei was ecstatic. Notice alert. Due to the skill intermediate demonic immunity reaching an adequate level, it may now evolve. Do you wish to evolve this skill? Yes. Issei couldn't help but smirk as he pressed the Y icon. Notice alert. The skill intermediate demonic immunity has evolved into the skill advanced demonic immunity. Due to the increase in the skill demonic immunity, the cardinal hero may now access the Demon Series Alpha Shield. Issei read through the notifications, but couldn't be bothered to check it out now. It was time for phase 2 of his plan. Issei looked at the unconscious Fried as he prepared for the skill transfer. Rainier and Kuroheim watched from behind as Issei placed his hand on Fried's head. Transference. Issei spoke and the ghostly shield's mouth opened. White energy flowed out of its mouth and into Fried. Fried's body glowed faintly before Issei received a notification. Notice alert. The skill advanced demonic immunity has been transferred. He read before checking Fried's status with his observation technique. Demonic influence, 86%, 83%, 79%, 70%, 56%, 40%, 25%, 10%, 6%, 4%, 2%, 1%, 0%. Demonic influence has been lifted. Issei sighed in relief as he read that last part. Though, Rainier and Kuroheim didn't understand any of what he has done. Master, is this man of any importance to you? Kuroheim asked. I doubt it. Fried is a stray priest with some seriously evil tendencies. But then again I don't know Issei, so maybe he is also on the crazy side of things, Rainier commented. Issei shook his head. This man may not bear any importance to me, but I wanted to help him anyway. Issei spoke, further confusing the two ladies. Issei undid the binding spell before casting a water spell to wake the man up. Both ladies were on guard when the man began to stir. Issei merely smiled. Where am I? Fried spoke as his eyes began to stir. Even though it was subtle, both Rainier and Issei picked up a change in the man's voice alone. Fried glanced up at the smiling man before him. Are you the one that woke me? Fried asked. Issei nodded. Indeed. Welcome back, Father Fried. Issei replied and extended his hand out to the man. His instincts had long since subsided when he granted Fried demonic immunity, which is why he didn't question or doubt the man before him. Fried took the hand and was pulled upright. He glanced at Issei and then to the two behind him. The first, Kuroheim, he didn't recognize. Her aura was also not that of any hostile creature he has come across, so he didn't mind her. But the second, Rainier, he immediately recognized her aura. Fallen, he cried out as he went for his light sword at his side, only to find it missing. Issei placed a hand on the man's shoulder to calm him down. Relax. She isn't a threat. Not anymore at least. You should take a moment to get yourself back together, Fried. Recovering from the demon's influence is going to have some backlash on you. So take it easy, Issei spoke. Fried looked at Issei with widened eyes before looking back at the fallen. Is that so? He mentioned lightly. Fried turned his attention back to Issei. You mentioned a demon. Was I possessed? He asked. Issei nodded. He could pick up in Fried's voice that he has changed. That crazy element in his voice was gone, replaced with a more disciplined tone. Do you remember your mission to eliminate a group of cultists seeking to resurrect demons? Issei inquired. Fried nodded before his eyes widened. Don't tell me, I got possessed by one of them. He thought out loud. He grabbed his face as he thought back to the events that played off. I remember saving the people they abducted to use as sacrifices. But after that, the rest feels like a dream. There was a flash of crimson light before I awoke, then I started hearing this awful voice. The rest after that is a blank. He spoke as he tried to recall his memories. Issei hummed. You became aware of the fact that you were possessed and attempted to seal the demon away. Luckily the demon was weak after his resurrection, otherwise it would have taken over your body. You sealed away its power but failed to do the same for its influence. It could not take over your body, but it did take over your mind. You became somewhat of a madman. You were later excommunicated by the church and was declared a renegade. You joined the Fallen and continued hunting demons on the side. But you also killed the people associated with the demons, even going so far as to wipe out entire families of innocents. Issei spoke nonchalantly. Fried's eyes widened. Dear God, what have I done? Why didn't anyone eliminate me? He questioned as he fell to his knees. Rainier and Kuroheim listened to the conversation between the two men with conflict ion. Kuroheim didn't desire such a man to be anywhere near Issei. He was a threat. Rainier couldn't believe what she heard. He was possessed? And I couldn't even notice. Even now, I can't feel any demonic presence or aura radiating off of him, she thought. Her shocked-filled gaze shifted to Issei. You knew. You fought him only once, yet you knew he was possessed. Your observation skills must be extremely high, and you decided to help him? Issei sighed. Fried, what you did in that state will not be reckoned of you. At least I won't. But, I would like of you to put those skills of yours to use. You are still a holy knight after all. Or would you prefer to do something else? Issei spoke. Fried shook his head. I honestly don't know what I will do. I have tarnished my name, my family name. I broke my vows to the church. I can't even return home. I am at a loss, he spoke, his eyes filling up with sadness at his failures. But Issei shook his head. Then why not have your name cleared? Why not correct the mistakes you made and start over? Come, I will assist you in not only clearing your name, but also restoring your honor. Fried stared at the man before him, the one who set him free, the one who had every right to have him eliminated, but didn't, the one who is offering him a second chance, a chance at redemption. This man, whom he knew not. Thus, Fried stood upright before this man and bowed. Forgive me, kind sir. I have neglected to ask of you your name. I am the Holy Knight, Fried Selzen. At your service? He spoke. Issei smiled. I am Issei Hyoudou, Cardinal Hero of the Shield. To man, that would be the equivalent of a Holy Knight if not more. I am currently looking for allies to assist me in my mission, to prevent this world's destruction at the hands of the supernatural. So I ask of you, Holy Knight Fried Selzen, will you join me? Issei spoke. Fried looked at him for quite some time before he nodded. So be it. A knight's duty is to protect his people. If that is what you aim to do, then I'll assist you in whatever way you need, he stated. Issei nodded. In that case? Issei began as he walked over to Rainier. He held his hand out to her, to which she reluctantly placed her hand in his. He pulled her with him to Fried's side and placed her hand in his. In that case, Fried, I'd like for you to continue serving the Fallen, as my spy, Issei spoke. Fried's eyes widened. You wish of me to remain with the Fallen? Fried questioned. But deep down, he could recognize that in his current position, he'd make an excellent spy. But Rainier wasn't up for it. She took back her hand and glared at Issei. Now hold on. Do you honestly want me to go against my own brethren? Do you realize the mountain of shit that would bring down on me? She exclaimed. Issei kept his composure. What I ask is not for you to betray your brethren, but to keep me updated of any Fallen who might be up to no good. Issei started but was swiftly interrupted by Rainier. They're all up to no good, she exclaimed. I don't think you are aware of the fact that most Fallen are responsible for inspiring most of the things that bring forth human inequities. Prostitutions, nightclubs, red light districts, all the way to supernatural deals that either shorten human lifespan or claim their souls to work for the Fallen for eternity. We are sinful in nature, Issei. In your eyes, we're always up to no good. She folded her hands as she spoke. Issei nodded. I am aware. But, that is not what concerns me. Humans are easy to manipulate, that is true. But they are ultimately still responsible for the choices they make. If a human walks into the hands of a fallen, both must be held accountable for what happens afterwards. What I want to know, and what we wish to prevent, are fallen that are intending to bring forth either disasters or catastrophes. Of course, other matters, such as what you just mentioned, will be taken care of, but they are ultimately less important than the safety of the human race as well as the peace among the supernatural, Issei stated before looking at Kurohime. Where are the others? He inquired. Kurohime snapped her fingers and the 3 other fallen appeared before Issei in a flash of light. Issei nodded and looked at the unconscious fallen before turning to Rainier. Rainier looked at the state of her fellow teammates and clenched her fists. Pathetic, she thought. Issei witnessed her anger and spoke. Don't blame them for your incompetence, Rainier. Neither blame yourself for their incompetence. You fallen have your limits just as humans have their limits. If you are angered by that limitation, then train to surpass it. Don't go around stealing other people's power, even if it was once your own. Rainier gave him a glare as he said the last part, but said nothing. Issei looked at the fallen that laid before him. He snapped his finger and a magic circle appeared above and below them. Enslavement, he stated. The fallen were shrouded in a crimson light before the circles vanished. A red rune mark appeared on their foreheads, a mark which soon faded away. Kurohime's eyes widened as she recognized the spell, her eyes shifting to her master in astonishment. Amazing. He learned the enslavement spell that was casted on me, at the same time he was having it removed. Truly amazing, she thought. And indeed, this was the very same spell that had enslaved Kurohime, the spell Issei had removed. But the boy in question had not only learned the spell, but also had it improved. Rainier on the other hand was not pleased. After all, these were her subordinates. Even if she was angered by their failure, she still viewed them as her comrades. Even if she herself knew they might have turned on her when they received the chance. You're enslaving them too? She questioned. Issei turned his gaze to her. Indeed I am. The more connections I have in the 3 factions, the better my odds of achieving my goal. But you don't need to worry. While I have casted the enslavement spell, I am not their master, he replied. Rainier looked at him with widened eyes. You what? If you don't intend to command them, then who will? She asked. Issei rose a finger, which pointed to her. You are their captain. I see it only fit for you to command them as you have until now. Rainier looked at his calm, smiling expression and couldn't help but look away. This boy, who hasn't even lived past 2 decades, had defeated her, a former angel of the Lord who has lived for centuries. This boy made her his slave. This boy had her comrades defeated and enslaved them to her. This boy, no. This man, who stood before her, clad in an aura of dominance, had her feeling like an utter child. The worst of it was her curiosity. She understood nothing of what he did nor why he did it. She could not grasp why he would let himself be killed. Why he would bring Asia to them, despite knowing what they had planned for her. She couldn't understand why he would help someone like Fried. And she certainly could not understand why he would enslave her comrades, only to put them under her command. Nothing made sense. Everything about the man before her seemed so enigmatic, so mysterious. So much, so that it almost reminded her of her father's mysteriousness. His enigmatic behavior. Not even they, who were his angels, knew what was going on inside of his head. She turned to look back at Issei and sighed. What would you have me do, master? She asked. Issei shook his head. That is for you to decide. I have already told you what I expect from you. How you proceed to do that is up to you, he spoke. They soon wrapped up their business in the church. Rainier would remain with her fallen comrades, pun intended, before departing for headquarters. Kurohime decided she would return with Issei and Fried and left the church with them. Fried stood at the foot of the hill. This is where he and Issei would part ways. He turned to Issei, who had just finished wishing him well on his mission, and spoke. Sir Issei, there is one more important matter I believe you should be aware of, Fried said, his expression turning serious. Issei nodded. Go on. He could see this was an important matter, especially if it could make Fried so serious. If I am correct, and that flash of crimson light was the resurrection ritual taking place, then we have a big problem, he stated. Issei rose a brow. Because, while I was able to save the innocent, there were still 6 other cultists down there with me. When the light appeared, Fried continued. Issei's eyes widened at the implication of his words. I don't think greed was the only demon to be resurrected. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.